It's a theoretically correct type.
Variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so what's there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing, though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much, please.
We're officially on.
Officially
What's up,
on,
Internet?
baby. Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the EMSTU.
Yo.
Look at who we got here in the chat. There's a bunch of people been waiting. Good to see you all. Oh yeah, how's it going?
Yeah. Thanks for keeping this seat warm for us, guys.
Yeah,
Good to be
OG
here.
Rose
Yeah.
in the chat. Good to see, bud. How you doing? Look, hey everybody, welcome to the November EMSTU. It's a special day, and we're just gonna kick this thing off with a little Dave and Nance discourse, and then at the end of the day, we'll have Mikey and Benjamin Studebaker joining us, and we'll talk more. But you know, this is the Fool's Hour. You know, you get to hang out with the goofballs. Then we'll get with the serious, you know, the big kids at the end.
Yeah, this is the kids' table. We welcome you to the party. And
Yeah,
then we know our place, so we'll
we'll dial
it back a little bit when the grown-ups get here.
Yeah, we're just the hype men. We're just here to like open up
We're
the
the
pit.
openers.
Yeah.
We're the openers.
There's these other guys. Yeah, there's these other guys. They've been, you know, touring the world. I know that you paid money to see them, but you know, we're here. We're out here. We're doing
here
the grind.
too.
We're working hard. Thanks for listening and not just talking with your friends while you stand there.
Yeah. Hey, put that phone away. Put your phone down. Unless you're using
Hey,
your phone. to
put
watch
it
this.
away. Hey, you have to respect me and my friends. All right, guys. That's too real. All right, guys, listen.
Ooh.
I'm distracted by the fact that my video is like kind of squished, and I don't know why, but I don't want to
I
get
think you just
too.
this is Ozempic, Dave. That's all it is. Your camera's on Ozempic.
I think
It's
you must
it
be
heard
right.
it heard you say something about its size, and it felt bad about itself, so it bought some Ozempic, and
It's sucking it in, actually. It's in such a hurry. Google Blizzard Giggle Blizzard in the house. Oh no! Now my phone's talking.
Good
to me 'cause
afternoon.
I said Google. I
or
summoned.
morning. Yeah. Good afternoon, good evening, good night. Giggle Blizzard. I like your name, Giggle Blizzard. That's a fun internet name. Yo, looks like we got Rudy. Looks like we got Luke. What's up, everybody? Again, yeah.
All right.
Good afternoon, good evening, good night.
I want to record a special thing here for all of you on the live side, and the people who will be watching this later in the day and week, but also for the podcast, for the TU podcast. And I didn't tell Nance about that, but now he knows. And so I'm going to stop the recording side and start a new recording, and this will go up on the TU podcast. It's just going to be about 10 to 15 minutes of us, but I'm going to start in 3, 2, 1. All right, welcome to the Theory Underground podcast with Dave and Nance. How's it going, Nance?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
Fantastic. So the reason I wanted to
Wonderful.
record this short little episode is so that we can say hello to the people on the podcast side as well as folks here for this EMSTU. What's up, everybody?
Hey guys. Hey,
So-
podcast listeners. How are you? Good to be talking in a place where you can hear me because I'm not seeing
Yeah.
you. So
Right.
yeah.
Well, I mean, we're not usually seeing. Yes, it'd be kind of cool if, like, when you do a stream, you know, like the room full of screens, and you can see like everybody, like you're like
the
some
Matrix.
security guard.
No,
Yeah.
we're in the Matrix, dude. I'm telling all you guys that think we're feds, we're feds, and we're in the Matrix, and we can
we are
see you through
feds.
your webcam. We can see you on the phone camera. We see you. Put pants on, dude.
Put
Come
pants on, dude. Take your hands away from there. Yeah, I know you're not doing anything, but it looks a little sus.
Looks weird, man. Put the ice cream down. Pick up a fucking book. Pick up
Yeah.
a book.
If you're gonna
Put the fucking
watch
Twinkies
us,
down.
if you're gonna watch this stream, hold a book. Just hold it close to your heart.
Just the whole time.
Like, what's up, guys? Yeah. All right. We don't worry, podcast listeners. You don't need to see what book he's holding up, but I will tell
yeah,
you, it's
visual gags don't
classification
work.
struggles. No, visual gags don't
Visual
work
gags
on
don't
them.
work for podcasts. See, I always forget. I think
He's breaking the
Dave,
rules,
before-
guys.
Before we went live / recording, Dave and I were talking about the fact that I think my dementia is creeping up on me.
I think so. We're already there. Yeah.
So it's great to be on this journey with you all. I do believe it is a worthwhile journey to be on. But also, I mean, maybe I'm sitting in a room and I'm like an old, frail, crippled man talking to, ghosts. That's cool too. I mean, if that is the case, then I got a good imagination because there's a lot
Dude.
of diversity in the audience.
Yeah, there's a lot of diversity in the audience. And also, thanks to Giggle Blizzard, I now know that our audience is the most sexy people that we could possibly imagine. They said, just
Word.
imagine a crowd of the sexiest people you've ever seen, and you can see us. Honestly, no. Okay, I want to bring it back really quick here to this podcast side of things. So, for those who just listen from YouTube, chances are you paid for YouTube Premium. For those who just listen through podcasts, I imagine you didn't pay for YouTube Premium. And then we've got people like Kier, shout out to Kier, who've been like, hey, yeah, we really need to have these playlists available through RSS feed for those of us who are, paying subscribers who want to like grind through this stuff while at work, and we don't do YouTube. And there's always been this part of me that's like, well, but almost everybody comes to TU through YouTube, so I can kind of just assume that they figure it out the way. But with growth and wanting to cash in on promises, I am trying really hard to set up the new framework so that every playlist that gets unlocked at every level of subscription for the monthly and annual memberships at Theory Underground will bring with it very easy to add RSS feeds, and so cross your fingers and dot your I's, folks, because our hope is that we'll. I don't know. Well, our hope is that will be a reality in the very near future without us having to rip the audio and make an MP3 file for every friggin' single thing and then upload it separately. And a lot of you on the podcast side get this stuff later. It's kind of like, if you want it, you got to get it live, and then it'll go up on the podcast eventually. I expect that's kind of gonna be how it remains, because the whole live streaming off of Podbean thing didn't work out the way we thought it would the first time we tried it. It was weird, and maybe we just didn't know, but for now I don't care. I'm not worried about it. But what I did want to tell you all about, if you're listening to this from podcast, if you're still listening to us, because we've been playing around, goofing off. If you're still listening, hold on, how many minutes in are we? 4 minutes
10?
and 53. No, well, for the new recording, 4 minutes and 57 seconds in. Well, then I wanted to tell you, the ones who have the tolerance, the endurance, and the patience to make it this far into this episode, I wanted to tell you there is a new Theory Underground imprint podcast called Why Left. And I would hit my little horn, pew, 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 if I had it. But Nance, I think you're going to have to do it because I still am setting up. You got to turn on original sound for musicians.
Oh, shit. See,
yeah, it was
dampening. Here? We're idiots. We're fucking losers. But yeah, the fact that there are some of you who listen primarily via podcasts, and I think that's it's probably an economic situation for many people. It's also probably just like a habit situation. Like the reason I do YouTube is because way back in the day there was this thing called Google Plus, and it was Google Hangouts, and then it was Google Red or YouTube Red. So it was like this premium thing where you could use YouTube like a podcast app. And I started paying, at the time it was like $7 a month. I think now it may be $10 a month. It's just been a part of my life for, at this point, almost a decade. But there are people who have similar relationships to their preferred media type, and it is what it is. So making this available to the audience writ large, it's an important thing. It's a thing that camera's fixed now. Hell yeah. It's there's been tons of conversation about it. There's been tons of thought. And yeah, we are confident that there will be some breakthroughs as far as like ease of use on the production and distribution side of it, to make it easier to access stuff. Because we want it to be accessible. We don't want it to be too easily accessible. We don't want to, be out here on the street corner busking.
I got
necessarily,
it.
But we do want those of you who are productively engaged in what's going on to be able to find this stuff. Findability. Legibility is a thing I struggle with, and findability as well. Discoverability. That's the right word. Findability. What am I saying? But discoverability is another thing that now you're wide, Dave, on YouTube.
I know that was the joke. That was the joke. Yeah.
Okay.
There was a delay for you to see it, but I just I stretched it. Whatever. These are visual gags. We're messing up our podcast. I'm sorry. Listen to the people. Listen, I'm sorry if you're on podcast. All we're trying to say is we're YouTube people and we're trying to make things better for you. But at the end of the day,
look,
we are what we are. Okay.
We are.
With Nance is already getting dementia. We're not going to be able to change our ways fast enough for you podcasters. But with that said, we are nonetheless doing a new podcast, and I do want to say a couple words about that before we throw on an ad and then come back with Nina Power to talk about Jordan Peterson's interesting new book on the Bible. And so what do you want to say about Why I Left?
So Why Left, I don't know at this point, what was it, 5-6 years ago? There was What's Left. It was a podcast. It was started by our friend Benjamin Studebaker and Miss Amy Therese. And it's important, but I never listened to it. Because the whole kind of like post-left edgelord thing was never really appealing to me. So I think What's Left kind of like sprung up to serve a need, and maybe it wasn't really doing the thing that it thought it was doing, that it was trying to do, or whatever. So there kind of has been like a conspicuous lack of worthwhile post-left content on the internet. And I know post-left is like the internet term, like the post-left lives on the internet. But it's like really...
it's like a ex-Bernie bro podcast scene term.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't even apply on YouTube. Nobody on YouTube has ever been post left, except
yeah.
except for when I was saying I'll be the Pope of the Pope of the post left of the Pope left. No, I'll be the Pope of the post left. I said that in our the PMC course with Elton.
Yeah.
But outside of that, sort of tongue in cheek engagement, or like, I don't know, if you look at some of the outdated descriptions of some of the Theory Underground YouTube videos, it says, think of it like a gym membership for your mind, or like a church for the post left. So, okay, with all that said, we got to wrap this up and get ready for Nina here. So I'll just say this. When I was burning out on activism, when I was burning out on left advocacy, when I was burning out on breadtube and influencership, when I was exiting, I was looking into a lot of different things. And one of those was What's Left podcast. Something else I was looking into was Platypus Affiliated Society. And this is a path that many have traveled. But at the time that I started listening to What's Left, Benjamin had already left the show, or I forget the exact story of how that goes down. Maybe he'll talk about it on his own. I don't care. Right now, all I'm saying is I came in and it was Amy and some other co-host, and I listened to maybe 4 or 5 episodes. I listened to an episode they did with Angela Nagel on art and a few other things, just random. And I mean, that episode was much later. The point is I was listening, and I was kind of just like, well, this is not what I'm looking for. These were conversations where Amy and co-host assumed that they had already done the research, and they kind of were doing the thinking for their audience. And maybe at that point they had done so much of the work. You know, Oliver Bateman's title for a lot of his episodes was Doing the Work, or the work of this, the work of that. And I was like, well, maybe they did do the work. I haven't seen the work. I want to do it myself. And so that was like the whole thing. Theory Underground comes out of looking into Platypus and going, oh, wow, this is really cool, except, oh, they're committed to this old left idea, and they don't get into all these great French thinkers, and they're not also tracking certain changes in the conditions in the medium that we are. But, you know, they've got the right kind of idea, you know, and then at the same time going, oh, what's left? This is what people are like signing up for. No, we need something that provides people like a deep end they can dive into asynchronously and then binge and then kind of take over that research process. Because if you have burnt out on activism, on partying, on academia, and you're trying to get serious in life and you want to understand the situation, you need bingeable lecture course content. You need ongoing research seminars that you can attend. You need this stuff to not be random, but actually diving, especially special deep dives geared to introduce you or take you into the deep end of the major subject matters that have to be contended with to get a new assessment of our situation. And so that's what Theory Underground comes out of. And then at TUCon, I found out Studebaker, someone we had all grown to love over the last year, and also a co-host with Nina Power over at LAC Podcast. We've discovered, he was the co-host and actual founder of What's Left. And then when I actually got my hands on some of these older episodes, I was like, oh, and he's also like doing the Benjamin thing all the way back then. Sorry, like I don't want to say the brains of What's left the podcast, but I will say that because I know Amy's a very smart person, but the compassionate teacher left, and that was what was making it work in the first place. Anyway, so we started Why Left. Benjamin and I started Why Left. We haven't posted these episodes to the TU podcast. They've been on their own podcast. You can look it up on Spotify, Apple, Google, or any other podcast. Just type in Why Left podcast, and then you can go ahead and add our names to it if it's not coming up. And it probably just doesn't come up for a lot of people first try because it's new, and we need people to subscribe to it, to follow it, to comment on it, to rate it, if it is to be seen, if it is to gain visibility. And so go ahead, find it. Even if you're a YouTuber, go find it. And folks, we'll be closing this segment out in just a second. We'll be right back with Nina Power. Is there anything you want to say and close here? Nance?
Yeah. So why left? It's what, we're 8 episodes in at this, or something like that. Less than a dozen. It's been popping so far. Had some great conversations. The first 2 guests are very special guests, and even if you're kind of over it, or like, I don't know, if you're not convinced by the pitch, I would recommend at least checking out the first 2 episodes. I think there's something in those that demonstrates, hey, we're actually trying to do something real here rather than just do some other sensational internet thing. So give it a look, give it a listen, give it a like, do all those things, and we'll see you soon.
We'll be right back after this.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture the scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs
They bring joy to audiences.
bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people wwho are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much, please.
We're live. Welcome back, everybody. Look who's with us. It's Nina Power. How you doing, Nina?
I'm very well, thank you.
Awesome. Let me just change one thing here. There's like a line above your head that looks ridiculous. There, boom, we fixed it. It was yeah, no, you, yeah,
Oh.
there you go. Here we go. And then the last thing, I'm going to hit record. All right, everybody. We've got Nina Power joining us today to talk about Jordan Peterson's new book. And for the people who are listening who don't have eyes on the screen, it looks like she's wearing a Make America Great Again hat, but that's not what it is. It's a MAGA hat, though. What does it say, Nina?
It says, make art beautiful again. My friend Pierre, who runs Verdurin Gallery in London, had them made, I guess, especially.
Shout out to Pierre.
Mm.
I'll have to get me one of those.
Well, you've been to Pierre, so you know the place. You
Yep,
did
yeah.
thing.
We love Pierre. Yeah, he's a cool
Yeah.
guy. The interesting thing about those hats, the hats that do like some knockoff of MAGA, is like, for instance, I had this one. It was a red one, and it said, "Make America Read Again." And of course, right now I'm wearing a hat that's black and says "Read a Book." But no, when I had the "Make America Read Again" red hat, I wore that on campus like twice. But people actually averted their gaze the moment they saw me. They go, and it's crazy. It's actually, I almost think that people should do it as a social experiment. Like if you're a guy who's ever worn a dress out on the town, just to kind of see how people react when you do it, and I have done that. You should also try wearing a MAGA hat. You should do that too. I think it's an important social.
Changing, but I mean, there is an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm, isn't there, where Larry works out that he doesn't want to see people, and he works out that if he wears the MAGA hat, people just avoid him and they don't talk to him, which he prefers.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm sure apparently people are wearing them now in Brooklyn. I mean, it's a bit like sort of Mao's Red Book or something. I don't know. Like we need to understand the significance, the symbolism of red, and
it's
greatness.
powerful.
Very.
See, that's why I got tattoos, because I didn't want to fuck with people, but then like everybody got tattoos, and now it's cool to fucking be covered in stupid tattoos. So like I fucking shot myself in the foot with that one.
Don't be afraid of forever is the tattoo slogan. I have a very silly tattoo, only one from when I was a teenager, which is I don't know, I was reading Nietzsche. I thought I was so edgy. You know, I still think I'm edgy. I'm not.
You are, yeah. Don't worry.
And really very tame. But I have Amor Fati tattoo.
Dude, I'm writing a piece right now about how Amor Fati tattoos are gay.
Well, they are. I mean, like, what was I thinking? I mean, this was very stupid.
I think it's awesome. That's awesome. That's so cool.
It's fine.
The Martial esotericist in the chat said, "Based Nina." And we've got a lot of people here. I want to shout out the fact that we've got over 30 viewers and we just started stream. This is exciting. Everyone make sure to smash like. But now, Nina, I want to get into it. I listened to your little article. You said that this one was pretty much for normies, but that we could kind of get into it. But let's first just start at that normie level. What is going on with... Oh, and I'm a little bit loud. Thanks, Giggle Blizzard. I'll adjust that. But Nina, what is going on? What is this new book that Jordan Peterson wrote?
Well, it's a very strange book. I'm just going to show you so this is the what do you call it? Like the uncorrected proof copy that I was sent as the review copy, and it's also like numbered. This is number 16 of 175. No, 75 copies. So they it's like the watermark, you know, so you can't, like, they would have given the number to the Telegraph so that you can't. So it's obviously like they're very protective, understandably, of this, and but the book is out today. I think the Guardian published their critical review today. So I you know, I think it's what do you call it? Unhidden.
The embargo's lifted.
The embargo, yeah, exactly.
It's live.
So, and it's very, very long. It's like 550 pages. It's called We Who Wrestle with God, and it was, you know, me who wrestles with book. It is a bit of a like, but there's something kind of, especially if you have to read all of it, right? And as someone who takes the job of critic very seriously, like I do read and listen to everything very, very, you know, seriously. I don't skim, I don't, you know, miss bits out. I really, you know, when I was doing music reviews, I would listen to every album 40 times minimum, you know, in order to get to the essence of the thing. So it took a while to read this. I'll start with some criticism. I mean, it could have been edited slightly better. I mean, this is obviously the uncorrected proof, so there probably would have been some edits made, like before the final publication. It's Peterson's written version of, I guess, some of his Bible lectures, which are extremely popular, as I note in the review. Like millions of people have watched the YouTube videos, and some religious figures have pointed out that probably Peterson has brought more people to the church than anyone else in recent times, even though he's not a theologian, he's not even officially a Christian. His wife converted, as I note in the piece, to Catholicism after she was cured of cancer and converted, or whatever the word is. It's difficult to talk about conversion when people are simply becoming Christian after being liberal subjects. I think there must be a different word for it, because one is not converting from one thing to another unless one is converting from liberalism, if we understand that as a kind of religion. Maybe, you know what I mean, like the kind of default sort of contemporary nihilist subject who is largely secular or secularized. I certainly would include myself in that. So I think, the book is rambling. It is quite esoteric and eccentric in the combination of things that he uses to approach the topic. So he takes particular Bible stories, and particular characters like Noah and Cain, Abel, Abraham, Moses, and Jonah, and the Tower of Babel. So it's very much focused on the Jewish Bible or Old Testament, and it's very, very influenced by the things that we've come to associate with Peterson, which would be Carl Jung, Mircea Eliade, I guess also like bits of evolutionary psychology and psychology more broadly, which is obviously his discipline, although I think he's now kind of proscribed by the Canadian Psychological Association or some crap like that. Like they want to take away his ability to practice because of his wrongthink on multiple issues. I mean, I think I was thinking about this just before I came on, and there's sort of several things going on here. There's obviously Jordan Peterson, the man, right? Like his biography, his trajectory, which includes, benzo addiction and rising to fame through the opposition to the compelled speech around pronouns a few years ago now. And actually, it's both quite a long time ago and also not that long ago in a strange way, like in the peculiar space-time of the internet and recent history. So this is, he kind of bursts onto the scene. He's been a psychology professor for a long time and published Maps of Meaning. And then, of course, his sort of rise to fame with 12 Rules for Life, which is, like a curious sort of self-help book, again, very Jungian, but not only self-help, I guess, sort of also retranslating parts of Christian ethics. His attraction as a kind of patriarchal figure or a sort of father figure in the era where paternity and paternalism has been eroded and challenged, and the collapse of the father figure. So I went to see him as research for my book on men. He spoke at the O2, which is a massive sort of stadium, really unpleasant, like new type. It's in the Millennium Dome. I used to live near there in this place called Millennium Village when I was obsessed with J.G. Ballard as a student when I first moved to London. But it's kind of a soulless place. But it was very interesting to see the audience, many of whom were young men, but also quite a few women, very smartly dressed people, actually, very when people are slightly shiny and quite well put together, like well dressed. It's that kind of crowd. And he does this kind of performance, it's quite charismatic. It's sort of often like this performance of emotion as well, like this kind of strange combination of like power and vulnerability, or kind of this patriarchal, like the crying patriarch. Like he often pauses for long periods before he speaks in response to questions, and he dresses often as like almost like Batman villains. Like he wears these sort of two-color two-piece suits, and you know, there's like the man, there's like his, you know, there's the phenomenon, right? So there's this biography, there's the phenomenon which we can diagnose like culturally. What absence does he fill? Like what void did he fill, right? As this kind of patriarchal figure. And also, I mean, people have pointed out humorously, like the kinds of things he's telling people to do, like stand up straight and tidy your room. And of course, this was mocked as kind of, you know, oh, what on earth? Why do we need somebody to tell us to do these things? But people are pointing out, like, if you're a teenager and your mother tells you to do these things, like, you don't want to do it. But if Jordan Peterson says, you know, like, here's how you give your life meaning, you know, maybe it's good. And I argued in the book on men, briefly, I covered Peterson, and I suggested that actually, you know, against the sort of leftist interpretation, either that he's banal or he's dangerous, I guess, which is usually the combined attack that the left make on popular figures that they don't agree with, was that actually, insofar as Peterson gives people a way of moving aside the idea of victimhood and the idea that other people are responsible for their happiness, whether it's like the family or the woman or the girlfriend. Peterson actually says, no, like, it's up to you. Like, you know, you can't blame other people for your own situation. And in fact, there's lots of things you can do about it, like starting with, you know, tidying a room. Not that I have, you know, fulfilled this basic command. But it is true that if you tidy your room, your mind is clearer. And, you know, so I think the serious point I want to make about this, the positive dimensions of Peterson, is that in the break with a kind of nihilism, like the nihilism of the contemporary subject who feels him or herself to be, whose life is sort of meaningless, depressing, and almost like this feeling that people don't even exist in a certain way, that they're kind of passive vectors of forces. What he does do, and Jung did this before him, is to say, no, your life is meaningful. And Christianity does this too. But I think there's a tension between the Jungian Peterson and the Christian Peterson, insofar as we can talk about that. But what he does in the first place, which I think is the kind of useful gesture, and the gesture that has affected probably millions of people, is to say simply, your life is meaningful, that your life can be understood as a journey or an adventure. And obviously Joseph Campbell's hero's journey is very crucial here. And again, it breaks with this kind of the passive victim mentality, or the mentality which says, you know, that that nothing really means anything, that nothing really matters. You know, I guess a kind of a contemporary nihilism. So I think he's very effective in doing that, and this book kind of continues that provocation. It's I would say the tensions with Christianity are visible, though. Like, as somebody who's like newly arrived to Christianity, I can nevertheless see how there is a sort of tension between the idea of individuation in the Jungian sense, the idea that one sort of becomes oneself more through the process of struggle. And I agree with him that really suffering and struggle have meaning, and in fact we will all encounter difficulties in our life, and the alternative to that is, I suppose, this lust for comfort, or this desire to be safe and protected, which is very, very dominant, you know, or the utilitarian worldview, which is like, oh, the only things that matter are kind of maximizing pleasure and minimizing pain. You know, it's definitely opposed to those. It's saying your life will be difficult, but that's good. It's like, can you rise to the challenge? Like, can you accept, for example, the duty to be a good child, even if your parents are not good themselves, or that, you know, that, or can you become an adult? Can you confront the world? Can you embrace the difficulties rather than retreating and running away? But I think in relation to his idea of God, it's a little bit, I do agree with the Guardian review, which is by Rowan Williams, who's a very significant religious figure in the UK. I've seen him speak a few times. I have some of his books. You know, there is a sort of tension with the idea of God. If you're a Christian, you are subsumed to some degree. Like, it can't be a matter of your personal ego first and foremost. Like, it's not about your subject development in that sense, right? It's not that that's not important, but you know, God really must be at the height. Like, there is a verticality, right? There is an order to the universe, and you are a tiny fragment of that, or a tiny part of that. And if you have the Jungian hero's journey idea and the idea of adventure, all of which are positive and cut against the contemporary, you know, indifference, nihilism, and so on, but nevertheless, I think it's not really strictly Christian. And that might be fine. It might be fine. Lots of people, of course, have treated Bible stories as myth, useful stories, and so on and so forth. But I think it and if again this book brings some of the people who read 12 Rules for Life and they buy this and then they go and read the Bible, and if they start to think in a religious way, then he would have kind of like cracked something open, right? And I think, again, this is like quite a significant thing to do. And again, it's very much in opposition to everything else in the culture that is telling you to, I don't know, consume, be, I don't know, like, yeah, passive, to not take responsibility. So yeah, he's like a gateway drug, I guess we might want to say, if we want to use that language. It's like a sort of strange Jung pill, maybe the Jung pill, which is maybe a first step somewhere, but an important one.
Nance, it looked like you were going to say something.
Peterson fascinates me, and has done for, I don't know, 7-8 years at this point. And I think he did hit the ground running as this like modern atheist, secular kind of pseudo father figure for a lot of young guys. And I understand that as a guy. I've been the young guy looking for a father, as a guy who grew up without a father figure. Like, I understand that lack, and I understand searching for those figures. But I also think, you know, I've been careful to not let myself be fooled or whatever. And not to say that people who look up to him are just being fooled or are themselves just fools. But I do think there's this like modern cheap stoicism, like stoicism light, Instagram stoicism, that's really gross. And that's something I've been thinking about for years, trying to write about for years, because it is necessary, and I think it's constructive. I used to work with troubled kids. The overwhelming majority of them were males,
100%. Yeah.
without father figures. And they, like, all this chaos and destruction they cause on the world is because they have no strong father figures. So it's important, it's constructive, and it's also necessary. But I think it can be done better. So yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah, I think the stoicism thing is really interesting, and I'd love to read your sort of, you know, dialectical account of it, because they were, especially a few years ago. I mean, you know, I think of somebody like my brother.
Can be done.
Like, what?
We got an echo. It's gone.
Oh, who, you know, is a couple of years younger than me, left school at 16 as a builder, like got kind of into this stoicism thing a few years ago, like very into kind of weightlifting and mixed martial arts, and, you know, used to ride a bike, and a certain kind of idea of like self-reliance, I think. And also, I suppose, you know, maybe this idea of controlling anger, right? Like controlling your what's the word, the kind of this force. I don't know, like I'm trying to remember the Greek word for this kind of this anger and this kind of virility, which is like clearly demonized. And it's because it doesn't fit with a certain like feminized bureaucracy, safetyism, you know, the kind of dissident right would refer to the longhouse, and, you know, the idea that there's something kind of matriarchal about like the contemporary structure in the post-industrial world, right? And there is a kind of like historical irony in the sense that the innovations, the inventions, the technological developments have, which are made through hubris, Promethean experimentation, adventure, have led to, in some places, not everywhere clearly, and not everything we do is post-industrial, right? We're still material acting beings, but have created a world in which this sort of bureaucracy and this virtual life have really become very dominant, and you can see the pushback against that, and I completely understand that, and I think to go back to Peterson a bit, it's like, how do you hone that energy in a way that's non-destructive? So I argued that in the book that Peterson is actually not a misogynist, despite the claims that are often made that he associates masculinity with order and femininity with chaos, and has these kind of slightly essentializing cosmic forces idea, which are very, very familiar from like Eastern thought and also the history of the West. And he's tapping into like a deep, rich seam of myth and culture, and he makes all these comparative points in the new book as well, with like Babylonian ideas and other myths and worldviews. But is actually to say, well, this Peterson is actually good for women in a strange way, in the sense that he's saying to young men, you can't simply blame women for your, so I think there was a way in which he was counteracting that temptation of the sort of the incel. I mean, I would defend the incel in some ways, but the idea that the world owes you something and that women owe you something. And it's like saying you actually have to be worthy of being loved, as we all do, right? Like, I think one should not assume that one, well, first of all, that one should always get what one wants. Second of all, that what one wants is always good because desire is good. No, clearly not. And I think Stoicism, relatedly, it in some ways presents the idea that, at least in its modern form, this slightly vulgarized or debased form, perhaps, that one can live in harmony to some degree with one's own nature, but it does require an element of self-discipline. And again, discipline is something that is largely now perceived as a rightist thing, the idea of looking after your body, weightlifting, and so on. So yeah, but it's complicated. I don't think Stoicism is or Peterson is the end. It's not the whole picture, but maybe it gets somewhere. It breaks the egg.
Yeah.
I think what I want to turn to is talking about this, reading the Bible as myth, and why I care about it, why I think it's something special. I want to say, for Nance, anything that is popular could have been better. That's always his little term that he'll use on any doxological artifact. And I think it's the fact that it could have been better that makes it so successful as popular in a sort of sense, right? And so it's like, there is an interesting thing that we'll have to get into with what it means to write a popular work. And maybe we just need to learn that good enough is all that matters when you're charismatic and you're hitting a nerve. And he is hitting a nerve. And I know everyone wants to act like it's just a right-wing funding or something. And that's absolutely ridiculous. We've got a bunch of people in the chat who have been saying that Peterson is not right-wing in any serious way. And then we got other people saying, well, he actually is. And I just wanted to say, this is part of the problem with this term right-wing. It's pretty much defined by people whose identity is being left. And then they go, oh, I don't like this person, therefore this person is right-wing. But really what's going on here is also a conflation between some kind of conservatism and like the political right wing of any actual party. And that's a really stupid conflation. It's not going to help anybody. And I just swear to God, I agree with the ghost of Amy Therese here in the chat, who said that there's a bunch of leftoids here. Yeah, there are. Stop sounding like stupid leftoids in my chat.
No, it's fine.
Please,
It's fine.
please.
Let's talk about it seriously. I mean, like, I think it is important for all of us to, for ourselves, apart from anything else, to have a vision or an understanding of what these terms mean, whether they refer to anything real, whether they're actually about politics, or, I think there is a sense in which that relationship between order and chaos and how we conceive of it, how we structure it, it does play out politically. I mean, I think one of the problems we have is that everything has become politicized, and this is a huge, huge problem because the world is not first and foremost political. Like the polis is like a tiny bit of the world, and it's a way of trying to organize and understand social relations and I mean, ideally come up with the best possible way for us all to live together without murdering each other. And so, but I think if we want to make some very broad claims, we might say that and conservatism is not the same as being like a vitalist or a reactionary or a traditionalist or a perennialist or a fascist, or like there are so many distinctions which are not cleanly made usually. And I agree with you, Dave, right? When people say right wing, perhaps increasingly less now because there's been this shift, perhaps this turning point in the misuse, like the fact that everyone, Trump was called a fascist for like years on end and people still voted for him. What does that tell you? Like either they don't care or that this term has been completely stripped of meaning and people know it doesn't mean anything. And you can see that in the Democrat response after his victory. If they really thought he was a fascist, they would have to say to the people, you need to rise up now, right? We need to stop him by any means necessary. They didn't. They said, oh, well done, congratulations, So we know that it's sort of been used and after the assassination attempts too, right? Otherwise they would have had to say, oh, I can't believe these failed, I mean, they did kind of push.
I have friends who said that, for sure.
Right. Sure. But so I think we need to be clearer, and maybe, this is something that I want to work on, right? With you guys, like maybe do this kind of trace the intellectual history of these positions, right? To better understand them, right? And to test our own thinking against them. But let's say very broadly, something like a commitment to order, right? And this could be natural order, this could be preserving order, like natural law. Natural law is complex too, though, like because there are sort of more or less political versions. You don't necessarily need God if you're part of the like Murray Rothbard or someone, like he invokes natural law but without God, right? But normally we think of this idea of a kind of cosmic order of something like this that descends, and then we can start to talk about telos and the difference between men and women, for example. And these sorts of things have been really eroded and smashed. It's basically the homogenizing bureaucratic tendency, which again, we don't need to call it leftist. I think this is a perennial tension also within us between order and chaos, right? We have to have some structure, right? We can't simply be this inchoate force, right? But it's where you place that order and that structure. And maybe we're talking about the difference between a left order and a right order in some ways. And that's what a lot of politics might be.
Well, I wanted to just say really quick also, I was starting into this, hey, how about while you're here, don't sound like a leftoid in the chat. And I was going to segue into something much nicer than that, I think, but I wanted to come off a little crass at first, and here's the segue, folks. Both Y Left as well as just everything Theory Underground has done for as long as it's been Theory Underground has not been catering itself to an audience that is assumed to be all left or anything like that. And everything I've ever done with respect to Jordan Peterson has been sympathetic of the fact that people really are looking for solutions or looking for a new take on things. The podcast of the working class is the Joe Rogan Experience. Jordan Peterson, having made many appearances there, means that a lot of people's entry into the life of the mind was through none other than Jordan Peterson. And when I was listening to Peterson for the first time, it was because I had several students over or over the 8 months leading up to when I finally checked him out, who had recommended him or said that he was changing their lives or something like that. And they were usually, sure, like demographically as stereotypical as you can get. Like they're like programmer guys who are getting into the humanities, you know, and they're usually like single, you know, so sure. But guess what? That's a kind of human who matters too. And there's not real media being made for people like that. And that's kind of why Nina wrote, What Do Men Want? Right. And so I want to bring it back to the fact that I think what he was doing there is very important, especially speaking up during Me Too, right? It's way too, I think at this point, liberals will often say that there were excesses, that sometimes it went too far with Me Too, sometimes it went too far with Believe All Women. Yeah, well, really easy to say now after you basically killed any possibility for a large-scale working-class movement because you mainstreamed an insane idea like Believe All Women. Absolutely fucking Looney Tunes. And yeah, so of course people went to Peterson because he's the only person speaking out at the time. I stand that. I just really wanted to come out in defense of that and say it's important. And also that when culturally speaking or spiritually speaking, people are being progressive in a way that has thrown out any conversation with one's own conservatism, you know, that part of one's self that is able to think about security, that part of one's self that is able to think about prohibition and no, we can't just have everything we want. When people have cut themselves off from that name of the father in the Lacanian sense, I'm sorry, it's gonna, anything that is remotely conservative in a sort of spiritual or psychological sense is going to be called right wing, but that's just slander. There we go.
No, I completely agree. I mean, something to say about this is like the pathological altruism of the left, which also manifests itself in sadism towards like anyone who falls on the wrong side of the kind of victim perpetrator or oppressed oppressor distinction, which again, like Christianity already like solved this problem, if you like, because it says we're both, like we're all both, like all the time, like we are constantly and unable really to not hurt each other. We do accidentally, willingly, kind of through our own kind of weakness, our own fault. But it doesn't mean we can't recognize those things and like endeavor to be more Christ-like, you know. But the point would be we're also always the mob potentially, and you know Girard is fantastic on this, of course, and I think Peterson in this book and elsewhere is also very good on this actually. Like he does have a very good psychological mind, or you know, it's unsurprisingly given how much work he's done on this, and it's very interesting how that taps into a broader concern with the psychological, right, which often manifests itself like as the therapeutic, right? So in the absence of religion, you often get this kind of like vulgar therapeutic idea, which is also partly feeding into the safetyism, but also into the oppressor-oppressed narrative. It's like, if I feel hurt, someone has hurt me, someone is to blame, right? And I think there are people working within that to break people out of that, right? But it's difficult to not to replicate the idea that there are like good people and bad people, and you know, again, like who's on which side, which is splitting, you know, which is very bad, like basic psychological mechanism, which is very infantile, you know, and instead to break out of narcissism and to break out of that simple black and white vision of the world and say, actually, we're all always both all the time. You know, we can endeavor to be less harmful, we can also less self-destructive, but it's not that easy, and we will inevitably make mistakes, we will inevitably hurt people, and I think this sort of basic revelation, but this also then would lead to questions of atonement, forgiveness, questions of restoring order, justice, and all of these things, which don't really feature in the world where it's simply good people, bad people, because then the bad people are always bad, right? And there's no redemption. It's like they're trying to create heaven and hell on earth, right? But who's the judge? Who's making these distinctions? So Peterson, I think, is very good at breaking that fantasy, you know, this infantile fantasy, and it's all really about growing up. You know, this is what this is about, like the break with the infantile demand, and the desire for a simple world.
What do you think? Before I want to in our last 15 minutes here say a couple of things. All right, wait, no. Yeah, 15. We got 15. All right, I want to
No,
bring
only
it back to the Bible really quick, but I just wanted to say,
Yes.
is there anything that you want to say, like as far as the woman in this conversation, the thing I just said about believing women and Me Too and Jordan Peterson's relation to that movement?
Yeah, well, I think, how do I put it? I think the divisive, I mean, I wrote about this in the Man book, now it's, a little bit dated perhaps. And I have to agree with you, by the way, it's very difficult to write a popular book. It's much harder to write a book that is ostensibly for everyone and no one than it is to write, let's say, an academic paper or something that's like more disciplinary or whimsical or whatever. It's really hard. So yeah, I mean, Peterson should be kind of, I don't know, noted for doing that well, succeeding. And it's funny because all the people in Penguin who tried to oppose the publication of like the second book after that, they all had a hissy fit and cried and stuff. But Penguin, because it's also financial, like they're just like, no, sorry, we're going to publish him. And, he obviously made a lot of money for them, right? Let's be clear. So yeah, but about the Me Too thing, no, I think again it was I think very top down how it was brought about, and it taps into resentment, like ressentiment as a sort of source, which we had the kind of blame women, blame men. It's very easy to create that division, and my book was an attempt to try to like just break out of that, right, in the first place, very simply, and say we're both bad and good. So it's so simple. I mean, it's very, very like, vulgar in a way, but it's so important to remember this. And I think the conflation of, I don't know, like a badly understood history of patriarchy in inverted commas. And if you actually go back to the second wave and read like Lerner's book about the creation of patriarchy, the first thing she says in the first few pages is women have never been victims, and if you read Simone de Beauvoir's The Second Sex, she says women are complicit. Like, this is not about, one group of humans dominating horrifically another, right? This is about a very complicated story about relative economic structure, different cultures and so on. And women have never been victims. I think this is like the crucial starting point, even if we then go on to talk about various forms of asymmetry between the sexes. And in a way, you can't have it both ways. You can't say that like all human beings must adhere to the same morality, which we've just pulled out of our ass 5 minutes ago, and there's no difference between the sexes, and then go, oh, but patriarchy, it's like, well, what is that then? Like it must be based in some asymmetrical difference that you're then saying, well, these guys are bad and these people are good. I think the accusation, the sort of extra legal accusation and like the vigilante, I don't know, that temptation is very deep, right? Of course it is. And this is again, when you read Girard on Christianity, Christianity is the attempt to stop that mechanism. Like denunciation is satanic. That's what Satan is. Satan is the accuser. That's and that desire to accuse somebody correctly or otherwise, it's perennial, like it's never going to go away, right? That urge to say this person did something wrong, this person is bad. And law does not replace Christianity. It can't succeed. People don't have access to the law in the same way. It's not internalized in the way that Christianity can and is. So, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. But the point would be like Christ, who is without sin, doesn't even cast the first stone. So it's before you get to the accusation, it's you have to ask yourself what you're doing, like why you're doing it. And it's extremely damaging. And when you have like the victimology, like the centering of the victim, it's like the victim could do no wrong, and whatever the victim wants is good, right? This can't possibly work. You can't say, okay, this person did a terrible thing to me. Hi, Anne.
Anne says hi.
This person did a terrible thing to me. I want them murdered, and I'm right because I'm the victim. You know what I mean? Oh shit! Hang on. There's just someone at the doorbell.
Okay.
Speaker might just-
Okay. Yeah. Anne just pops in, give me a kiss goodbye. At
And
the
she's
same
already
time.
in London.
Yeah, no, she's at Nina's door. That would
was
be
quick.
crazy, dude. That would be crazy, dude. That would trip me out. See
That would
Anne
be,
come in frame over there.
That would be amazing. Dude, I like this notion of Christ, right? The Christ. Be like Christ. I've never, as the kind of disgruntled atheist that I've always kind of been, I never really took that notion seriously, the notion of the Christ. And this, let he who is without sin cast the first stone, and then Christ going on to not cast any stones. I think that's amazing. That's an amazing point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was. Sorry about that. My friend who's studying to be a priest described this to me, and I was like, oh, it was a real revelation. You know, and it doesn't mean that there can't be like justice. It doesn't mean that you can't say, look, this was a bad thing. You know, I was hurt. And I think there is such kind of fear of admitting that one has done something to harm somebody else, because it is very painful to admit, you know. And if you do like AA, like one of the steps is like amends, you know, like where you list all the people you've harmed and try to make amends to those people who won't be more harmed by you approaching them. You know, so but I think in the modern age it's just much easier to sort of ghost people or to like disappear, and then you end up with all these kind of, I don't know, like these sort of melancholic non-relations, and then if you periodically feel bad, you're like, well, this person, this ex of mine is the source of my pain, or this entire sex is the source of my pain, or this thing that happened. You know, and again, in the second wave, like when the feminists were talking about rape, for example, a lot of them were saying something that sounds very provocative, but actually makes a lot of sense, which is like, rape is not the worst thing that can happen to you, right? Like Jermaine Greer makes this point, even relatively recently, you know, it's like to say, if you give all your power to your abuser, right, you're giving up on your own soul, your own self, right? You know, and if you say, on the other hand, like, okay, this bad thing happened to me, I need to work it out, I need to, you know, maybe talk to someone about it, like there is a trauma, there is a pain, there is a hurt, there is something there, you know, and often that kind of trauma is not so intentional, you know what I mean? Like when we harm someone, it's usually out of thoughtlessness rather than active malice, you know, and this ascription of malice, you know, and of course there are people who do things to hurt people actively, like sadistically, but that can include the victim being sadistic too. You know, Judith Sklar talks about this brilliantly, like the kind of the sort of moral righteousness of the victim, like, oh, because I'm the victim, I can do whatever I want, right? Which is
I love Judith Sklar.
Yeah,
she's great.
So
okay, well this is great, but the last thing I wanted to, I said I wanted to bring it back to the Bible. I love that people are reading the Bible in this fundamentalist, Baptist, literalist, incoherent way. I love that people are reading it as something that's more mythical and poetic, and I think that PETERSON is mainstreaming a different approach to texts that is a necessary step for workers to go beyond functional illiteracy, because you can be literate but still functionally illiterate because you read texts and you take them at face value and you get all literalist and autistic about it, and the fact, or legalistic as I used to say, and the fact is I think that shit is toxic and insane. I grew up in a family that does that. I think that it was like, we got duped. We were uneducated peasants and we got duped, and I think that Mikey, I know you're going to be listening to this if you're not already. I think you got duped. I think that everybody who ever grew up in that shit got duped. I know that there's people who they leave the church and now they don't want to engage with it, but their idea of it is still this literalist weird fucking bullshit. And I hate that. But also, you're a Christian, a new Christian, and of course you're reading this and you're seeing the way that he's reading it, and maybe you've got some concerns, and maybe you don't like everything I just said. And so I want to give you kind of an opportunity to kind of talk about how you approach scripture as opposed to how Peterson approaches scripture. And the only other thing I want to throw in there is maybe say something about his critique of Richard Dawkins, who says, I am a cultural Christian. I'm just not a believer, right?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I think there's also a cultural separation here between, you know, obviously in Britain, we don't have nearly the same kind of presence of the kind of fundamentalist, literalist Bible reading, right? So, I mean, because of the Reformation, because of the Church of England, because of various reasons, right? There's a kind of cultural relation to the Bible, which is much less literal as the main way of understanding the book. You know what I mean? And in the 90s, it was very interesting and like kind of depressing in retrospect how the new atheist movement was sort of pitted against. We were sort of supposed to think that there were like these dumb Americans who like thought that fossils were planted by God as a trick or something, and like, how can they read the Bible in this literalist way, right? So it was also like a mark of class belonging and superiority. It's like, if you're a clever middle class person, like you are opposed to these supposed religious fundamentalists that you've never met, but you've never encountered actually. You're just being told about them, and you know, and the superior position is the kind of Dawkins, Hitchens thing, or whatever, and you know, that makes you more intelligent, right? And who doesn't want to be intelligent, right? That's also like the university educated. And I think we've seen that play out, right? Like with the kind of recent social status accorded to that dismissal of the deplorables, that dismissal of Trump vote, you know, the idea that you know, there are stupid people and we're clever people, and therefore we know better.
Right.
So, but at the same time, absolutely. And I think that, you know, having begun in this very long project to read the Bible out loud from beginning to end, there is partly, I have to say, like, in order to better understand our own tradition, right? Like the Western tradition is Christian fundamentally, and people have been making this point a lot, not necessarily from a Christian point of view, but even at the level of literature, like you can't really understand Shakespeare and Bunyan and poetry for hundreds of years and various things, right? And even human rights and all these secular things are translations of Christian ideas and so on. So I get the kind of cultural Christian point. I don't think that Dawkins is you know, a great in many ways on this, but there is a truth to that as well. And even if you just wanted to understand your own culture and your own history, like how the West got to where it got to, you know, including perhaps the negative influence of Christianity, like what does universalism and egalitarianism actually do to our thought? Like, and then we would think carefully about Nietzsche's critique of Christianity, like how can one be a Christian and also take Nietzsche seriously? Like, this is an interesting question. Many people have tried to do this. So, and that there is a tension on the right too. And I think will be an increasing tension between the Christian right and, like, let's say the Promethean accelerationist, neo-vitalist right. There's clearly like people saying, no, we need to preserve the reality of natural law. And then other people saying, no, we need to smash the human and go to Mars, right? And they're all the right somehow. So yeah, there's much to be said, but I think reading the Bible, well, this is going to sound very Reformation-y, but to interpret it for oneself like is a privilege. It's a massive I don't know, it is mind expanding to read the Bible, including and perhaps especially the bits that are not conducive to stories and myths and easy sort of morality. You know, like when you read Numbers, it's like, what is going on here? This is just a list of numbers, literally like groups of people and how many people are in each group. And you're okay, what does it mean? So it's very mysterious.
I'll have to think a lot about this. I've been thinking about it. If people have watched a lot of the other EMSTUs, there's at least a couple where theology kept coming up, questions about interpretation kept coming up. So this is something that I'm trying to figure out, like how to have a relationship with a text that plays such an important part in our world today. And I wanted to say, especially a text that I hated for so long, right? Because of this one specific way of reading it, that I grew up every morning, we would sit around in a circle and read from it, and take turns reading from it. And, and you think, wow, that's just great. But I was just sitting there just like, I think this is probably why my parents are crazy. Sorry, mom and dad, if you're watching this. I was a kid. I hated it though. And look, in our last couple of minutes here, I just want to say that, it's probably never going to happen. Don't get your hopes up, folks. But Nick Land is interested in having a conversation with me and Nina and Nance and Mikey about the King James version of the Bible. Because he's been posting about that shit on Twitter a lot, and Mikey will give him suggestions and stuff like that. And so there is this interesting possibility. Like basically, Land has already said that he wants to do it, that he just has to wait for his waifu to go out of town, and then he'll be able to use the other room that he can otherwise never use for these kinds of things. And so stay tuned. We might be doing that.
Yeah. I mean, I got those 3 pieces for compact from Land on the King James Bible and the idea of the canon, which I'm so pleased about. I think it's probably like the biggest success thing I did while I was there. And like, I'm trying to get him to so that we can release the original versions online at some point, because I think everybody should read them in their, unedited form.
Yeah, I know of a place that might even publish those. Who knows?
Well, yeah, like join the queue.
Oh, there's a queue. Yeah, for sure. And that's, Land will refer to it as a queue as well. Well, we're going to roll a quick little break and then we'll be right back, everybody. Nina, thank you so much. This has been a delight.
Thank you.
All right.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs
They bring joy to audiences.
bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much, please.
And we're back, but we're not recording right now. We're just going to hang out and shoot the shit for a minute. To the folks in the chat, look, I got a little spicy in there because somebody said that if I'm standing, if Theory Underground is standing Peterson, then I'm out. And it was a person who has never said anything ever before. And I just was like, oh, bye, bitch. Because it's like, oh, really? Oh, you're gone? Oh, we're going to miss you so much, considering you're a person who's never said anything before. This is what brought you out of the woodwork. And then they were saying that if you're not just writing him off, then that's a tell. And it's like, guys,
What?
yeah, I'm sorry.
I mean, I think we're not being uncritical. We're not being uncritical. I mean, that's what I was trying to say. Look, there's the man, there's the phenomenon, there's the texts. It's like, it's about, even if you were, I'm just going to speak to myself. Even if you were simply interested in why this man is popular, like you'd have to kind of ask some questions, right? And I think this desire to simply dismiss is part of the problem, right? This lack of desire to understand, but simply to pre-categorize everyone as like, and maybe there's a deeper question about attention, like how we spend our time, of course, and and so on and so forth. But preemptively dismissing people or books is, what can you say about it? I mean, it's like there's nothing there. It's just it's a sterile move, in my opinion.
100%. Well, we're going to start a new recording here. To the live stream side, obviously you just saw what we did here on Peterson. We're about to switch gears and chat with Nina for another half hour about something else, which I'll explain right now. 3, 2, 1. I need a button so when I push it on stream, you see the recording button go on. So because I know that it's weird for a lot of people who don't understand how this all works. Like, it's a live stream and it is being recorded because you can go back on it. Yes, but we're also making podcast episodes as we go because stacking functions. But let's go. So we're back with Nina Power to talk about something really exciting. And Nance, do you have a drum roll handy? I think.
Hold on, let me find it.
He's got a soundboard.
Here's this one. That works,
okay,
right?
Yeah, kinda. Sure. Nina Power is going to be doing a seminar at Theory Underground. The Nina Power seminar is going to be something where base subscribers and members here at TU are able to access a monthly lecture from her, a monthly lecture from me, a monthly lecture from Michael Downs, a monthly lecture from Benjamin Studebaker, and a monthly lecture from Terrence Blake of Agent Swarm. And each of us kind of has our own wheelhouse, right? There's a lot of overlap and interesting coalescences and contradictions between all of these approaches. But this is kind of the new 2025 model of the subscription. It's not obvious if you go to the website right now because there's a new website that is in the works. It should be live by December 6th, a 2-year anniversary at TU. But 2025 is a very exciting year. We're really looking forward to it. And there will be the premium access side of these seminars for people who want to go even deeper. But for now, I just kind of want to stick at this level of, okay, so Nina, you're going to do like a monthly lecture kind of on some kind of like whatever you're thinking about, but you're also thinking about like maybe some discrete courses. And I just kind of wanted to let's kind of brainstorm and just talk about what you're thinking so far.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in sort of continuity with some of the things I've been thinking about over the last few years, it like these kind of figures who are maybe more isolated or not necessarily taught in the mainstream university anymore. So, we looked at Ivan Illich or people who are like maybe peripheral also in the first place to the academic mode of writing and thinking, but were nevertheless very significant. I mean, also R.D. Laing, Bataille to some extent. I mean, he's taught sometimes in literature and art, but yeah, so I guess partly in relation to these figures who are maybe hard to pin down. I mean, Kierkegaard to some extent, although he's often taught in European philosophy courses or a little bit. And I'm quite interested in these liminal thinkers, often because they cut across genres, like they're not easily pinned downable, and their kind of cultural impact is there, but maybe subterranean in some ways. But I think one of the things I wanted to do, and I have wanted to do for a while, which relates to this idea of moving away from like the fandom model where it's like boo, yay, and Catherine D, I think, has diagnosed this very well, like the idea that that everything has become like this fandom, which goes to the idea that we can say, oh, like Peterson is bad, and if you talk about Peterson, you must be defending him, right? And this cuts against any intellectual inquiry, which would be to say, right, when one reads somebody or a text, one does not simply therefore affirm that text, right? The act of understanding, the desire to understand, is not an affirmation in the first place. It may well become an affirmation, or it may well be a kind of, you know, critical or dialectical relation. It may well be an attempt to, it may be curiosity, it may be an attempt to understand the cultural impact, it may be, you know. So I'm interested in maybe looking at the history of reactionary thought or reactionary thinkers, and what we might mean by reactionary, or conservative or right wing. And you know, the left-right distinction obviously has come to dominate our psychology, but we know that this comes from the French Revolution, right? That this is only one way of conceiving politics. And we also know, for example, that there are like anti-capitalist thinkers on the right. Like there's romantic anti-capitalism.
Mhm.
You know, it's like we have this very simplistic model that somehow, for example, that the free market right or the neoliberal right is what the right is. You know, so it's very limited. So I'm kind of interested in exploring, for the sake of our own collective understanding, so that we can better use these terms, better deploy categories and concepts in a non-dismissive way, but in a more critically descriptive way, like, and to test our own thinking. Like if we read Schmidt, if we read Stirner, if we read you know, other thinkers who are on the right or reactionary or conservative, and none of these things are the same, you know what I mean? Like the people who seek to preserve tradition are not the same as those who seek to go to Mars and smash tradition, right? Like, but they're somehow all on the right. So I want to do something that carefully looks at some of these thinkers, I think particularly in the wake of Trump's second victory. You know, and if you recall when Steve Bannon, like years ago, said that he was reading Julius Evola, and people went absolutely mental, and any, you know, and I had never even wrote anything about Evola, but I said, well, people have a right to read Evola and understand him. You know, the better to disagree with it, right? Or whatever, or to test one's own thinking. But that was sort of deemed by some people to be as if an affirmation, as if therefore I'm, you know, that one is defending everything Evola has written, as opposed to saying, well, we should read, you know, these people, not just simply, first of all, not to simply think we know what they think, you know, when we don't actually.
Right.
And so, yeah, I want to do this careful reading of these thinkers who are really preemptively, in this fandom way, dismissed as bad guys who shouldn't be read. And then who are these people who are saying you shouldn't read these people? I mean, again, this is an elitist model. Like,
Well, and
oh,
it's also absurd because in the United States, it's become a sort of meme that the right is banning books. And then if you go downtown and you look at the bookstores, they'll have the banned books list. And it's always these innocuous books that maybe in some town, some conservative tried to get it taken out of a school or whatever, but they're not books that genuinely challenge the main presuppositions of American cultural life, right? And the books you're bringing up here, I mean, Bataille and Kierkegaard and René Girard and Ivan Illich and Judith Sklar and Lucer Irigaray, you know, I don't think anyone's going to have anything really to say about any of those names. But as soon as we get into Schmidt, Nivola, or Stirner, people start getting like, their heckles raised, right? And it's like, oh, I'm sorry, guys. Like, are you trying to think or not? You know, are you trying to, and you said all the better so that we can challenge them. And then you kind of left it open that, well, maybe they also get at something. And I just want to say dialectically, working through the life of the mind and trying to understand the situation doesn't just mean reading contradictions that exist within the realm of that which you think you already agree with. Right?
yeah. No, exactly. And even if, like, from a cultural or social point of view, you wanted to understand, like, the history of the 20th century, and you wanted to understand, like, the power of these ideas, you would have to understand how they worked on people just like us, you know? You can't simply say, oh, these people were brainwashed or they're like a completely different kind of person. It's like, no, they're us, right? You know, and again, Peterson, when he does the you're the Nazi thing is correct, because most people are socially conformist. That's the truth. You know, very few people stand up against the dominant ideology of their time, and those who do are, you know, invariably punished one way or another. And you know, whether it's a liberal ideology or whatever bureaucratic, you know, acephalic nightmare nonsense we have at the moment, or whether it's fascist ideology or communist ideology, it, you know, if you go against those things in the specific cultural and social environment, you will be punished to one degree or another. Like, we don't tend to, well, I mean, Britain is being extremely repressive at the moment, in a kind of like horribly grim and grey way, but in a way I suppose that is what like an authoritarian state is. It's boring, you know, and it's stupid and petty, you know, before they start like rounding people up. And but you know, people are in prison for like really very, very minor things at this point, you know, and people are being, you know, the police are coming round to like check their thinking, and you know, it's bad. It's very bad.
Well,
So
it's not bad if we can if we think, I guess a person might think it's not bad if they think that that's all on their side, and that the status quo has more or less progressed to a point where you can just trust bureaucracies to enforce whatever they think is correct. But if you're a little more skeptical of bureaucratic reason and processes, no, it's not good. And I shared in the chat here, and I'm thinking maybe it would be cool to have Nance, he's our certified audible narrator, read it. It's what you shared with me when you were first talking about this. This is the quote about Steiner and his approach. The roots of the right. You want to take it away here, Nance? I'll also share it in the YouTube chat for you folks.
The roots of the right. Because the political and philosophical program of the right has come so near to destroying our civilization and is so alive still, it must be studied. These books touch on the intractable puzzle of the coexistence in the same mind of profound inhumanity and obvious philosophic and literary importance. George Steiner, General Editor, Roots of the Right, Readings in Fascist, Racist, and Elitist Ideology. In the early 1970s, the Jewish literary critic, novelist, and philosopher George Steiner oversaw the publication of a series of 6 black books that collected source readings in elitist, racist, and fascist theory as articulated in France, Germany, Italy, and Spain. Each book was edited by an expert in the field, believing that understanding such reactionary literary literature can provide acute, tragic insights into the myths and taboos that underlie democracy. Steiner felt it important to bring these ideas to light, the better to understand, recognize, and ultimately refute them. This course aims to examine the 6 collections in the series with a view to understanding how right-wing thought between 1860 and World War II developed in parts of Europe, the better to understand what remains of these traditions today, and to introduce accuracy into the way we define and argue against totalitarian and authoritarian ideas.
That's probably pretty,
exactly. So it maybe something like this. Like, I think Steiner's approach is something I very much agree with. Obviously, I'm trying to make that very clear. And I think when we rise to the level of talking about totalitarian and authoritarian ideas, right, the right does not have the monopoly on this, right? Like, I've just reviewed this book about left-wing authoritarianism, you know, which is very, very dominant. And it's very clear that we still haven't come to terms with the 20th century, both in terms of like thinking about Stalinism, Maoism, and fascism, Italian and German, and the ideas that underlie them. And there are major claims made metaphysically, politically, spiritually, in all of those things. These are not simply a series of actions. These are systems that are undergirded by, amongst other things, the displacement of God with new gods like the nation or the race or the people, and so on and so forth. And I think sometimes when people say, oh, we shouldn't read these books, there is a kind of weird fear, like, oh, but if I read these books, what if I agreed with them? Like, what if I was, or what if people less intelligent than me were, manipulated by them? And I think, yeah, and that can't be right. Like nobody's in a position to say of anyone else's mind that their mind would be swayed, but my mind would not be, and I think we all have it. Maybe it's your point about literacy, like the capacity to turn ideas over in our minds without becoming brainwashed by them. Like that's not how this works. It's not how any of this works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've got a couple things I want to get to, but I want to touch on the chat. Somebody said Maoism based, ha ha ha. And I just want to say, Theory Underground does not endorse that, but it does allow it. All right. And so, we're going to have quite the spectrum of figures on the stream today, including, if all goes according to plan, Haas, who I think is some kind of a Stalinist, And so, I mean, I'm really excited to get to meet him and also introduce him to our mutual friend here, Benjamin Studebaker, so we can kind of get into it. Like, do you really care about the future or believe in it if you're hitching your wagon to such controversial and stigmatized and I don't know, like terms like Maoism? Like, really? And are you really not capable of thinking critically about, like, outside of the propaganda, why people are repulsed by these things? Like, for instance, the idea that, just tradition itself must be razed to the ground. Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with that idea. Ha 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 ha. That'll clearly work out. I just think that's absurd. But I look forward to actually giving somebody like Haas an opportunity to sort of present his more mature take on the situation, because I can laugh at it, but
No,
might be-
exactly. And it's like, unless we want everyone to think exactly the same thing, which is apparently what we're supposed to think in the present moment, according to whatever, we have to have these conversations. It's like these ideas exist. They're very powerful. They have had this historical effect. We live in the aftermath of ideology. Unless we want to say
Right.
that we're completely post-ideological, which we can't say because we're surrounded by ideology. Like we're seeing the collapse of a certain really quite authoritarian ideology in real time right now, an ideology that has failed to, despite the elitist and billions of pounds being spent on celebrity endorsements, it has not worked. If we accept that the democratic system or the election is reflective and legitimate, it clearly hasn't succeeded. And we have to ask why not, apart from anything else. Why were these ideas not deemed to be attractive by the majority of people in America?
Mm-hmm. Now, maybe in the last little bit here, though, like you were also considering just doing a whole year of monthly lectures on Kierkegaard, and your, the Nina Power starter pack that you put together for Anne, by upon request, includes lesser well-known works by already somewhat marginalized thinkers like Luce Irigaray or Simone de Beauvoir, and I'm just curious about I guess for the sake of clickbait, I had made the title of this segment of the stream Nina Power on banned books and marginalized thinkers, and I think it's clear that these are all marginalized thinkers, but bringing it back to these kind of, some of these are left radicals. Some of them are second wave feminists. Some of them are, they would get called French postmodernists by right wingers today. And so I'm curious how they factor in for your thought, and and what we can kind of look forward to with those kinds of
Sure.
texts.
I mean, I suppose it's not simply because they're marginalized that I'm interested in them, although that maybe factors in a little bit, just because I guess part of the contemporary ideology is often like a watered down version of like the acceptable theorists, like the sort of, I don't know, Judith Butler or whatever. I mean, not that anyone really reads her properly, to be fair. Oh, very few people, like if you actually read all of her books, like you'd probably come up with something quite different from the watered down version, which has come to sort of dominate around the concept of gender in particular. But I suppose maybe what they have in common is a certain anti-systematizing tendency. Like Kierkegaard, after Hegel, it's like, where do you go after Hegel? Right? It's like the appeal to, also in Max Stirner as well, like the appeal to something that cannot simply be swallowed up by the theoretical machine, you know, as a form of resistance to the systematizing tendency. And it's not to say that Hegel isn't like unbelievably brilliant, right? Like, and he also tries to incorporate the kind of critique of the system and so on. But Kierkegaard is sort of, it's almost like, how do we go on after Hegel? Like, what can we say or do even, and how can we act and think and or maybe not act, you know, or maybe not philosophize? And so I'm interested with this tension between the kind of the non-Feuerbach also. I mean, I've read a lot about Feuerbach in my PhD, as someone who comes after Hegel, you know, and is trying to start with immediate experience or the human or man, rather than the transcendental conditions for the possibility of knowledge or the structure of thought itself. And Irigaray similarly is working within but against the philosophical tradition, and also within and against psychoanalysis and the kind of various presuppositions that have been put in place. And she's also trying to say, well, what about the body in a certain sense? What about the difference between men and women? What about this kind of the use of various physical metaphors in Plato, and the role of diotima, and, you know, the different kinds of knowledge perhaps that one has. So yeah, there maybe that's maybe what links some of my interests, is this internal resistance within philosophy to the systematizing and potentially totalizing, if not totalitarian. I don't want to say Plato and Hegel are totalitarian thinkers, which is something that's sometimes said, but the totalizing tendency which we all possess, right? The idea to have a system to give an account of the world which makes everything make sense, you know, and rather to start with difference and asymmetry and yeah, the immediate. And Kierkegaard in particular has all these different pseudonyms. He's like pseudonymous, and these characters are playing different roles and they represent different positions and different ideas. And a lot of his techniques are to do with irony and different modes of address, which again cut against the idea that everything can be sort of wrapped up and included and mediated and assimilated.
And then we already talked about the nature course last time we had you on, so I'll just leave that for everybody to go listen to. By the time that this episode's out, that episode will likely have already gotten out. I'm curious about the course you taught on iconoclasm, and what from that line of research, you know, when it comes to your scholarly interests, what from that is something that you think is or might be important for underground theorists, for people out here doing what we're doing?
I mean, so this is something that I did with Pierre, and you mentioned already with the gallery. So it's more kind of art historical, but also looking at the sort of perennial anthropological tendency to want to destroy symbols of the previous regime, right? And you know, whether it's political or religious, and really the role of the image in our own fundamental understanding of the world, right? Because, you know, humanity has two paths. Either you say images yay or images boo, and, you know, because you recognize the danger or the attraction in both. And once the church kind of lets go of the icon, the image, you know, we in the West, we undoubtedly definitely live in the age of the image. Like the image is absolutely dominates, right? So I think there's a sense in which we have to come to terms with the power of the image, and bring back questions of distinction. How do we judge images? How do we kind of say, you know, make these kind of critical qualifications, but also to recognize this desire which periodically surges up, like in the French Revolution, for example, the serious, severe destruction of art and symbols of the ancient regime, the ancient regime, but also the creation of the gallery and the museum, because the Louvre is created as the contemporary museum to put the stuff in there that they couldn't destroy because they knew it was too valuable, but they wanted to get rid of its kind of magical power, if you like, or its religious and symbolic power. So the museum is also the invention of iconoclasm, and all of these sorts of things, as well as the sort of neo-iconoclasm. I think there's an intra-iconoclasm of the current regime, which is like in the facelessness of the flat design, like all of this, what do you call it, like DI sort of imagery of the human, where you have these kind of illustrations of very flat images of humans, which are supposed to be diverse, but they're all completely absented of individuality. They're just these flat. It's hard to explain without the giving examples, visual examples, but there's a sort of intra-iconoclasm which just cuts against the face, and so this is something that Levinas and Agamben and others have talked about, the absolute centrality of the face to any understanding of politics, the human, and also the prevention of violence against each other in a way, like the ethical demand of the face, the obligation that the face presents to us, and when you have a regime that is prioritizing the facelessness and the homogenization and in the name of diversity, is very paradoxical. But also like the resurgence of actual iconoclasm in the form tearing down statues and of racists or slave owners, and some of them are slave owners, that's not in inverted commas, but symbols that are specific to particular histories, and as if you can start from scratch and say, well, we're beyond history now. Like, we're the good guys, we are no longer tied to these violent founding moments in our own history, like. So yeah, it always resurges again and again, and I think we need to understand that, like, that tendency somehow.
Well, I think we got to switch gears here and cut this one off, and that's really too bad because there's a lot I'd like to get into with you, asking you questions about the human and nature and God, and why these signifiers have this sort of perennial force for us, and why it is that theory today tends to just disregard them or whatever. But we can't really get into it right now. So thank you so much, and we look forward to getting into all of that with you over the next year.
Me too.
All right, everybody, we'll be right back after this.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of a situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Zizek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, LAIN, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time, where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McCarrickers are doing, then the best way is to become a tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, tier 4 is amazing because it gives you tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
And finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs. The epic marathon streams at Theory Underground, EMSTUs.
They bring joy to audiences.
Bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so what's there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much, please.
On, baby. All right, everybody. Welcome back to Theory Underground, to the epic marathon stream that we're doing on November 20th. Today, we're joined by ALENKA ZUPANCIC, friend of the channel. Great to have you back. How are you doing today, ALENKA?
Thanks for inviting me back. I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Fantastic. So we wanted to talk about a bunch of different things, especially the election results and kind of the reactions to that. On the back end here, our third co-host Jacob was just talking about the sort of generalized hysteria there in Berkeley, and we'll want to get into that as well. But also, you've got a book coming out, and we want to talk about that. It's called Disavowal. When does it come out, and what brought you to write this book?
Actually, it is already out. It's been out since June, I think, this year. So it's been around. It's even have been already like 4 translations are being published. So it's
oh my gosh,
a new thing, but it's still, I mean, it is around already to some extent. So I hope some people even perhaps got the chance to look at it already, because it is a small book. I mean, it's one of these theory redux series at Polity. So these are short essays that kind of revolve around a certain precise idea. Yeah, so the idea here was disavowal, and I wanted to kind of resurrect this Freudian notion. It's a technical notion, but I think today it really resonates with what I perceive as a kind of important generalized social perversion, which is different from what we usually refer to as a denial of facts. I know that the two words in colloquial speech are often confused, but disavowal and denial are kind of two different things. And my idea basically was that although, of course, there is denial related particularly to conspiracy theories and stuff like this, but that there is also this other much more perfidious form of not dealing with some real, which is disavowal, and which is, I would say, looks completely normal and kind of acceptable, but it is also a kind of perverse form of reason. And so just to give you the idea, the formula of disavowal, which was very nicely formulated by Octave Manouni, a French psychoanalyst already back like in the, I think it's 60s, is I know very well, but nevertheless, which means nevertheless, I go on doing things, acting as if I didn't know that. But it is important to actually acknowledge that you know. So it's not simply that I really try to emphasize how today we often are witnessing this kind of even compulsive admittance of the fact. Here we are not talking about people who deny scientific facts, but who would say, obviously, of course, I know very well this is so and so, but then they simply continue with the business as usual, as a kind of fetish that actually allows them not to really accept the truth of what they say they know. So this is so the idea was to bring these two these two mechanisms, denial and disavowal, also in a kind of dialectical interplay and discuss how they determine, in a way, our reality, how they structure it, and so on.
So Alenka, I wanna be as Freudian as possible and immediately talk about my mother, especially because she might watch this, I think, and she's since retiring from education, she's been working kind of full time as a environmental activist, and I think if I understand disavow in the way you're describing it here, she, like, for example, as an environmental analyst, she understands perfectly well what's going to happen in the next 50 years with global warming, and yet she wants more she loves her grandkids, and she wants more, or she would be very happy with more grandkids, I think. So would the prospect of a future grandchild function as like a fetish object in this model for my dear beloved mother?
Okay, first of all, I'm discussing this really like in the Lacanian sense, where this kind of categories, also perversion, neurosis, psychosis, they are not simply pathological individual formations, they are kind of existential philosophical attitudes, as Zizek would call them, towards reality. So the point is not simply to produce some kind of moral judgment or outrage, but really to kind of see what is today the kind of pervasive things of us, for us to confront the reality with precisely all the difficulty and contradictions that it is full of. So then I guess one would also need to introduce a certain kind of graduality here, or gradation. Having grandchildren is certainly not, I would say, the cause number one of the climate change, although we know that overpopulation is definitely a problem, but this overpopulation of the world is also related to many other problems and social issues, which we know that the population tends to be much larger in the precisely underdeveloped countries. So that there are all kinds of things that are involved here. So obviously we cannot just stop living, but there are truths, there are strategies, but also kind of more shattering things that we would need to introduce, to change, in order for this fact to really become accepted, or if we really wanted to kind of interrupt it in a good way. So I think that this kind of all or nothing kind of discourse, which I'm not saying that this is your discourse, but sometimes it is almost like, okay, it is so overwhelming, this climate change, that if you look concretely, closely to what we can do, what we are doing, it just turns out that nothing is enough, or it demands too much, so we simply do nothing. And here I think there is a difference between simply not doing, kind of disavowing the whole thing, and kind of nevertheless talking about priority strategies that are really crucial, not simply some whatever individual ways of, I don't know, collecting, separating trash and thinking that this way we solve the problem. So there is a whole graduality of problems here, and I think what is important is to keep in mind that, yeah, there are problems, but as such, we should also be ready to kind of confront them, think about them, and so on. So I don't know, how many grandchildren does she want to have? Is it a question of?
Well, she only has 2 grandchildren and 1 grand dog so far, but both the grandchildren are from my younger sister. I don't think she'd mind one from me, but despite what she knows about like global ice melt and stuff like that, but she does power her home with solar panels. I don't know if that buys her an extra grandchild or not.
Oh my God.
No, but I think it is really, I mean, one important thing, and this is also what makes the response to global climate change particularly so difficult, is precisely that one would need some kind of a global common agent or strategy, agency, which is, if it just, it is not enough that we in ourselves decide for this or that strategy, less children or less using of airplanes and so on. There would need to be something like a global directive or global alliance that would kind of direct these kind of things and not simply leave them up to choice, particularly there where these differences really count. But of course, people are also very, very hostile to this idea that anything would kind of meddle in their lives and tell them what to do and what rather not to do. So, and I guess this is probably the biggest problem. So, of course, we can do something as individuals, but if it just remains on that level, I guess we are doomed.
I wanna quickly also just say that to me, the conversation about whether children do or do not make such a big impact in terms of climate change and the carbon footprint and all, it's ethical consumerism. Like, this is just ethical consumerism, right? And what's missing from the picture is what Benjamin was saying the other day on stream, which was what we're talking. People can't afford to have kids. That's a much bigger problem right now. Like, and so of course people rationalize it as this sort of ethical consumerism, but in reality, it's like we can't afford to raise families anymore. Nance, what are you thinking there?
I think because I am this guy. I do this thing. I have 7 kids. And like I feel super guilty for having kids and bringing kids into the world, but I do this like oh, I'm very well that the world is ending, but I'm also playing my part to bring the end about sooner. And I think I do that to give myself permission to be powerless, because I'm aware that these are structural problems and you can't solve them with just ethical consumption, and you can't solve them with just political discussion, and you can't solve them with just like performative acts of radical anarchism. And so I think it is like this enjoyment that I need to and like this permission that I have to give myself to feel so ineffective. Else I would probably just drive myself crazy.
Yeah, if I may just add something to what you just said, because I kind of caught a hint to what is usually referred to as accelerationism, so that you are kind of, you said you are trying to make this happen sooner rather than later. And what I think here is that sometimes we have this idea, or sometimes we expect too much from the end of the world. You shouldn't expect too much from the end of the world, because it will not be some kind of unique, redemptive, cathartic moment when after it everything will turn better or whatever, or we will disappear forever and everything, all the suffering will be over with. No, end of the world is a long, painful, suffering process that can drag on for centuries. It is simply not something that we should accelerate. I think we should rather try to find some orientating point to steer this end of the world, which in a way it's already happening. But so it's not. I simply would say don't expect too much from the end of the world.
Dude, that's a great point. I've been accused of being horny for the apocalypse, and I think it's undeniably true.
Yeah. Well, I think and I think this is, you talk about this, I mean, you alluded to it now, Alenka, but I think you talk about this in the new book too, or in the newer book. But you talk about how like the apocalypse isn't something in the future that we have to create fantasies about or nightmares about. It's something happening now. And I would add, having lived through the COVID lockdowns, I think the apocalypse may turn out to be very boring. Not all that entertaining at all, actually.
Yeah, and paralyzing in this way. No, absolutely. What you say, I briefly also discuss it in the book. The way how all this imaginary of apocalypse is actually used precisely as a kind of backdrop against which and with the help of which we just go on with the business as usual. So this apocalyptic movies, everything, this is part precisely, it is a fantasy that protects us from the real apocalypse, so to say. And this is, I think, also very much the problem. So I'm not in this kind of doom saying, or in the sense of, okay, and portraying it in this or that way. It is actually something much, colder, boring, or simply terrible, which is not, and which does not have necessarily this kind of spectacular, again, fantasy-like redemptive quality to it. Yeah.
You talk about conspiracy theories a lot in the book, especially QAnon, which maybe those folks feel like they've won at the moment. I don't know if they'll continue to, but they think at the minimum they think they've grabbed a hold of the objet. Maybe when they open their hand, it won't be in there anymore. But I'm wondering, the connection between conspiracy theories and social pathologies, which you talk about. Like, what's the difference between a social pathology and a private one?
I think this is a very important question, because actually, obviously, they are not the same, but at the same time, we can see how certain, let's say, social context or historical periods kind of privilege certain kind of individual also pathologies. Like, I guess there was a time where neurosis has been a kind of a really predominant structure. Not that it's disappeared or anything like that, but I really think that perversion in this clinical sense, which is very specific, this is not some kind of moralistic take on perversion as a kind of deviation from the norm. No, they are all these things are deviations because there is no norm in this sense. But like specifically a perverse category that we are, this has now shifted, at least in, let's say, what we usually call the kind of Western world, or perhaps not even only Western, but developed. So I'm not I don't feel competent to speak about this in relation to perhaps some other parts of the world, but the part where I live, this is definitely becoming a kind of a predominant, prevalent attitude, let's say, towards reality. So, but they are not the same, and social pathology is obviously something that would be said also to have its symptoms. We can see, like, in the last, it was even Marx who this is Lacan's saying, that it was Marx who invented the symptom, the notion of the symptom. Not quite, but already Marx as a social symptom, that is to say, as a kind of here articulation of some antagonism, of some contradiction, and already an attempt at resolving it, because symptom is also this. It's not simply a problem. It is also a problem that at least makes the whatever real livable a little bit to endure with it. So this is also why we often like our symptoms more than ourselves, because if we lose even this last articulation that protects us from something that we perceive as abyssal or whatever, really traumatic, then we are done. So it is it makes sense to talk about social pathologies, but obviously we cannot put society on the couch and say, okay, now you will go to analysis for 10 years and afterwards we'll be fine. It doesn't work this way. So we can reflect about social symptoms also in relationship to certain theoretizations produced in psychoanalysis, but not in this kind of directly applied way, but they are certainly connected precisely because, I mean, this was already Freud's finding and conviction that what is there on the couch with the analysant, it is not only his whole family or her whole family, but also society. I mean, society is there on the couch to some extent with everybody who goes in analysis. So the society, precisely because society is not simply around us, but is also in us. So there is this short circuit where, in a way which is not a kind of direct psychoanalysis of society, one can nevertheless use a certain psychoanalytical conceptual tools to discuss it, to discuss society, also ideologies, things like this, which has been done already quite astonishingly well by some people like Slavoj and so on.
Right. And I actually, Jacob, I actually have a question that I was hoping to ask, and it seems to fit perfect right here. And so basically, it's about applying psychoanalytic concepts to society and how really, you know, the Ljubljana school, you know, because of your work and the work you do with Slavoj and Dallaire and everyone else, it's made a serious impact, I think, on the internet and academia and really just theory. And so there's this tension that exists between clinical psychoanalysis for some people and applied psychoanalysis, where there are those who just do applied and there are people who just do clinical. And our friend Leon Brenner, who taught a course here this year, you know, it's not an either or for him. He's a clinical guy, but he also has a deep respect for you and Slavoj and also Todd McGowan, right? And so it's not always there's not always this animosity, but I'm very interested and invested in this sort of pure Bourdieuian approach, and he was pioneering through the 80s and 90s this idea of socio-analysis, and he's taught, and so I've been working through his works and thinking about what is socio-analysis for him, and a part of what it is it's looking at society, thinking sociologically, but then going, all right, let's think, what would psychoanalysis say here? Okay, well, in what ways might this more sociological, structural, or Marxist kind of explanation better explain what's going on? And what you kind of sparked for me here by bringing it back to Slavoj's insight about the invention of the symptom coming from Marx, right? It's just that you've all been doing socioanalysis in a sort of sense. The Ljubljana School does do a kind of socioanalysis. And so I'm just curious about your thoughts on that term, your thoughts on this conflict between applied and clinical. And yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how to ask the question except to say I've just started thinking about the Ljubljana School in these terms. And so I'm interested in your thoughts about that.
Yeah, I think that we would not actually so much accept this distinction between clinical and applied analysis. I don't think anybody of us sees him or herself as doing applied analysis. Actually, this appellation has a kind of a bad name, even when sometimes it's applied analysis to art, you know, and then you talk about artists and you think that you can explain the artwork by saying, okay, she had this problem or whatever. This is what usually means applied analysis. And this is not something that I would say, I hope that we indulge in. What we are doing is actually philosophy. But this philosophy was at a certain crucial point, also the philosophy that we are kind of doing accepted that psychoanalysis is also an event that concerns philosophy, and that one cannot simply ignore or pretend that it didn't happen, because it has consequences also for philosophical thinking, social thinking, and so on. So I guess the idea here is to use certain psychoanalytic concepts, not simply to apply them to social reality, but to perhaps further develop their philosophical also core and value, philosophical consequences with which we can then perhaps discuss certain social phenomena in a way which is not even sometimes, yeah, one can say, use the same words, obviously, and concepts. But so it is more about this kind of relationship, for me at least, between philosophy and psychoanalysis than between clinical and applied psychoanalysis. And here I would just say one more thing, that, Lacan, when he started, he was really kind of fighting against and allergic on the kind of psychoanalysis that is only clinical, not because it is only clinical, but it is focused solely on the idea of therapy, of helping people function better, adapt to the reality, become unproblematic, and so on. So this kind of ego psychology also, which was very much alive then in the States and so on, he called that these are simply these people who practice it. They are nothing but the orthopedians of the unconscious, or the guarantees of the bourgeois dream. So you can see the social, let's say, edge there in this statement. So what he did is also, among other things, not only stepped out of this association and so on, but he also really very, very forcefully introduced philosophy on the stage of psychoanalytic discussions. I mean, Lacan is very much about philosophy. So in my opinion, because sometimes people think of philosophy and psychoanalysis as a kind of, if they work good together, then they are kind of complementaries. One brings to the other what the other lacks, like, let's say, generalization, abstraction, and then clinical contact. But I really don't think this is how true love between psychoanalysis and philosophy works. The true love works that you give the other what you don't have, not what you have. And what I really, just one thing that I recently thought about this when I was asked a similar question about the relationship between philosophy and psychoanalysis, I came up with another version of this acronym, MET, mutually assured distraction. It is actually, it is not distraction, but distraction in the sense that Lacan says precisely that one needs to introduce philosophy to cause some distraction in psychoanalytic circles. Not distraction, but kind of, am I using the right term to distract yourself? So there, I think philosophy can be used to produce a certain kind of, to interrupt a certain kind of too self-confident proceedings of on the side of psychoanalysis and clinic, and at the same time, psychoanalysis could be used to interrupt some kind of philosophical academic discourse that is so much enwrapped in itself that it has no real consequences, or that it doesn't touch any real. So this for me is the relationship, is a mutually assured distraction.
That's really good. That's very helpful. And that disruption is kind of what that whole series of books you've both been in is all about.
Sorry, I was looking for the right term. Disruption, yeah, not distraction, but disruption, yeah.
Disruption, right. And I'm thinking of Short Circuits, right? The whole series you've done on short circuits, but with, I guess, that's really useful for me and the work I'm doing right now, trying to think about socioanalysis, is basically just to say applied psychoanalysis is almost a slur. Like, as soon as someone starts saying that, it's almost like they're missing the whole point of what you've all accomplished with the Ljubljana School.
Yeah, because I think it really goes deeper, or whatever. It has a more profound, also, let's say that there are many kind of ontological investigations that are part of this. It is not simply taking some theoretical corpus and applying it here and there. there is a serious conceptual work that is done when reading and working with this concept in these other contexts, be it social or whatever, just metaphysical or whatever. So, but there is serious conceptual work going on, at least there where something interesting is then produced, comes out of it. So in this sense, I guess applied psychoanalysis is not probably the best term for it.
I've started telling people in my work with autism that I use theories borrowed from psychoanalysis, and that usually seems to go better over on people who've been raised on, you know, American ego psychology their whole lives. I was wondering, since we're kind of on the subject of the social, if we could discuss the difference between, well, just maybe discuss social authority in general, and then the distinction you draw in the book between the social authority that science has or had and the scientific authority that it still possesses, supposedly.
Yeah, I came to reflect upon this already during the whole COVID crisis, and then in the aftermath, because this very much continued to be so and to go on, precisely because I thought that there are these two levels that you just mentioned are too often confused with each other, and this then produces this kind of argument which say, okay, but without vaccination, without this, and isn't it that the doubt is the primary scientific method? Are we just to believe everything that we are told? No, we have all right, and this is even much more scientific than not doubting these things that we are told to put into ourselves or use or whatever. So this argument was very, very popular precisely among the anti-vaxxers, but also, I guess, can be detected in many other realms of social discussion, not only related to medicine, perhaps, or medical issues, but also to some other issues. And so my point was simply to say that whereas it is true that scientific authority of science is actually something that is based on the scientific method as method of the possibility to falsify all theories and to introduce doubt in everything that we perceive. So this is certainly inherent part of scientific method in the way that scientific theories are being proposed and then refuted if so it so happens and so on. But on the other side, it is also true that at a certain moment in history, science itself, as science, also acquired the status of what I called social authority. This is not a social authority. It's something to be respected and believed. Also because we know that its methods are not based on any blind belief in authority, but they are strategic. But we are actually in a position to blindly believe science because we cannot verify everything that science is doing. So we are in a position when, if science has this kind of social authority, we accept it. We say, okay, I believe it because scientists say so. And this is the social authority of science, and this is precisely the kind of authority distrust in what science, even if then it sometimes can admit to be wrong and so on, but nevertheless that this is the most certain, most reliable thing that we have. So we trust this because we trust that scientists perhaps have knowledge that we don't have. But this is now really, really crumbling away, this social authority of science, because, okay, there are many reasons, but one for me that probably is the primary reason for this is the relationship or the connection that science, for its projects, for its whatever advancement needs, is a lot of capital. So lots of money is needed for this kind of scientific also discoveries to take place. So there is this kind of skepticism or suspicion that because there is lots of money involved, and obviously this is a fact, then there is a possibility of corruption, or so that we should not trust it, because this is, in the end, it is all about money and who will gain this or that money to develop their project. So and then there are further suspicions concerning perhaps that these are all results are being falsified, which also sometimes they are. So there is ground for suspicion. I don't at all deny it. Even there is a lot of ground for suspicion, and this is not because simply science is, I mean, it is because I would say the suspicion is there because of the relationship, the really inseparable relationship between science and capitalism, to use the most general word. So science is part of the capitalist progress. This is so it is part of it. So, but what then happens very often is that what we do is that we cannot, capitalism is such an impossible monster to really fight. We are so in it. So what we do is we make this kind of a very strange syllogism. We say, okay, science is involved in the capital, so there is no climate change. There is this kind of, and this is a kind of, I call it denunciation of capitalism by proxy. So we disclaim, or we refuse, we throw away scientific claims because we don't trust them, although the reason why we don't trust them is capitalism, but we cannot throw capitalism away, so we throw science away. And but for me there is also this kind of very interesting, as I call it, syllogism that takes place when we say, okay, if we look at all this green transition and all the debates surrounding it, it is clearly that somebody will profit, whatever path we take, nuclear, the non-nuclear, renewable, blah, blah, some corporations will profit. So, and once we realize this, the conclusion then becomes, so there is no climate change because somebody, this is the problematic point. So it's not to deny and to claim, no, science is pure, it is just beyond all doubtful, corruptive proceedings, but it is nevertheless, these things are to be separated. There is climate change, although there is all this possibility of corruption involved.
I think what I want to bring in here before we bring in Mikey's question, we've got a listener who's a collaborator and a friend and one of Todd McGowan's proteges, Michael Downs. He's sent a voice message I'd like to play. But before, I think that it's important to dwell on this point about climate change and COVID, because there's also a crisis in we can talk about populism, right? But we can also talk about a post-trust era, which as Benjamin Studebaker would say, like, the institutions have worked really hard to lose legitimacy and public trust, and that their approach to crisis has been this sort of professional, managerial, just shut up, take it, this is what it is, get on board. And there's been this breakdown of relationships. And when that's happening, it seems like a bad idea to borrow legitimacy for one science from another science. And that what we have here is almost like a category error between public health policy, which is a political thing, and climate science, which is a different science. And then this more like 2 + 2 = 4, and here's the law of gravity, and, general relativity theory. And it's like, well, physics is one thing, math is another. Now we're getting into borrowing legitimacy from those ones for newer sciences, ones that are a lot harder for regular people who are functionally illiterate and overworked and tired of being told what to think. to track down and get to the bottom of. And so my heart goes out to everybody who resents the messaging, especially around the public health policy stuff. You know, oh, trust the science. It's not from a Wuhan lab leak. Well, and as that's not outrageous to think that it might have been, right? But you were told you couldn't talk about that for a while. So I don't know. What do you think about how COVID kind of, like, to me, it seems like COVID was the last nail in the coffin when it comes to scientific legitimacy crossing over into public policy.
Yeah, no, definitely. This is the big problem, as you call it, that, as you said, all these institutions certainly did everything or almost everything in their power to kind of undermine precisely the way they addressed people, their worries, their whatever concerns in this kind of dismissive, elitist, some people say, way, saying, okay, but you're stupid, so dismissive of it. So this was certainly, and this is not only a problem of communication, but precisely of a kind of divide in which certain institutions and the kind of actually lost contact with reality of people that they are governing or that they are being that they were treating. So I think that this precisely lost this loss of trust in, let's say, science or something else is actually something, again, that is not simply attributable to individual pathologies, to all people becoming completely crazy all of a sudden and starting to believe all kind of voodoo things. But it is, as we discussed before, it is a kind of a symptom of a certain social pathology or of a certain social disorder, let's say. So it is not, and this is why one cannot simply deal with this distrust by way of further insisting on science, logical argumentation, and so on, because the social disorder is still there. It is real. This needs to be addressed in a way that goes differently and allows for also these contradictions rather than just dismisses them. And this is also what I call disavowal, this, let's say, mainstream or dismissal of contradictions by believing that in any case that the truth is there. No, truth is in the contradiction. It is not simply on the side, let's say, of science or on the other side. So the social truth, I mean. So it's in this sense, I guess it's really, really not enough to just kind of try to introduce some kind of call to reason and so on, because also, as I say, this is a perversity of reason itself. It's not simply some kind of there is a certain dialectics that is involved here, and the social disorder is real. And so, and I'm not saying that now we should simply understand, because this is another trap. We just say, let's understand. People are just, no, it's not simply about understanding and then forgiving. No, it's about really trying to do something in a way which is not simply does not accept this kind of divide, but try to take in and articulate the contradiction itself, or as Hegel would say, you know, like put both claims together, or both, not that they are on equal scale, but they are both part of our reality. So, and this is what we have, and this is what we have to deal with. It's not simply to pretend that this does not exist, and to kind of perhaps, hope that education will help. And again, this is again a problem which is particularly paradoxical in the US, because education is so, such an expensive thing to get. So that now I'm not sure if this is even true, because there are so many, different kind of news that are coming out, but I heard some alleged news that Musk was actually pledging for the college is actually a redundant thing that people don't need to go to college. It's just a waste of money. They should just develop their own skills. And so there is this kind of, obviously there is this kind of anti-enlightenment, let's say, idea which is at stake, and everybody, all the pupils are boarding school, so let them give their freedom and just kept them illiterate. So, and this is obviously not the answer, and it is not, but with the education system such as this is also a huge problem. It is a problem that it's not, cannot be solved then by just trusting some people, who had enough money to go to school. So these kind of antagonisms are also part of the landscape here. Sorry, I'm not sure. Perhaps if this was too confused.
That's a fantastic answer there. And there's several things that came up in the live chat that I'd love to get into on that note. But actually, I had said that I was going to play this message from Mikey. And in our time that remains here, because I also want to give Jacob and Nance each an opportunity to ask kind of like a concluding question as well. So let's get to the Mikey one. To lead into it, I'll just say that Mikey is a warehouse worker in Raytown, Missouri, which is a satellite of Kansas City, Missouri, and that he's, a fellow traveler here who often joins these things, but has sadly not been able to meet you, even though he's a huge fan of your work. And he's gotten to meet Slavoj a couple of times here on the channel, but hopefully in the near future you'll actually get to both meet each other. But he's at work right now; he couldn't get the day off, and so he sent a voice message that I'll be playing, and I think you'll be able to hear it just fine. He said to preface his voice message with a quick sketch of the fault line theory of the internet. And so the fault line theory here at Theory Underground, it's something we've been talking about because we have this interest in a contradiction conversation between Slavoj Zizek and Nick Land, and really between accelerationism and the Ljubljana school. And the fault line theory says that the reason that this is a necessary contradiction is because in material, historical, and the medium environment terms, the Ljubljana school and the CCRU were the two most interesting, innovative schools of thought at the time of the internet becoming publicly accessible. And so that there's been this indelible imprint on the scene, meaning that when people care about Lacan or Deleuze, part of the reason that they care about Lacan or Deleuze is because of the Ljubljana school and the CCRU. That's kind of where we're coming from with the fault line theory. He said to use that as a preface to playing his question. So let's hear it. Here we go. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Hi, ALENKA. How are you? Hey, I've got a question for you. So, about a year ago, when Dave and I interviewed Slavoj, we started talking to him about Nick Land, who is really considered like the father of accelerationism. And Slavoj at the time said he didn't know much about Land's work, but soon after the interview, he quickly wrote a critique of Land that was published at Compact. So we've been trying to organize what we call a converdiction, a conversation based around the contradictions and incompatibilities between basically the Ljubljana school and Land's approach. And Land had a kind of school. It was more of like a philosophy collective called the Cybernetic Culture Research Unit, CCRU. And that's really what brought accelerationism onto the world philosophical stage. And Land's incredibly influential, especially in online philosophy circles, theory circles. And I'm wondering if Slavoj has talked to you about Land, or if you've read any of Land's work at this point, because this was the first time I heard you ever mention accelerationism. So that just gets me wondering if you've started doing some research on Nick Land, and just curious about that. So thanks, and hope you're doing good. Bye.
Yeah, thanks for this question. I mean, no, I'm afraid not. I haven't. I mean, apart from very superficial things, but I simply, I mean, the term, the notion of accessionarism is very much around. It's not simply. It's something that one necessarily encounters, and I presume that perhaps also my idea of what is usually means or implies is perhaps not exactly the same as the one that is there in Land. So I am not let's say perhaps at this point very well judged positioned to judge this, but. So my answer to, I mean, and Slavoj, no, actually, he never discussed this with me. I mean, we do discuss things often, but this never came up. So I think he did mention something about you trying to arrange this meeting, and then I forgot what happened, but not. So I guess it's just perhaps the moment is not ripe yet. But my thoughts on the whole question of accelerationism are more or less summed up by what I already said earlier on in this response to some other questions. That there is there is something in this idea that I think. Perhaps involves put too much hope in this kind of a future event that will kind of redeem us in one way or another, and this could be, in my view, a problem. But obviously, these are also perhaps political differences. I mean, not political necessarily that I don't know I guess that we are all situated alleged in what was called the left, but there are differences in articulating this, perceiving this kind of social struggles and so on, or their impossibility. So yeah, and there has always been a certain kind of friendship and difference between Lacanians and Deleuzians. This is not the propositions are not the same. There are many convergences. I mean, I discuss quite a few of them. For instance, in What is Sex, there is a whole section on Deleuze, and I guess Aaron Schuster wrote this book on Deleuze, and how is it called? Pleasure. Sorry. I forgot the title right now. But anyway, there is a engagement with Deleuze, and I really think there are things that are absolutely essential for me. And also in Nietzsche book, I mean, I worked with Deleuze at his concept, and the difference in repetition for me is really one of the biggest books of the 20th century. So it is not that, but nevertheless, even where we converge, I think we perhaps understand things for a little bit differently or take them in a slightly different direction. So, and I think these differences are not necessarily meant to disappear, and that I don't think that perhaps in a discussion that one would have, perhaps that this will then at the end we would just agree, because this would also be a kind of a boring thing. So I guess there is a kind of parallax here that exists between let's say these two orientations, which is productive precisely as through these differences, not by trying to make them disappear or simply say, okay, but at the bottom you are all saying the same things. No, we are not. At some points we are not, but this is not necessarily the biggest problem we have these days.
Thank you. Yeah, that's excellent. Now, I would love to get into the interview we had with LAIN not too long ago, and kind of some of the sort of political issues that we pressed him on, and his concept of the human. And I'd love to bring that back into relation with the inhuman in the Ljubljana School approach. But for now, let's bracket all my questions. Yeah, for sure. Let's just hand.
It's already late. Yeah.
Yeah, and if we've got a little bit of wiggle room here, if you do, I just wanted to allow Jacob here to have his sort of closing question, because I know that he or they prepared it. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Nance hasn't had the chance to say anything, so if you have something on your mind.
I do. Just I'll be super quick. Just for my, I guess, clarification, this disavowal would be like refusing to deal with some real, and a denial would be refusing to accept. Like, is that boiled down simple, or am I wrong?
Actually, slightly different. Perhaps we can see it this way. Denial is actually kind of similar to repression, which is to say, there is this thing which simply disappears from your reality. You repress it, you deny it. It is no longer part of your reality. It is somewhere else. It doesn't completely disappear, but it is not part of the reality. You cannot acknowledge it. It is simply not there for you. On the other hand, disavowal is much more it's interesting, because it actually operates by allowing this thing to stay as part of your reality, but at the same time robbing it of any implications of the real, derealizing it. There is something which, okay, I acknowledge it, it is there, but in a way it has no consequences for me. It's like in the book, I start with this joke, which is actually a joke that Freud quotes, when a man says to his wife, listen, when one of us dies, I will move to Paris. This is, I think, disavowal. I know that people die, everybody dies, one of us will die first. But at the same time, you don't really, you kind of realize the fact that it might be you who dies there. And there are some other much more interesting or traumatic examples. This is a joke, but the difference is precisely that nothing disappears from reality, but it loses the status of the real. So it just becomes something that is completely, to which you can be completely indifferent also. And this is the operation here. It's not repression, it's this scream that makes it, that leaves it there. And we also, I developed this further argument in the book, how we now even use knowledge as this kind of screen. So it is not only that we say, okay, I know well, but nevertheless, I continue as if I didn't. But now we say, I know it very well. I say it out loud so that everybody knows that I know it. And this is precisely why I can go on as if nothing happened. I use this knowledge, the declaration of knowledge, as a kind of excuse or shield that actually fetish in Freudian, which helps me to actually disavow.
Okay.
It's a bit complicated argument, but I think it's clearly developed in the book. It's not so complicated in the end.
It is, I agree, it is clearly developed in your book. You did very good. It actually, go ahead, please.
Oh, I was just going to say something stupid. I was going to say the book that has been out now for several months. This whole time I thought I had a secret copy. I thought I had like a special preview, and I was like,
Dave, I've read it 3 times. Yeah, no.
Stupid. All right. Never mind me.
So we have time. Do I have time for one more question?
One last, and then let's set her up to say her exiting
One
thoughts.
last question. Awesome. I guess, I'm in a cartel that for the past year has been studying Seminar 20, and sexuation. And I think our last meeting, we finished The Rats in the Maze the day after the election. And I think we settled on our next seminar we're going to do a close reading of is going to be anxiety. And I can't help but imagine that the election kind of played into that. I'm wondering, though, like in terms of what we were talking about with conspiracy theories earlier, I wonder if we could maybe connect that to a lingering question I have from Seminar 20, and that's just kind of been haunting me for the past year. But it's a real easy one that hopefully you can just fire off really quickly. What is the other jouissance?
Real easy one.
Easy.
Yeah, it is, as Lacan puts it there, the jouissance that should not have been there if there were to be social sexual relationship. I think this is the quick answer, but I'm not sure if it makes sense to your listeners, because it's a kind of complex argument about the other jouissance precisely as something which is not. I mean, there are all these different readings of Lacan, and not all of us agree on what perhaps it's the right reading. But I am more part, let's say, of the school or orientation which does not read this other jouissance as simply something that is so to say beyond phallus, but that there is something which kind of or that it's not okay. I will put it this other ways. First of all, I don't think there is this kind of I don't like this kind of romantic idea of the other jouissance, of something that is purely beyond the symbolic, beyond words. And I think that the reason why Lacan spent all this time discussing it in logical terms, the whole thing of the whole and not whole, and all and not all, is precisely to bring out the following rationale of it. You have on the one side the kind of jouissance that is based on exception. You can say, there is one who is not castrated, so the jouissance is allegedly whole there. But so this other is the side of not all, and this is supposed to be the other jouissance, but it is not all, not in the sense that something remains outside it, but that also this exception is included in it. So what makes it not whole is not it precisely the lack of exception, the lack of some transcendence which embodies, we say that exception makes the rule. Here precisely exception is part of the rule, and which kind of disintegrates into something different kind of logic, which is not all in this sense. But yeah, Lacan also talks about it in the perspective of what is there actually that constitutes, let's say, the kind of reoccurring objection or obstacle or whatever to the idea of sexual relation as some kind of complementarity, as some kind of predetermined formula of relations, say, between whatever subject. So it is precisely to say that no, there is an anti-jouissance, and this is precisely what goes kind of what crosses or goes traversal to this kind of any kind of complementarity or yeah. But okay, I'm perhaps already a bit tired, but it's a difficult concept, yeah. But also could be kind of.
Yeah, no, thank you. You broke that down very briefly and elegantly.
Yeah, thank you so much for stopping by again. It was great to talk to you and catch up, and we look forward to having you back later.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. I really enjoyed this conversation. So till next time, I hope.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground, EMSTUs.
They bring joy to audiences.
Bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not.
Hold on. I had to pause this because I saw the view count go down by 10. I think there were a few people who were listening who were like, yes, I'll just listen up until the end of ALENKA's. And I just wanted to quickly intervene and say, where do you think you're going? No, it's not over. We're killing it here. We're just getting traction, baby. This thing's going to be going for the next 7 hours. If you don't have 6 computers in your house playing this on every screen, then you're not doing it right. So yeah. Hold on. Say it again, Nance. You were muted.
You're doing it wrong, idiot. Get with the program. Figure it out.
Get with it. But with that, we'll let this PSA finish out here. Sorry, actually, no. This is what we're watching is the EMSTU trailer. Then after that, we're gonna play some of the old PSA, the one I've been playing since July, the one that explains how to become a subscriber and get involved and what we do and blah blah blah. And then we'll be back with a special segment on girl bosses and the image of the feminine, a presentation by Anne Snellgrove McCarricker, who everyone at this point had better have learned to come to grow to love, or whatever. All right, we'll be right back.
Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much. Please. We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McCarricker, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Zizek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, LAIN, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McCarrickers are doing, then the best way is to become a tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because tier 2 is like...
All right, we're cutting off the PSA here, folks, so that we can just get back into it. We just had a great conversation with ALENKA ZUPANCIC. Slavoj Zizek's protege is actually what I called her in the title of the stream, because I wanted to kind of just really, well, bank on the fact that people know Zizek, but not Dallaire, not ZUPANCIC, right? Like that, if I could just say ALENKA ZUPANCIC and everyone know that means that she's one of the most important people in the Ljubljana school, then that would be sufficient. But no, I used a little marketing logic there, but she is also kind of like a protege. And so it's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. But what we're going to get into here is Anne's talk on girl bosses and the image of the woman. I'll just put it that way. I'll say /feminine in the title. And before we get it going, before we actually start that, is there anything either of you have that you wanted to touch on from the last segment?
I just want to say happy Girl Boss Wednesday.
Hey.
Back-to-back girl bosses so far.
Dude, it's true.
Threat, homie.
That's true.
Triple threat.
I hope we haven't scared away too many people with all of these women. I know it's weird in the world of philosophy and theory to encounter them, but you know what? At Theory Underground, we work with everybody. So I'm just kidding.
What? Ew, you talk to girls? Ew, dude. Ew, you got cuties, dude. What? What's funny though is there's a non-trivial amount of motherfuckers who enjoy Theory Underground who actually are like, ew, you talk to girls, dude. Like,
shut
Hey, I've read the chat.
No, there's
I've read the
not.
chat.
dude, we're internet people. That's the way it works. There's little boys out there watching us right now that have never seen a girl in real life.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Or at least been touched. Or at least been touched. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh goodness.
That's
it's okay,
dark.
homie. Keep your
No,
head
it's
up.
actually. Hey, listen,
Read a
guys.
book, work out, take a
Read a
shower. It's not impossible.
Look, it's not a.
You too
it's
can
not,
have 7 kids like I do. It's
Yeah.
not that hard.
Nance, you make it
Subscribe to-
sound like you were running around just having babies, but you didn't even have all 7 of those kids. So I just wanted to.
As a matter of fact, I didn't have any of them. The
Oh,
cool part about
okay.
being a guy
All right.
is
Yeah.
you don't have to do the hard part.
Nance is not a seahorse. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
True.
yeah. But yeah, it's I'm sure there's some people. Look, we all have baggage. It's funny. It's cool to be able to come together and make funny jokes. We can joke about talking to girls and getting cooties. We can also joke about other stuff too. We're not trying to make fun of anybody.
It's our tree
And if we-
fort. And if we want to put up a sign that says no girls allowed. No, I'm just kidding.
Ew, dude. No. We're the He-Man woman haters.
Yeah. The roided out dude bros.
Yeah.
No, but we have our token non-binary here, and so we are cleansed of our masculinity in a
This
sort of
is
sense.
not a man club.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Thank you, Jacob. Now, okay, anything we need to say about this? No, we basically, folks, if you are a subscriber at Theory Underground, you should already have access to all of the TUCon sessions that were not made public. If you have not already gotten that access, if you became a subscriber in the last week and you're like, where's the link? Just ask me either on Discord or through email and I'll get it to you. But this is something that was not previously shown publicly. It's a talk that Anne gave. We're really excited about it. Let's get to it, folks. I'm going to push the go button, except that I don't know how much of this is set up and I don't know at what point it actually takes off. Right.
Oh, dude,
so
you got to go like 2/3 of the way through. Like go,
For real.
go to. Hold on. Back.
Oh, Studebaker.
Back.
No, go back.
Yeah. Okay. Keep look. Oh, maybe she's this.
It's like
second one.
There's Anne. There she is. She's presenting,
like-
right?
Yeah, that's the middle of her thing, right?
That's like
Yeah,
Q
try
and
like-
that's like Q&A.
Try like 37 minutes ish. 30.
It's got to be like right
just
here.
particularly
Right about
evoked.
32-ish.
Otherwise, we
Yeah.
become artificial.
Daniel Garner.
Anymore. Are we now another of say some religious practices of say wearing a veil and create and he would say in the order lines
a few questions, but is
necessary for everyone
Okay.
is concerned
This is all Daniel.
biology armored because
through allegories. Do not
No, and
define
then
it
it's
with any
Studebaker.
precision. What will eventually happen
Is this pagan? And then it's me. No.
Realized that she was doing throughout the world, there was still files.
I thought this video file was just the Ann talk. I didn't realize I was going to
No,
be sitting here
it's-
rummaging
it's 5
around
talk.
in a. Okay.
Go to 30 minutes. 32 minutes.
Okay, let's see. Okay, it's doing this whole like loading thing. Chat, I hope you're all having fun. I know Shrike is like, LOL, what is happening? Guys, we're trying to figure it out. We're working on it.
actually for just a moment and
So this is Daniel Garner. This is not Ann at the 30
And
minute
here it would also, for
Okay,
Will's
so
presentation, you need to do
Go
something
to
that's mundane.
37.
I just went through all of this, dude. This is
Okay,
all
go to
Daniel.
Exist as
55.
friends.
This is
Mike,
all
where the hell
did
Daniel.
Ann go?
Then,
Where'd you go,
then
Ann?
here's the question in the chat that I have
See,
my
it's
humanity
all Daniel.
replaced. A good time.
Wait, are
right?
we doing the? Can I just say, are we doing the mothers girl bosses talk?
Can you all hear me?
Yes,
Yeah, that isn't that its own video?
I thought it was.
Yeah, hold on, let me just double
Oh,
check.
you clicked the wrong video. That's why.
Yeah,
That's okay.
yeah, it's its own 28-minute video.
Go
Right
down.
there.
Oh
You
my!
clicked
See,
on the
I
one
thought
above.
so.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. That's
guys.
okay. See,
Jeez Louise.
this is what we do, guys. We bear it all. We don't hide. We don't tell you lies. We are responsible in
This is
in the
live
stuff we
content
produce.
right here.
Read
There we
Walter
go.
Benjamin, the author as producer. We're fighting fascism when we do shit like this. It's true.
Everything we do fights fascism.
right,
Speak
here
for
we go.
yourself, buddy. No, I mean, I'm okay with that too. That's okay.
All right, we're ready to go. We got it. Let's do it.
Okay. Cool. Thank you, everyone, for being here, for those watching virtually and who will be watching in the future. I love making little, like, clickbaity sounding titles like that. I don't know. Like, we're going to get into it, the controversy, because it feels, from, like, my perspective, it feels difficult right now in, like, today's cultural issues to be, like, a cisgender woman talking about womanhood and making some not necessarily definitive claims, but like saying some things, saying what I think about it. But I know that Theory Underground, we are open to that. And so as one of the few women in our organization, this is an issue I wanted to talk about, and especially kind of the boom we've almost seen in women being portrayed in films or films about issues that women deal with. And just what it means to be a woman, femininity in general. That seems like it's been the question of the last couple years with the right talking figures like Matt Walsh and Charlie Kirk trying to do their gotchas. What is a woman? What is a woman? And then the only definition is it's anyone who wants to be a woman. And then their definition is it's an adult human female. And it's like, I think we're missing like the issue here. And so there's been some movies in the last few years that I think have attempted to either directly or not so directly get at that question and try to, you know, put their perspective into the woman question, so to speak. There's a movie that actually just recently came out called The Substance, and I don't know if anyone has seen it. And that movies like that are not really what I'll be talking about today. The Substance, without giving away like too many spoilers, is more about a cultural issue affecting women. So for The Substance, it was like beauty and aging, especially in like the Hollywood industry, and how that gets portrayed and how that affects women. It's a great movie. It's like body horror type stuff if you're into that. I was not expecting that, and I started the movie upright and I ended the movie like down in my chair like, oh my god. So there's movies like that that I won't necessarily be talking about, but the movies that I want to be talking about today are Everything Everywhere All at Once, the Barbie movie, of course, Poor Things, and then The Wild Robot, which is a DreamWorks animated film that just came out recently that I thought was excellent. And so before I begin kind of getting into these films and maybe what I think went right and wrong with them, I want to familiarize us all with the term girl boss, if we don't already know what that term means. I think more recently the term girl boss has almost been used in a derogatory sense, but there seemingly over the last 10 or so years has been kind of this push for everyone, but especially women, to really become a girl boss. You know, hustle, grind, live your best life, make some money, focus on your career, work up to the top, which is great and cool and awesome. The term girl boss, I feel like, implies that the normal boss is a guy, like is male, is like this position that is taken by men. And so be a girl boss and do the thing that the guys have been doing. It falls into this kind of hustle grind consumer culture that we experience here in a capitalist society, that we've experienced for the last, many, many years. And it's not only, a necessity that we need to like work a lot of hours to literally pay our bills, especially here in the United States, but it's almost taken on an ideology. It's taken on this kind of, this air, this aesthetic on the internet and these subcultures. So it's being sold to us, this idea of, this identity of hustling and grinding and being a consumeristic individual is seemingly not only a necessity, but is sold to us as something to aspire to. It is sold as the greatest good. A career is what will make us most happy. You can actually freeze your eggs. Like women as young as 18 are being convinced to freeze their eggs so that if they want to have a kid way down the line, but they're kind of past that window of optimal fertility, well, your eggs are frozen. You paid $20,000+ to do it and paid the fees to keep it frozen that time. Women are being, convinced, or like literally at Boise State, there are signs around campus that are, sell your eggs. It's super easy and fun and make $20,000 or whatever. So we're pushed to, take this birth control. You have this XYZ issue. Oh, just pop a pill, just pop a pill. You kind of only get a glimpse of what the possible side effects could be, how that fundamentally changes your hormones and even your desires and your mood. And so it seems like the kind of very physical, embodied reality of being a woman, where we have to, face menstrual cycles once a month, which can often bring like physical pain with it and really like rooting us back in the limitations of our body. It's almost, forget about it, throw on this, do this thing, freeze your eggs, take this pill, take this supplement, and works. You can work. So you can be like the men and you can work and you don't have to think about it. And so as like a young woman who's, in her mid-20s, who's thinking about wanting to have kids in the next couple of years, I just find myself in an interesting position where I get all of these messages from even like, bless their hearts, like my parents, who make it seem like it would be a shame if I had kids before I was 30. To be a waste of my talents and a waste of that career potential. Out of, like, for real, all of my friends who are women, I know a single one who is actually planning on and interested in having children in the next, 5 to 10 years. Which again, like, whatever you want for your life, that's wonderful, but as someone else who wants that, it can be hard to relate when not only is it just friends who, I don't want kids, but it's, I hate kids, like that would be a waste of my life, I just want to do the career thing. And to me, that is an issue. Especially when we contrast kind of the current hustle, grind, capitalistic culture to something different, a culture that values time and energy, which would allow for time for families and friends and communities, which are, groupings that traditionally, historically, women play such a crucial role in those. Not to say that, women just need to have a lot of babies and be mothers, but that role of not only a nurturer for like your literal newborn child, but that nurturant role in society, or the community organizer role, where women were, running charities and events, creating culture in society, because they didn't have to go to work. They could rely on their husband's income. Not to say, those were better times when women just couldn't vote. Like, no. But there's something to be said about the role that this patient, feminine, nurturant, community-oriented figure can play in society to build a society that is, again, based in time, energy, and culture. I think those, traditionally feminine characteristics like nurture, softness, tenderness, patience, beauty, and nature, being connected to nature,
are characteristics that all of us, men, women, non-binary, have inside of us, and I think that they get pushed to the side. I think the way that the world works right now, especially the Western society, is we don't have the time or the economic privilege to focus on those things that I think we would all say help contribute to the good life. And so these big blockbuster movies that have come out in the last few years, I think have taken a stab to answer that question. What does it mean to be a woman? What is femininity? What role do women play? Like they're taking a stance to make a message, or to say, here's what we think. And I think just based on what I just said and kind of framing us in where I'm at and how I see these cultural issues, here's where I think some of those movies went right and wrong. Everything Everywhere All at Once was one of those movies that, like, as soon as it was over, I was like, this is my favorite movie I've ever seen. I had to go back and see it on the big screen about a week later. For those who have not seen it, or it's been a while, the story is about a mom, an immigrant Asian woman, and her husband. They run a laundromat, and their daughter, they're having some issues because their daughter is in a relationship with another woman, and she's struggling to, have her parents accept her relationship, accept her sexual identity. And so there's some conflict there. It starts like a normal family movie and turns into this wild adventure where you find out there's these like multiversal versions of this woman where, every possible choice that she could have made in her life split her off. And so there's all these different versions of her that exist, that are like a brilliant chef or a dancer, a star, a karate master, like all these different versions of her. And there's this kind of dark figure looming in the background, which spoiler alert, we find out later is her daughter. This infinite version, all these possible versions of her daughter have become this one dark, depressed, nihilistic being. And she's like, I'm going to I want to end it all. She's causing chaos. She's feeling hurt in just the fact that there is everything everywhere all at once going on, that it's too much to handle. And so the movie, becomes this awesome, creative action movie where this normal, average mom who runs a laundromat is tapping into these versions of herself that can fight and do karate and, use knives and machetes in these crazy ways. So the movie culminates, and we end on this scene where her daughter, this version of her daughter that, is all of these versions of herself at once. It's complicated to explain. And all of her supporters, all of the people that the, bad guy daughters, is defending her. She's about to jump into the everything bagel, which is she's gonna end it. She's gonna end it all. She wants to end the suffering. And her mother, of course, is saying, no, and we're about ready to enter this epic fight scene. And what ends up happening is, rather than giving into the fighting and the violence, the mother turns to love, and she brings this kind of silly nature and solves all the problems by making people hug each other or pulling out a bouquet of flowers. And these people who are ready, they're ready to fight. It is the peak action scene. And what does she do? But she brings love and playfulness and silliness into them, and she comes up to her daughter, and she saves her daughter from jumping into the black hole everything bagel with a hug, with embracing her. And they're closer, and, the mother opens up to understanding her daughter. And I thought, that this scene was so impactful to me, because traditionally when we see, a female in a action movie, she's this awesome badass fighter, and it's cool. It's cool to see that, but she's always giving into the violence and the fighting and the action, which again is really cool. But to see this character resist the fighting and choose, as cliche and silly as it sounds, to choose love, to choose to embrace her daughter, that really stuck with me. And I think, in a world where we're
going to war, where the conditions of the world feel violent, violent against other people, violent against like ourselves and the good life. For this character to choose love in that case, it felt powerful. It felt like the movie, whether they were trying to or not, was making some message about like the role that a mother can play in not just her own daughter's life, but in society by choosing love. It reminded me of way back when I was in middle school. I had this amazing PE teacher, and a few years before, there was an incident where there was a school shooter at the middle school. A young kid had brought a gun to school. He injured a couple students in the leg with that gun, and this teacher, who was like everyone's favorite PE teacher, she stopped the boy and she hugged him. She embraced him in a hug and held him there in an embrace, and he cried on her until the police came, and no one died. And I connect these two things, and like the role that, again, this woman was like the cool PE teacher. She was a little bit, I don't know, crass, so to speak, but rather than any other option she could have taken to stop this terrible thing from happening, she embraced the boy. And I think that's something that especially someone who's a mother can tap into. I think it's something that we need, and so I admire the fact that in Everything Everywhere All at Once, that was the choice that was made, and that was kind of the message, is love in the face of scary nothingness and everythingness. And that'll connect a little bit to The Wild Robot as well. But that came out in 2022. Last year, 2023, we had the Barbie movie, the big blockbuster. It was, I thought, a very fun movie. We named our cat after Ryan Gosling. Like, we got home from the movie, and then we got Ryan, and we could tell the story later, but his name ended up being Ryan Gosling, and it was almost Ken. I loved this movie. I, of course, had, I think, some ideological problems with this prescription that the United States of America is a patriarchy. Maybe I have some disagreements there, but I think, for the most part, the kind of traditional, like, second wave, early third wave feminist issues that the movie tarried with, like, I related to. The movie was clever. We had an epic, like, dancing, singing moment with Ryan Gosling and all of the Kens. Like, what more could you ask for? It was pink, it was colorful, it was a fun movie. And what I thought was really interesting about the movie is that it, like, conservatives hated it, which I feel like conservatives don't have a strong position on the gender or the woman issue. On the one hand, they want to argue what a woman is, and like they have their opinions on the trans issue, and then at the same time, this movie that was almost trying to make a stance on what it means to be not only a woman but a biological woman, and then like Ben Shapiro walked out halfway through and was like, this was feminist garbage, and it's like, okay, bro. But I think the classical, like, feminist message and the truth and the complexity of being a woman, I really related to. And, like, for those who haven't seen it, one of the characters, who once again is a mother, like, the theme of these movies is like mothers kind of running the show. She makes this big speech on how hard it is to be a woman, because we see Barbie, this like beautiful blonde woman who's like, I feel ugly, I feel terrible, like I feel worthless. And she's like, wow, if even a Barbie is having these issues, like, wow, women are having a hard time with all the different messaging that I think kind of relates to almost the girl boss ideology that gets pushed, where you have to be strong and be a leader, but you can't be a bitch, and you have to look pretty and be thin, but you can't say you want to be thin, but you have to be healthy. Like, her speech kind of goes into almost the messages that are being pushed about, you know, how we should behave, what we should do to succeed in this work-centric culture. And I think it touched some truths. But what I loved about the Barbie movie is that, you know, so the Kens take over Barbie Land and make it a patriarchy, which is just all about, like, horses and making the women, like, laugh at their jokes. They take back over Barbie Land, and there's this more like this understanding that they will live a little bit more equitably, that the Barbies won't rule over the Kens and the Kens won't rule over the Barbies. But our main Barbie, you know, Margot Robbie Barbie, isn't happy there anymore. She wants to go to the real world. And so the scene ends and we see her getting out of a car going into this building. And here I am sitting there thinking, oh, we're gonna find out that she's the new CEO of Mattel. Like, whoop-de-freaking-do. And instead, she checks into the doctor's office and she's at the gynecologist and she's like, I'm here for my pap smear. And I'm like, wow. I was almost surprised because I think with a movie like that, I almost expected it to take that, oh, yep, and then she went and worked her way up into society versus, yep, I'm going to deal with, like, my female body and going to get this weird operation where they stick metal things up me and it's weird. And I think that movie more or less, like, kind of captured that experience and almost the struggles that come with, the struggles that we have to tarry with and confront in all the cultural messages about freeze your eggs, take these pills, be a girl boss, work hard, hustle. Because she could have also just stayed in Barbie Land and just been like the president of Barbie Land. Like, she saved them all, you know. She could have been the celebrity of Barbie Land, but she chose to go live like an embodied experience. And I thought that was really powerful. I think that movie did a great job at exploring like womanhood and femininity with all of the different types of characters, the Barbies and the mother and the daughter's relationship, and even Ken and the role that Ken played in this movie. Later in 2023, the movie Poor Things by Yorgos something Lanthimos came out. Another movie that I think in the press releases was being pushed as this feminist movie, message about womanhood. Cool, great, and so I went to go see it. I went and saw it with my dad and my brother, which was a lot of sex scenes, I'll say that. And the movie was beautiful and the performances was great, but I left that movie, I think, hoping to feel like I did after these other two big blockbusters, and leaving going, yeah, typical, because this character is almost a Frankenstein-like character. We find out later in the movie, again, spoiler alert, sorry, that this woman had killed herself, and this scientist found her body and decided to she was pregnant. So she took the brain of her child in utero, who was still alive, and put it into her mother's dead body and created this Franken woman with the brain of a baby in a woman's body. And very quickly, this character, Emma Stone, learns how to orgasm. And the rest of the movie is just her having sex with Mark Ruffalo and then becoming a prostitute and having sex with a bunch of guys. And the way we see it end is we find this woman, or Emma Stone's character, finds her old husband, the husband, because she's technically not the same woman, but she finds her husband. The husband's like, well, you're mine, you have to come live with me. And she ends up not killing the husband, but turning him into a duck or something weird. And she lives with her lesbian lover and marries the nice little cuck boy who was crushing on her the whole time, and happily ever after. And that's how the movie goes. And it was fun, it was interesting, but I feel like for a movie that was so keen to, in the media, say this is a movie about womanhood and what it means to be a woman. Coming out of that movie, I thought, well, I don't know if it's every woman's dream to just have consequence-free sex her whole life and then just become a prostitute, communist, is kind of what happened. Sure, sounds fun, sounds great. But it seemed like that was the conclusion. It was almost, you can, girl boss your way out of your situation, go into this brothel. Nothing bad happened to her in the brothel. There were no consequences physically, emotionally. It was just kind of some weird guys, which is probably unrealistic, especially for the time period that this was more or less taking place in. And it almost just reified that consumerist, individualist lifestyle
And I think to Louise Perry's book called The Case Against the Sexual Revolution, which is very fascinating. And she makes this case for how kind of the sexual revolution of the 70s that just pushed free love and have lots of sex with lots of people, and how that manifests and plays out today, and the pornography that we consume and the like hookup culture, how that for the most part is harmful for women. It's not necessarily what women desire. It ends up degrading or being harmful and violent to women. And so Poor Things was like, yeah, no, just she has a bunch of sex and that's what it means. She's come into her womanhood. She's having a bunch of meaningless sex and now she runs the property and she's a girl boss. And I feel like that didn't quite do it for me. Thank you. And so I think now to the most recent movie that I saw in theaters, The Wild Robot, which is an animated movie based on a book where this robot that is kind of made for this consumerist future society. It's the robot that, what do you need me to do for you? I'll do literally anything for you. Give me a task. And it winds up in the forest. And the animals are like, what the heck is this thing? Well, this robot ends up finding a little baby duckling and is like, what can I do for you? Let me complete a task for you. Well, the task for the baby gosling is to learn how to eat, to learn how to swim, and then to learn how to fly for migration. And over the course of this movie, we see the robot becoming, like, going from almost the consequence-free consumerist individual capitalist in its nature to becoming a mother and solving problems in the community of the animals through, you know, peace and love and having them work together, not fighting. We see this robot like overcome the limits of its technology through love. And the message was, once again, coming back to Everything Everywhere All at Once, that like the role of a nurturant person in a society and a culture and an individual's life, and how powerful that can be in the face of loss and of conflict. And like even there was a big snowstorm that happened in the film, and all the animals had to unite in this little hut that the robot had built so they didn't all freeze to death. And so I guess just to close out, I bring up these movies and kind of the messages from these movies, not to be overly simplistic about, oh, well, women should just be mothers and nurturers, because I'm not trying to reduce or essentialize like the role of women in society. But I think here at Theory Underground, in a organization where we care so deeply about the good life, about, you know, self-actualization and community and building ourselves up, there is this role that nurturing each other, nurturing ourselves plays, like outside of just, oh, having babies and nurturing your baby, but the idea of natality and natality in creating something new, something that exists outside of us that we pour so much care into. And I think the examples of these mothers in these films like represents that so well, and represents the role that women have historically played and should continue to play, to remind everyone of the nurture and natality and importance of that. Just from my own like perspective, I especially am deeply concerned about women's bodies and our health, and just the way that our culture and all the products that we get introduced to, fragrances, and how that impacts our hormones. Like, I care deeply about that for myself, for everyone, and so it's an issue that I'm always thinking about, and I go into these films like, okay, what are they gonna say? What are they gonna say? What is their solution? Or what message do they want to leave us with? And so that's where I think those movies succeeded. That's where I think some of those movies maybe missed something essential. So with that, thank you. Thank you for my rambling about these films. Yeah.
Wow. We'll pause it here. Yow. We'll pause it here so that we can actually talk a little bit amongst ourselves. I just want to make a quick plug before I get into this. I kind of want to let you each say something, but of course I want to show something off really quick that I put together the other day, and nobody else has seen it yet. So let me just change the scene here on OBS so you can see it. It's the McCarricker Seminar, Theory Underground. Now, what I did was I took the stuff I've done with Anne this year, the most important stuff I've done with Anne this year, and then I took my Social 101 class that I've been teaching at Boise State and put that here. And then I've also added these deep dive sessions that I've done solo. And this gets us into socioanalysis and social engineering and habitus and field and horizons of possibility and their relation to the relations of production and the mode of production and capital and time energy and just really like all of this stuff that ties into the PMC and the post-class fractured mass and all of this stuff that we're doing at Theory Underground. But in that litany of words that you just heard coming out of my mouth, one of the things that was missing was the word natality or nurture. And this one right here, La Comfort, unconscious, and natality, nurture, and violence. It's a super important piece of the puzzle of stuff that's developing in the background. And then where's the other one? There's a whole lecture that we did on that topic, on natality and nurture. And so, yes, it's right here, concluding CMT and CDT for 2024. You see it says natality right there on the thumbnail. That's not public. It's only got 34 views because it's only available to the people who are members at TU who pay for my freedom. Right, there are people who pay so that I can be free, so that I can do this research, and also the kind of organizing that will free Anne, that will free Mikey, that will free a bunch of other people as well along the way, so that workers with earbuds have a place that they can go to where they can do these kind of introductory and deep dives. So it's both a plug for the seminar, but also just to say this natality nurture theme at Theory Underground has been sort of behind the scenes. And for those who did the Totality and Infinity Emmanuel Levinas course with me, you already know how important it is there as well. But I just kind of wanted to put it on your guys' radar. I know that Shrike in the chat was saying that this is like the most neutral platform that they've found. And I mean, by design, this platform is made to be sort of non-sectarian, nonpartisan. If you have a conservative streak, that doesn't bar you access to thinking and being in dialogue. If you have been attracted to edgy thinkers before, well, that isn't gonna be a game over kind of thing. Of course, we're not all sitting here going, well, let's talk about the Jewish question. So we're not like that. And I was joking in the chat when Shrike was saying that we're neutral, and I said, "What do you mean? We're fascist?" Of course, it's jokes, but it's one of those jokes that you can only make if people actually call you that. You know, if it wasn't for Acid Horizon calling us neo-reactionaries because we have conversations with Nina Power, then maybe the joke wouldn't be as funny. But it is pretty funny because that just shows where they're at. But with that said, what else do we want to say about this? Basically, each of you get to kind of hold the floor for 2 to 3 minutes, monologue if you want, and say some stuff about Anne's presentation and these concepts and or movies.
I'll go. I'll be quick. I saw Everything Everywhere All at Once. I haven't seen the other movies. I don't keep up on movies. Gender, man. Gender, femininity, masculinity. It's a huge question. And I've had my own trajectory through life and kind of coping with the question and who am I? What am I? Am I just a man or am I something more than just a man? And I think, resolutely, I am something more than just a man. However, it's not worth jumping through hoops from my perspective to try to disavow that, because I am. There are things about me that are inescapable. And they're just features. They're just facts. It's just information. It doesn't determine me, who I am, how I move through the world, how I project myself. So it kind of is what it is. So I have reached a point in my life where I am less interested in these discussions. I am more interested in dealing with people rather than with categories and labels. But also, look, every once in a while I make jokes. I have a bunch of kids. Biographical information, it's not my favorite thing in the world, but I think it is pertinent and it does matter. I had a bunch of kids. I was married. She died. And it became my job to be father and mother and provider, disciplinarian, nurturer, caregiver, understander, yeller, screamer. It's hard to do. And yeah, I mean that's more interesting than like how do you identify, how do you feel on the inside. I don't really care how I feel on the inside. I don't really care how people feel on the inside. I care about maybe like creating a world where people can express themselves and feel comfortable, and like that's important to me. But I don't want to get like invested in that stuff. It's a difficult topic to discuss appropriately and responsibly, I think. So I do avoid it most of the time. But like, capital reduces us to labor, and largely men are reduced to just this utility of how much can you move? What can your body, never mind the soul, never mind the spirit, never mind this virtual purposive nature of the human, just this functional animal metabolistic, like how much can you move? How quickly can you move it? And that's it. And women often get reduced to how many babies can you have? And how much abuse, in quotes, can you take? And these are both forms of labor that are really kind of total total possibilities for human subjects in the world that we live in downstream of capital. And that's a huge part of being opposed to capital, is kind of liberating everyone across the board, men, women, non-specifieds, so you really truly can be more than just a man or just a woman or just X, Y, and Z. So I think it's super interesting, and I do want to write. I do want to write a lot about it because it's like, yeah, it's unique. Like I've been through a kind of a backstory that I think gives me some unique insight and something worth saying. But it's difficult, and it often gets sensationalized, and it often gets operationalized into like, well, ultimately, are you on the right side of history, or are you, a horrible person that should be canceled? I don't think any of us want to do that here. So it is a conversation worth having. Femininity, masculinity, and maybe the mysterious third other. These are real things. They're real structures in the world, and they exist forward and backward throughout history, and we should take them seriously. But we should also be on guard for allowing them to operationalize us into just like supporters of political program A, political program B. And also, just to keep it real, it does reach a point when like shit gets too girly and gay, and I'm like, I don't fucking care about this shit. Like, I just want to hit something with a hammer. Like, I want to go skateboard. I want to listen to loud music. Shut the fuck up.
But
so,
Nance, you're also describing half the lesbians I know right now. So.
Okay.
Yeah, but half the lesbians though are super masculine, so that would be why half of them are like
hot, dude.
Yeah. Look, there's the ones who are the pals and they're allowed to hang out, and then there's the ones who are the gals, and they can hang too. But no, okay, we're all gonna get in trouble here in a moment. So Nance, that was a great little speech, except you're incredibly cis. It's burning my eyes. So I want to turn it over. No, guys, I was like cringing when I heard Anne say something about how it's hard to talk as a cis woman today. I was cringing because I was like, damn, I thought at Theory Underground, we got rid of that word. I didn't realize we actually still use that. That was like 2016. But okay, I guess sometimes when we talk, we still have like this leftist big other, but nonetheless, Jacob, we've kind of had conversations about gender and everything, and this next year is going to get a lot more into it as we develop this CGS course with Rebecca. But like, let the close be an opening onto stuff we'll be doing in 2025. I want to kind of just give you the floor here.
I mean, I loved, as I said in the chat, I loved the Barbie movie. I bought it as soon as it came out. Have you seen it, Dave? Because I know Nance says he hasn't seen it.
I love all of the movies that she was talking about. Yeah.
Oh, right. Because you guys named the cat Ryan Gosling.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
no. That movie is really fascinating, and it has some things to say about gender that I haven't fully unpacked. Well, like the fact that it doesn't draw any attention to, like, there is, there's a bunch of like stunt casting around the fact that there's a trans Barbie, but the movie itself doesn't draw any attention to which Barbie it is. So you kind of almost need to meta know otherwise. But like Anne said, the end of the movie is the best part. Because like Barbie, like she clearly has a gender, right? We look at that box and we, like the toy in the store, we look at that box and it's pink, and we see she's got a dress and she's got her long hair and she's got the hourglass figure. She is fully feminine coded. But she isn't, like, she has that gender, but she doesn't have the sex until she comes into the world and becomes, she doesn't have access to the real until she comes into the real world. And then, that's symbolized by her going to the gynecologist and getting the pap smear, because then she not only has the gender, she has a sex too. And I can't, there's so much to say about the role of gender, especially the portrayal of men in Everything Everywhere All at Once. But I haven't seen this robot movie. But I do find it fascinating because, like, everyone knows right away that this robot is a woman. Again, but this robot, as far as I know, she's not a sex bot. She doesn't have a sex. She doesn't have genitalia. But she's still very femme-coded, like Eve, the Eve robot in WALL-E, right? Like, Eve shows up and you're like, hey, that's a hot chick, like, she's a girl right away. She's femme-coded. She definitely she's giving all these gender markings. Anyway, which is to say, yeah, we're still, like, in terms of, like, the public-facing conversation on gender, I know here on this channel, that's yet to happen. And I am excited to go along with you folks on that. Do we have a sense of when the course might start?
So the course is probably going to be spread out over the year, and it's going to be CGS's Critique of Gender and Sexuality, and it's going to be along with CBS Critical Bureaucratic Studies, as well as Critique of Psychiatry and Therapy, CPT. And so I'm doing CPT with Kier, I'm doing CBS with Matthew Stanley, and I'm doing CGS with Rebecca, and to some extent also Anne. And who knows, maybe even you. You're an advanced student at TU at this point. You've done presentations, and we've even gotten into fiery conversations about this kind of stuff IRL. And to the point where I trust you, and I trust our ability to have a disagreement and be nuanced and all of that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, it'll be spread out throughout the year is the answer.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, you can trust me to not cancel you. So.
Yeah, no, but I guarantee you other people will try based off of stuff that you are going to incite me to say, which is okay with me.
Yeah, we'll see. I might, who knows? I might get canceled before the year's over. But, we have a wild Ben Burgis appearing.
We have a wild Ben. We'll actually close out this segment right now and then bring him on. Folks, we'll be right back with Ben Burgis right after this. Thank you.
What?
You're enjoying it, which means you would maybe like other stuff that Theory Underground publishes. So make sure that you've subscribed and that you click the little bell. It turns out only 40% of people who subscribe click the little bell. But I think that at least 20% of the rest of y'all just don't realize how much pushing the bell
segment. All right, everybody, we're back. I cut the PSA off because I just want to get to it. I don't want to waste any of our time here with Ben. So I'm going to click record in 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody, welcome back to Theory Underground. We are doing this as a part of an epic marathon stream at Theory Underground on November 20th, 2024. And we are joined today by Ben Burgis. How you doing, Ben?
I'm pretty good. How about yourself?
No complaints. No complaints. And then I've got co-hosts here, Nance and Jacob, who you just met on the back end. I guess I wanted to just start out with the election of Donald Trump. You know, Trump 2.0, and kind of where are we now? What has been the I mainly haven't kept up with anything anyone's doing outside of my own content that I've been doing online. So it's like I just kind of want to hear the Ben Burgis take on the situation and on people's reactions to this election.
Sure. Well, look, I guess the first thing, I would say about this is that I think that the result is really bad. I think that, I'm a massive lib on the question of like, is it good for Donald Trump to be president of the United States? And my thinking, no, right? Among other things, he has, explicitly called for what, I think Branko Markovic has accurately said would amount to a third Red Scare. He, in the official GOP platform, which I think several people have said reads like a list of Trump shower thoughts. There is, it's like a lot of stuff like, all caps, build giant missile defense shield, all paid for by US labor, stuff like that, right? One of them is all caps, deport pro-Hamas radicals and make campuses safe and patriotic again, right? So, I don't love that. And, we could go on, right? So I think it's a very bad result. I also think it's a very predictable result. That certainly, I wrote a bunch of things for Jacobin in the last year, kind of saying that, there was a good chance that this would happen. And I don't think I don't think that's some special insight of mine. I think it was like, I think it was pretty clear for a lot of reasons that that when you were doing things like doing the Liz Cheney tour, where they spent literally months, certainly several weeks, going on tour stops with Liz Cheney, constantly bragging about the support of Dick Cheney, then, it's, look, I mean, not only just on a sort of like really basic kind of apolitical, strategy sort of level, it's like, okay, you're constantly reminding people of the fact that like one of the most hated families in the country likes you, which is just a weird thing to do to start with, right? It also massively feeds into Trump's narrative that, he's the anti-war guy, because, it sounds like this is something, I mean, if you talk to Trump supporters and, like I know a lot of people don't, which is itself a problem, right? But if you go like, if I guarantee you, right? I mean, if next time, you're like, next time, you go to like watch a hockey game at a bar or something, you talk to somebody who voted for Trump for 5 minutes, somewhere in those 5 minutes, you'll hear the phrase, he didn't start any wars. And I think if you're tracking details, it's wildly misleading because Trump, like quadrupled the rate of drone strikes and tore up Obama's detente with Iran and assassinated Soleimani and, okay the Israeli annexation of the Golan Heights and, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But like, look, if you're not, you know, if you're not super into those details, if you're not tracking it on that level, which most people are not, and this is not me saying like stupid conservatives are not, most people are not, right? You know,
Yeah, 100%.
of any kind, right? Then I think, you know, you hear, okay, you get the headline, he didn't start any new wars, and the other candidate is constantly bragging about how Dick Cheney loves her. Then you'd kind of think, okay, well, if I don't like war, that kind of sounds like my guy. And similarly, if Trump is at least constantly rhetorically speaking to, to pain from economic dislocation, right? And which he is, right? I mean, he talks about that all the time. And Harris kind of doesn't talk very much about that. And like, even when she does, like like a lot of people say, oh, but like, actually we did what you wanted. We had these, really pro working class policies, and see, we didn't get rewarded for it. So, that wouldn't have done anything. It's like, well, okay, first of all, I think there's a difference between being like 20% better than Barack Obama and being remotely adequate to the historical moment that you find yourself in. And two, even if the policy was there, which it's not, they, and I mean, this is not like me as like some, crazy wild-eyed Marxist saying the policy isn't there because, Biden didn't do workers' control of the means of production. I mean, like, I just mean in like normie, social democratic kinds of ways, right? Then even if it was there, having like an effectively economically populist campaign would mean like identifying clear villains that you could mobilize people against, constantly talking about like big ideas of what you were going to do to make people's lives better. Whereas like, probably the thing that Harris talked about the most as far as domestic economic policy was like YIMBYism, right? That she's going to do some like zoning deregulation. And, I mean, she talked about financial assistance for first-time home buyers, but like, I don't know. I mean, I maybe, I don't know a lot of people who thought that they were going to benefit from that, right? Like that there's like, it's like, okay, well, good. I was already this close to being able to buy a home, right? So if I just get that, if I just get that assistance, I'm good to go, right? So, I mean, I think it's a sort of very non-mysterious result, and it would, and I think it's really disturbing and very telling, right? That you see all of these liberals who have reacted to that result in a way that's kind of there's that Bertolt Brecht poem, Die Lösung, from the 1953. There was this general strike in East Berlin, and then it was crushed, and the poem says that the party put up leaflets saying people would have to work harder than ever to regain their trust, and the last line of the poem is would it not be simpler for the government to dissolve the people and elect another? And I see a lot of reactions to the election that are kind of in that vein, right? That's like people just coming out and saying like, oh, the American people are are awful. That's what this showed, right? That the voters, right? Or like or people who like talk about it as like this, I don't know, people do this weird thing with election results where, because I think exit polling has gotten way too specifically categorized for anybody's good. So it's like people will say like, all right, Trump won this group with like 51 to 49% of the vote. Therefore, you're talking about this as if that group as a hive mind, like loves Donald Trump. So like I saw like Eli Mistal is a big writer at The Nation, had this tweet that was like, well, white women had a chance to protect abortion rights. They decided not to, I hope that works out for them. It's
oh my
like,
fucking God, man.
You think there's a white women hive mind, right? Like, I mean, you're talking about 50% of the majority group of the population, right? Like, it's I mean, it's incredibly embarrassing and whatever. I mean, I guess this is like maybe all just kind of obvious, but
I don't even think you could say the majority of women, right, voted Democrat, right? Like the majority of women didn't vote Democrat. So
yeah. Well, because I think you could say, Right, because once you add together the Trump voters with the non-voters, sure, yeah.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying. Exactly.
Yeah.
But this is kind of why Benjamin Studebaker on Why Left, last week, I think he said that the title of the episode was "This is the most racist campaign we've seen in our lives." And what we're getting at is both sides are trying to claim that they're the one that's good for X, Y, or Z racial groups. Right. And so it's like both are saying, no, actually, we're the ones. But in doing so, both sides are using a racialized framing for everything, and that's just being taken for granted. And I think we could say the same thing about women. Say the same thing about men. People saying, "Oh, well, what we really have right now is that men are extremely lonely." Like that's the takeaway from this, right?
I mean, look, I think everybody's lonely. Like
Exactly.
We live in an increasingly atomized society. I mean, like, like you can just look at the numbers, that people, like the number of hours that like an average American like spends like hanging out with friends, like even before the pandemic, was getting to be a historical low, right? Just because people are so busy and stressed out, right? So yeah, I mean, I think that's true, but like, yeah, I mean, I take the Studebaker point that, it's that this kind of here's what I'm going to do for this or that demographic group stuff is, has gotten really pervasive, right? And like people rightly made fun of like the White Dudes for Harris version of it at the beginning, right? Like right after she came out of the gate. And of course, that was like kind of the most cartoonish version. There was also a little bit of tongue in cheek there, right? It was very ambiguous about, are we doing this or are we making fun of doing this, right? It was kind of try to be both. But then like, I mean, it's kind of been that since in general. And I mean, on both sides, right? I mean, to the Studebaker point, right? Like, I mean, like Trump was doing some like really weirdly retail pandering to like micro niches. I mean, you saw him on Twitter, like being like, I really have such respect for the Coptic Christian community. It's like, all right, some pollster told you that there was like there were 10,000 votes to be gotten, in Michigan by saying that.
So right now, the reactions seem to be there's two basic versions. And one is some kind of hysteria that then says, well, see, this is what America wanted. And what this tells us what America really is all about. And the other one is the one I think I'm more sympathetic to, which is something along the lines of, oh, what have we been doing wrong? We're not able to actually reach people, right? And of course, I mean, the harsh version of that is Democrats deserve this. They've been asking for this. In fact, they love this. This is all their fault because of how they treated Bernie in 2016 and just telling us that we had to go along with things, right? Like, so to me, Trump is the consequences of those actions, and it all comes back on them. But, I want to hear from you to anybody who's kind of a Democrat or was before they kind of tapped out of politics. What do you think the Democrats have really done to sort of drop the ball when it comes to speaking to the American public?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, you use that phrase, they deserved this, and it's funny. I was actually talking to a good friend of mine from grad school just before the election, and he said something that kind of resonated, which is that it's like, because I mean, whatever, most of it was like just kind of a horse race, like what's going to happen conversation, and and in the course of it, right, he said like that there's a sense which Harris deserves to lose, like not morally or politically, even just like in like a sports sense, she deserves to lose, like she played badly, right? And I think that's kind of right. Like, I mean, that it's really wild the extent to which the ball was dropped in this case. Because if you go, as hard as this is to remember, right, like when she was first announced, there was all this relief that's like, oh my God, right, we don't have we don't have the Trump and Biden sundown and at each other election anymore. There's this person who is a bit of an unknown quantity, right? I mean, she ran in 2019, but like she dropped out before anybody voted. Like, people barely remember, the first time, she ran for president. So, she could like, there was a minute where it's like, okay, there are all those polls that are like, oh, how would generic Democrat do against Trump, right? There was a minute where she was just generic Democrat, right? She was whatever people wanted her to be. And she was doing well at that point, right? And the messaging initially at one point was like, there's all that like Tim Walz stuff about, social conservatism being weird, which like whatever else you want to say about it, it's at least, I think that after 8 continuous years of telling people to be very, very afraid, and the walls were crashing down and all this stuff, I think having this like just kind of vibe shift that that you were just going to kind of make fun of people, I think that actually played well for a minute there, right? And then she just made this series of decisions that was like, well, I mean, as hard as this is to remember, back in 2019, Kamala Harris was a co-sponsor of Bernie's Medicare for All bill in the Senate, which, I mean, look, do I believe that she ever sincerely held that position? No, of course not, right? But I mean, like in 2019, she thought it was going to be useful to pander in that direction. So she co-sponsored that. She was also a co-sponsor, co-signer, or whatever of the Green New Deal resolution, which among other things would call for a federal jobs guarantee. And then like one of the first things that happened after she was nominated is that her campaign quietly told reporters who asked, no, she doesn't think any of that anymore, right? So it's like, all right, so her first move out of the gate is to back away from her crazy, dangerous idea of giving Americans jobs and healthcare, right? It's like, no, don't worry, I'm not going to do that. And then kind of the second move is to lean hard into the pro Netanyahu position, which she also did. I mean, they
100%.
I mean, it's certainly not the singular reason that she lost by any means.
No.
I think that, like she lost so badly that like that it's clear that it would have happened either way, right? But like certainly didn't help, and she really did like everything that she possibly could to alienate those voters. I mean, like she I mean, I remember watching her acceptance speech at the DNC, which is, I mean, look, I mean, I spend a lot of time watching people say things that I don't agree with, so I can, comment on them in one form or another. I mean, that's kind of the job, right? Like, so I'm pretty inured to it, right? Like, I was like, I mean, I can kind of sit and watch, whatever, Ben Shapiro or whoever for like long amounts of time, and be like, yeah, sure, this is what I was gonna say, I actually, when she got to the Israel part of the speech, I actually screamed "fuck you" at my TV, right? Like that's like it was just kind of like shocking and infuriating how hard she leaned into it, right? Like I didn't think she was gonna do some like flip on it where she was gonna be like, oh no, we're gonna do an arms embargo now. But like how hard she leaned into it was kind of shocking. And by the time that had happened, there had already been like the uncommitted delegates at the Democratic convention. Like the only thing they were even asking for at that point was to have, I mean, it was the most minimalistic possible demand that there was going to be a Palestinian speaking at the convention. And it was like, okay, we've got this long list, but if you don't like any of the names on our list, you come up with a name, right? And we'll, like we'll work with that. And like, no, there is not a single Palestinian, Democrat in the country who we can trust to, I mean, like the claim was that, oh, they would go off script. But it's like, if your policy is so horrifying that you think that there is not a single loyal Palestinian Democrat in the entire country who'd be willing to like speak at the convention without denouncing you, then what does that say? Right? I mean, what does that say about what you're doing? And again, I mean, it was like they sent. I mean, I'm I'm from Michigan, right? They sent Richie Torres to campaign in Michigan. That was a decision they made. They sent.
What is
Bill
that? Sorry, what's the significance of that? I don't know anything about Richie.
Sorry. Richie Torres is a congressman from New York who's been a like super duper hawkish pro-Israel guy, right?
Oh, okay, okay.
And they sent Bill Clinton to campaign in Michigan, where among other things, one of his speeches, he was like talking about the like he started like riffing on the like ancient Jewish claim to to Israel. I mean, he actually said that in his speech, right? So it's like, look, I don't know what they could have possibly done to more thoroughly and effectively alienate those voters if that had been the goal. I mean, which I mean, this was
might have been,
and I mean, it kind of like, I don't know why it would be, but like they were certainly acting like it was, right? Like that this is genuinely insane behavior. Whereas, Trump was smart enough to get to have his cake and eat it too, right? That he could simultaneously say all of these things that he did say during the campaign about like, for the most part, like anytime he was on like a national stage, he was always out hawking Harris on this, right? He said in their debate that she hated Israel. He said in his debate with Biden that Biden had become a Palestinian. Yes, he's a Palestinian now, a bad Palestinian. That's a quote. He also said at one point that Chuck Schumer had become Palestinian. He said many times that it's like any Jewish person who voted for the Democrats would be crazy because they hate Israel. He said like he was talking to reporters like just a couple of weeks before the campaign, before the election. He said Biden has been holding Netanyahu back when we should probably be doing the opposite, right? So it's like he was doing all this crazy stuff to out-hawk them, but he was also smart enough that he's like, look, maybe people are so angry at Harris right now that I could do all that and still somehow get a lot of these people to vote for me. And so he did things like he, to the point about, to the Studebaker point about pandering. I mean, he did all these appearances in Michigan where he'd be like introduced by imams, and like even like the campaign literature they're putting out, like
this was actually
trying to happen ways.
Down in the chat, somebody had actually said, like, who started this Trump as the anti-war candidate meme? And I said, I don't know, you might correct me here,
sure.
but I said he started it, and it's because that was a smart thing to do because Biden's been so hawkish. Biden's been so undiplomatic. And so it made it easy for him. I saw the clip where he said that Liz Cheney was crazy and that she was trying to go to war with everybody all the time, and that's why he would have worked with her, right?
Well, which is a wonderfully convenient way of like threading the needle with, oh, wait a second. Didn't I, in fact, have a very close relationship with Liz Cheney while I was in office, which he did, right? But it's like, oh, okay. Well, when I was working closely with her, when I was president, she was crazy. She wanted to go to war with everybody, right? Like, I mean, there is a sort of like, for somebody who in certain respects, obviously has the mind of like a small and very damaged child, like in some ways, I mean, Trump is kind of a genius about this stuff, right? Like it's so good at at having these ways of having it both ways, right? I mean, this is how you get to the point where you have all these MAGA people who are like, actually Trump is so anti-war that he realized that he needed to have people like John Bolton in his administration because that would like scare America's enemies so much that you didn't need to go to war. And it's like it's all this kind of weird like like MAGA fan fiction, but like I think he's kind of set the tone for getting people to to accept a lot of those claims. And yeah, I mean, I think Trump started out. I mean, look, Trump way back in 2016, right? The first debate. First debate? Yeah, I think it was, the first debate or maybe the second one right there on the Republican side in 2016, when he was trashing Jeb Bush, which is, whatever. I mean, it was very, the the first conversation I ever had with Michael Brooks, we both kind of admitted to each other that, whereas we thought he was a monster as president, we also both thought that Trump was really funny as like an insult comic. And this was the classic period of Trump as an insult comic, right? All that,
He's a road comic. That's what Trump is.
Right? It's like, and yeah, when he's trashing Jeb Bush, which is amazing. I mean, all that stuff, like Jeb tries to do this sort of like full of dignity, righteous outrage that, that Trump had insulted his mother. He's like, my mother is the most wonderful. Trump's like, maybe she should have run for president. Right? Like, it's just all shit like that. And as part of that, right, Jeb's like, oh, my brother kept us safe. And he's like, no, he didn't. Right? And in fact, Trump was saying all this stuff in 2016 about how the Iraq war was bad. And, he pretended that he'd been opposed to it at the time. He really wasn't, right? If you go back and look at his pronouncements in 2003, but whatever, nobody's paying attention. So Trump's initial pitch, I mean, I think he saw that there was a lane there, that even, among Republican voters, if you thought, if you presented yourself as being anti-war, if you presented yourself as being somebody who cared about people who'd been screwed over by neoliberal trade policies, that there was this huge lane that was open to you. And he wasn't wrong. I mean, again, as as president, I mean, he was in fact super hawkish in all sorts of ways. I mean, not just like Iran and Yemen, which is actually a pretty close analogy to what's happening now in Gaza. The Saudi war in Yemen, which he like vetoed a bipartisan attempt to cut off U.S. funding to the Saudi war effort, to even Ukraine, right? I mean, as much as nobody brings this up anymore because it doesn't really serve either of the big narratives, Trump was way more of a Russia-Ukraine hawk than Obama was. I mean,
dude, this is actually something, because I don't pay attention much. I wasn't quite aware of how much of a hawk he was on this. The article Michael Tracy put out a few days before the election, saying why he wasn't going to vote for either side, he ended up going deep into the reasons why Trump is like super pro-war, and everything intensified under him, with Ukraine, with everywhere.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, like look, there's straightforwardly, there were heavier weapons that Obama wasn't willing to send to Ukraine because he thought it'd be too escalatory, that like, which, as hard as this is to remember, was like the big Republican critique of Obama, was that he was soft on Putin, right? That's
yeah.
I mean, it's crazy how hard that is to remember because this was not that long ago. But like in 2012, there was a question at one of the debates about who do you think is the biggest threat to the United States? What do you think the biggest threat is to the United States? And Obama said like climate change, and Romney said Russia. And there were like 3 days of libs making fun of Romney for saying Russia because he's like stuck in the Cold War. And in after everything that happened in 2014 in Ukraine, right? It continued to be like, oh, this is the big thing that Republicans were hammering Obama on foreign policy, is that he was soft and weak because he wasn't doing more to stand up to Russia. And yeah, right after Trump got in, right, he sent the weapons to Ukraine that Obama hadn't been willing to, and he certainly escalated tensions with Russia everywhere from Syria to like in Western Europe, talking like taking a harder stand against the Nord Stream pipeline. And so yeah, I mean, I think in office, he was more of an anti-Russia hawk than Obama had been. Now, of course, it's unknowable what he would have done if he was still in office in February 2022. And I mean, really, like, some of that just kind of, with Trump, it really might depend on like who had the most recent conversation with him, right? Is it, did did Miller get in before or after, Ivanka, right? But even what he said about it out of office has been a little bit all over the place, right? Like, I think he has come out with a much more dovish line on Ukraine. I really think kind of because that's what focus group better at rallies, right? Like that, like, that like when he said a lot of that stuff, that's the stuff people really responded to, because like he's also said that like, oh, Putin would never have dared, like something else he loves to say is, oh, Putin never would have dared to invade Ukraine if I'd been president. And he usually doesn't explain what he means, but sometimes he said shit like, I would have bombed Moscow, right? If that had happened, and Putin knows that, so that's why he wouldn't have done this, right? So it's like, okay, well, I mean, that sounds even worse than what Biden has done, right? So yeah, and I think that, and I could totally believe. Look, even now, I could totally believe that, go either way. Like, I think there's a very good chance that Trump, de-escalates in Ukraine, because he's been, saying it for so long, because there's a lot of kind of exhaustion over it anyway, right? Even if Harris had been elected, I think it's possible that, that things would have gone that direction. But like, I don't know. Also, I wouldn't totally rule out it like Trump kind of reverting to form, and like, and I don't know. I mean, maybe like I'm not saying this is gonna happen, but like, I don't know. I mean, if this time in June, if like Trump is doing like little Rocket Man tweets at Vladimir Putin, like I think that I wouldn't actually be totally shocked by that. And like, I also think that like,
yeah, but I think world leaders kind of get Trump in a way that liberals don't. They understand that he has this sort of heel persona that he gets from like wrestling, and they understand that if he says that, you're a Rocky Man, they understand that's just like this sort of locker room to Twitter thing. But really quick, I know that we're actually, I don't want to steal you 100% here. There's several things I want to get into. I want to bring up your relationship to Tulsi, because I saw that picture of you with her. I want to bring up your take on Vosh and his, I know you just dropped a video on that. I want to ask you about that. But I really, the reason I reached out to you was about Joe Rogan. But I don't even know if we'll get to all these things. I do want to set those questions up, and I figure we don't have time, because I do want to give Nance and Jacob a minute to ask their own questions, but let's do the Joe Rogan one first. And so I'll just say that part of why I say that, it's really a big question mark for me if they actually wanted to win, if Kamala actually wanted to win. I wouldn't have been surprised if, people at the inner circles of the DNC like told her to do things that were suicidal for the campaign. Because they were like, yeah, well, Trump's actually good for business and we'll be set up for a better return. Now, that's just me being a conspiracy theorist, I guess, but a clue or like something that confirms that is her not going on Joe Rogan. The fact that she was like, oh, he would have to come to me and it would only be an hour long. And I said in the chat earlier, it's easier to imagine the end of capitalism than it is Kamala being charismatic and having an actual conversation for 3 hours. Right.
Yeah,
so
I mean, the funny thing is, I mean, to your point, I mean, look, I do think she wanted to win. I think that it just, I think that like people, like, I think conspiracy theories often come from people like assuming that leaders are like hyper competent, and so like it must just, like if they like face plant, like, Sideshow Bob and the Rakes, like it must be because that's what they wanted. It's like,
right, yeah, for sure.
But look, I mean, to your point, like, I actually think it would have been fine if she had gone on, because like, look, I'm sure there would have been uncomfortable questions. There would have been points where she gave like weird babbling non-answers that would have been embarrassing clips, but like, oh, she had plenty of that anyway. Right? I mean, it's not like she needed to go on Rogan to get those, right? And meanwhile, like, I mean, if you Joe Rogan is an interviewer, I mean, it's not like, yeah, there could have been some of that, right? Like, I absolutely believe that at this point, right, in his trajectory, right, like he would have been, he would have asked, Harris more negative questions than Trump, sure, right? But like, well, like that wouldn't have been like anything like most of those 3 hours, right? Like most of the 3 hours would have just been like Joe Rogan as the world's, not for no reason most popular, talk show host, because he's very, very good at this, right?
No,
having
I
just kind of having this human conversation with her and
I
doing his best to bring out, right, this
I
this 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 more human Harris.
no, I want to say like I think that the fact that you kind of even have to do that much setup to say what you just said speaks to the fact that there's like this sort of assumption for liberals that like, oh, he was going to trap her and try to skewer her and make her look bad. And that speaks to their ignorance about who he is and what he does and what makes it work. Like he has held the line and like put the fire under someone like a Candace Owens or a Steven Crowder on a couple of occasions, or maybe that Twitter CEO. But outside of them, like he still personalizes them and
even most of those interviews, I suspect. I mean, look, I haven't, I mean, I don't know that I've like watched those episodes, but like just based on like the Rogan that I have watched, based on the one time I was on, I've got to say my strong suspicion would be that even those episodes, it's like, yeah, we know the clips of the like line holding, but like I'll bet you anything there was 2 hours and 40 minutes out of the 3 hours that was not like that, right? Like, because that's not how, as you say, that's not how he does it. And the funny thing about this is that Kamala actually did go on Fox, where she, I mean, it wasn't 3 hours, but I mean, like she had something much closer to that vision of what was gonna happen than anything that would have happened on Rogan. And yeah, I mean, I think it's a ridiculous own goal to not go on there, that, because, and this idea like that it would have been relentlessly hostile. I mean, I think doesn't make sense, not just because of his interview style, right? Though certainly that too, right? But like also even just because of his like politics, like it's not like they wouldn't have found lots of stuff to agree on, or that he would have ignored all of the things that they agreed on. I mean, this is I mean, I think even when he had JD Vance on, I mean, like, there were moments where he was like, Rogan was pushing like abortion rights and why he thinks drugs should be legal and, stuff like that, right? That obviously, obviously Vance wasn't on board with. And, I mean, I think the way to think about, I mean, look, it's as frustrating as I might find it to see somebody go from pro Bernie to pro Trump, because I think objectively, those are just totally, like wildly divergent positions, right? I mean, Bernie's the Medicare for all guy. Trump went after Medicaid expansion. That's is the, Bernie's the labor guy. Trump appointed hardcore union busters to the National Labor Relations Board, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Like all true. But also I'd point out that in that he's representative of like millions of people who made the same shift. That there are lots of people who, I'm not even necessarily saying people who actually went as far as voting for Bernie, but I mean, I think just polling, right? Like there are lots of people who are somewhat sympathetic to Bernie Sanders, and then at other points were somewhat sympathetic to Donald Trump, because they were kind of hearing that as variations of an anti-establishment, kind of populist message. And they were here for that, right? So I think the way to think about Joe Rogan is just that he's the most famous swing voter in the country,
Right.
And so, like, yeah, I think it's insane. I think, why wouldn't you talk to that guy if you had a chance to?
Right. Well, and I have several things I want to say on it, but I also want to
Sure.
let Nance and Jacob go here.
Sure.
I think it's probably a derailment, but I wonder if anyone else has watched the Peter Thiel Joe Rogan episode. It's
No.
interesting. It to me kind of signifies, I don't know. Joe Rogan, I think, will soon become irrelevant, and maybe soon is a weird word to use, but I think he's on the downtrend. And I think in that Peter Thiel interview, like, Joe Rogan used to be willing to push back on anybody. It is true that he would kind of ask, if not difficult, then at least uncomfortable questions to any of his guests. And most of them were talking about drugs and DMT, but he was maybe a wild card.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, my perception, at least, right? And look, I'm not here as the Joe Rogan scholar who's watched all 100 million hours of his content to come up with a definitive judgment here. But, based on the tiny sample of that I've watched over the years, my impression is slightly different, right? My impression is that, like, by and large, he would usually I think his focus was always more on being like a good interviewer who would draw people out, and that the moments of pushback were relatively rare. I actually think that on certain issues, sure, if they're like, I'm sure there were like particular things that if you like said something, he disagreed with in one of his firm positions, he would like jump on it, right? And just that still exists to some extent, right? But like also, like I think the moments of pushback were relatively rare. I think that was more like, I think that was more like, okay, somebody said something that seemed like really wrong to him, right? I mean, this is like the God, what's that like jokey tweet that was going around like a couple of years ago that was like, Joe Rogan is like the great Khan who will summon, scholars and magicians to come explain things to him. And he has only recently and occasionally started to clap back like, wait, is this true? Do you lie? It's a great Khan, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how much pushback there was. I mean, like, again, and I think, and none of this is to say, I mean, like his his guest list, I mean, as you say, there was always more like, UFC and DMT and actors and comedians and all that stuff. That was always like the vast majority of it, right? But like the political guests, right, have always, like the guest selection has always tilted right wing, because I think people who seem like sort of anti-establishment to him by his way of reckoning this, right, have always tilted that way. And I think over time you have had the predictable effect that, I mean, like I do think some of his substantive views, right, have moved have shifted to the right, but like also again, it's like I don't know. I guess I think like, what's the more useful frame for thinking about this? Like, what are we going to learn more from, right? From how we think about this, right? Are we going to learn more? Is it going to be more useful to think, oh, Joe Rogan is a bad guy because like now, he's like moved to the right on some stuff? Or is it going to be more useful, or are we going to learn more, be like, it's like, okay, well, how is it that we lost this guy? Because in some ways he is a bellwether of a lot of people, right? Like, and I think that and I think you go back to 2020 when he was like, yeah, I think I'm gonna vote for Bernie. He seems, he seems like a good guy. I like what he's selling. And you had all these people who responded to that by going apeshit and like digging up this like montage of like the worst things, or the things that sound worse out of context in some cases, that he'd ever said, and and like a lot of that is like, sure, supporters of other candidates being opportunistic or whatever, but it's like not just them, right? I mean, there were people. There are, I mean, look, I mean, from experience, there are like lefty podcasters who got mad at the article that me and Michael wrote, about like how it's good, to have Joe Rogan on side. There were reports later that AOC had like, was like cooling off on an active involvement in the Bernie campaign in part because she was pissed off about the Joe Rogan thing, right?
Did Emma Vigeland's first come out in defense of the Bernie Sanders endorsement and then walk it back later and say, "Oh, we don't need Joe Rogan"?
I don't know that I mean, like I just honestly don't know. I don't know that I was tracking what she said at the time.
Okay. I say that because I just wrote an article and I referenced this recently, and I said that she had actually come out and said, "We don't need Joe Rogan." But then when I tried to find no, but here's the thing: I don't trust my memory, because when I tried to track that down, all I could find was some old Rebel Media thing where she was like saying, actually, it matters that you would have a Joe Rogan endorsement. So, but I think there's a lot of people who've been who've said that it's not good. You don't need that endorsement, and it's not about an endorsement. It's about that platform. Oh, we don't need that platform, and that is something that, to me, screams elitist, anti-populist. It's one thing to say that it's one thing to say, well, we don't want to be populist. Okay, well, do you have to be anti-populist? Because if you're going to be anti-populist, you're going to lose, right? So
yeah, I mean, look, I think that you should, I mean, presumably, if you're running in an election, you'd prefer more people to vote for you than for the other guy. I mean, that's that's really, you're welcome, by the way, for that level of insight, that I can, bring here. But like, but yeah, I mean, it seems like you should in fact try to be populist, and yeah, it's insane. It's insane not to. But yeah, if you did want to, I should also say, by the way, not that I think this is necessarily representative of all that much, but there is a recent thing that's like part of the reason we were talking about this in the first place that has been mentioned, which is that there's like a academic-y Marxist book that was edited by Matt McManus and Conrad Hamilton, called Flowers for Marx, that I had an essay in. This was not like, obviously it's not an essay, has absolutely nothing to do with all this politics of the moment stuff that we've been talking about for the last hour, right? I mean, it was called like Analytical Marxism, Marxist Marxism, and the Future of Scientific Socialism, right? So it's the most like abstract theory shit, that you could possibly have.
Yep.
And it was and the publisher actually canceled the contract for the book recently, and they and whatever, I mean, it's fine. I think within a couple weeks we got a new, I mean, I say we, like, I mean, I just contributed an essay, right? Matt and Conrad, got a new publisher, in a couple weeks. But the original publisher, Punctum Books, canceled the contract, and they listed a few reasons in their email to Matt and Conrad for the cancellation. And so let me see if I've got all of these right, because this is one of them was that the essay by Elliot Rosenstock had like made extensive use of the work of Nick Land, and they didn't like that. Another one was that me and Matt had articles published in Compact, which is a bad magazine, and this is as you know, right? It's the contagion theory of publishing, right? If you publish in a bad magazine, therefore you are now bad, right? And three, I'd appeared on Joe Rogan in 2022, and they couldn't associate themselves with that. And so, which is really fascinating to me, because I really, I don't know. I mean, like, I always want, I mean, maybe they were just like, maybe there was other stuff going on. They're pissed off for other reasons. This is just kind of what they came up with. I'm not sure. But like, if you take it seriously, right, that this is that the stated reasons, the real reasons, like, I'm so fascinated by this, right? That it's like, okay, not only is this more their moral imperative to like for leftists not to go on the Rogan podcast, but then also there is a like second order moral imperative not to like associate yourself with anybody who has done it, and I was just, I mean, maybe I'm just thinking about this wrong, but it's like I'm always so fascinated by this stuff. It's like, okay, well, what's the theory here? Like, is this gonna, is your like second order boycott of like papers written by people who've gone on Joe Rogan going to like hurt Joe Rogan, right? Like, are you gonna get him? Right? Like, or what's the, like, what's the way in which this is going to translate into some kind of result that you want?
Neil Young couldn't hurt Joe Rogan. I don't think these guys have a chance.
Right, exactly. Yeah, where Neil Young failed, Punctum Books is not going to succeed.
Yeah. And so that was basically a sort of a cancellation, and it kind of boils down to you having gone on Joe Rogan.
Yeah, right. And again, I mean, it's like a small thing. It doesn't, it's a very unimportant, mini cancellation.
No, but it's a sign of the situation, right? In terms of, when we signs of the times, like when we talk about 2020, the 2020 can't be understood outside of the DSA saying no clapping and Dr. Adolph Reed Jr. being canceled from a DSA event, right? Like, to understand what the left was at the time, you kind of have to know about these little moments, and to know that Professor Ben Burgis was like, oh no, you can't be in this volume because you've been on Joe Rogan. Like, it's a sign of where it's at.
And I think maybe this is the only reason it's worth talking about a little bit, right? Because like, look, I'm not under any illusions about like the readership of books like this, right? Like, I'm I don't want to like make a bigger deal of it than it is, but like, I think that the one reason it's maybe worth talking about is that I think there's some reason to rationally worry that things are regressing as far as stuff like this goes, right? That I think, basically in, from 2015, when like the beginning of the first Bernie campaign through 2020, some kind of like broad social democratic to socialist kind of left was experiencing a kind of upswing, and in all sorts of ways, right? I mean, that certainly, like, think about like what Jacobin was in 2015, and what it became. You think about like politicians, all sorts of ways, right? And and whatever you think about that project now, I was all in favor, and I still think that's correct, right? But like, but whatever you think about this, just like as an objective analytical point, right? Like, that this is people, I think you had some of this stuff happening kind of despite the openings in real world politics, and there were points in the last few years where it kind of felt like people had burned out on this kind of culture of counterproductive moralism. But I think we're in kind of year 4 of this slow motion decline and disintegration of that moment, right, since the defeat in 2020. And I think it's happened in stages, and I do worry that, like, look, that you're going to get some people sort of regressing in one direction to just like being just kind of normal, like, progressive Democrats, right? And then people who sort of keep the faith, you know, you have the, you know, like, I think that there's some reason to worry that this kind of bullshit, right, you know, might have like a bit of a resurgence in this moment of defeat, right, you know, which I see, you know, which, I mean, is sort of the opposite of how you'd hope it would play out, right? Because you'd think that when people are losing, right, they do what they can to like at least lose less badly, right? But I think that in practice, you know, I think Nance is muted, but I could follow the sign language, right? You know, as the kid, like people often actually respond by turning inward, turning in on each other, you know, sort of demarcating the borders of the club more strictly than they ever did before, because it's like the last thing that they can still control, and I think this might be a small sign of all of that.
All right, that's. By the way, I want to quickly say an aside to the chat. There's a person here who is saying that we shouldn't listen to you, Ben, because you only read Capital Volume 1 and not Capital Volume 3, and also you don't know your Bataille. And then he was sitting there doing his little hot boy thing, and then eventually I was just like, okay, bitch, get the fuck out of here. It was really annoying, and so it was a little distracting. And now he's gone. But I guess on the question of
let's do 10 minutes in Capital Volume 3 now. That's
see, that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. But we'll have to come back to it.
I've been called out. Let's talk about Volume 3. That's I mean, that's funny actually. That's, you know what? I'll kind of take it. Like this is the most because like, you know what that is? That's progress. Like that's like, look.
At least they admit you've read Volume 1.
Exactly, right. It's like, all right, God damn it, he makes some good points about Volume 1, but like, you know, that's you know,
we got to let you go in a second here.
My hope is that I can come back in 5 years and be like, Ben had fucking nothing to say about the Grundrisse.
Yeah. It's those goalpost movers. Before we let you go, I want to give Jacob an opportunity here. You know, coming from Berkeley, the hot scene of the biggest of the meltdowns right now. Jacob, anything you have from all of this, and then, you know, Ben, your answer to Jacob can kind of be also like this, your wrap up. Yeah.
I mean, I've been pretty pessimistic. Yeah, I'm a big, you know, I'm a site rep for the union. You know, we're meeting and organizing constantly. So I'm pretty pessimistic about. I mean, I'm pretty pessimistic about the union being able to substantially change my life. But a 3% pay raise is nice every now and then. But I'm surrounded by people who reality has kind of intruded into their fantasies, where they had kind of accepted themselves, accepted the fact that Kamala the cop was going to be their president, and it was going to be not going to be great, but they were going to live with it. And now their world is kind of turned upside down, and a lot of people are teetering between despair and hysteria. So I'm wondering, as the if there's some sort of clever, quippy perspective you could share for me that I could give these people to show them why it's not as bad as they fear, and maybe only half the sky is falling.
Yeah, right. Well, look, I mean, my you know, my earliest political memory is when I was 4 years old, and I'm sure at the age of 4 in 1984, I'm very old, but at the age of 4, I'm sure, I doubt that I exactly knew what an election was, but I must have known that it was something that like somebody lost and somebody won. And so I can distinctly remember, right, November 1984, like, you know, toddling down to the kitchen. My dad, who's also, you know, big union guy, was reading the newspaper, and And I can distinctly remember to this day asking him who won, and he just grimaced, and he just had this like tone of like deep like resignation and disgust that like, you know, so like 40 years later I can still remember it. Reagan, right? And the guy who inspired that was president for 8 years, and probably had a much more profound impact on American life than certainly Donald Trump did in his first 4. And you know, when I was in college and grad school, I mean, you know, George W. Bush was president for 8 years. And look, I believe that, you know, I mean, I do take, you know, I do take some of the, you know, authoritarian, you know, deport the pro-Hamas radicals, all that stuff that Trump says seriously. I do think there are real dangers there, and I do think there are reasons to worry that he might be more competent this time around than the last time around. But like, also like, just sense of perspective, if we're calling balls and strikes here, like, who did more damage, George W. Bush or Donald Trump? I mean, it's got to be Bush by a mile. I mean, like, my God, right? I mean, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the Patriot Act, indefinite detention, extraordinary rendition, you know, mass surveillance, the beginning of the drone war, right? You know, we're going to send flying killer robots, you know, around the world to, you know, to kill people without judicial process. Like, it's like, look, I mean, you know, I think, you know, you survived 8 years of that, and that wasn't even that long ago, right? Like, you know, that's the, you know, I don't know. I mean, that's the, like, I think it's not good, you know, but I also think that, like, you know, obviously, you know, the sky is not falling, and, you know, and you know, I think that you'll get through, you know, you'll get through this too, and you'll probably get through, you know, worse stuff that's going to happen later in your life than whatever's going to happen with the next 4 years, and, you know, you'll get through that.
Yeah.
And then, you know, and then, you know, God knows. I mean, this is the like, the contradictions of capitalism haven't gone anywhere. You know, we have the possibility for good things happening also exists.
Yeah, well, there's always accelerationism to fall back on. So,
True.
Which I'm not suggesting, right? But like, you know, but,
Ben,
you know,
we'll have to have you.
Now that things are accelerating, you might as well hope for it.
Yeah.
If Slavoj Zizek actually backs out of this debate we've been trying to set up between him and Nick Land, we'll actually bring him on to have a conversation with you. How does that sound, Ben?
Sure. Yeah. No. Always love. I was 2 years ago. I spoke at this festival at Hay in Wales, and he was at it, and he had and he, you know, said maybe the you know, the nicest thing anybody's ever, you know, like one of the most meaningful nice things to me that anybody's ever said to me, which is, I was sitting in the green room with my laptop open, like preparing like an opening statement for some debate or something I was about to do at the festival, and Slavoj walks in. He's got these like event staff people on either side of him, these like very like restrained, polite British people, and he walks by, he does this with both of his hands, and he yells out, "Hey, Burgess, fuck you up the ass!" And then staffers like, wait, what? And he's like, "It's okay. Ben is my friend. I must speak to my friend in this matter."
Amazing.
That's awesome.
That's the note we better close out on. We'll be right back, everybody, after this. Thanks, Ben.
Thank you, Ben. We'll
Thanks,
see you soon.
Ben.
Take care.
Rather a wide variety.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground, EMSTUs.
They bring joy to audiences.
Bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much.
What you are about to hear is a short DIY ad made by the Theory Underground crew, just to remind you of the best way to keep up with and support this kind of content.
If you're still listening to this, then the chances are you're enjoying it, which means you would maybe like other stuff that Theory Underground publishes. So make sure that you've subscribed and that you click the little bell. It turns out only 40% of people who subscribe click the little bell. But I think that at least 20% of the rest of y'all just don't realize how much pushing the bell really makes a difference, especially considering the fact that at TU, we tend to put stuff out without warning. You know, there's no schedule. This is coming from the space of my freedom. I just do this stuff when I can, and I don't want to live by a schedule because I'm sorry, I've got other things that are supposedly more important. All right. Well, with that said, there's also liking and commenting and subscribing. It obviously makes a difference. If you're one of those people who considers yourself a sort of recluse, well then maybe don't worry about the commenting, but you can at least click the like button. It does make a difference. Also, if you're listening to this on the podcast, please leave us a favorable review on your favorite platform. Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
Bring it back around here. Before we start recording for the next segment, I'm going to say a quick thing to the chat. I wanted to say hello to everybody in the chat. I wanted to say you guys might have seen some kind of a lineup for today earlier that had Haas and a bunch of other people on it. One of those people was not Spencer Leonard, but thanks to our lucky stars, we were able to make this work, which is fantastic because of what I'll explain once we start recording in 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody. Oh, wait, hold on. Are we good? Okay. Yes, we're recording. All right. Welcome back to the stream and this episode we're going to do here. We've got Spencer Leonard joining us. It's great to have you, Spencer. How you doing?
Great. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. And so what I was just about to explain here to the live chat as well as to our future listeners is that at TUCon, you were able to present on something that's very relevant to today's EMSTU. But because of audio issues, I was not able to play that on stream today like I was planning. And so just thankfully, you're able to represent. And basically this is on Lizardo and anti-imperialism, this kind of Rockhill approach to Marxism. And it's relevant to what's happening later today, which is we're going to have a conversation with Haas, the man who's famous for the MAGA communist movement. But all of those names, all of those people, for them, anti-imperialism is a very important signifier. And so we're very excited to have someone here who's written very serious books on the concept. And so it's great to have you. And for those who don't know, Spencer and Chris Catrone, they go way back. They're both like, it's like me and Nance with Theory Underground, except they've been doing this with Platypus for, longer than we've been thinking politically. And so great to have you here, Spencer. The floor is yours.
Cheers. Cheers. Can you guys hear me okay? Great. Yeah, so my remarks that I prepared for the conference they're really at three levels. One is, what do we mean by imperialism? And what I'm trying to say is that the concept of imperialism is not primarily about overseas colonialism. And this is a huge source of confusion. The concept of imperialism, and this does go back to, this is really the reason why I've edited 2 volumes of Marxist journalism with substantial introductions and sort of explanatory apparatus, and I'm working on a 3rd, is that imperialism is just a synonym for Bonapartism. It's the generalization of the category of Bonapartism. So it's what's under analysis in Marx's writings, most famously the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte and the Civil War in France, which, yes, of course, France had overseas colonies, most importantly, especially as part of the dynamics of the 1848 revolution and the Second Empire, Algeria, also the foundations for French Indochina were laid under the Second Empire. But that's not what the category is primarily about. It's primarily about the nature of the relationship of the state to society and how in effect, the older liberal conception of that, articulated in, variously by the great bourgeois thinkers, but we could take Hegel's philosophy of right as a classical statement, really has entered into crisis, and the state has come to rise over and against society to manage the contradictions within capitalist society. And so at the core of that is not so much an account of overseas colonies. It's really the police, you might say, are at the core of that concept. The bodies of armed men at the core of the state. And so that's the big argument. Then the secondary argument is that the left isn't even really concerned about what we might call the deep problems of our geopolitics. And most importantly, it's not really interested in poverty and social dislocation. And even to an extent, it's not credibly interested in war. And so it's a polemic against, and as so often happened in my lifetime, the whole force of anti-imperialism becomes about the Palestinian question and not about the much wider set of issues that we might talk about with respect to our current geopolitical situation, or the poorest of the poor and the most innocent suffering or whatever. I want to preface it by saying I'm not at all indifferent to the plight of Palestinians. I went to high school in Palestine, in Ramallah, at the Friends Boys School. I have many dear Palestinian friends. My family has worked in Palestine. My uncle, who I was very close with, worked there for half a century. He married a Palestinian. I have Palestinian family, and they continue, even after my uncle's death, work in education in Palestine, including in Gaza. So I'm not at all indifferent to this question, right? It's a question of the criticism of the left. So Dave asked me to speak on the subject of imperialism. It seems a hot topic today, but this is only seemingly, because the Ukraine war, the manifestly most consequential conflict in the world today, the clearest expression of the social contradictions underpinning the world system of states, leaves the left cold. This despite the tens, even hundreds of thousands of killed and wounded, the millions displaced, and perhaps most significantly, the considerable spike in the world price of oil and food, a fact that directly impacts workers and the masses in their billions everywhere in the world. The dreaded Carnegie Endowment tells us that since 2017, there have been 258 significant economic anti-government protests, and a close look at the data shows that these are concentrated in the period since the outbreak of the Ukraine war. Governments are teetering, even collapsing, as in Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, where governments have fallen because people are desperate for food and cooking fuel. But this doesn't much concern the left. Neither, it seems, does the massive impoverishment measured simply in terms of real income inflicted by COVID. While I know, as with the Carnegie Endowment, that we're supposed to be wise to their nefarious purposes, the World Bank and other mainstream capitalist institutions openly declare this decade to be lost to global poverty reduction. This means something, yet one hears nary a word about it from the left, because global poverty is just normal, just the history that we're in, and every leftist Philistine knows that history is bunk. Right-wing political forces in the developing world are powerful. Taking the most populous continent as our example, Islamism and Hindutva are riding high, even as the hostility and chauvinism towards minorities in China is open and unabashed. But the left only wants to talk about American military support for Israel. Let capitalism take care of the rest. We have settler colonialism to deal with. And if capitalism cannot begin to answer the needs of the millions displaced, I'm getting some kind of feedback. It just happened briefly.
I think it's gone.
And if capitalism can't begin to answer the needs of the millions displaced and homeless due to, say, the flooding in Pakistan, such regular ravages of capitalism amongst the poor and powerless, ravages that clearly produce as much suffering as the bombs in Gaza, are utterly beyond the ken of the left today. Truly, as far as the left is concerned, such problems are best left up to institutions they have nothing but contempt, supposedly nothing but contempt for, the World Bank, the UN, and their associated global NGO complex, or simply to the national governments themselves. Or maybe they piously hope that the Chinese will kick in as part of some multipolarity. The cost of the left doesn't begin to have an international project for the self-organization and political independence of the working class, whereby the working poor might begin to help themselves as part of a global struggle for socialism. The leftists running around denouncing each other don't so much as perceive the absence of such a movement, because the left today cannot imagine taking responsibility for the direction of world history. The inability or refusal to perceive our historical helplessness is the surest index of our historical helplessness. The politics that undergirds and reinforces global capitalism on both of whatever sides there are is of no real interest, truly, because we can conceive of no alternative to it. Certainly, what can't be seriously accounted for in terms of American imperialism in the way that perhaps Netanyahu can be, is of no concern to the left. I mean, Putin can't be really accounted for in terms of American imperialism. Neither can Erdogan, neither can Modi, and neither can, yes, the police state that will remain in China no matter who is the head of the Chinese Communist Party. A major reason for the lack of interest in the capitalist world state is the focus on so-called imperialism. Thus, on a podcast appearance of Gabriel Rockhill with Daniel Tutt, we were told very earnestly recently that the principal struggle today needs to be anti-imperialist, and the principal form that the class struggle has taken in our time is the struggle between nations, adding, most improbably, that this is to be understood as a global struggle for national self-determination. It sounds like we're still in World War I or in the post-World War II period. Tunt dutifully displays his Free Gaza poster in the video background, and the suggestion is made that now, at the end of the millennial left, the pro-Palestinian encampment protests on college campuses are poised to galvanize the rebirth of an organized communist or socialist politics in the West. Needless to say, such illusions are comforting in the face of the total wreckage of the recent elections. The wreckage of their illusions, I should add, not mine, about which most have nothing to say, even as they nervously sift through poll numbers and exit polls like everyone else. Still, this much is certain. The self-professed anti-imperialist left, the so-called Marxist-Leninists, are enjoying a bit of schadenfreude at the expense of the Jacobin crowd, given that the Harris campaign made it plain that the post-Sanders project of leftists working within the Democratic Party is an unmitigated failure. So we're watching a rerun of a remake. Even the young who weren't there know it's likely to end in abject political prostration for decades, even if that looks like excess nervous energy shooting back and forth across the internet for years. No one can say for certain, of course, but clearly today's anti-imperialism seems intent on guaranteeing that nothing built to last, nothing that might ever actually lead to a project for world socialism is erected or so much as advanced in our time. Indeed, the left seems intent on snuffing out what little potential might exist. The Marxism of Marx, Engels, and the Second International Radicals has no purchase today. It couldn't possibly. Within the mass movement for socialism that gripped the core capitalist countries in the second half of the long 19th century until roughly a century ago, it was the most prominent critical current. But since that time, the mass movement for socialism has collapsed, morphing into various political props of the capitalist world state. That is, the parties and political forces that lay claim to the legacy of Marx have helped to administer capitalism, whether as the Communist Party of the US supporting FDR in the 1930s and 40s, or the French Communist Party backing de Gaulle, or as indeed the Social Democratic Party in Germany, or in any of a dozen other examples, including communist countries over decades. No matter what one says about those regimes, much less military hostility towards them politically. So what I'm talking about here is that even the communist countries have had to participate in the administering of capitalism in the 20th century. And by the way, I recently saw a conversation between Daniel Tutt and Derek Varn, and they act like my accusation of Stalinism makes no sense. That's what I'm talking about here, right? And what Stalinism is the liquidation of Marxism in the name of Marxism. That's what it is. It's the legacy of revisionism from the old revisionist dispute, right? It's Marxism coming to take on the administration of capitalism itself. Socialism coming to be the greatest obstacle to socialism. That's what Stalinism is. It's not an empty accusation. It's not even really about Joseph Stalin and his policies. It's about the fate of international communism. So today, in the 100th anniversary year of Stalin's consolidation of his power, the Marxism of Marx and revolutionary Marxism is dead and buried. and with it is buried socialism. Now we have only lies, falsifications, ghosts, like Hamlet's ghosts, that haunt the world because lies and falsifications prevail. And anti-imperialism is one of those lies. Its claim to inherit the mantle of Marxism is laughably misguided. Lenin in 1916 called the capitalist world imperialist to emphasize that capitalism had reached its highest stage, that it was ripe, as the Great War exposed, overripe for revolution. Imperialism was crucially a domestic European phenomenon, arising as it did from the cesspools of society's disintegration, from its lumpenization. Imperialism managed the contradiction of society's freedom with itself, and as such, it expressed the necessity of the dictatorship of the proletariat emanating from Europe and North America across the world. It expressed the necessity of a Eurocentric, yes, a Eurocentric global socialist revolution. Imperialism in 1916 was at its highest stage. It had prevailed ever since the defeat of the Revolution of 1848, but had since come into its own precisely as a revolutionary situation. This was Lenin's point. Lenin traced this in his follow-up in 1917 to imperialism, state, and revolution, which is precisely about the necessity of the overthrow of the imperialist state and the meeting of that necessity expressed by the imperialist state by revolutionary means, by the dictatorship of the proletariat. When, after the defeat of the European Revolution, the Comintern oriented towards nationalist movements led by Gandhi and Sun Yat-sen, they weren't identifying the primary contradiction, much less abandoning the project of building and rebuilding mass parties for socialism in the core of capitalism, or indeed anything of the sort. There was no reorientation towards the colonies. Indeed, Lenin made clear that his strategy was one of retreat, and that it was in that context that orientation towards the obviously radical struggles taking place in China and in India could play a part. But that it was an era of retreat is made clear in Lenin's masterpiece, or at least his final masterpiece, Left-Wing Communism and Infantile Disorder, written in 1920, the same year that he collaborated in the drafting of the National and Colonial Theses at the Second Congress of the Comintern. None of this was unclear at the time. The Comintern was identifying important tactical opportunities within a strategy of retreat in what remained an overall strategy of Eurocentric, which is to say capital-centric revolution. Those were serious revolutionaries who hoped to live to fight another day and to do so on a world scale on the basis of the historical experience of 1917 to 1919. Today, what leftists call imperialism expresses only a faint desire to retreat to a pre-modern or even pre-human past. For them, history is simply to be resisted. I will add, you can see this when people like complain about like Columbus Day or something, right? They just wish that none of it had happened, right?
Right,
I will
like
add,
a lot of this, settlers this and colonial that, a lot of it's kind of like this anarcho-primitivist back to being nomads, isn't it?
I mean, it's, and it's a retread of the new left, right? Susan Sontag famously said, white people are the cancer of history, right? That the rise of bourgeois society, of which the voyages of Columbus to the New World are a crucial part, even if Columbus himself wasn't particularly bourgeois. Certainly, the rise of the settling of the New World colonialism is a part of the story of the rise of bourgeois society in the Atlantic world, obviously. And the question is, and by the way, it always was criticized. Right? The bourgeoisie criticized all the horrors of New World colonialism, all of them. And in fact, all of our criticisms of them are bourgeois. Right? But you will find Protestantism as a whole, the Protestant world as a whole, condemned the enslaving of the natives to, mine the silver of Peru. It was called the Black Legend, right? And of course, the attempt was all, I'll put it this way: Benjamin Franklin, when asked in effect about why the Native Americans resisted integration into European settlements, he said, well, why would they? They're freer than we are, right? Our societies are characterized by legacies of slavery, and they are noble savages who have never enslaved themselves. So we need to make a revolution in order to make our society fit to be integrated into, right? This is the kind of thing that is just common. It's all over the Enlightenment. Lasorda turns this into all sorts of conundrums and confusions in his very really inadequate book, Liberalism, which seems to be all the rage amongst both social democrats and Stalinists, right? Like they all agree on this stuff, right? They all agree on this anti-imperialism, the Jacobin crowd and the neo-Stalinists, the Marxist-Leninists. I have more. Should I finish, or should we just talk about it?
Yeah, I think what we should probably do is, because we're kind of running up against, I think we probably need to close out in about 10 minutes, but we have some time to get some.
Let's have some questions in, yeah.
Yeah, and this is something that we hope that we'll be able to publish, in a proper anthology, and people will be able to think deeply about it and respond to it, blah blah blah. But for right now, I want to give Nance and Jacob opportunities to say some stuff. I have some stuff that I want to say in relation to Lizardo and Haas and stuff like that. But let's see what we can get to. We'll start with Nance.
I think I don't know, like I like it a lot, and this kind of Bonapartism and seeing imperialism as, not to say nothing more than that, but like that is what is going on. I see that, but then I also I do have problems with the gendarmes being like this unique historical situation that allows for new relations. Like I think it's an innovation, but also I think in a sense this has been the state all along. So I just wonder, it is Eurocentric, but you also said that it is this kind of global program emanating from Europe. So I don't know if that's a problem.
I mean, look, the goal, the state is, of course, integrally related to the rise of class society going back to the beginning of history, right? It's a real question as to whether we can even really talk about pre-modern society, or whether, whether they're really class societies, or whether really one class of people simply lays another class of people under permanent armed occupation, right? You could, certainly the peasants of Europe and medieval Europe would, they would have treated, these foreign aristocrats who speak a strange language, who send armed men around from, at harvest time to extract a surplus. They're not really thinking well, we're all French or we're all Englishmen or whatever, right? It was all, as Marx will talk about, right? Exploitation was overt. And part of that you could even view as well, these are really, Nietzsche has wonderful ways of describing. He's well, this is just These are like wolves and sheep, right? It's just a continuation of the state of nature in the sense, right? It's just plain. So the bourgeois radicals like knew that, right? And they were looking to subordinate the state to society and to its needs, right? This is why they came up with things like parliamentary supremacy, right? We're not going to give you our money without our representatives, right? Allotting it to you, right? You are going to have to serve the needs of our society. You're going to have to enforce law, right? So law is going to become a category of bourgeois society like it really never was before. And so these people are all ultimately anarchists, right? The anarchism is coming out of the bourgeois revolution. The anarchists tend to know this, or at least the old ones do, which is that the goal of someone like Thomas Jefferson is a world without coercion, a world, it's just straight up. And what happens to that, right? What happens to that is capitalism, right? And the morbid symptoms that it generates, right? It's different from just like an incapacity to adequately integrate peasants so they might become like, highway robbers or something like that in the early modern period, right? We see the criminality, the lumpenization that's bred out of the heart of bourgeois society, right? That's bred from the unemployment at the core of the Industrial Revolution, right? And this is the sort of thing that, Marx talks about at a social level in his analysis of capitalist society. Like, people talk about like, well, Marx doesn't really elaborate his political theory. Really, Das Kapital, the analysis of society in contradiction, is the political theory, because he's telling you about the society that needs to be managed by cops and bureaucrats. The thing I'll say about overseas imperialism is that, of course, for places like Britain, the development of the coercive capacities of the state is really fostered beyond the boundaries of the British Isles, right? It's fostered in India. It's fostered in Ireland. Obviously, there's Marx would see that as an epiphenomenal or a symptomatic expression of the contradictions at the core of society, right? Just like, we use the military to create police officers in America, right? Like, who do they recruit? They recruit former military people, right? They're used to knocking heads in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they come back and they do the same thing here, right? So it's not that they're unrelated, or it's certainly not the case that anyone is indifferent. It's just that when you look at the period before World War I, and I am a historian of imperialism. I'm a historian really of India. I spend most of my life learning Indian languages and doing research respecting history in India, British imperial history especially. And it's clear when you look at the intellectuals there, and of course, India is a super literate, complex society that is reflecting on what's happening. It's not like people aren't thinking about it. Right? It's not just a bunch of natives who have nothing to say or just revolting, right? Right? It's people writing about it, people thinking about it, right? And they know, look, our fate is bound up with the revolution in Europe. Like, they're super aware of this, right? And they're even aware of socialism, right? There are letters to Marx during the First International from people in Calcutta, right? Ho Chi Minh knew it, when he went to French Communist Party meetings in the immediate aftermath of World War I, right? There's the Stalinists came along and said, even though the project of world revolution has been set off the table by us deliberately, right? We're not trying to do that anymore. decolonization is a revolution. Decolonization is how we're going to get to socialism. And that was a great big lie. And they never, and so the left has to act like America didn't support decolonization, which it obviously did, pretty much everywhere but Vietnam, where, decolonization, it's really a decolonial regime in South Vietnam versus a communist version of a decolonial regime, right? It's not, there's no project of colonialism, right? America's not seeking to rule Vietnam. Of course not, right? Why would the United States want to rule Vietnam, right? It doesn't have to rule anywhere else to conduct, for global capitalism to function. People in the developing world are perfectly capable of administering capitalism. Believe me, it's happening. Now, of course, they get weapons from the people who make them and sell them, right? And it was different in the Cold War where there were multiple weapons manufacturers. But anyway, that's what, that's the kind of the broad critique that I would make is that, it's not that other people don't have something to contribute. It's not that we can't, it's not that we don't want the left to emerge in Pakistan or in Indonesia. Of course we do, right? What are we talking about? But the potential for overthrowing capitalism is so totally concentrated in the first world. And we cannot abdicate that question if we're serious about socialism. Now, you don't have to be serious about socialism, but if you are, what you could do if you want to affect the whole world, if you want to improve the lives of people all over the world, build a socialist party in the United States. It will have an immediate effect on global politics. If 5% of Americans didn't vote in this election because they support a Socialist Party of America, we wouldn't be looking at the geopolitical environment that we're looking at now. It would be completely different. It would be of world historic significance, just that little accomplishment. The Palestinian-Israeli question would be different. The Ukraine war would be different. The entire geopolitical order would be different because there was a completely different force in politics, right? And it would be, go ahead.
I agree that that anything that happens in the United States is going to have a huge, ripple effect out across the rest of the world. But also I think that insofar as it happens under the banner of the American left, it almost gets in the way of it having any kind of real potential for change because of what that term has become associated with. It's anti-popular, anti-working class signifier in almost every cause.
It's fucking anti-human, dude. It's anti-human at this point.
Right. Yeah. And so it's like, but you said socialist. You didn't say left. I understand you don't mean the American left. Yeah. But, and now you've got to steer.
Look, I don't mean the people that we call leftists.
Right.
Right. I mean the American working class, right? I mean 5% of Americans, right? Like the people running around who are leftists, a lot of them, like I said, aren't, as you guys were just saying, they're not really interested in the working class. They're not really interested in changing anything. They're discontented middle-class children, a lot of them acting out, right? Whatever it is, right? These are irresponsible people who have no business running the world. It's a good thing that they don't want to run the world because they shouldn't be let anywhere near power, right? I mean, for real.
No, for real. Yeah.
Obviously, there are concerns about when they start talking about land back in North America, these are people who have genocidal fantasies.
Right.
These are irresponsible people.
And it's funny that they're anti-Israel, but they're not anti-ethno-state, because that is ultimately what those politics lead to. The land back kind of approach, the black nationalist kind of approach. Their whole thing is pro-ethno-state until it gets to Israel.
This is why I was saying they got no problem with Islamism. They've got no problem with Hindutva, really. They've got no problem with Han Chinese chauvinism in masquerading as communist policy. They don't think about any of those things. And they don't think, of course, they don't think about the immense opportunity that a country that has people from every country presents. The American left, the project of an American left is the project of organizing a global left. Because there are Palestinians here, there are Chinese people here, there are Africans here, everyone is here. This is the only country in the world like that. Everyone in the world sees themselves as a candidate American. Right.
I'm glad we clarified this with you, Spencer. I know you got to go, but it was really great that you were able to stop by. And what I hope is that this conversation will just really get going today, and that when Haas has a chance to watch it, maybe he'll be able to come back on. Maybe I could set up a conversation between you guys eventually. In the meantime, I think I want to read your books, and I think everybody else should read your books. So thank you so much.
Great.
Yeah, thank you, Spencer.
Thank you, Spencer.
Thank you.
All right. We'll be right back, everybody, right after this. Thanks.
What you are about to hear is a short DIY ad made by the Theory Underground crew, just to remind you of the best way to keep up with and support this kind of content.
If you're still listening to this, then the chances are you're enjoying it, which means you would maybe like other stuff that Theory Underground publishes. So make sure that you've subscribed and that you click the little bell. It turns out only 40% of people who subscribe click the little bell. But I think that at least 20% of the rest of y'all just don't realize how much pushing the bell really makes a difference, especially considering the fact that at TU, we tend to put stuff out without warning. There's no schedule. This is coming from the space of my freedom. I just do this stuff when I can, and I don't want to live by a schedule because I'm sorry, I've got other things that are supposedly more important. All right. Well, with that said, there's also liking and commenting and subscribing. It obviously makes a difference. If you're one of those people who considers yourself a sort of recluse, well, then maybe don't worry about the commenting, but you can at least click the like button. It does make a difference. Also, if you're listening to this on the podcast, please leave us a favorable review on your favorite platform. Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
All right, we're back. We're live, but we're not recording just yet. I'll introduce our new guest in a second. I want to check in with the chat and say hello. There's been some scheduling confusion, not with you, Keegan, but with my side. I actually got wires crossed here with Doug LAIN, and so hopefully everything works out and he'll be our next guest, but also I'm not sure. And there's also something interesting going on here with Tori Reed is supposed to be on after that, but there's this question about whether he'll be able to attend because he's sick and he's hoping this cold medicine kicks in. And so I just wanted to let the chat know that. Mirza says there's a bunch of gooners in the chat right now. Mirza, if I knew you slightly better, I would just give you the mod hammer and let you start banning people, but I also don't know you quite well enough. And so if there's any gooners in the chat, you better stop gooning. Okay, guys?
Oh,
no
Graham,
more, no more.
Graham, I see you. Keep it in check, Graham. Don't make me pull out the sexy voice and fucking
Graham,
have you
get your hand
all over
off your
computer.
junk. Yeah, no more. No more. Oh, Shrike is really excited to see that you're here. Keegan, this is exciting that we've got some crossover in our audience. Now I'm going to go ahead and just hit the record button so I can introduce you. Let's go.
Cool.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Theory Underground. We're joined today by Keegan of the Nietzsche podcast. How you doing, Keegan?
I am doing great. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, awesome. First, I kind of want to go back to the conversation we were having before we started, before we came back on the live side here. And I just wanted to. So, are you in a band? You were talking about playing in Boise.
Yeah. I was in a band for 12 years called Destroyer of Light that ended this year. It's like traditional doom metal, I guess you would say.
Nice.
And that was a lot of fun. I mean, it was a huge era of my life. I'm in a new band now, but that was like that was like our farewell tour. And actually Boise was one of our best shows, and Realms Arcade, if you're ever in Boise, that's just an amazing place all around. The people who run it are really sweethearts, and they really care about like the local scene and community and everything. And it's also just an awesome, like you can sit at the bar and put in a cartridge of like Super Mario Brothers 3 and like play that while you're having a beer. Like it's great. It's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and
beautiful,
Realms
beautiful
is-
town too.
Thank you. Yeah, it's going through growth pains and has been for the last 10 years that I've lived here. But the worst thing that happened in the last year in Boise was that Space Bar closed down. Now Realms is the only barcade that's up and going. So it really does come down to Realms. Now that's your only choice, folks. But most of you all have never been to Boise. A bunch of people were just here for TUCon, and we almost did a special event at Realms as a part of TUCon. So that would have been pretty cool. But it was just a fun little thing that you'd brought that up, and so I just wanted to use this segment as an opportunity to get to know you and your work a little bit. And I want to kind of just start out with asking you how you got into podcasting / YouTube, and maybe you could tell us a little bit about how the Nietzsche podcast has come about.
Yeah, that was I owe the Nietzsche podcast's existence to COVID in many ways, because that was what I didn't like just start a podcast immediately, but during that time I joined like a book club on Discord, and people would hear me explain, it was about Nietzsche, and people would hear me explain Nietzsche and say, you should start a podcast and all that. And Nietzsche had sort of been my hobby horse, I guess, or just a favorite philosopher that I had read. I'm a college dropout. I dropped out to join a band, just as I was talking about, to go and tour the country. And while doing that, you have a lot of time for reading and basically self-directed study if you use your time in a way that's not just wasteful. It was a lot easier when we started in 2012 because I think I had like a BlackBerry. So it wasn't really like it is now, where everyone had like an awesome smartphone and you had perfect service all over the country. A lot of the time it was just read books for hours at a time, write in my notebook and stuff like that. And so, and Nietzsche was always my favorite. I always went back to Nietzsche. And truth be told, Nietzsche is not the totality of my worldview. But when I was starting a podcast, I'm like, okay, I can't just start philosophy podcast number 3057. What's something that I know really well and can kind of center the podcast around and find people who have a similar interest? And I realized, if you really get into all of Nietzsche's influences and then everything that spins off of Nietzsche, that you can't really understand the philosophers who came after him without reading Nietzsche. Nietzsche can kind of be like the center and kind of rhizomatically, or I guess that's actually a misnomer. That's a misuse of Deleuze's understanding of the rhizome. But I guess arboreally spread out from the center of Nietzsche and sort of cover all sorts of different philosophy over the years. And that's kind of what I've tried to do. And now in this era of the podcast, I'm covering more and more that's kind of maybe like Nietzsche adjacent, or things that people who are very much into Nietzsche might also enjoy, not necessarily just heavily focused on Nietzsche. I'm kind of trying to branch out, as it were.
Mm-hmm. And so I guess I kind of want to just get straight into the weeds a little bit. I want to of course bring it back to the question that just came up in chat about which Nietzsche are we talking about here? The Spencer Nietzsche or the McManus Nietzsche?
So I watched your talk with Spencer Leonard a long time ago, or I guess it was a couple months ago. I think it was right after you talked to Matt McManus, and then Spencer Leonard came on. I think that was one of the first things I saw that you did. And I loved what Spencer said, and I'm probably going to incorrectly paraphrase this because it's from memory, but I think y'all were talking about, sort of the idea of Nietzsche as this thinker of leisure, and this thinker who understands, what would you say, like having leisure time as something that is, what would you say, like it's this beautiful luxury of nature, right? That we have to sort of create this surplus within society so that a certain number of people can have things like the ability to engage in art and create culture and so on and so forth. And that one of the big problems with planning a, what would you say, I guess a Marxist framework for society would be who gets to, like, if you have a violin, you're going to save up the money to like create a violin for your community. Who gets to have the violin, right? And there's a lot of different. I'm trying to remember which one of you said it, but I just remember in the course of the conversation, somebody said if there's a lot of potential answers to that question, but if your answer is nobody gets to have the violin, then that's exactly what Nietzsche was worried about.
Right.
And so I do think the Matt McManus, the Daniel Tutts of the world, I have my disagreements with them on that basis because I think. What they're honing in on is very real. Nietzsche is a reactionary, and in a way that's too soft a word, but
Right.
that
As
doesn't
in,
mean
he's literally reacting against the bourgeois revolution and he cares about certain aristocratic values like otium and bellum being a priority over equality, for instance, right? Is that what you mean by reactionary?
Sure. Well, that's another question where you can ask which Nietzsche, because you can find some things in his notes where he can sound like, he wants a straight up return to like ancient Greek style, like Timarchy or something like that, like Spartan style rule. But personally, I think that if you look at Nietzsche's philosophy in its totality, he's, this is like one of those things that sounds so like up your own ass philosophically, but he's almost political in like he's almost making a political statement in how anti-political he is. And what I mean by that is Nietzsche doesn't give a damn about the polis. He sees the state like he doesn't care about preserving a current iteration of the state or society or culture. He doesn't have that project. He sort of sees these things as things that come and go. Values are what are eternally recurring, or we might say, the way he defines valuations are physiological demands for the preservation of a certain way of life. In his early work, we also get a sense too that culture, he's got this really interesting theory of culture that you can kind of string it together from his Untimely Meditations. There are a series of we all have personal challenges or questions or decision points that arise in our lives, but there's a series of impersonal questions or challenges like that confront everybody. That's not limited to the circumstances of your life. And that basically all of those little points, like how do we deal with death? How do we, what's our coming of age like, right? How do we understand ourselves and our place in the world? What is your duty to the state? What is the state's duty to you? All of these sort of perennial questions that will always arise in human civilization. Those are all sort of like points where we make valuations. And then together the constellation of that is like a modus vivendi, a way of life. And, so I guess where I'm going with that is those things underneath like a current iteration of society are far more important to Nietzsche than like preserving the Prussian state in the late 1800s. He doesn't really care about that. In fact, he would like to see it probably collapse. And I think that's a very helpful attitude to have because it orients your thinking towards the like extreme long term and not asking the question like, okay, how could we, like for us today, how can we preserve America as it is in its current political constitution? But understanding that eventually there will be a reconstitution of America just as a historical inevitability. And what kind of values is that going to be based on? And how do we lay the groundwork for that now? Philosophical, like that's to some extent, if there is a role for philosophy at all, or probably more accurately with Nietzsche for art, that's what the role is. And he's not so much concerned with like, so that's, I guess that's kind of a long-winded thing, but I'm always very careful to point out to people that Nietzsche's not a fascist in the sense that a lot of people would think about it, because he doesn't see an endpoint to society. He doesn't see a Hegelian end of history. He doesn't see a 1,000-year Reich. He doesn't see any kind of like goal to arrive at. Life is this eternally moving thing, and it's either moving towards health or sickness, and how do we steer it towards health? But it's in a way, I mean, that's why some people have seen the connection with Marxism, right, and the permanent revolution, and the fact it's not actually the essence of Marxism is not actually utopic. from my understanding of it, I know there's many different kinds of Marxisms, but it's not forming this utopian ideal and then like saying like, how do we institute it? It's like, it's dialectical. You're constantly sublating. So yeah, I don't know if I don't, yeah, that's where I stand on that.
Yeah, I'll just say that I feel similarly about Nietzsche as I do Heidegger, which is that these are thinkers who do not fit inside of the rigid little boxes of theories like Marxism or what have you. Like they are their own thinkers. They're doing their own thing. And people who just read stuff that is like expansion packs or DLC on Marxism or whatever are never going to be able to really read these guys on their own terms. These guys are going to see things that anyone committed to some ism won't be able to like work through. And Nietzsche's point about, writing to people of the future, to a new generation of philosophers, people who are able to sit with ideas and really mull them over and think things through. To me, like that's like a sort of clarion callers. I don't know. I get inspired by it. Like I feel like we, the workers with earbuds who are tuning into the life of the mind through podcasting, and then getting into books and stuff like that. We're the ones who, those workers, at least when I'm thinking of workers, I'm thinking of like Amazon workers and truck drivers and the kinds of people who have large amounts of disposable time. We're the ones who are, in mundane labor. So it's like, no, yeah, I could listen to this all day. That's why we do these EMSTUs, is because it's like, yeah, that's the thing is like someone like a Nietzsche or Kierkegaard, like they lived in a context where there was like some kind of symbolic capital and a proper social role for the scholar and the author, and it meant something like, oh yeah, that's a person who has their schole, that's a person who gets to do that thing, and of course, like a lot of their readership were women who also had the time to sit around and actually read books. And then today, professors are so exhausted and stretched thin and underpaid and overworked and all of that crap, to where it's like, no, I kind of think like people tuning into your podcast because they're working at Amazon, like that is the philosopher of the future. And maybe it's not exactly who Nietzsche had in mind, but in a sort of sense, like who has the time to work through these thinkers? Mm-hmm. We do. We've got the time. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think, what's interesting about Nietzsche is, I mean, okay, there's debate about to what degree he's like prescriptive in his thought, but I would argue wherever you stand on that, there's a great wealth of just descriptive philosophy that's very incisive, that can be very useful to somebody in the working class, regardless of whether or not they share Nietzsche's values, because he happened to perceive certain things based on the values that he held that could be very useful. I mean, especially in the period of human to human and the gay science, Nietzsche's incredibly critical of the bourgeois. The people who equate Nietzsche with Ayn Rand and that whole like libertarian ethos are, I mean, I understand you can always make an argument, but from my position, they're so wrong, because Nietzsche specifically says that the businessman is not the mold of like his aristocrat. And the reason for that, I mean, and so it's interesting the way that he thinks about it, right? Because there's a passage in the Gay Science where he's basically talking about how the worker today, when he looks up at the boss, like whoever your manager is at the Amazon warehouse, or, I don't know how the titles work, but like whoever like the director is of like the whole facility or whatever, or basically just the class of bosses, the managerial class or capitalists, whoever they are. The worker kind of like looks up at what these people are like and can immediately, maybe just on some intuitive level, perceive there is absolutely nothing special about these people. They're exactly like me. They've just had, they've had different circumstances in their life, or they've had access to a different education than I had, or any number of factors, right? They were born into a certain family that had certain advantages. But just overall, like, yeah, I'm sure there's some meritocratic elements, but it's not quite the same as, see, from Nietzsche's perspective, he's thinking about it like a Roman plebeian, on the other hand, looks at the Roman aristocrat who is basically culturally obligated in battle to throw himself into the enemy lines first and commit suicide if they're losing the battle, as like a devotion of his soul to the underworld in order to curse the enemy troops. Like that sort of that old ethos of and Peter Turchin was he's a guy who has the structural demographic theory of history, and he analyzed this with the Roman Empire, that the aristocrats actually had a significantly higher death rate in the civil wars. And he extrapolates this into a theory of why the civil wars were able to eventually return society to stability, because the cause of them was like elite overproduction, counter elites coming up who don't have enough. Like the aristocracy becomes really top heavy and bloated, and they compete with each other with these displays of opulence. Another thing Nietzsche pointed out, he said the socialistic heart itch has its origin in you, the super rich. Because if you restrained your spending a little bit and showed that you have virtue and the ability to live an austere life, people might respect you a little bit more. But instead, what you do is this conspicuous consumption to kind of outdo one another. And that drives like envy and jealousy from the underclass. And so we see this dynamic once you have like a counter elite form. And in the Roman civil wars, the aristocrats, the counter elites versus the elites, killed each other at way higher rates than the plebeians died. And so after a while, the elite class is harrowed down, and you can kind of get things back to like some notion of stability. And that's what happens with, say, Augustus. Nowadays, you look at like who the elites are, and it's just manifestly obvious that there's nothing, like maybe it was a complete lie, right? Where the ancient Greek aristocrat, my family and our line has been blessed and protected by the gods. That's a complete falsehood from a materialistic standpoint. And so you don't have to come to the conclusion that it would be good if we reinstated that metaphysical falsehood about the elites. It's simply the understanding of like, okay, now that that's been taken away, socialism is inevitable. And that's a lot of what Nietzsche seems to conclude. And he doesn't think it's a good thing that socialism is inevitable. But he also doesn't really seem to think, okay, well, now that the mask has been torn off of how this so-called meritocracy works, you are headed for this outburst of envy and ressentiment from the lower classes. And so that, to me, that's like a very useful analysis for understanding. And you can even see it today, like, it's not exactly logical, but it is how people reason. When you look at how people look at like Elon Musk versus Jeff Bezos, I personally don't give a shit about either of them. But I understand why people like Elon Musk more, because he has cultivated this profile of being like an inventor and explore, like I'm like pushing humanity forward or whatever. Whereas what did Jeff Bezos do? It's like, oh, he monopolized the internet's marketplace and like funds all these causes that kind of wag their finger at people, right? So he's not really, I don't really get the sense that Jeff Bezos is like anything remarkable. He got in at the right time. He was like, I'm just going to sell books at the exact right time. And then you look at like the personal transformation he's put himself through after that, where he used to be this like flubby like dude with the bald horseshoe hair, and now he's like this jacked, yeah, exactly, like wearing like Ernst Stavro Blofeld outfits and shit, and like, and you can tell he's like he's like tried to like get that image of being like that kind of captain of industry or something, but people have always fucking hated him. I'm sorry, I'm not sure how much I'm supposed to curse on this, but that's
all of the cuss words. Okay, cool. All of them.
Yeah, it's a whole conversation that we've been I just had with my dad a couple days ago. There's this interesting thing where like they're conservatives, and now that Rush Limbaugh's dead, they've been trying to find their new guy, but all the new guys that are populist at all cuss too much, and so there's this interesting little thing going on there. But folks, we'll be right back.
What you are about to hear is a short DIY ad made by the Theory Underground crew, just to remind you of the best way to keep up with and support this kind of content.
If you're still listening to this, then the chances are you're enjoying it, which means you would maybe like other stuff that Theory Underground publishes. So make sure that you've subscribed and that you click the little bell. It turns out only 40% of people who subscribe click the little bell. But I think that at least 20% of the rest of y'all just don't realize how much pushing the bell really makes a difference, especially considering the fact that out to you, we tend to put stuff out without warning. There's no schedule. This is coming from the space of my freedom. I just do this stuff when I can. and I don't want to live by a schedule because I'm sorry, I've got other things that are supposedly more important. All right. Well, with that said, there's also liking and commenting and subscribing. It obviously makes a difference. If you're one of those people who considers yourself a sort of recluse, well then maybe don't worry about the commenting, but you can at least click the like button. It does make a difference. Also, if you're listening to this on the podcast, please leave us a favorable review on your favorite platform. Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
All right, welcome back from our little commercial break for ourselves. So, I guess now that you've kind of had a moment to address this major contradiction that has occurred over the last year at Theory Underground between the McManuses and Tuts of the world and the Chris Catrones and Spencer Leonards of the world, I kind of wanted to just ask you, what are the major contradictions in Nietzsche interpretation? What are the major contradictions outside of that one? And kind of just what's the field of Nietzsche studies like now as opposed to, I don't know, how it was?
Yeah, just full disclosure, I'm not an academic by any stretch, so I can kind of only tell you what I know from some sense looking the outside in, and also just like the discourse more broadly online. I mean, one of the major divides is just left versus right in general before you even get to left splits and right splits. And there is a split on the right as well, because you can read Nietzsche very individualistically, or you can also read him, I wouldn't say necessarily collectivistically, but there's a lot of talk about the individual sacrificing himself to some higher ideal or something like that. And then same thing on the left of the Foucauldians and Deleuzians versus basically people who see Nietzsche as like an enemy. So that's politically. I think the other thing that maybe underlies that, but always seems to reflect an underlying political divide as well, would be like the postmodern Nietzsche versus like a kind of like vitalist or like physiologist type of Nietzsche. The thing with all of these, though, is there's a great quote from Peter Proust, who translated one of Nietzsche's early essays. Only the total Nietzsche is the total Nietzsche. So there's like a grain of truth in all of these. One of my favorite things I heard was, and I forget who he attributed this to, but I think it was one of his old mentors, Hans-Georg Müller from the channel Carefree Wandering.
We
described
love him.
Nietzsche as a post-pre-Socratic, pre-postmodernist. So on the one hand, he's in the tradition of the pre-Socratics, basically naming the arche, trying to describe the world, the entire world in terms of will to power. But he's also willing to say, post-Kant, that the world is the world for us, and that the world is the world that appears. And trying to make these claims about trying to cognize the noumenon, this notion of an objective mind-independent reality, is actually not permitted under everything we know. That a great quote from Nietzsche is that we see by means of our human head and cannot cut it off, and one wonders what would remain over if it had been cut off. And that's not to say people will kind of get like tied in knots over this, but it's really as simple as saying the reality for us is the phenomenal world. And so much of philosophy has concerned itself with the world beyond that. And that can take many forms. In its purest form, it's Christianity. But Nietzsche says most philosophers have just been priests of the current religion. And most of them, if you were to ask them to come down on whether is life good or not, they come down on the side, no, it's not. As Schopenhauer says, the point of life is dying. Or I forget exactly how he phrases it, but pretty much that, right? And so to me, like understanding like that core orientation of Nietzsche, from there, you can kind of see he's a perspectivist, so he likes to kind of pick something up and look at all sides of it. And you can see the ways in which Nietzsche is incredibly useful for the left, which we could be incredibly useful for the right, and then all sorts of subdivisions within that. And it's sort of like reading the Bible. You can find the Nietzsche quote for what you want to believe in if you really want to.
Nance?
I like the postmodern Nietzsche, and I mean I think maybe because I like Hans-Georg Müller, that kind of speaks to me more. But I've recently been reading more Nietzsche. I've been writing a piece that I referenced earlier with Nina Power, and it starts out by claiming Amor Fati is gay. But that doesn't make it necessarily a bad thing. But like I read like aphorisms, and I kind of like did this superficial Nietzsche thing when I was like a disgruntled teenager.
Yeah.
He still has the fedora.
Yeah. And I tip it, m'ladies.
It's part of growing up.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
part of growing up, yeah.
But no, I think it is true that I think there's so much more to Nietzsche than what society or the world or the media or whatever would have us believe. And I think it either gets turned into, oh, God is dead and now it's the end of the world and we're in postmodern hell, or it gets turned into like some weird Schopenhauerian incel, blah, blah, blah. I don't know.
Yeah, I think, I mean, when you bring up that interpretation, God is dead, now we're in postmodern hell, we all know who promotes that. That's Jordan Peterson. That's his reading.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's basically his entire understanding of Nietzsche. And I actually would hypothesize that he has taught a course on Beyond Good and Evil without reading the book. Because there is no way he could come to some of the conclusions that he comes to if he actually read the book. Because like he'll always talk about the one passage where, the madman, Nietzsche doesn't say this. He says a madman came into the square and said this, for one, which is interesting. And then like later in the same book, he says the fact for us free spirits that God is dead is a source of cheerfulness for us and hope and great opportunity. And in a way that's just pointing to the I mean, it's kind of a truism. It's not really particularly deep wisdom, but just at the point where everything is in chaos. What is that Mao Zedong quote? Everything is in chaos under heaven. The situation is perfect. Yes, for the vast majority of people, Nietzsche points this out in Human All Too Human. It's something he kind of takes from Machiavelli, that the wise ruler of a tutelary government doesn't try to eliminate religion, because religion does things for you that you can't. So it comforts the hearts of the people. When you ship your son off to die in war, and maybe you get like a military parade or something, but at the end of the day, that doesn't really do it. That doesn't really make up for it in the same way as your son is now in eternal paradise or something like that. And so you need those benefits of religion. And yeah, in absentia of that, people are going to look around, like we just talk about being like a menial worker or something like that. I mean, that is a lot of the crisis of modernity, is the perception of the last man. Like, okay, I'm just living for what? Like a utilitarian kind of, like I'm part of a utilitarian function of society that's turned me into an instrument. That's one of the things Nietzsche says, that morality is the herd instinct in the individual. It makes the individual into an instrument of the collective good. But what is the collective good? Like capital efficiency? Like a cheap flat screen TV? Like, after a while, all of that stuff, it doesn't hit the same. And you find yourself wondering one day, why the fuck am I sacrificing my life to this? And, in the past, like the puritanical work ethic that founded America, they had some sort of like world enchanting narrative that allowed them to endure all sorts of things like that. And the problem with that, I think a lot of leftists do understand, is that Nietzsche's solution for this isn't universal, and it is not going to be adopted by the vast majority of people, because his solution is to basically, like as you said, amor fati, affirm life in spite of all of the problems with it. And it's not, this doesn't take the form of a moral imperative or a persuasive argument. It's more just, hey, if you're the kind of person who can do this, who can understand that the species is important and not the individual organism, and that life is this moving thing and your life can sort of be this sacrifice for something great, for the sake of life itself, that's not something the average person is going to be able to adopt. And so that's sort of the eternal problem with Nietzsche. And I think that's why people like Daniel Tutt see that, you know, he, as he put it to me when I talked to him, that the true logic of like the eternal return in Amor Fati is basically to like instill this fatalism in people, which is a fundamentally like counter-revolutionary thing. But it's only it's only like fatalistic if you in some sense, like it's only fatalistic to think I'm going to live this life once more and innumerable times more if you hate your life. So, and that was kind of, you know, that was Nietzsche's project in a way. So it is very existential in that sense, and can be, it was like so focused on your own subjective experience that it can lose sight of the political. So I get it. I mean, to give Daniel Tutt his due, he said, if the left is like a bus full of thinkers, Nietzsche can be on the bus, but he shouldn't be driving it. And I was like, yeah, that's 100%. Sure. Yeah.
I don't think the guy would have ever been issued a driver's license. Let's be fair.
I don't think he knew how to drive.
Well, he was basically blind. So that would be, yeah, forget
That's
his
what I'm
political ideas, man. He's going to drive you off the Swiss Alps off a cliff, dude.
Exactly. Exactly. All right. Well, Keegan, it's been such an honor to have you on and to get to know you
My
just
pleasure.
a little bit. I'm really looking forward to deep diving into a lot of your work. I hope that everyone will subscribe to your channel. Is there anything you want to tell people about books you've written or podcast platforms they can find you on, or plug whatever you like here on your way out? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So this year I published a book for the first time. That was The Ritual Madness of Rock and Roll. It's an autobiographical account of my band's first tour through Europe. And basically half of the book is philosophy and half of it is memoir. The philosophical element is an inquiry into aesthetics and attempting to understand, approach aesthetics from a different angle from the way it's normally approached philosophically, less trying to understand things like what is beauty or something like that. More like, why on earth would anyone get into a van with 9 other dudes and drive through Europe for 3 weeks at a breakneck pace so that I can play in front of 20 people? Like, what if I was a space alien? What would I make of this whole thing? And it's a much harder question to answer. I spend 300 pages rambling about it, talking about the whole, all sorts of like things in anthropology and stuff like that. A little bit of Nietzsche as well. But it was written over 5 years, the course of 5 years before the podcast came out. So it's been out for several months now. I'm very excited about that. It's still kind of getting traction. And if you want to find what I do, I've got a YouTube channel, Untimely Reflections. You can look up that, Essential Salts, or the Nietzsche podcast. It's on Spotify. It's on YouTube. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Hell yeah, man. Thank you.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs
They bring joy to audiences.
bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much. Please.
And we're back, baby. I'm going to hit the record button in 3, 2, 1. All right, I want to start out by, first of all, apologizing. I thought I had an hour with Doug here, but we only have a half hour with you, man, and it's all my fault. I blame myself only, and so I'm just grateful that you were able to join us. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I am excited to be on Theory Underground, especially with Benjamin Studebaker, who's a genius, and of course with you, Dave and Nance. So thanks for having me on.
Yeah, great to have you. So I think that we wanted to bring you on to talk about a few things, but I kind of wanted to just start with the election and your reaction versus the people in your life, and kind of just what's the Doug LAIN take on the American situation post Trump winning second time around?
I am ambivalent, but optimistic about the result of this election. I am suspicious of my optimism. The reason why I am optimistic is because I think that there was an order, a political ideology that had dominated American politics and world politics since the late 70s, called neoliberalism, that was dying a slow death after 2008, and the re-election of Donald Trump marks a definitive end to that to neoliberalism, and provides us all with an opportunity to reconfigure our political projects and to think again. And so in that way, I'm optimistic, because it was a defeat for the neoliberal order, which included neocon Republicans and neoliberal Democrats and progressive Democrats in a way. So it was a definitive defeat for all of that. It doesn't really have a positive, fully worked out project that I would want to support. But I like the clown car nature of the Donald Trump moment. I feel as though the way in which he's being accused of being unprofessional and putting the uncredentialed people into his cabinet, and the horror that people are expressing in the face of his selections is emotionally rewarding to me. But again, I think it represents an opportunity for people on the left to rethink their politics, rather than I wouldn't want to invest in this administration to create a class harmony or overcome the contradictions in our society.
So you're Benjamin, you take it away here.
I just wanted to ask Doug, and you've paid a real personal price for feeling this way about the election, right? Like, this has had a cost for you in your private life.
Oh yeah,
as I
I'll
understand
talk
it.
about, yeah. I mean, that we're back together. But after after the election, I texted my girlfriend how she thought about it, how she felt about it, and she was very much a pro Kamala camp, and we bickered about it and teased each other about my opinion and her opinion up until election day. But when it actually happened that Trump won, and I told her that I thought I was ambivalent, but I nonetheless thought it was for the best, she kind of flew off the handle and said, I don't want to see anymore. So she didn't shave her head, but there was this moment of yeah, it was like a quasi breakup. Only lasted a day or two, but that did happen to me.
I just changed the title of this stream to Doug LAIN got dumped because he's not upset about the Trump win. You know, that's wild, man. But it's also gotten me in some trouble with a couple of people. I think I got down in my jouissance or whatever, my drive, because I was like, yeah, Democrats are getting what they deserve. They asked for this. And then of course, like, that doesn't fly over so well with some people. And look, at the end of the day, it's like, I should just shut up when it comes to this stuff. So,
well, not now. We have to talk about it. That's what we're going to talk about on the stream, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, I felt some, what is it? How do you say it? Schadenfreude? Is that how you say that?
Yep.
And for the first couple of days, it passed. It lasted a little longer than I thought it would, but it passed. But for me, leading up to the election and during the campaign, and really for a few years, for the last couple of years during the Biden administration, the way in which people who were nominally on the far left were embracing what I thought were totalitarian or authoritarian policies coming out of the administration and making excuses for an administration that was, I thought, clearly dangerous, and we should talk about that. It made me angry, and it made me feel very alienated from my own milieu. So when I saw Kamala lose, and also I saw Kamala lose after people in my milieu were confidently tweeting out and announcing on their streams that, that the Seltzer poll showed she was going to win, and kind of celebrating Trump's humiliating loss days before, and putting up maps that showed a blowout for Kamala with confidence. And I felt like, well, these people need to recognize the depth of their loss and their depth of their failure of their own thinking. Ben, what about you, Ben? What was your response to the election of Donald Trump? I'm not sure. We talked about it some, but I want to hear.
I spent election night at a mixed party in Indiana with some Harris people, some Trump people. The Harris people all went home early, upset, not wanting to have it rubbed in too much. And the Trump people were more comfortable sticking it out, as you might expect. And of course, I can talk to anybody. So I can sit in a room with any crowd of people and hear how they're feeling and go, well, I can understand. And that's mostly where I've been at. I can understand how people feel, but also, now there's a question of what to do and perhaps an opportunity to rethink and learn things. And speaking of rethinking and learning things, I saw that you had a piece out in Compact. I just saw this morning about there being a difference between the workers' interests and the interests of labor. And of course, it's paywalled, so a lot of people out there will not be able to read it. So I wanted to give you a chance to maybe share the basic thesis of that.
Yeah, the idea is that Biden was celebrated by many, including Bhaskar Sankara at Jacobin Magazine, as being the most pro-labor president since FDR. And when you examine that claim, it's true. He was a very pro-labor president. He hired people who were pro-labor to run the NLRB. He, rather than the kind of pro-management people that had been there before, he invested more money into the organization. He walked on picket lines. He supported some minor changes that would make it easier to unionize, not the PRO Act, but a few things. And yet he lost the working class. The Democratic Party lost the working class vote. Without question, the working class voted more often for Trump than they did for Kamala. So the question was why? And I pointed to the fact that the creation of the NLRB and the New Deal project overall was thought of at the time to be a setback for working class politics and for socialism. And I pointed out how it's the project of labor was the same in fascist Italy and Nazi Germany and the United States in the abstract, which was to create class harmony and turn class antagonisms into something the state could use as a way to control and manage society. And so by rejecting the NLRB and this form of labor politics, the working class were expressing their desire to be free and to be independent of the state. That was the argument I put forward in my Compact piece, a little bit more elegantly than I did just now, but yeah.
The only thing I would want to add into there is on this note about the working class voting more for Trump. I remember like this clip of Vosh recently was circulating. He was saying that, yeah, the working class voted for Trump and the working class is stupid and that's why or whatever. And I think that there's like an argument to be made that there are non-stupid reasons one might have felt like they should vote for Trump. But I also want to point out that 90 million Americans did not vote, and I think the majority of them were working class. So, neither side really gets to claim those ones. I know that some people want to act like, oh, well, not voting is voting for the other side. But from where I stand, I'm pretty sure 90 million people not voting is a vote against both sides. So,
yeah, those working class people were smart, I think, and because they didn't vote for Trump, who was not going to do much for working class people in terms of helping them develop their own political power. But it's worth noting that they did not vote for the most pro-labor administration since FDR either. And the question remains, why? Why didn't they support such a pro-labor, pro-union administration? And I think my answer is at least pointing in the right direction in the compact piece.
So I guess in the last, little bit while we have you, I kind of want to just set ourselves up for some future conversations. Maybe we could bring you on Why I Left in the near future and we could get way more into it. But I want to drill into something that's a potential contradiction and worth really sitting with and thinking about. You are I think as internet people would say, based and Catron pilled. And what we mean in this sense is that you do the Catron zone. You've gotten a ton of people listening to him and involved with Platypus, and at the same time you've gotten involved with his party or a movement for a socialist party, right?
The campaign for a socialist party, yeah.
The campaign for a socialist party. And I saw you on X recently saying something about going out and talking to workers, and it's a long-term, slow growth kind of approach. And I like the sound of that. But I am, I guess I'm just curious, like, what do you think is to be gained from talking to people? Don't we already know what the workers' interests are?
No, I don't think we do know what workers' interests are. Most of us, petite bourgeois intellectuals, I think we get it wrong, which is one of the reasons why, so many of us were so quick to support the advancement of the NLRB as a great victory for working people. I wouldn't claim to know exactly what the workers' interests are myself right now. That's one of the reasons why this idea of just getting involved in community projects that are with working class people is something I support. It's not a matter of, like, there's this idea of we should go out and proselytize to the workers and teach the workers about socialism. That's not what this is about. It's about going into your neighborhoods or adjoining neighborhoods, being of service to people who are working class, and learning from them what is going on, what is social reality, so that you can build institutions that are working class institutions that then eventually might be well organized enough to be the basis for creating a socialist party. But the short-term goal is to break from investing in working class politics as is defined by the Democratic Party or by surrogates for them like the DSA, and instead just become involved in working class communities. Part of it is to try to rebuild civil society. And it there's a voluntaristic aspect to this project, which is troubling in a way, but I think it just, I actually also think it's being driven by necessity, that right now, along with the change away from neoliberalism, there is going to be a turning inward and an emphasis on real life politics and rebuilding civil society institutions that are separated from the NGOs and governmental organizations that have been making inroads within our lives into all sorts of aspects of society. This is being talked about, not just on the left, not just in the campaign for a socialist party, but I hear there are right-wing figures who are saying, oh, the way to go now is to return to reality, go back into civil society, build new kinds of institutions. So I think the end of neoliberalism is going to be pushing in this direction anyway. And why not see if socialists could be involved in rebuilding society and reintegrating people into a social life.
Doug, if people are interested in joining the campaign for a socialist party, are there any particular parts of the country where the physical meetups are taking place, where the density of activity is greatest?
You know what? We are really in early days with it. There are meetings that you should talk to Sean KB from Antifada. He's got a regular meetup with working class people that he's running. I'm running through the Patreon weekly conversations that virtually, but then people are volunteering to go out and do things as individuals. From that, it's just really, it's the very beginning of the campaign from Sublation's point of view. The other thing is, as the head of Sublation Media, I don't think of myself as being a primary organizer, although I'm doing, I guess, I'm encouraging that through this tiny effort. But it's more that I'm trying to encourage the campaign itself, and then create a media product that would be reporting on it, that would be thinking through the campaign. And dividing up the labor that way is also something that's in process, but we're going to launch a Substack to do some journalism on this, and we're going to encourage people who are part of the campaign to get involved with documenting their efforts and talking to one another, and through Sublation magazine, having theoretical disputes about what it means and that kind of thing. But the most interesting thing that happened this week was one of my patrons, a guy named Dave, talked about how by reading and listening to Catrone and listening to my podcast and finding out about the campaign, he decided to go to a local mosque and just meet people there. And he's volunteering to teach the kids in that mosque, I guess, algebra. So he's just volunteering as a tutor for the community that he's living in or living nearby. So that would be the kind of thing that if people did with the intention of helping to rebuild civil society institutions, be of service to people in society, and learn from it and write about it and reflect on it, that would be a small, little voluntaristic individual approach to starting out.
Is the word voluntaristic in this context kind of synonymous with anarchistic, localist, mutual aid?
Well,
because you kind of said, I think you kind of said like something like you said, admittedly, it's kind of voluntaristic. So I don't really know what that word means to you. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's a good question. I mean, there's theories of how revolutionary change occurs. And if you think it occurs through the building up of a cadre or, a small group of intellectuals on a voluntary basis who then go out and try to make changes in society, then you're accused of being voluntaristic. And the opposite of that is if you think what is necessary is some sort of overall objective crisis in capitalism, usually connected to a theory of immiseration, then you're accused of being a determinist. And you don't want to be either one, right? Neither approach to creating revolutionary politics is seen as adequate for obvious reasons. If you're voluntaristic, you're going to be swimming upstream. Your projects are going to be short-lived. They won't have the force of economic or material or social necessity behind them. But if you're deterministic, you're assuming that the contradictions of capitalism will automatically work themselves out, and that you don't actually have to think or act with reason. in order to create a politics. So you don't want to be in either camp. And I'm thinking the Campaign for a Socialist Party. I argued earlier, and I think it may be that it's going to appear as a voluntaristic effort, but will be driven by changes that are happening in society. And the task is for us to reflect on our own activity as we react to those changes, the ending of neoliberalism.
Yeah, this would be the key thing. You think that because neoliberalism is ending, it's created an opportunity for certain tactics and techniques that would not have worked, say, 10 years ago. Those may now work today. And so in that sense, it would not be a purely voluntaristic effort because it would be in some way inspired by or interfacing with a change historically that you think is taking place.
That's right. Yeah.
I like that distinction and that point a lot. Now I want to bring it back to the question I'd asked, where I think it probably sounded a little rhetorical in the sort of crass way that I put it, which was like, why go to the workers for their opinions, or, we know what their needs are. And then, you brought in this point about, well, yeah, that's been a big problem for the left, right? This sort of, and you said petty bourgeois, I think we'd say PMC, but like, the point is like, oh yeah, we have it all figured out. We don't need to talk to them. But in the most basic terms though, can't we say what Benjamin said in the last episode of Why Left, which is every worker in the whole world wants more money, or sorry, you said to consume more and to work less is how you put it, Benjamin. And of course, like we talk about time energy, we want large energy infused repeatable blocks of reliable time between people so that they can, discover and cultivate their talents and relationships. Boom. Outside of that, what are you going to get? Like, are we talking about like locally people don't like their road, or something, and so you're going to address that at the city council level? Is that kind of what you're thinking, or?
Well, maybe, but like in the example I gave, it was someone who went to a mosque, which was a civil society institution that was not run by the state, and met with people and talked to them about things that they could use help with. And the fact that their kids in that community are struggling with math and could use some outside tutoring, that was something that he wouldn't have known if he couldn't just sit in his room and think that up. It might be something you would offer if you're going out there because that's probably a common problem. But overall, like, you're going to go in and, okay, so people want to work less and consume more. So the question is, like, in a given area or industry, what kinds of obstacles are they facing to that endeavor? And so if you go to Springfield, Ohio, and they're dealing with a low wage influx of low wage immigrants from Haiti, then the question would become like, okay, well, how can we, amongst everyone there, help bring people together so that they can struggle for a common goal? And you're not going to know that until you're there, or until you're talking to people involved. As a socialist, I wouldn't want to get involved with trying to block immigrants from entering the country. I certainly wouldn't want to help people get deported, but rather, these are now people in society, in civil society. They're living there, and the task is to help people find a common goal and work together to achieve it, working people to achieve that goal of getting higher wages and maybe not having to work as many hours.
Yeah. Slowski in the chat said, from my naive view, the idea sounds more like socializing people.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's like, we have to learn how to be, not be dicks. Like we have to learn how to go out and talk to people and encounter people who aren't exactly like ourselves, and think about what other people might be experiencing, and not start with, let me explain Hegel to you, which is something I might have done in the past. It's horrible. So yeah, it's like we need to be socialized, because we are being, our ability to socialize, our ability to work together is being disrupted and dismantled and attacked all the time. It just the way capitalism works is it sets up kind of an authoritarian state that wants to put people at odds with each other, and then manage how they're socialized together, and then direct them to how they can cooperate, so that they cooperate in ways that is beneficial for the perpetuation of class society. It's not some conspiracy. It's just how the state operates. It's with, you have, like, the example that comes to mind is the Black Panthers created a breakfast program for, poor Black people. And then the state came in and replaced it and did it for them. And so now, rather than being an act of independence and self-directed self-care, it was now a way the state was becoming indispensable and on another level.
I think the last thing we gotta touch on before we can let you go here, because it is why I initially reached out and said I'd love to bring you on for this, was a tweet that you put out on the 8th of November. You said, and I shared the link to this tweet down in the chat, folks, if you want to check it out. You said, "Wow." So I guess I should read the tweet you're responding to first.
Yeah, remind me, because I'm not sure I remember what it is.
Here, I'll actually drop it in the Zoom chat too. But Ellie Mistel said, "Everyone on my losing side of the aisle is asking, can America be saved from Trump? I have a better question. Is America worth saving? My latest in The Nation arrives at the conclusion that America deserves what's about to happen." And then you said, "Wow, I think the Democrats are hitting rock bottom. If you don't think America is worth saving, then you won't be able to see what Trump is doing or will do that requires opposition. He just announced that he wants to eliminate birthright citizenship, which would make the US more like the UK. Are you sure America isn't worth saving?"
Right. Yeah, because you turn your back on what's good about America, like the fact that we have birthright citizenship, or the strongest protection of free speech in the world that I'm aware of, or a more egalitarian culture than many European nations have, and you lose your ability to stand up for American people against an authoritarian state of any kind, whether it's Democrat or Republican. So, yeah, it seems to me like that this idea that America is not worth saving, that America is racist to its core, or genocidal, or all the different things that people who pride themselves on being extremely left-wing say, those things are really just antisocial. And they get in the way of organizing American people to stand up for their own needs and wants, across ethnic lines, across gender divide, and cooperating to do something like the Campaign for a Socialist Party wants to do, which is rebuild civil society institutions so that we can have a new form of politics in America.
So this is,
yeah.
And I know
found
you've
that
got
tweet to be just so such a great example of how everything that was wrong. This guy Eli Mistel's tweet, the fact he's writing for The Nation, it's just like shocking, really. But the idea that we're just going to say, yeah, America deserves what it gets. I mean, I can understand at a party if you're mad, at one of these election parties, and you're like, oh, my candidate lost, all these fucking voters, they're all idiots. Yeah, sure. But to like write it up in The Nation and put it out as like, political commentary or thought, I mean, it's insane.
No, it's the kind of reaction from the blues that a lot of the non-voters in my life were fearing. The people who cared the least about the election and are the most disaffected by both sides, just expressing that they don't like that their main concern is the sort of reaction from the blues, because there's like this hysteria that whips up, and what you're highlighting in that tweet is it's like a sort of punitive kind of approach that says, "Oh, you get what you get," and it's like, whoa, guys.
Yeah. I want to ask Ben before I go, because I always like talking to Ben, but I have to run. But did that tweet surprise you, Ben?
Well, I think that The Nation postures it being on the left, but shows, I think a lot of people who posture it being on the left have shown their true colors in recent days by acting like poor people or people without college degrees deserve to suffer. A lot of people have revealed that they actually are not on the side of poor people or people without college degrees. And it's not just the person who wrote that, it's also the people at the Nation who agreed to publish it, and the people who run the Nation, who also run other magazines that position themselves as socialist. Some people who are listening might be aware of some of the other magazines that are in the same kind of general sphere as the Nation, who are run by the same people. And geez, if they're willing to publish something like that, then they must not think very much of the people that they claim all the time that they want to help.
Right. Yeah, that's right. So one of the other benefits of this moment is maybe we could start to clear away some of the confusion about who's on the side of working class people and who is not.
And some of the refuse online, some of the digital refuse that people are constantly having to sift through, that gets in the way of doing anything or, having a cogent thought about anything.
I'm guilty of going on Twitter and like responding to a bunch of crap. And then more and more, I'm trying to stop myself before I another blue check mark says something like this. I mean, this was an example of me responding to something that was clearly crap, right? But I guess it led to this conversation, so it wasn't that bad. But you have to sort what you're going to spend your time even responding to, I think.
Right. I try to only respond to the spectacle with Benjamin handy because, he'll bring me back down to earth,
Well, Dave, I think you do a great job of responding to the spectacle and to deeper things. And I'm glad you had me on. I hope you have me on again. Nance, it was good to see you. I'm going to take
as always
off and see you soon, I hope.
Hell yeah.
We'll be right back, everybody, with a new episode of Why Left.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Zizek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But Most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, LAIN, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing. Where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McCarrickers are doing, then the best way is to become a tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, tier 4 is amazing because it gives you tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
And finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people. Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my
I'm Benjamin Studebaker.
Nope. Hold on. Sorry, we're not recording yet, folks. We just switched over. We're about to start off a Why Left episode here. Sorry about that. I didn't do the thing yet. But Okay, hold on.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Studebaker.
This is David McCarricker with Why Left.
So today on Why Left, we're joined by Nance, and we're going to talk about The Week, my paper magazine that I have here that's full of establishment boomer takes about American politics. The cover this week is of the Democrat donkey, and he's been abused and beaten and reduced to alcoholism. So he's clearly having a bad time. The main stories I have in the week today are Trump's MAGA administration takes shape, Trump legal cases wither as he vows revenge, and Ukraine readies for drastic change in U.S. alliance.
All right. Well, this is basically what I've been bracing myself for ever since we started this podcast, because Benjamin told me we would be getting into the week, that it would be a regular part of this thing. And I guess I want you to actually, since this will be our first time covering it, like, let's actually set this up. I didn't actually understand how the week works, and I didn't know that you've been reading it since you were wearing literal diapers. Could you kind of tell us the origin of this segment?
Yes, so back in the early 2000s, when I was 10, 11, 12 years old, my dad went, I know how I can help my son follow politics better. I'll get him The Week. So during the Iraq War, I started reading The Week. And The Week is a compendium of different news sources. And there is an attempt by The Week to be ecumenical and involve both left and right-leaning sources, but within the framework of establishment media and traditional media. Right? Occasionally a Substack or a website will sneak its way into The Week, but that's unusual. That's not the general character of it. So The Week reflects the quality of American media and discourse. And so as that deteriorates, The Week tends to deteriorate with it. But that's not necessarily a problem with The Week. It's a problem with the stuff that The Week is covering and the stuff that The Week includes. However, you can detect occasional instances in which The Week is part of the trouble, because one of the old traditions of The Week is that The Week will tend to put the story that the editors of The Week think is the reasonable view at the end. That's not to say that they explicitly say they endorse it, but they will do a back and forth and then put a seemingly kind of maybe reasonable take at the end of each of the stories. So I often will like to look at that, because that will say, what does The Week think the kind of sensible, moderate view is about this? So to give you a sense of what kind of stuff is in The Week, the discussion of the MAGA administration includes bits from the National Review, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, Politico, National Review again, The Bulwark, and CNN.com, right? That's your array of old-fashioned, traditional establishment takes.
Right.
And they're each small enough that it's not a problem in terms of reading out little bits and pieces. You're not reading out so much that you're stealing anybody's stuff, right? So what is the last take in the week about the new MAGA administration? Trump is fulfilling what he sees as his mandate, building a governing team in his own hardline MAGA image. His picks will send shudders down liberal spines, and that's part of the point. With the common trait of ultra loyalty to Trump, they're on board with his plan to shred the regulatory state and tell the rest of the world that from now on, it's America first. Whether the Senate will confirm picks, such as Gates and Gabbard, remains to be seen, but Trump voters who hoped for shakeups in Washington are getting what they asked for and what Harris voters feared. So, Dave, does that sound reasonable to you? Does that sound like a fair description of what's going on, or are there things that the boomers are missing?
I mean, they're obviously leaving out the whole side of this that we like to bring in about how Democrats were clearly asking for it this time around, or they've deserved Trump ever since they axed Bernie first time around through mostly censorship and just disappearing him. And second time around, since they couldn't ignore him, by flooding the field and then pulling the Night of a Thousand Knives or whatever when we had Super Tuesday, you know, whatever. I mean, I'm kind of I want to say numb, but that's not even. I'm so out of touch when it comes to mainstream coverage, though, that this is just kind of completely off of my radar. This is the part where you're torturing me, right? Like normally I'm showing you tweets and you're being tortured because I subject you to the online discourse. But like, no, this is, to me, I hear this sort of mainstream framing of the whole situation. But there's this part of me though that just goes, yeah, well, I mean, that makes sense. I can see why they're saying that. Like, of course Trump wants loyal picks. What's the, like, of course that's going to happen. And honestly, like, maybe it will send shivers down our spines. I don't know enough about Gates to even know if I should feel anything. I know that Tulsi Gabbard has said some things that I overheard a couple times where I was like, oh, it's pretty cool that she said that. But I don't know. But I know the people who tend to love her don't tend to think very deeply about the electoral system here. So I'm a lot more interested in your take on it, of course. But Nance, I'd be remiss to not subject you to the torture as well, and to officially welcome you on. You've been on YLF because we had you on for that bonus episode when the Comcast died in Benjamin's neighborhood that one time. But no, this is the first time you've been on with the two of us. So welcome to the show.
Yeah. Thank you. It's good to be here for a proper episode. I want to be tortured as well by Benjamin. And I'm similarly very out of touch. I think RFK is part of the cabinet, but I'm not 100% sure if that's true or if I saw that on Reddit. So the thing, they're talking about deregulation. And like Project 2025 was a thing that was discussed before the election. And some people say it's the end of the world and it's happening tomorrow. Some people say it was never true and it was always just scare tactics. I think maybe the truth lies somewhere in between. But I am concerned about deregulation. Now, maybe not as much as some other people, but like it is true that municipalities are kind of deteriorating right in front of our very eyes. So I don't know. I think maybe there is something that speaks to me here. This is not entirely torture, and I should do the hard work of actually paying attention to this discussion. I think.
I do think it has this positive effect of just reminding people, because most of the people who engage with us are young internet people, what goes on in old people land, because old people land is important. There's a lot of voters and a lot of society that still exists in old people land. And in old people land, I can tell you this, the person that they're most concerned about here is Hegseth, the Department of Defense nominee. That's what really concerns these guys, because they view Hegseth as a potential stooge who would be running a military department. And that's what they really are concerned about. They mentioned Kristi Noem, they mentioned Matt Gaetz, they mentioned Gabbard, they mentioned Musk and Ramaswamy. RFK was nominated for the Department of Health and Human Services, DHHS, but that didn't make it into the week because it's a print magazine. And that was after they published, I think. I'll, as I flip through, if I see any of it, I'll let you know, but it didn't make it in. Hegseth is who they're really concerned about. And if you notice, what they downplay is Rubio, right? Rubio is not a loyalist. Rubio is Jeb Bush's protege from 2016, but he's the Secretary of State nominee. And the Trump administration is hoping that by nominating Rubio, along with Hegseth, that Hegseth might get through because of Rubio. That might be some kind of compromise or some kind of deal that they can do to get Hegseth in. I don't know about that. We'll have to see.
Now, is Hegseth that special operator guy, really gung-ho, really kind of war hockey? Is that him?
He's the guy from Fox. He ran for office once, but didn't win. I don't even think he got through the primary. So he hasn't had a lot of political success. He was a captain in the military. He never advanced beyond the rank of captain. So the usual Dodd pick is either someone who has a lot of experience in civilian government, or it's an ex-general, typically speaking. In recent years, at least. It used to not be the case that ex-generals would be tapped for Dodd, but that was, especially in recent administrations, a common thing. Here we have someone who has no electoral experience and limited military experience, as a captain, not as a colonel or higher. Typically, when you're talking about an officer who can be thought of as maybe running a major part of the state, you're thinking colonels and up. Captain is just beneath that. So, I think that is really the interesting pick, because Hegseth is someone who really would concern a lot of establishment people if he gets into Dodd. The next story, Trump legal cases, whether as he vows revenge, that's the kind of story I would almost want to just bypass, because to me, the Trump legal cases are just obviously none of that stuff is going to make any difference. But these guys in the week have covered the Trump legal cases as if they're one of the 3 or 4 most important things going on continuously throughout the entire run of those cases. For them, it's always a top 3 or 4 story. The current situation with the legal cases.
That must be why they always bring it back to how he's convicted, as though that's some kind of as though that means something, as though that would be a deterrent for people. Yeah,
they think that you guys, not just you guys, but you guys listening, are also interested in, care about, and are following that. But that's not the case. Old people live in old people land, and it's not the same place in which you live. And if you notice, older voters did tilt a little bit more Democratic, in part because of the incredibly scandalous coverage of Trump in old people media. But it doesn't translate to the internet. And this is part of the complaint about misinformation. Why is our old people coverage of the Trump legal cases not getting to the kids? Why are the internet people not taking the same attitude to it? It must be because of Elon Musk or something. That tends to be how they think, right? So then you've got Ukraine readies for drastic change in U.S. alliance. And here you have media people just speculating about whether Trump will actually be able to negotiate a peace, what a Trump peace might look like, talking about trying to push through funding for Ukraine before Trump takes office, in case either he is pursuing a peace so he can negotiate from strength, or in the case he continues the war, to try to prevent Ukraine from becoming indebted or on the hook. But then the controversy of the week I want to get to, because I think this is going to be interesting. Where does the Democratic Party go from here? Right? So here we have the pieces that we've got are from The Liberal Patriot, Salon, The Hill, The New York Times, The Times, Substack, Nate Silver's Substack got in here, and then The New York Times. And we've got some really old names like Maureen Dowd and Ezra Klein. I mean, these are people that, have been around a little while, right? So what does Maureen Dowd think? Maureen Dowd has been doing the White House beat for decades. She says, style is everything. Democrats in the Trump years became the party of condescension and cancellation. As the nation's self-appointed language police, they shamed anyone not fluent in gender-fluid pronouns and faculty lounge terminology, like BIPOC and Latinx. They embraced unpopular academic ideas, like defunding the police and letting biological males play women's sports. This intellectual and moral preening played well with white, affluent college graduates, the only cohort where Democrats made gains last week, but it alienated half the country or more. So this is the part where they say, we old people know how to do social issues, and those kids ruined everything. Those progressive kids, they ruined our ability to field competitive candidates, right? There is a soft opposition in the week to the really woke stuff, because it's an older audience that will, not be openly anti-woke, but also views that stuff as silly college kid stuff that they'll indulge when it suits them. But as soon as it has any kind of serious consequence, they will very quickly go, come on, guys, this is childish. This is, McGovern stuff. There is this reptilian, this is McGovernite, it's going to screw us stuff that you still will get from these guys.
Yeah, and this is the sort of, to me, the most frustrating thing about activists, especially of the college variety, who take themselves seriously, is that the people who platform them think they're children going through a radical phase. That's always what it is. And so these are children, and because they're treated like children, they act like children. And so they're used to being patronized by these professors, right? Nance, what were you going to say about that?
I was going to say, yeah, they very much are children. Like they've been treated, they've been habituated, they've been enabled, they've been conditioned to kind of throw these fits. And it is just kind of a fit throwing, a collective national fit throwing.
I wasn't sure if I would ever bring this up on why I left, but this is my golden moment, so I get to. I'm going to jump 5 minutes into this video here, and this is from Piers Morgan. I get to torture you back here for a second. I think it's 5 minutes in, basically. We've got, let's see, who's on Piers Morgan? It's David Pakman, it's Dave Rubin, it's a bunch of other people. And Piers Morgan brings up this line about how the left went too far. They went too far left. And of course, what he means is this kind of cultural politics. Let's get into it.
And host of the Ben Ferguson podcast, Ben Ferguson. What a magnificent quartet of white dudes, if ever I've seen one. David Pakman, I want to start with you. You were very clear to me when we spoke before the election that this whole issue of transgenders in sport and so on was completely irrelevant and nobody cared. Let me remind you.
You're saying Kamala Harris and Biden have come out in support of this.
They do. They support policies which actively protect. They support policies that protect transgender athletes performing in women's sport. And I think that is madness. You're saying, well, because most of these things in this UN report were outside of America, it doesn't matter. It does matter.
What I'm saying, it's a completely contrived issue that almost no one cares about in every single opinion poll.
Wow. Well, the problem is, David.
Okay, well, the part I want to get to is this next part. But Nance, what do you?
I was going to say, like, David Pakman's a big name. I don't watch David Pakman, but I'm aware of who David Pakman is, and I know he's a big name. And I thought he, well, I don't know. I think it is unreasonable to kind of take that stance of like, oh, it's a non-issue. Like, I think it's pretty clear that it's a huge issue.
That's why I kind of wanted to bring this in, is because I feel like when I brought it up, maybe Benjamin was kind of like, oh no, that's not really the biggest, that's not a big factor here. Maybe I'm wrong maybe I have the wrong impression, but I want to let you differentiate yourself from Morgan, or maybe you'll agree with him, but let's hear what he says here.
You couldn't have possibly been any more wrong, because the New York Times, the liberal Bible, did a whole piece about the ad that Trump ran, which is the Kamala's for they, them, Donald Trump's for you. This is one of the most effective 30-second spots in political history and may have shifted the race, according to her own side, by 2.7 percentage points in Trump's favor after people watched it. Let's take a look at the ad before I come to you.
For prisoners. For prisoners, every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
Hell no, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to that.
Kamala supports transgender sex changes in jail with our money.
Kamala even supports letting biological men compete against our girls in their sports. Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
So, look, on reflection, David, do you want to admit you were completely and hopelessly wrong about this?
No, in fact, in the aftermath, we figured out how dishonest you were, Piers, during that. And hopefully we can get a little bit of an opportunity. So let me lay it out.
Of course.
First of all, I went back and looked at the UN report in more detail. The UN report said nothing of the sort that you said. What you were referring to dishonestly was one footnote from an anti-trans organization making completely unsubstantiated claims. So I will wait for the apology from you. The UN report doesn't say that, but that wasn't the crux of your question. Second part of it, that ad with Kamala, I would have loved Kamala to respond to it. All she had to say was at the time that she said that, it was Trump administration Bureau of Prisons policy that that's what's available to trans inmates when determined medically necessary. She would follow the law. You haven't said that. And then number 3, Piers, on who cares about the issue, I checked Gallup survey, trans issues at the very bottom. The reality is almost no one's trans. Almost no trans people are in competitive sports, and people do not care about the issue. However, there's a lot of money made grifting about trans this and trans that, even from people on this panel. So I get why they keep bringing it up.
Ben Ferguson, you burst out laughing then.
You muted.
Oh, I'll just cut it off there, and to summarize the rest of it, just say that Pac-Man basically just makes fun of everybody else the whole time they talk about this, except for the guy to the direct right of him who agrees with him. And their position is that this is merely a right-wing boogeyman, and it's only on our radar because of extreme amounts of right-wing funding, and that it doesn't play a major factor in people's large exit from either voting or for the Democrats. So with that said, then this ties in obviously directly to that piece that you were just bringing up from the week, and I wanted to give you like this opportunity to speak more to this.
Yeah. So Pac-Man is correct that if you go into issue polling and ask people what are the important issues that are motivating how you vote, very few people will say trans as their number one issue. I do think that in general, there is a leadership question around Harris that has to do with a sense that she has been picked for reasons of DEI, and that have to do in general with this sense that incompetent, bad decisions will be made that will be motivated by strange thinking about race and gender and sexuality. And I think that the trans thing would be one of the issues that would be part of that omnibus of concern, but it wouldn't be individually singled out, right? I think that, for instance, one of the things that you also wouldn't see people highlight in an issue poll, but which would also be part of this matrix of things, was Harris in mid-October proposing a forgivable loans program, but only for Black entrepreneurs. Right? You wouldn't hear people saying that that's their number one reason for voting against Harris. But the view that Harris is incompetent and makes decisions based on racist, sexist stereotyping, as opposed to what's really good for the economy or good for people as citizens or as human beings, I think it contributes to that general question about, is this a competent leader that you can trust to run the country? Or is this someone who just listens to people from weird NGOs connected with universities and hops on whatever policies they stick in front of her unthinkingly? I don't think very many people actually think that if Harris were elected president, she would enact that loans program, or that that loans program would survive judicial review if she did try to impose it. But the fact that she thought that that would make sense and that that would be a good thing to say and to talk about shows that she has a competence problem. And I think that that is where a lot of this stuff really factored in for people, this sense of just lack of competence. Someone like Biden, you wouldn't necessarily think that Biden would go and do things like that. He certainly wouldn't talk that way. But with someone like Harris, you get the sense that if she's in a room and a bunch of people with degrees in the room say, you should do this thing, that she'll just go along with it because she's not able to think her way through the situation.
Okay. So, I mean, really, in a sort of sense, this comes down to legitimacy and trust, and the fact that people just aren't trusting her as a competent decision maker. And then all of these other things are kind of related to that.
Yeah, individually, no one of them would pop up as the number one thing, right? And if you ask people, did you know that Kamala had on her website a policy to give a forgivable loan to Black entrepreneurs? A lot of people in a poll would say that they aren't aware of that or haven't heard about that, right?
Yeah.
But it seems like the kind of thing she'd do because there is this pervasive sense that she's kind of a stupid person. And that's the thing that if you go to a Trump rally and listen to a Trump speech, the weave would always come back to Kamala is stupid and incompetent people say, and she'll do whatever it is that they suggest because she doesn't think very well. That is the main problem. I call it the Dan Quayle problem, which is if you have someone who doesn't project an ability to think for themselves and to think independently, then that person can be taken in by whoever's around. And then there's just a lack of trust in the kinds of people that Democrats tend to have around.
Okay. All right. It makes sense. Yeah. And I guess I think what we're probably going to start seeing is a bit of a sea change when it comes to the Democrats who see themselves as the older, wiser ones who were going along with the activist tendencies, and now they're going to start going, okay, guys, but we went too far left. We went too far left. Biden gave Woman of the Year to Dylan Mulvaney. We went too far left because of this gender stuff. And then, of course, they'll use that to also, they'll turn that right back onto things like Medicare for all. They'll say, see, we went too far left. So how could we ever have Medicare for all? Because, of course, they can't tell the difference between particularist and universalist kinds of programs.
Yeah, now I want to give you another story from the week. This is How They See Us, Europe Braces for Trump's Second Term. So this story consists exclusively of European papers' reactions to what's going on. And we get a reaction from The Guardian, and from Le Point in France, and from Le Monde in France, and then from Echo 24 from the Czech Republic, and El País from Spain. And I'll do the Czech Republic and the Spain because I think people can guess at what The Guardian would say, right? So it says, in some ways, Trump might bring the forced shock treatment Europe needs, says the Czech paper. The hefty tariffs he plans will be another big blow to European economies already weakened from the EU push to become carbon neutral by 2050. That means the EU will be compelled to get leaner and fight climate change without sacrificing growth. Yet it's hard to spin this as anything other than bad news, says the Spanish paper. It's devastating for the world, not just the US, that a majority of American voters endorsed racism, misogyny, and overt authoritarianism. For decades, the West has acted as if liberal democracy were irreversible, as if institutions would always get stronger and rights would perpetually expand. The United States, the country that invented the democracy that the rest of the world copied, now tells us that may not be the case.
So America picked the racist authoritarian. That's the Spanish take.
Right. The most interesting kind of view that we seem to be getting from the Europeans in that article is a view that this might in some way push the Europeans to be more responsible about their own policy and to rely less on the Americans to run the show for them, similar to Zizek's view. But that view is underwritten at every point by something like the view that Spanish paper expressed. And that comes from, it's almost like a chat GPT. The way the European media interprets what's going on in the States is it takes the American establishment media, reads that, and then interprets that. So it's always operating at an extra level of remove. So by the time this is digested by the Europeans, it takes on board as premises a lot of the narratives that are coming out of the American old person press. So when you get to the European old person press, the coverage of American politics is extremely, oh yeah, Trump's just the bigot guy, right? It becomes very detached from on the ground stuff.
It's genuinely perplexing to me that they think that his private statements about gold diggers and how they'll let you do anything, or how his, when making fun of a journalist who had been writing hit pieces on him, he used the ableist, sort of like, kind of hand waving. They use these little moments to be like, see how hateful he is. And it's like, I'm pretty sure like most people in my life, when being attacked by somebody, will make fun of that person's physical appearance if it's advantageous in the moment, or it feels advantageous in the moment. I'm pretty sure that most people will talk in a derogatory way about people who are only pursuing men for their money. I'm pretty sure and that none of those things are a generalized misogyny. None of those things are a generalized racism or sexism. And that it's like, I think that there's probably real things that we could focus on that Trump is actually doing that are genuinely concerning, but the liberal media's never really wanted to focus on that kind of thing.
Speaking of sexism, in Talking Points, we have a story, the headline of which is "Sexism, Did It Cost Harris the Election?" And we have pieces from the Beacon Journals, Slate, USA Today, the Daily Beast, and the Washington Post. I'll give you the Daily Beast and the Washington Post bits. Let's not be fooled. While many people voted for Trump over the economy and immigration, his victory was also fueled by sexism. That's why his campaign waxed nostalgic about a 50s-style patriarchy in which trad wives stay home with the kids, why his running mate, J.D. Vance, railed against childless cat ladies devoted to their careers, and why Trump vowed to protect women, whether the women like it or not. Sexism was by no means the whole story of this election, but as Harris tried and failed to break the ultimate glass ceiling, Trump and his allies sneeringly called her dumb, trash, and a hoe. In America, misogyny is alive and rampant. So you see what they do here. They go, okay, it wasn't all sexism, but anyone who doesn't acknowledge the sexism is engaged in it. So if you don't preface everything you say with, well, of course there was racism and sexism here, but also some other stuff, then implicitly you stand accused of having in some way provided cover for the racism and sexism. And if you notice, the people who are trying to cover all of this in a way that they get the respect of these kinds of outlets and publications, they will always have to say, well, of course there was some racism and sexism, but we should consider that in issue polling, they were talking about immigration and cost of living, right? But you have to do this dance where you acknowledge, and that's how they do it. That's how they insert and push the "it was sexism" frame. They go, well, of course there were other things, but you have to talk about this. And if you don't, you're not one of the serious people.
And I kind of brought this up earlier today in one of the other segments. Would you say that in the same way that this was the most racist campaigns of our life, or that these were the most racist campaigns of our lives, that it was also the most sexist or misogynistic, in the sense that, because remember, the argument for why both sides were the most racist was that both just assumed and reified this racial framing of everything, and both sides were playing this sort of identity politics, like, oh no, we've got the most diverse crew. No, actually we do. No, we speak to those interests. No, we do. Would the same thing apply when it comes to sex?
Yes, I certainly think it would. Of course, that's different from the way they're talking about it here, because in this piece, they're saying it's because people wouldn't vote for a woman or don't like women that Harris lost, and that this has to be acknowledged as one of the factors. Whereas I think the point that you're making, in reference back to the episode we did about race, is that these campaigns tried to pitch themselves to women or to men as groups with essences that have a shared vision or shared way of thinking. Indeed, there was a cover of the week before the election with two lines of people, one to vote for Trump and another to vote for Harris, where all the Harris voters were women and all of the Trump voters were men. That cover, I thought, was incredibly sexist. The narrative that there is a sharp sex-based split between conservative and liberal, and that you can use that to explain everything, that is what I think is ultimately really sexist. The assumption that if a man is supporting Trump, it must be motivated by sex, and if a woman is voting for Harris, it must be because of concern about The Handmaid's Tale or abortion or what have you. and that this is really all it ultimately is about, childless cat ladies, and whether you're one of them or whether you sympathize with them. I do think that this was very flattening, and it excluded a lot of the things that were going on. And because people were thinking in this way, they had very limited ability to talk about the issues that actually mattered to the voters. So when they do this kind of stuff, what it functionally does is it enables people to avoid discussing those issues that those voters care about. They have to be mentioned as an afterthought or as a secondary thing. You have to do, of course, there was a lot of racism and sexism, but, and then you can mention these things and people can go, see, we talked about them, we've thought about them, and then kick them into the long grass and never do anything about them, which is what has happened every single time Trump has been up and there's been any kind of discussion in the week about it. The most interesting thing you'll get is there was racism and sexism, but we should also consider some of the stuff that they talked about in the issue polling. And then nobody does anything about any of it. There was also a story, Election 2024, how Trump won, with pieces from the LA Times, National Review, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, New York Times again, Wall Street Journal again, Philadelphia Inquirer, and Politico. And the summing up story in the week is all these things contributed to Trump's win, but one factor triumphed over all others: the most badly informed electorate in modern American history. A May survey found Biden leading overwhelmingly among the shrinking number of Americans who still read a newspaper, while Trump held his biggest margins among those who follow no news at all, many of whom bathe in the toxic stew of misinformation that circulates on social media. Having ridden into office on angry voters' grievances, Trump now faces a new challenge. Much of his political mojo is derived from victimhood and the perception that he is valiantly fighting back against entrenched forces. Now he has unambiguously bested those forces. How will he deliver for the broad coalition of voters who have bought his promises of change? We are in for a new chapter of Trump's career and a new chapter in the American presidency. And this is something also that's been echoed in a number of the individual stories. They have a bit in the week called Best Stories in the United States that covers the columns that they felt were the sharpest, the little 800-word newspaper columns. And one of the stories is the alternate reality of new media. So this theme is recurring in the week, this theme of if you were reading what we're writing, then of course you wouldn't vote for this guy. It must be because people aren't reading what we're writing. And it must be because people like Musk are allowing them to read other things instead that are bad for them.
My daughter last night at dinner mentioned that one of her teachers in high school said social media is the most effective news mechanism that we've ever had in the history of humankind. And my immediate response to her was, it might be effective at distributing information, but the quality of all the information is very much in question at the very least. Now, I also want to push back on this distinction that they're trying to create between the young people are on the social medias, so they have bad info. Us old folks read paper, so we have good info. I think that's also false.
And it overlooks the fact that because of the decline of the newspaper model, the cost of being a newspaper subscriber is now extremely high, which means there's an education and income class-based bias in favor of being for the status quo if you're a newspaper reader, which they are, of course, not going to mention. One of the things that's changed in the week over the last 20 years is the ads. They're all for things that old people buy. All of the ads in the week are for things old people buy. This necklace is not for sale. It's yours for free. No kidding. Only Stour can give you 200 carats of genuine amethyst for nothing. Who buys that? Who responds to that ad?
Oh my goodness.
I think we all know. I think we all know. And the volume of ads has dropped too, because there's not that many ads you can sell at this stage in the week. A watch as tough as you are, our digital analog hybrid, has two sides, tougher and tougher. Get it now for an unbelievable $49.
Goodness, they're going to have jitterbug ads in there pretty soon. Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, go ahead, Nance.
I don't know. it feels very it's ideology, right? Like it is just this kind of Ouroboros of donkeys smelling its own farts. I was gonna say something worse, but I didn't want to.
I think we should cut
Yeah.
the episode right there. That's the quilting point. Okay.
Oh,
I
but
just
if
want
you cut it there, I won't be able to give you the one about Musk that's in here. Payback,
Okay,
the United States of Elon Musk.
I want to get to it. And by the way, I do have a clip of Matt Gaetz saying something, and that the people's feelings about the different cabinet picks. I have like a screenshot of that we can get to once we're through the week. There's someone in the chat said I don't know what all this is about, and okay, we're going through the week. We're talking about mainstream media's reactions, and we're also talking about the decline of mainstream media's relevancy in a sort of sense, right? The people in the week, you just indicated that in the last 20 years that the advertising has changed, and it's really just focusing on old people now. Would you say that's the people that were being polled in all these polls that showed Kamala was going to win? Or
Well, there are some issues in polling younger people because a lot of traditional mechanisms for doing polling, younger people are less responsive to, and the kinds of young people who are responsive are not representative. So there have been attempts by pollsters to make up for that. It wouldn't mean that you should just throw all the polls out, because the pollsters are actively tearing with it. They do regard it as a problem, and they're working on it. But one of the things, for instance, they've had to do is move away from phone-based polling, because young people don't answer their phones unless they're crazy. If it's a number that they don't recognize, like a polling company. So they have had to stop relying on phone-based polling. Of course, the thing is, for a lot of older people, that's the only way you can poll them.
okay. Well, what does it
So
say
there's
about Musk?
post-class fractured mass here, right?
Yeah, 100%. Well, that's
Yeah.
the thing. The civil society has crumbled. This is you're going through artifacts from a different era, you know.
I know, right? It's like I've stepped into a time warp where the 2024 election is covered according to the norms from 1996.
Right.
Yeah, it's so fun. So on the Musk story, we have Axios, which is the most Bidenite website on the internet. If you want to know like what deep Biden people think, go to Axios. It's the best place for Biden, not Democrat, Biden perspectives. They have really good links with the admin. Then we've got the New York Times, the Atlantic, Wall Street Journal, Market Watch, and the New York Times again. I think the last story from the New York Times here is the most interesting. The Trump-Musk bromance is not going to last. There's room for only one star, one genius in the Trump White House. Trump is not going to share center stage. And this is not a man for whom loyalty is a strong suit. At least Musk and his companies will probably be left alone under Trump rule as long as he stays on his good side. But I expect he will soon join the long list of genius businessman donors who were casually discarded after they had served their purpose. It wouldn't surprise me if they're dead on correct about that. That story could be right.
I just want to say something for the record about the chat. Sorry, I got distracted here, Benjamin. Because you know, we try to keep up on the live chat. Look, the only rule is don't test our patience and don't blow up the spot. And if you're too autistic to know what that means, and I know people are going to say, "Whoa, Dave, you can't say that." Well, the person in question who we just had to time out again has the word autistic in their title. But look, I genuinely mean this. If you don't get social situations, you know, more power to you. I'm sympathetic. Every space on the internet is different. I know that the flat screen makes it all feel the same, but like what we're trying to run here is a different kind of thing. And so people being like, "Oh, what about free speech?" Look, it's our living room. that is out in the public. We don't know what the internet is. It's a weird situation. And I'm not saying that we're doing it the right way when it comes to moderation, but we're doing it the way that we're going to do it. And we're definitely not looking for a lecture. We're definitely not looking to be told how to do it. I have enough people who are critical of how I do things who I trust, and you're not one of them. And if you're not one of them, you probably know that. And so, there you go. I don't expect to have to do this very often, but we've never actually done this on Why Left. And so I just wanted to say, yeah, we're kind of those assholes at the end of the day, but just if you want to kind of get a sense for the limits of the thing, at the point that Nance starts saying something, that's probably your sign. There you go.
And here's a hint. Don't call anyone on your screen a fascist. Don't start making obscure references to certain categories of people who we may not name, but we all know what the fuck you're talking about. Just don't do dumb shit like that. Keep it fucking simple. It does tend to derail.
And have fun. Sorry, Benjamin. We'll pass it back over to you. So Musk.
Yeah.
they think he's not very loyal. What else?
They think not just that he's not very loyal, but that the Trump administration, the people around Trump, are likely to not want him overly involved. And since the week came out, there have been a lot of stories suggesting infighting within the administration between Musk and people around the president who think that Musk believes he's purchased influence or is owed something and is entitled to be involved with every decision, and who are saying Musk doesn't realize that's not how it works. One thing that people should bear in mind is that there were 3 different billionaires who gave Trump over $100 million. Musk is just one of those 3 guys. It's just that he doesn't know what the limits are. He's not familiar with the social norms and mores of donating hundreds of millions of dollars to a presidential campaign. So he's behaving in a way that you're not supposed to behave. The guys like Mellon and Adelson, who gave very nearly as much money, Mellon actually gave more. They know that you're not supposed to shove your face into every picture with the president and to make yourself the center of all of the news coverage. Musk doesn't understand that. He's relatively new to all of this. He hasn't been this personally involved in politics before. So I do think that there may be a point here where the Trump administration does potentially sideline him. There have been a lot of jokes by people on the right at Musk's expense in recent days. A lot. Though if you poll people about how do they feel about different picks to the administration, so far, Musk polls reasonably well. He's up +5 in the morning consult poll that I shared with Dave that I think Dave is going to show you guys. Let's do that.
Let's pull it up right now. Here we go.
So Musk is like officially this Department of Government Efficiency. Like that's an official thing that Trump has innovated.
That's like real.
Yes,
now, right?
They're making a new department so as to reduce waste. That's the idea.
No, but that's not crazy because there's a ton of departments, and so this one department's gonna close out like 20 other departments. At least that's how they understand it, right? So it's like a consolidation.
And then, of course, the further joke is made that it has 2 heads because Vivek and Elon are both heading it. So that I think is an own goal. They didn't need to make that mess.
I think it's got like this. When we get to like this, I just say, oh, it's scripted, because that is such a perfect joke. Like, let's create a new department so we can deregulate and get some of these old departments. Oh, and by the way, it's largely functionary and there's 2 figureheads. Like, come on.
But yeah, on the screen, you have the morning consult poll that I saw in my email. That this is just from a few days ago, asking people how they feel, ordinary voters, how they feel about the different picks. One thing you'll notice is that many of these people are not well known by very large sections of the people who have been polled. So there will be an opportunity in confirmation hearings to try to shape the way these people are viewed by the public. And that will be part of the story. There will be attempts in these hearings to either produce more green or more red for different people on this list, depending on what people think. You look at somebody like Hegseth. Hegseth isn't known by 31% of people, and there's only a 5-point gap between the approves and disapproves. So there's plenty of room for hearings about the confirmation of Hegseth to affect this. The difficult thing is if you're in the Senate, you got to kind of pick your battles. There's only going to be so much oxygen in the room. So one of the strategies, if you're Trump, is to nominate large numbers of people who might be unacceptable to the Senate, to make it difficult for the senators to produce a sufficient public conversation about each one of them, to make each rejection look justified to the ordinary Republican voters. And you don't want to, if you're a Republican senator, be viewed as obstructing good Trump picks. That's not great for you politically in most cases. But if you can produce a narrative that the Trump pick is a crazy person or an unreasonable person, then you seem like one of the sensible people in the room. But that's a dangerous role to have when Trump is president, as Liz Cheney found out. Trying to position yourself as a sensible person in the room, it's very polarizing. You're not going to find that everybody's going to agree with that. Even if you are able to get the weak to believe it, that's not going to necessarily take care of you at the next election. But yeah, as you see here, Gates is the one who has received the most negative press in recent years. Though, as we saw, Nance said, I don't know what the deal is with Gates. I don't know what's going on with him. Even though there's been relatively a large amount of coverage of Gates, and he is the only one who has already a net negative approval rating, there's still a lot of people who are not sure exactly what happened with him. What's the deal with that? How closely did you follow the stories about Gates?
Right. And for that, I just wanted to play this one, this quote. Oh, by the way, this is a shout. Nance, it's your favorite person. It's your favorite person from X. It's damn Jehu. It's the only, it's like every time we talk about time energy, Nick Land just goes, oh, you guys should talk to damn Jehu, as though his opinion matters. But, you know, here he is. He's on X. I'm only being rude about him because he was rude to us, but I'm sure he's a great guy. He's a great guy, guys. All right. But he said, this is why Trump won. Everybody else is afraid to break things. Trump has a wrecking crew. So let me play the clip. It's Representative Matt Gaetz speaking.
And I don't care if it takes every second of our time and every ounce of our energy. We either get this government back on our side or we defund and get rid of, abolish the FBI, CDC, ATF, DOJ, every last one of them if they do not come to heel.
So some people are clapping, and I like the sound of getting rid of the FBI. What the hell would it get replaced with is my big question. But I'm especially interested by what he means by bringing them to heel. What does it mean to bring the FBI to heel? And what does it mean for Gates to say that? I don't even know anything about this guy except for that he said that. Who is this guy, Benjamin? What do we need to know about him? Why do people hate him so much?
This is a guy who was in Congress who was prosecuted for various kinds of scandals, potentially to do with underage people. The details of all of it have not fully gone into my head because while I've seen many stories about it in the week, I've looked at it and gone, it's just a scandal about an obscure congressman. What do I care? But these things are going to get more media coverage during any attorney general hearings. And I think that probably he will not get confirmed for that position. But if you expend all your political capital blocking him, are you going to have enough for Hegseth? Are you going to have enough for some of these other people on the list? How many of these people can you reject? What's the number? Maybe it's more than one. Is it 3? How many? This is, I think, really the question, is how aggressively will the Senate block these people? And will it make an example out of one of them and then let the others through?
Okay, so I pulled up the first article that comes out. Woman testified that she saw Matt Gaetz having sex with 17-year-old, attorney says. Is that's what we're talking about?
Yeah, there's that. I think there's also accusations of him having lied during his campaign.
Okay.
So when he ran for Congress, I think there were accusations. Oh no, I'm conflating him with a different member of Congress who had a different petty scandal. No, I'm conflating him with somebody else. But this is how my brain works. Once you start moving into corruption and crimes, I stop being so fussy about remembering everything just right.
Gates had the fake ID scandal is another one he had.
Yeah.
And again, allegedly it's connected with underage girls, which I don't doubt, but also I don't think it's unique. I don't know.
No, let's not forget that they just had to kill Epstein because Epstein had the little book on all of them, you know, like
Yeah. let's not clutch our pearls. They are all vampires.
Also, 17 is okay, come on. Who gives a shit? I'm sorry. I'm genuinely clutching my pearls over here, like, oh my god, this is terrible. I'm sorry, like Epstein was flying fucking 12-year-olds over to fucking Clinton's house. You know, let's shut the fuck up. Anyway, okay, but Gates, what at the level of policy though, like what do these cabinet choices mean, and how many of them do you think are going to actually get through, and what are the implications of that?
Yeah, it's not always clear what they mean, because this is not the first time that presidents have nominated people to head departments who ostensibly want those departments to be closed. You know, if you think back to last time, for instance, Betsy DeVos was nominated to head the Department of Education, and ostensibly you would think that Betsy DeVos wants the Department of Education closed because she's an advocate for vouchers and private education. But she ran the Department of Education for a time, and it still exists. It wasn't closed, even though it was headed by someone who was ostensibly opposed to it and has done a lot of political work to, in various ways, undermine the Department of Education. So it's not a given thing that just because somebody has said, especially when they're not in office, that they want to defund and abolish departments, that is actually what they will do if they are brought into the administration. I do think there's a chunk of people in the Trump coalition who are concerned about the FBI, the CIA, the NSA. They view these organizations as potentially hostile to them and as ways of subverting their political activity. And there has long been a desire on the part of certain parts of the right and certain parts of the left to break up the intelligence agencies, weaken them, get rid of them. The difficulty is that given the way global politics works, it's hard to do completely without a spy agency if you're a state. It would be very, very hard to imagine how the United States would function without some kind of spy agency. You might be able to change the way that spy agency works internally within the country, but then you're talking about, are you going to roll back the Patriot Act? What do you mean exactly in terms of taking away the powers of the spies to regulate internally? Trump talked about an executive order that would punish people in the government who tried to put pressure on social media companies to remove posts or push posts down algorithms. Maybe something like that will be tried. Would that survive judicial review? I don't know, because the social media companies can claim that they have a First Amendment right to take stuff off or push stuff down algorithms. So it's not clear to me how all of that will play out. I do think that someone like Gates is probably not going to be confirmed. I think when you're already at the point of nomination in the hole for approval, it won't be that difficult for them to not confirm him. I saw a meme that was circulating around on right-wing Twitter of, Lord of the Rings, Isildur and Elrond deciding what to do with the ring, and the ring says the Department of Justice, and Isildur is the GOP, and Elrond is the Libertarians. And the Libertarians say, destroy it. And the Republicans go, no, the ring is mine. That seems to be for them how they think it always goes. And given that that's what the right thinks is going to happen, it stands to reason that something like that probably will occur.
Okay. Interesting. Folks, we're going to run a quick little ad, and then we'll be right back right after this.
What you are about to hear is a short DIY ad made by the Theory Underground crew, just to remind you of the best way to keep up with and support this kind of content.
If you're still listening to this, then the chances are you're enjoying it, which means you would maybe like other stuff that Theory Underground publishes. So make sure that you've subscribed and that you click the little bell. It turns out only 40% of people who subscribe click the little bell. But I think that at least 20% of the rest of y'all just don't realize how much pushing the bell really makes a difference, especially considering the fact that at TU, we tend to put stuff out without warning. There's no schedule. This is coming from the space of my freedom. I just do this stuff when I can, and I don't want to live by a schedule because I'm sorry, I've got other things that are supposedly more important. All right. Well, with that said, there's also liking and commenting and subscribing. It obviously makes a difference. If you're one of those people who considers yourself a sort of recluse, well then maybe don't worry about the commenting, but you can at least click the like button. It does make a difference. Also, if you're listening to this on the podcast, please leave us a favorable review on your favorite platform. Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Zizek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down Seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey Seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, LAIN, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McCarrickers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
And finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people. Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people.
And we're back, baby. Welcome back, everybody. Pew, 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 pew. We had to step away for a quick moment to reassess our situation here because we thought we were going to be joined by one Torrey Reed, Dr. Torrey Reed, which would have been really cool. So we were going to do a little bit more of the week, and then Reed was going to join us, and then we were going to talk about race in America and race reductionism because Torrey wrote a book called Toward Freedom, The Case Against Race Reductionism. And, you know, I love him. I love his father. And you all are probably a little bit more familiar with his father, you know, Dr. Adolph Reed Jr. But Torrey Reed's book is a heavy hitter. It gets really into labor history stuff that I wish I knew better. And the opportunity to actually meet him was exciting. But you know, his illness is you know, it's the situation. So. Anyway, no Torrey, but then we've got Haas joining later. We were almost not going to have Haas at all because of some crazy stuff going on with his flight and the tickets and this and that and the other. And he was not happy about it. But then he's like, actually, don't worry, guys, I'll be able to come on. So that's good news. Okay, but that's just so you all know about the plan and the guests that we said we would have on who aren't here. But we'll continue on now with the show and bring it back to what we're doing with the week.
Yeah, wishing Torrey Reed well. Hope he feels better.
Yeah,
100%.
It's awful when you're sick and you can't do a pod.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Well,
we can do more of the week. I have so much more. We have climate, the return of the denier in chief. So this is the week's story about climate change. It includes stories from Politico, The Washington Post, Politico again, and The Atlantic. And the last bit, which has the Politico and The Atlantic stories. The rest of the world, meanwhile, is deeply alarmed. If Trump does pull the world's biggest economy out of the Paris Climate Agreement, it could encourage opponents of stringent climate action in China, India, or Europe to do less, spelling disaster for efforts to limit global emissions. Trump could also hand China a golden opportunity to become the leading supplier of green technology. The global turn towards solar, wind, and electric vehicles now seems inevitable, China is already far ahead on producing these products and will be able to make billions while expanding its green soft power in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. By re-electing a climate denier with a thirst for oil drilling, the U.S. will mostly hurt itself.
Drill, baby, drill.
Drill, baby, drill. Yeah, never mind the people that currently have those jobs and need those jobs. And never mind the notion of like a functional transition. It's either black or white. It's either oil, 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 or sun, wind, water. Or at least in these popular discussions, it seems to be the case. But in your recent Substack article, Benjamin, you were talking about, I think in the comment I left, I said, oh, now I'm thinking about the post-class fractured, in parentheses, global, in parentheses, mass. So it was the post-class fractured global mass, where we here in the United States really are these productive consumers. Like, world production does rest on our consumption. And then you kind of start talking about China and Russia and like other resource-rich nations. And China feels like the future, and not just in this like weird accelerationist kind of way, but it really does feel like their economy is more robust in the long term than the current U.S. economy, because they do have all the green stuff, and they are really doing a lot more like soft power stuff, where it's not so much about like, we're just going to blow you up and then build a factory, but they're like, oh, we'll build you some roads. We'll do some belts and roads, and we'll build a solar farm in your nation and this and that. But I do wonder, because I don't know enough about that to, I guess, have a real serious opinion. But I guess there's maybe even a small part of me that takes comfort in this idea that China is going to save us from climate change and global warming and all that. And I know this is silly. But it's a true thing about myself that I guess I just realized, like, I am holding out hope that in the wake of the collapse of the U.S. and the existing global extractive structures, maybe China can kind of spearhead a more harmonious global structure. I don't know.
Oh, China has done two different things at once. It has grown enormously in terms of its emissions, and it has also made very large-scale investments in greening up its economy. So China has both contributed more in terms of expanding its share of emissions than any other state, while at the same time it has also invested tremendously in trying to green that increase in production. So those things have been going on at the same time. I'd say a couple of things to bear in mind about China. One is that a lot of the states that China is investing in, these are states that Western countries don't necessarily want to invest in some cases, because the security of the return on the investment is not always good. So there has been some language that's been thrown around by Western investors saying, oh, go ahead and lend money to some of these states in Latin America or South America. They don't always pay their debts. It can be a bad deal ultimately in the long run. You're in their judgment, China is often overpaying for these things in ways that aren't necessarily in its long-term interest, that it might be producing a debt crisis in the future that it will have to deal with when many of these states at around the same time find themselves unable to pay back the loans. You also will hear sometimes, and you have to follow quite closely to really get into this story. It's very hard to follow, especially not in Mandarin. But this story about the local property markets in China, the very large numbers of empty apartment buildings is the way it tends to get talked about here. But if you go down into the weeds, there is a construction sector which played a very large role in the development of China. It's reached a point where that sector needs to contract because there's no longer a need for that level of construction to occur within China. But that sector is very large and therefore has a very strong interest And it's also buddied up with a lot of local government, lower level local government. So one of the longstanding issues, and this is an issue in all of the really big states, the United States, the Soviet Union, China, is this possibility of a sector becoming really huge, becoming allied with certain parts of the state, and then using that alliance to steer policy in a way which turns the entire economy into an instrument for its own fulfillment. So the obvious sector in the United States that you would talk about would be healthcare. The healthcare sector has ballooned to 17% of US GDP, which is much larger than the percentage in other states. And yet that sector doesn't achieve, say, a life span, a life expectancy that's as long. And even if you were to say we should pay some level of premium to have maybe better medical research, you don't need 5 extra percentage points of US GDP to accomplish a competitive advantage in R&D. And many of these drug companies pay more in advertising costs each year than they do in terms of funding medical research, leaving aside even the insurance bureaucracy stuff. So that's a sector that oftentimes is framed as a kind of drag on the entire US economy, and one of the major reasons why our economy will not be as competitive in the next century as it otherwise could be, right? Similarly, in the Soviet Union, the heavy industry of the Soviet Union became very embedded and difficult to dislodge. So in the West, there was this struggle with the old heavy industry through the neoliberal era, which mainly resulted in these industries being broken up, weakened, and offshored. But in the case of the Soviet Union, it was not possible to do that. So the cost of consumer goods in the Soviet Union remained elevated in the 80s, whereas in the West, those costs were pushed down. This created a perception that the West was enjoying things like blue jeans, cheap blue jeans, and wonderful luxuries, and that the Soviets were denied this on account of their system, right? One of the reasons for this is Soviet heavy industry's deep embeddedness and its inflexibility and unwillingness to embrace change. Understandable unwillingness to embrace change, because what would be the future for Soviet workers who had been trained and prepared for that kind of work? And as it turned out, in the case of the Russian Federation in the 90s, it's not as if capitalism could deliver jobs for them or a future for them. In many cases, we had de-skilling in the Russian Federation, where workforce, 60% of which had tertiary education, was forced to take jobs that didn't require any education at all, and often turned to alcoholism and hard drugs, with all kinds of social problems coming out of that. So when it's difficult to break up these large sectors because they are really important parts of an economy. They give jobs to a lot of people. So in the case of China, a similar problem may be coming into existence in the housing and construction sector, but it's not entirely clear. And the PRC has very strong reasons in terms of internal politics to prevent any kind of widespread narrative that that's a problem from becoming dominant, especially in foreign language press. And even within China, you have to go into the academic journals to see it debated, and it's debated in a cautious way. So it becomes hard to know for sure to what degree the Chinese elite recognizes it as a problem, to what degree the Chinese elite views itself as capable and able to act. But one of the ways in which it gets discussed, and this is how subtle it can be in China, is they'll do these comparison pieces where they'll say in the Soviet Union, they were unable ultimately to preserve the central position of the party because the party's power was compromised by these industrial sectors that became too strong and presented a counter power to the party. And so the party, as it grows the economy, must make sure that no one part of the economy grows to a point at which that part of the economy offers a counterpower to the party. So the narrative in these pieces is that the Soviet Communist Party was inadequately centralized, that it was effectively decentralized economically by the rise of the industrial sector, that the reckless way in which the industrial sector was produced allowed for power to become distributed within the Soviet Union too widely. A very strange narrative of Soviet decline from a Western point of view, but it is an interesting view that the Chinese have. Their view is that because they were able to maintain the centrality of the party in the 80s, they were able to make necessary adjustments that the Soviet Union was not able to make in terms of marketizing and liberalizing the economy. and that is what enabled the Chinese regime to survive the crisis of state socialism in the late 80s, right? So in bringing this up now, historically, to talk about the 80s, there's an analog or an analogy for the present crisis and the need for the PRC to maintain sufficient centralized power to overcome the local governments in the construction sector. But none of that has to be said directly. It can all be left unsaid and gently implied. This is the nature of the kind of conversation that's possible in that political system. A lot has to be said without being said, lest it cause embarrassment to the wrong people. So all of this is to say that China has its own set of problems, but it's hard to know how serious those problems are unless you study it very closely in Mandarin.
Yeah, who was just recommending that we learn some Mandarin?
Evan.
There in the Evan in the chat. Yeah. You know, I think that's actually Nick Land's strategy was, you know, look, China's the future, guys. So he moved to Shanghai. But I guess my question for you then, Benjamin, is like, what do you think about this point about the Paris climate agreement and you know, what would the Biden or Harris campaigns working with the Paris climate agreement have made a difference for you when it comes to the global situation with the environment?
The truth about the Paris climate agreement is that it's not a legal treaty. And it's not a legal treaty because at the point at which it was signed, everybody knew that the Americans were unreliable and wouldn't necessarily be able to follow it. Because A, they wouldn't necessarily be able to get the Senate to ratify it. And B, every time there's a new president, the policy could potentially be different. What happened when it was signed during the Obama administration is that Trump won in 2016 and then immediately withdrew from Paris. So it's already happened once before that Trump has withdrawn from Paris. It certainly could happen again. It certainly could. But Paris was done on the premise that it would be difficult in practice to enforce it. And it really just comes down to trying to use the capacity of the media to shame people into meeting their targets, reminding them that they agreed to these targets. It really doesn't have any kind of functional mechanism for coercing states. So it comes down to whether it's in the interest of states to meet their Paris agreements. In the case of China, one of the strategies China has is to grow green, in part so that it is in China's economic interest to meet the agreement, rather than there being a conflict between those things. China has tried to produce a harmony of interests so that there isn't a division on that issue. We'll see how that goes. I think that what we're seeing around the world lately is that a lot of states have been frustrated with high energy prices, that these high energy prices have had a lot to do with Ukraine. And the European states have been in this confused position of, on the one hand, having shredded a lot of their old-fashioned dirty energy and not having yet generated a sufficient clean energy base. And the classic example people point to is the Germans, who closed their nuclear plants down and then found that they were struggling to come up with enough oil and gas to keep people's homes warm in the winter at a reasonable price. One of the recent stories in Germany is that the Germans tried to block Russian oil and gas from coming into a German port on a boat, right? But the Germans will burn oil and gas that comes from Russia, provided that that oil and gas is dropped off at a port outside of Germany, like in, for instance, Belgium. So there's a lot of politicking going on in terms of, you want this energy, you don't really care where it comes from, but it matters what it looks like in the media. It matters how it's covered, how it's talked about. And so a lot of the stuff on climate is to do with managing media narratives around your government. And one thing that I think a lot of countries around the world struggle to understand about the United States is that there just isn't really very active pressure on the United States on the issue from its own media. Despite these stories here, if you look at climate as an issue in US politics, it polls much further down the list than it would in any European country. I remember when I was at Cambridge, I was at a lunch with somebody who said to me, do you think Greta Thunberg is going to change public opinion in the United States about climate? And I thought, wow, the Europeans really don't know how this stuff is talked about in the United States at all. So one of the things I like to do when I was talking to European students, 18, 19, 20-year-olds, is I would, tell them to go look up the rolling coal videos on YouTube to get a sense for what is the level of hostility to climate politics in the United States. Because it's not just a matter of some people don't want to do it. It's also become, in the American political discourse, associated with the culture war. Because it is associated with this view that you should have to make do with less in the way of consumer goods, that you should have to cut back. And in the United States, we have this very confused position of being constantly encouraged to consume and then told we're bad and contributing to the destruction of the planet for our consumption. And therefore, we should not consume, but oh, wait, the whole world economy won't work if we don't. So therefore, we are continuously offered loans to induce us to consume while they are at the same time shaming us for being indebted and for not having enough money to pay for things like housing and for purchasing things like avocado toast. All of this goes on at the same time. And this contradictory position is very stressful and aggravating for people in the United States. And one of the ways in which that aggravation manifests is with things like coal rolling. Totally counterproductive response. And yet, if you treat people in this way, people will go, what? You're going to tell me to consume and then tell me I'm bad for consuming? Screw you.
Right. Right. And Greta Thunberg was, it's like one of those moments where we're realizing that our blue elders have this fantasy that what's really needed is to bring in a stern-faced teenager to speak truth to power, because if she can just say that our future's on the line, then we get enough people at Davos to get on board and sign off on more solar. Well, that would solve climate change. And of course, I think it goes without saying, none of us are convinced that more solar's necessarily the solution. At least not the kind of solar that's been not the kind that's being installed on rooftops in your neighborhood. I guarantee you that. You know how toxic that stuff is? You know how much gasoline is required to get that to your roof in the first place? And then it's so derivative and it's so inconsequential in the grand scheme of the energy economy. And I'm saying this as somebody who went into solar, the so-called industry for it, bullshit. Because I was excited. I was like, well, I would never knock on doors. I would never do sales. I would never turn my charisma to the purposes of that kind of thing. But I was in a very desperate situation at one very low point in my life. And the only job I could find in that moment was to go knock on doors for, telling people about this new solar initiative and check it out. There's these tax credits and you could have it too and blah, blah, blah. And in reality, it's a financing scheme. In reality, it doesn't really save the planet. And maybe there's something I don't know about solar. And I don't get on the band. Here's what I hate. And I like to steel man conservatives or stick up for basic conservative points from time to time. But what I hate from the right in this country is this, the wind kills the birds. And, Taylor Swift and Greta Thunberg, they fly on planes. Contradictory much? And it's like, it's the lowest kind of criticism you could possibly come up with. And it's missing the broader point about the actual mode of production, right? Which is not being addressed at the Paris Climate Accords. I'm saying this as somebody who I think, spent 7 semesters leading discussion groups for a UF 100 class of 150 students. My breakout sessions were 25 students, and I would usually have 2 per semester. And we would read the IPCC report. We would bring in professors from all over campus to lecture on climate change and how their field has some contribution to thinking about it. And it was like this big interdisciplinary thing. We had all these different professors across campus visiting, and nothing I got out of that class or anything anyone ever said gave me like some kind of a serious optimism about our situation. So maybe you can bail us out of that and give us something to hope for. I don't know, Benjamin, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, one of the magazines that my dad worked on was a magazine that no longer exists called Sustainable Plant, about making the case to people who run factories that they should green them up. It was very difficult to make that case because if there isn't a business case, people don't want to end up underwater. Now, I think what we're seeing in the solar case is a belief on the part of the government, and this is what they would say in response to you, Dave, that there needed to be bad solar for a while so as to produce investment in solar as a sector and cause the technology to improve.
Yeah, I've heard that.
So when you think at very, very large scales, that tends to be the argument, that even if it doesn't make sense initially, if you dump enough money in it for long enough, it might eventually start to make sense. And that would be their defense of what China is doing, that China has dumped enough money in solar for long enough that will now start to pay off, and China will be at the leading edge of that technology. And then Chinese solar will get exported everywhere and it will make sense. That it's a difficult thing to parse without intimate knowledge of the technology and the quality of it, which as social science, humanities people, we don't always have, especially a very newly emergent stuff that at this point might be discussed in Mandarin or might be discussed in the journals of scientific journals that we may not read. So I would be cautious about making any kind of claim about where Chinese solar is at this stage. I will say that with regard to Greta, one of the things about Greta is that as soon as it became in any way inconvenient, people in Europe backed away very quickly from Greta. As soon as Greta started talking about Palestine, all of a sudden she's no longer adequate as a climate spokesperson. The German papers wrote these long think pieces about how Greta's destroyed her legacy by being on the side of the Palestinians.
They'll use that word, that very special word, anti-Semitism, right?
Right. So while the right in the United States will say things like Greta flies on a plane, and to try to diffuse that argument, Greta actually got on a boat and crossed the ocean on a boat and went to the bathroom in a bucket, as people might recall. But that didn't necessarily solve the problem either. I mean, it's very difficult to cross the ocean in any way, which is environmentally positive. But I think really that the larger issue when it comes to the European energy situation is that people are not taking seriously what's necessary for Europe to grow and continue to function. And if you don't have sufficiently cheap energy in Europe, the growth won't be high enough. And if the growth isn't high enough, then this will cause the Europeans to get parochial and inward looking. And as that happens, the quality of the conversation in Europe will degrade, and the social safety nets and welfare standards and public services will deteriorate, and panic will strike the continent, and very bad things will occur. So sometimes if you think that the solution is to raise energy prices to the point at which you drive down consumption, this will have very negative effects on the quality of public and social discussion. If you shred the economy, if you shred the consumer base of these rich liberal democracies, you will reap a whirlwind politically and electorally that will gradually make it even harder to do things that would move you in a positive direction. And this is something that, on the one hand, the energy people, the environmental people, they'll say, of course, what we're doing is not sufficient. But if you were to do the things that they think are sufficient, you would produce a political and economic crisis in terms of the sustaining of the consumption and the sustaining of the governments politically. And this is something that's not grasped. The reason that the Europeans behave the way that they do in this contradictory way is that while they would like to do something about climate change, if they were to do what is expected of them, in many cases, the governments wouldn't last. And by the way, the governments that are doing the best job of meeting their Paris agreements are often European governments, which are the places where the strongest protests about environmental policy tend to be. So in many cases, the protesters will direct their protests at the handful of governments that are actually meeting the agreements. So what this message is that the more you talk about climate, the more you get protested by the environmental and energy people. And the more there are further demands that you do more stuff that eventually pushes you into a position of political untenability. So it becomes this negative dynamic that eventually can produce, quite radically different things. I mean, in the UK, for instance, the Conservative Party, its logo was a tree. And the Conservative Party, while in government, actually did cut British emissions considerably and was more or less in line with a lot of climate agreements that it had made over the years. That didn't cause environmental activists to view it as sufficiently pro-environment. It didn't get any kind of reward politically for doing that. Quite the contrary, it instead spurred the Extinction Rebellion and the further protests about the way environmental policy is made in the country. So it's become a culture war issue. It's become something where if you get a win, then you just move on to the next set of things that you want. And the movement, because it's not thinking dialectically about how do you do energy policy in a way that's politically sustainable in consumer-heavy democracies, the movement just demands, in a one-sided way, more and more and more mechanisms that make it harder for people in Europe to consume, to the point at which inevitably it just politically blows up.
So what you're saying is we're all doomed.
Well, you can always hold out hope for the engineers. When my dad was alive, we used to have discussions about this. And I would say, Dad, politically, it looks like there's no possible way that we can do anything about climate change. And he would always say, oh, but the engineering will solve the problem in the end ultimately. The engineers will eventually figure it out. And the narrative about China solving the problem is a narrative about engineers figuring it out. If you dump enough state money on the engineers, eventually they will produce cheap technology. There will be a lot of waste along the way, but that waste will give a lot of engineers decent middle-class jobs for a long time. And eventually those engineers who are comfortable and well-supported, who care genuinely about the problem, will come up with a solution. But it requires a kind of futurist belief in the engineers and in the quality of science. And a lot of people don't have belief in the way our science is done here, but they can imagine that maybe in China, in Mandarin, the science is good. I don't know. It's a difficult thing, because if you don't read scientific journals in Mandarin, how do you know?
I do believe that capital will innovate its way out of whatever's coming next. But I also believe that we can still harness that to hitch a ride. Like, capital's getting out no matter what happens. But we have the opportunity to jump in the back of the pickup truck as it takes off. I do believe that. I do think there could be innovations in material science, and like I do think it's possible, but not if all of our research goes into building better bombs and building more effective propaganda machines and stuff, as it currently is right now. And as far as the science in Mandarin, I don't know. I think I'm pretty cynical. I don't think they're really doing anything super different from what we're doing over here. I think structurally it's all kind of the same thing. But yeah, I think we need radical scientists to go out, scientists and engineers to go out and do real science once again, because they're currently not. They're currently just doing kind of war fighting and advertising.
Yeah, what I tend to see is that humanities people will look at the large amounts of money that are ostensibly being invested in green research in China and go, look at this huge pile of money. It must eventually inevitably produce something. But that's very different from looking at it as a scientist. And of course, as someone who doesn't have that training, I get very hesitant to start making claims.
Yeah, this is true. We're probably all fucked. We're probably all fucked, and there's probably nothing we can do. But at least we can pretend that it's not over.
We also hear different things from people who specialize in different areas of the sciences, right? Like if you talk to engineers think in a problem-solving, positive mindset way about all of this stuff. But if you talk to ecologists or biologists or people who study other parts of science, then you tend to hear much more pessimistic rhetoric. So I think there's also a difference in terms of the culture of different sciences and the way that people in those sciences tend to talk about problems.
Right. So I guess I guess I do the whole engineers will save us thing too, because it's either we're doomed and it's going to be Armageddon, or the engineers will figure it out and it'll be okay, or there's some kind of like middle zone between those two things that involves some kind of slow collapse transition to a different way of life. And probably almost definitely some people are going to go off planet and go do something and become some other kind of creature that's not recognizably human. And I kind of just bracket that all out and say, well, look, political solutions aren't possible right now. They're not on the table right now. There is the idea that large-scale structural change would come from the left is, to me, ludicrous at this point. Of course, that's why this podcast is called Why I Left, because Benjamin Studebaker has not lost all hope in that regard. But where I will agree, I think, is that the real solutions aren't going to come from the Paris Climate Agreement. It's going to, and that if it would come from engineers, it's going to require those engineers doing something very different. And this is why I always just bring back any kind of grand scale solutions to, we're really going to need a Manhattan Project 2.0, right? And I always talk about, like, you build 3 compounds and have them compete for the Nobel Peace Prize, and you put all of the best engineers in those compounds. And then people say, what about freedom and democracy? And I say, to the wall with anybody who says that. If it's a real problem, then we need solutions. So tell them to give us solutions. I'm tired of hearing the arguments about windmills and birds and people who fly on planes. Oh, God forbid that they're flying on planes. I couldn't give a shit less. Here's what I'm thinking about. Microchip transistors are smaller now than mitochondria in cells. That's what I'm thinking about right now. If that's possible, I really want to know what else might be possible if we were to just, I don't know, direct things a little bit politically. But there's nobody on the political stage who could do that, because the political stage itself is not capable of holding somebody up to do that, right? And so maybe we do need a warlord to come in and sweep the plane. I mean, this is why we're bringing Haas on a little bit. I've got genuine questions here. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I don't think that Stalinism's a solution. This is no secret. Everybody who knows anything about the three of us knows we're not Stalinists. And I'm not a Trotskyist either. Here's the thing, though. And we'll get into it once we actually have him on. Like, for me, it's more just like, those were different times. Those are different situations. People want to sit here and have an argument about history instead of actually just getting something done. And getting something done means finding some kind of a new take on the situation first. That would be the prerequisite, and that's what the point of theory actually is. And so, before we switch gears here, we've in our last 7 minutes, I just want to say a couple things about the seminars coming up next year. And so, Theory Underground's rolling out a whole bunch of seminars. We're going to have the Benjamin Studebaker seminar, the David McCarricker seminar, the Michael Downs seminar, the Nina Power seminar, and the Terrence Blake seminars. And that base subscribers at Theory Underground are going to have access to weekly lectures. Each of us with our seminars will be giving a once per month sort of installment in our own sort of ongoing series. And sometimes these will relate to one another's, kind of like how my seminar just related to Mikey's seminar. Other times we'll just be doing what the hell we want, because the whole point of Theory Underground is to create the conditions for researchers to be able to do the kind of thing that we're supposed to be able to do in academia, but for various reasons finding, no, it's not possible, it's not going to happen, and or it would not be conducive to do so, right? And so With my seminar for 2025, the biggest theme is socioanalysis as opposed to psychoanalysis. I really, I mean, I could talk about critical social theory and critical media theory and critique of political economy. And of course, we're going to do critical bureaucratic studies, and we're going to blah, 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 blah. It all kind of, for me, falls under this header of socioanalysis, which is really kind of this sociological approach that is always kind of thinking alongside psychoanalysis and thinking, okay, well, if psychoanalysis is now, this is my big hot take, impossible. If psychoanalysis is now impossible, what can a person do with socioanalysis? And if you're curious about my lectures on all of that, we can get into it. But what I want to do here is pass it over to Benjamin in a second so he can say a couple things about what he'll be doing. But we'll be coming back in an episode within the next week or two to go in the deep end with what Benjamin's about to get to here with the 12 essential political philosophers and why his choices. Because when he initially gave me the list, I remember being like, whoa, what? Marsilius is on here, but not Locke? Like, what? Where did you find this list? But I think probably the coolest thing was hearing his answers to those questions. And so we will be doing an episode in the very near future where we actually get into that kind of thing. But for now, Benjamin, what kind of stuff are you excited to get into with your seminar in 2025?
Well, the thing I love about the seminar is that I've got control over where it goes. So I don't have to, give myself something today and then, I'm locked into it because I said this is what I was going to talk about. Back in November 2024. That's what I love about the seminar format. With the course, however, I am perfectly happy to lock myself into something. And the course, the concept for the course is that we'll do 12 different theorists as an introduction to the history of political theory. And then each of those theorists will be an anchor point for studying a tradition of thinking about political theory. And each of those traditions will get its own subsequent course. So I got to sit down and go, who do I think the 12 are? Who are the 12? Now, they're not necessarily the 12 most important, because if I want to do a course about 12 different traditions, I don't want too much overlap, right? So there might be multiple very important people who would come from the same tradition, but we're not going to do them on the introductory course. That wouldn't be sensible. So how did I divvy it up? I went with Plato, Aristotle, then Thomas Aquinas, then Marsilius of Padua, then we moved to Machiavelli, then Hobbes, then David Hume, then Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Then from there, we go to Benjamin Constant, then Alexis de Tocqueville, then Karl Marx, and finally Max Weber. Those 12.
And I was like Hume over Locke, and then I was thinking Weber as the quilting point. Like, how I'm so excited to see how this is coming together for you and for us to do an episode. I'm thinking the episode where we actually do that will be a nice sort of cherry on the top of the trilogy series that we did over the last few months.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We should definitely talk about it at greater length. But yes, as a kind of opening thought here, Weber on this list is kind of the post-everything guy. He's post-Marxist. He's postmodern. He's post-class fractured mass. He's the theorist of disagreement and agonism and the consequences of that for politics. So that will be the tradition that's kicked off from Weber, right? Whereas, say, someone like Benjamin Constant will be French liberalism. Someone like David Hume will be British liberalism, right? Rousseau will be Frankish idealism, French and German idealists. And I will making separations and cuts among those guys, right? Marsilius is there for Protestantism because Marsilius is the one who politically inspires all of that Protestant thinking. All of it comes back to Marsilius and his conflict with Pope John the 22nd that we're going to get into. And the spin on Aquinas, because John the 22nd is the guy who canonizes Thomas Aquinas, by the way. And then Marsilius becomes mortally opposed to him. I could go into this at great length, but we have to do other things.
Sean Moon in the chat said not doing Lenin in 2024. Okay. And we'll get back into that when we come back right after this. This is an agonizingly long PSA. We've had a lot of people who've never been here before. So I'll just preface it by saying this is the same PSA that I put together back in July. It's a redux of a version that's been around for the last year. The goal of this PSA is so that you actually get a sense for what Theory Underground is, because it's not a podcast, it's not a YouTube channel, it's not any of its media arms, or at least it's not reducible to those things. Theory Underground is a lecture, course, and ongoing seminar and book publishing platform. And it's a place where people like myself and Benjamin and Michael Downs teach theory and philosophy and try to understand the situation. And we learn from the past, but we don't tie ourselves down to it. And so it's basically what I was looking for in 2020 when I burnt out on all of the options that were on offer. And this is the PSA. We'll be right back with Haas. Enjoy.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Zizek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down Seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey Seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, LAIN, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McCarrickers are doing, then the best way is to become a tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, tier 4 is amazing because it gives you tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
And finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people. Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god, it's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Oh. Okay, and to all the other wonderful patrons, thank you so much, all you patrons, and also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs,
they bring joy to audiences.
Bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so what's it? There's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible.
What you are about to hear is a short DIY ad made by the Theory Underground crew, just to remind you of the best way to keep up with and support this kind of content.
If you're still listening to this, then the chances are you're enjoying it, which means you would maybe like other stuff that Theory Underground publishes. So make sure that you've subscribed and that you click the little bell It turns out only 40% of people who subscribe click the little bell. But I think that at least 20% of the rest of y'all just don't realize how much pushing the bell really makes a difference, especially considering the fact that at TU, we tend to put stuff out without warning. You know, there's no schedule. This is coming from the space of my freedom. I just do this stuff when I can, and I don't want to live by a schedule because I'm sorry, I've got other things that are supposedly more important. All right. Well, with that said, there's also liking and commenting and subscribing. It obviously makes a difference. If you're one of those people who considers yourself a sort of recluse, well then maybe don't worry about the commenting, but you can at least click the like button. It does make a difference. Also, if you're listening to this on the podcast, please leave us a favorable review on your favorite platform. Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
And we're off. Welcome to the show, Haas. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic. How do I say your full name?
Haas Aldin, but it's a made-up name, so you could just say Haas. It's not. It's extremely important to get it right.
Okay. Well, I guess the main reason I wanted to bring you here is because for the last year and a half, I've every once in a while had somebody who'll pop up in the chat and say, "You gotta talk to Haas," and we also get people who'll come around and start talking about the CPA. Is that's what it's called, right? Or the APC?
ACP. ACP.
Okay. ACP.
Yeah.
And this is all, I mean, in my kind of world, I felt very resistant to this kind of, communist or socialist kind of branding for a long, long time. Because for me, I was involved with Bernie. I've always liked Marx. Knocking on doors, making phone calls. I did not think that this, some kind of an American Communist Party has a hope, right? It doesn't seem to have a hope. And not only does it not seem to have a hope, but to go there, it seems like we're going to have to spend the rest of eternity having arguments about propaganda, messaging, misinformation, and the last 100 to 200 years of history, instead of getting on with some kind of a solution that would work for everybody. And then from my superficial glance at what's going on with your work, you do seem to want to encompass a lot of people. In fact, maybe too many people for your average Democrat. And that's actually something that I find pretty cool about it. But I guess I just want to give you the floor so you can introduce yourself to our audience a little bit and say what it is that you do.
Sure, I'm Haas. I am known for many years for being the host of the Infrared Show. I have an infamous reputation, so to speak. A great proportion of my fame is actually potentially negative. Not necessarily negative, just controversial, I would rather say. And recently, we launched the American Communist Party, which I'm the executive chairman of. And so I go around and I introduce myself now as the executive chairman of the American Communist Party. Very professional, very formal. But before then, I just, what would I say? A host of Infrared Show, I guess.
Yeah, that's Haas, one of the things I'd like to ask you is there one thing that stands out to you that people misunderstand about you and what you're trying to do?
Of course. I think this whole sphere is a game of misrecognition, and the misrecognition is inevitable. We have an intention, we have a feeling, an emotion, or an idea, and we want to communicate it to the public, and it inevitably becomes perceived in a way that it's contrary to your original intention or your feeling. But the thing about the Infrared Collective is that, we are coming from a theoretical background which understood the inevitability of that fact. And so it was a matter of basically controlling how we're misrecognized,
right?
If that makes sense. And you can control it, actually, if as long as you understand and can have a pulse on public perception and not the meaning of what you say, and as far as your intention is concerned, but the objective meaning, which is, it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to something else, something radically impersonal, something radically indifferent to your subjectivity. And if you could have a kind of grasp of that, I guess people will call it memes or they'll call it something else. If you could have a basic and I'm not saying we're masters of it or I'm a master of it. There's definitely things I still have yet to learn about it. But I think that I've made an earnest effort to try and understand that and humble myself to that. Now, but I think actually the biggest thing people misunderstand me with respect to is that I don't actually confuse this for something personal. I don't turn on my camera and think that, I'm communicating my true, authentic self to the world. And I think people, when it comes to the more inflammatory humor and the outrageous kind of infamous reputation I have, I don't think they understand that it's like, oh, does this guy have any self-awareness? And it's like, well, yeah, I have self-awareness of the fact that when I'm on camera, I'm not even really a person. So all this ridiculous stuff is just meant to communicate a basic, I don't know, maybe it's an American thing. I've noticed Eminem and WWE, it's very much a kind of thing where just who gives a shit? It doesn't matter how stupid or ridiculous we look. It's just to get the point across that matters.
Right.
So, but I'm rambling. I think the thing people misunderstand the most about me probably is that they underestimate the extent to which I am radically indifferent to the personal side of this whole thing. And I think and I'm saying that because, a lot of people they kind of attribute to me this reputation of representing some kind of authoritarianism and tanky and Stalinism. And well, actually, That's correct. I mean, that's very correct. But I think the thing people are often off the mark about is probably also, it's so polarized. It's like, well, among certain, I guess, I don't know if are they still leftists anymore? I don't know how much things have changed. But they'll kind of run with the accusation that I'm secretly a neo-Nazi or I'm secretly a fascist or something, which of course, that's a misunderstanding. But is it a misunderstanding or is it just a malicious kind of form of slander that's just meant to damage my reputation on purpose? I don't know. Anyway, I'm not an expert on how I'm perceived, honestly.
I want to bring in, I guess, I part of what I often do whenever I've got Benjamin on here as a co-host. It's usually either Benjamin is the co-host or Nance, but you get to meet all of us, so this is exciting. But one of the things that I'll do is I'll kind of just give my sort of gutsy, vague impression of what's going on the spectacle, because I have some kind of an idea, because I hear things, I see things. I don't tend to want to dig down any deeper. It's all Baudrillard land, in my opinion. And so right. And so, first of all, I want to acknowledge that when it comes to meme warfare, which is kind of what we're getting at with this, deliberate misrecognition and trying to use that, it is something that I think that you're undeniably good at. And so I want to first of all acknowledge that you are, if not a real life warlord, you are at least a meme lord. And so you get full points for that. And part of why, obviously, and we haven't said the term yet, but MAGA communism, you're taking two very controversial terms and you're bringing them together. And you're doing it in a way that makes a lot of people upset because they don't like those two things, or they don't like one of those two things. And the CNN hit piece on you was something that I wanted to actually watch. I wanted to get to, so I don't usually do so much going down the rabbit hole and trying to get to the bottom of the thing, but I was like, shit, if we're going to have Haas on, I'm going to want to check that out. Right. And so I tried. I actually paid for a month of Max so that I could get and then they I think they swapped that episode out with a different one. It's no longer the one that it originally said it would be.
I watched it live and I was live streaming it as well. So that's how I was able to see it. But they they interviewed me for an hour or two and none of it came to light. They didn't include any of it. They were going with a very specific angle, I think, which probably my interview did not really was not very conducive to. That's my interpretation. But, yeah, look, the thing about MAGA communism is that just like Lenin, and I know it's very humble of me to compare myself to Lenin, but just like Lenin and Mao, as a Marxist, I want to follow a tradition of basically having faith in the so-called stupid masses, the peasants, the people that are not necessarily educated, but whose, for some reason, we have faith in their instincts, we have faith in their intuitions, we have faith in their some kind of collective subjectivity that they possess, which goes beyond all of this confusion and lack of education and low consciousness. Lenin hedged his bets on the peasants. Everyone knows that's what distinguished him from the other social democrats. He said, well, we can have an alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry. And everyone said, you're crazy for this. Are you kidding? These peasants, all they're doing is pogroms and they're backward and whatever. And Lenin said, well, that's our only ally. Otherwise, we're done, And then Mao was more radical with respect to this notion of having faith in so-called, from the perspective of intellectuals, at least, stupid people, right? So the victory of MAGA communism, I think, is that the fact that it took off as a meme and it worked as a meme proved that there was something true about it.
Yep.
And the controversy always came when I don't want to be too mean, but I would say they're midwits, when kind of midwits were too presumptuous about what it actually meant. Instead of just trusting the meme, instead of just trusting like, oh, it works as a meme, there's something about this that's true, and radically having a contemplative introspection and thinking about that deeply. They didn't really think about it deeply. They just took it at face value and they're like, well, it's stupid. MAGA's anti-communist. Communism is something else. Or MAGA must be a stand-in for national, and communism must be a stand-in for socialism. It's national socialism. So there wasn't a lot of, I think this is the issue. I think, again, it's a mean term, but I think midwit, no one here is a furry digital artist, are you? I don't want to offend anyone. Well, the equivalent to like
we've banned all furries from TU. Yeah,
right. Well, like if we think of like high art or like serious artists with like that are taken seriously in the global art world, or sophisticated artists, the kind of midwit version of that is like the furry digital artist, basically, who's like always grandstanding about how AI is destroying true art, and it's like, well, you're a furry digital artist. I don't know what. Anyway, the intellectual equivalent of that, which tend to lean liberal, I think, and oftentimes describe themselves as leftist, I think they kind of, because it was a meme, they had this arrogance that they didn't have to take it seriously at the level of the intellect. They're like, well, this is a stupid meme. It's stupid. It's like, it's operating at a level of like our most base intuitions and instincts. So I don't need to take this seriously. I'm just going to give this like, 2% of my mental energy and just dismiss it outright. But I think there is a kind of strand within the Marxist tradition, beginning with Lenin, or Marx for that matter, frankly, which says actually we need to use the highest faculty of our intellect in order to understand and comprehend stupid things. Because stupid things, however stupid, are more intelligent than the most grand and sophisticated of our thoughts. Why? Because in contrast to our thoughts, they're somehow real. They somehow acquire the status of objectivity. And Marx, what stupid thing did he very much take seriously? Humanity. What's more stupid than, to quote the early Marx in his poems, what I find on the street, your average bum, your average dumb guy on the street. Marx raised that to the dignity of the highest thought, which was at the conclusion of the Hegelian process. So Honestly, I think people underestimated MAGA communism, and that's why. But then I'm kind of stupid, and here's why: because I had to do a self-criticism. Not that I regret anything or want to reverse anything, but I think I also underestimated the stupidity of midwits. They are also an objective phenomena. So the reaction and backlash, instead of complaining about how stupid these people are for not getting it, well, of course there are kind of furry digital artists, and they're very numerous, and they do play a big role in defining perception. Journalists and people in academic fields and whatever, they do have an ability to hijack the meme and turn it into something else. But I think MAGA, in general, the meme was victorious despite all of that. But it's one of those things where, like, if you want to set about the process to actually understand it, we have not done a very good. See, I don't know how, if you guys, in Hegel, there's like a distinction between reason and the understanding, right? Like reason is this kind of seamless, seamless flow of, participation of the mind in reality, whereas the understanding has to radically abstract something from its context and actually subject it to some kind of, reflexive, intentional, conscious inquiry, right? And so at the level of the understanding, if you Google MAGA communism, it's like, oh, this is stupid. I'm going to dismiss it. It's meaningless. Mm-hmm. So it's something that still has its potency and power in the reason, right? But at the level of the understanding, it's very difficult to communicate it because it's like, if you read my Substack, The Rise of MAGA Communism, it's not something that your average person is going to read and understand. They're going to say that's a bunch of babble. It's nonsense.
So I want to get into really quick. I was going to say a little bit more about my impression. Like, I heard Plastic Pills talking about you. I saw kind of the clips people share around of you getting angry at your chat, which, that it's always a matter of time until a streamer has those kind of clips going around. There's a bunch of great ones for me that eventually will circulate.
At my chat. It must be recent.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean that maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it wasn't your chat. Maybe it was something else. I don't know. But
yeah,
the kind of thing that people are gaming for with those is like, oh, it's an aggro bro, and we get called that from time to time. And not Studebaker, of course not. He's no one would ever accuse him of such a thing. But Nance and I, we're roided out, frat bros to some people because we're expressive and there's a little bit of masculinity in our voice still, and so. People don't like that, and that seems to be something that I from what I was able to find on CNN's hit piece, which wasn't much. I think that they're trying to frame this as like a toxic, masculine, reactionary movement, and I think I want you to know, first of all, that in this space, on this platform, we don't even have to address that one. It's not even. It doesn't matter. They say the same thing about us, but where I'm interested more is like this contradiction between Dugin and Zizek that Benjamin Studebaker here was talking about in the last episode of Why Left. He wrote a piece on Dugin versus Zizek and Samuel Huntington, and it's a very interesting thing. We can get into it. But before we get into it, I want to first take a moment to say, look, if people are saying, well, there's the red, and that's the communist, and then there's the brown, and that's the MAGA, and then of course, they say that's nationalist, and so it's nationalist socialist. Well, here's the thing though, but you do stuff with Dugin, right? You've met him, you've talked, and then you do. I've seen clips of you mentioning multipolarity, which is very much like his thing, and I've read the Fourth Political Theory. It's something that I found very interesting in the 2020 when I was burning out from politics and whatnot. I was looking for something new. So of course I went to Dugin. And I, among others, like the Platypus Affiliated Society, Benjamin's old podcast, What's Left, back when, at the time that I was coming to it, he was no longer there. But this is, to me, the terrain of competing sort of heterodox ideologies, people who realize that Democrats and Republicans and the United States empire, it's not the end of history, and it's also not going to get any better from here, right? And so I'm interested in all that, but I guess I want to give you a moment to address the Dugin thing, because he was the founder of a national Bolshevik party. He was a red-brown. And so if you're associating with him, of course, people who think MAGA communism, red-brown, they see you associate with him, they're going to draw the connections. It doesn't take a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know what it looks like. I guess I was there too. I mean, in 2016, 2015, I was buying into this stuff about Dugin as well. And no, I mean, where to begin? I think, Dugin actually took interest in the MAGA communism idea. The MAGA communism idea, I don't think that came from Dugin on my part. My interest in Dugin began in 2018, 2019. And it was actually a radical critique of America and American universalism. And at that point, I had no faith in any kind of American, a redemption of America. I had the belief that this is an artificial nation and it's completely fake and contrary to the laws governing the development of civilizations and nations even. So I think the MAGA communism thing, in terms of what I was inspired by, it's a very specific reading of Marxism-Leninism that my collective acquired, which understood the conflicts within Marxism, because a lot of people think Marxism is this like doctrine and there's just these various additive elaborations based on new circumstances. But what they often neglect is that these came within the context of very fierce contentions and disputes and fights, to the point where, I mean, it could sometimes lead to armed clashes, people trying to kill each other over this stuff. And so, the question is, what is the essence of Marxism-Leninism? What is the thing that's constantly stringing the process along? And I'm simplifying it, of course, but it's always a moment which, more refined thinkers who are from the milieu of Zizek and the French school, which we came from, by the way, will probably look at Marxism-Leninism and dismiss it as a kind of mockery of the intellect in the service of authoritarian regimes, right? So it's just molding ideas to suit the whims and fancies of power. But I think what they looked over is that the nature of the power in question is something radically new, and is by no means some kind of banal, cynical, eternal, exercise of greed and power or whatever, but represents a radically new form of statehood, new form of state existence, which is somehow, how should I put it? This sounds idealistic, but for lack of a better word, cognizant of in the sense of like the Hegelian self-consciousness, right? Somehow cognizant of laws of history, which it integrates not as ideas or thoughts, but as real material structures of governance and authority and power. And Marxism-Leninism was very, however simple, it was this radical index of the changes and developments happening at that level. Actually, it began with an understanding of the Bolshevik Party and an inquiry into how that party formed, what actually led it to power, what was decisive, what were they fighting with everyone else about, what was the big topic. And, the basic dynamic we kind of started to learn about is that in Marxism, some kind of heterodox Marxist, cognizant of the laws of history and faith, having some kind of faith in them and the inevitable victory of socialism or communism, takes a radical risk that is not preempted by the form of Marxism. It is an imperilment of the entire enterprise of Marxism in the content of a radically new terrain, right? So in Lenin's case, that was the Russian peasant. Marxism had nothing about the Russian peasant, right? It was a completely uncharted territory. But
Right.
Lenin risked everything on this idea of the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. And it's what distinguished the entire Bolshevik party, and it serves as the foundation of Leninism itself. Stalin likewise did this with his notion of socialism in one country. Again, radically unprecedented. What, we're going to construct and build socialism out of Russia? Russia is Timbuktu from the Marxist perspective. It's a radically alien, foreign civilization. I mean, Marx was the culmination of Europe. He was the culmination of, French materialism and German idealism and the whole development of early modernity, and the Enlightenment and the French Revolution. And Russia, that's something else, right? It's Mars. So a huge risk was taken under Stalin's leadership to view Russia as a context for the construction, the alternate, as Lenin, to quote Lenin, the alternate construction of a modern civilization. And then Mao, I think that it goes deeper, right? As far as this radical faith in the masses. So we were able to somehow discern from this a conclusion with respect to a dynamic we were starting to notice in the information age, which is the phenomena of populism. This clash between this wild form of popular sovereignty, which is primarily somehow acquiring a cybernetic form through alternate media and social media, versus expert institutions that rule on the basis of, democratic consensus and credibility and legitimacy. And we notice that the Marxists of our age tend to side with the institutions. They side with the experts. They side with the form. And we decided this is not in the spirit of the history of Marxism, that a radical risk needs to be taken to derive a new meaningfulness of Marxism within the context of this new cybernetic populism, whatever to call it. And that's not because we're saying that populism is inherently good. The Russian peasants weren't inherently good. Sometimes they carried out pogroms.
But what about?
Yeah.
What about? So I think you're about to tie this back to the question about Dugin, but I just want to make sure that how does American populism, or if we could talk about something beyond America, just this rise in populism, how does that have anything to do with Dugin?
Yeah, good question. I think my interpretation is this. I think that after the end of the USSR, the institution of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union collapses. The institution of Soviet statehood collapses. By the way, in China, something similar happened with the Cultural Revolution, but that ended up reinvigorating the state power and giving it a new dynamic form, which is why China survived. But then the Russian people were left with this kind of existential confrontation of, okay, that institution, that was the form of Soviet civilization or communism. Well, what about the content? What actually survived and endured that? Is there any redemption or hope for us, the Russian people, after our state is gone and it is collapsed? So that was the context, I think, of National Bolshevism. And National Bolshevism was deliberately provocative, and the flag looks like it does deliberately, because that was Limanov's trolling of the various liberal forces in Russia in the time, the post-90s period, who were fear-mongering about how, because there was a power vacuum in Russia at the time, some rogue people from the former KGB or the military or something are going to implement fascism. And there was this new interpretation of Soviet history, that Stalin was a red fascist and that fascism is the big boogeyman. So Limanov, that was his response, basically, was... But the National Bolsheviks did. There was this new punk rock kind of nationalist wave that they tapped into. did they get to the level of neo-Nazism? No, I think neo-Nazism was a distinct phenomenon. But the provocative and edgy aspect was not Dugin's creation. Dugin was involved in some of that stuff in the 80s, I believe. He was flirting explicitly with this kind of mystical fascism.
Right.
But if you read between the lines, he's not giving an actual endorsement of the Nazis. The fascism they were talking about was a boogeyman that was created by put it this way, in the same way Starship Troopers is called fascist, like this vague cosmetic, George Lucas, where Darth Vader, this vague one where it's just like, it just represents this kind of illiberalism and irrationalism and authoritarianism. So in the same way that liberal intellectuals recklessly accuse things that are not inherently fascist of being fascist, these circles in Russia at the time, before the National Bolsheviks, I should say, were also flirting with it in the same way. But then they would say, of course, we reject Hitler and we reject the racialism, and they said, but we just like, the aesthetic, and it was very superficial, very Dugin had a piece, he called it Fascism Borderless in Red. And that seems enough to indict him as having at least been a fascist before the fourth political theory. But if you actually read it, he's like, actually, the Nazis and Mussolini was not real fascism. That was just capitalism. And their racialism should be fully condemned, and their crime should be condemned. But the real thing is this like mystical, vague. So he wasn't really, I don't think it would be fair to say he was a fascist. I think it was a series of provocations and our liberties that these circles were taking. Now, National Bolshevism, I think, was something else. I think that was not necessarily Dugin's brainchild, but Dugin definitely was one of the big figures involved in that originally in the 90s. But in Russia, I mean, look, I went to Russia and I asked people, I was like, look, why did the flag look like that? Because you know how that looks, because I always, in America, get called an Osbo. I'm like, what? So what's the deal with this? And they were like, this was just trolling. They literally said it's trolling. And they said the Nazbols after the 90s were actually like ultra-left anarchists in the Russian context. They were considered ultra-leftists. The difference between them and the KPRF was that the Nazbols were like, how should I say, punk rock. Instead of a formal party that's respectable and it's official and whatever, they were just kind of, more young and more. They were ultra liberal though in their cultural orientation. They weren't conservatives. All these, it's very difficult to communicate because it's like a lot of people when they hear Nazbol in the US, they're like, oh, this is combining cultural conservatism with left-wing economic views. But like that wasn't the Nazbols. The Nazbols actually were bohemians who were radically liberal in their cultural orientations. Very much like the American punk rock anarchists or something. So it's difficult. Anyway, I know I'm rambling a lot.
No, you're doing great. Yeah, you're doing great. And I think I know that Benjamin had a question. I do want him to be able to ask it, and then I think we'll come back because I've got like this whole stack here, man. But there's no rush. We've got some time here. So Benjamin, you take it away.
Yeah. So as I listen to your answers, you have suggested that you identify with Stalinism. You've suggested that Maoism goes beyond or was more radical than Stalinism. And then you also suggested that through the digital, there is a kind of populism or perhaps a kind of state form now that is achievable, that wasn't achievable in the past. And I wonder, why do we talk about Stalinism and Maoism if what you're really interested now is something specifically digital?
I think it's because I'm beginning from a very it's so bad because a lot of like the foundation of where I'm coming from are like just unreleased books that I've written for my own personal satisfaction, where I'm like, aha, finally. But then I was like, well, I'm not ready to release this to the public. It still needs some more work. But like I proceed, like I made the breakthrough, and now I could take it for granted. And but everyone in the public is like, what the hell? Where's this guy coming from? But any case, it began with a radical interpretation of the October Revolution as not just some isolated incident of a workers' uprising somewhere that happened to be successful, but a world historical, how should I put it, objective change in history that signified a post-liberal era. And when I say liberal, I'm talking about a classical form of statehood and a form of modern politics that's based on the rule of institutions, and moreover, institutions which interpolate individuals as discrete political subjects in the form of individual citizens with individual rights, and a notion of collective existence and sociality by extension, which is based on contractual association between these sovereign individual subjects or atoms. So it is a kind of modern atomism that parallels Newtonian physics, if you want to really read into the metaphysical background of classical liberalism. Hobbes and Newton are bedfellows, right? 100%. So to me, the October Revolution happens in 1917. Also, simultaneously, there are radical disturbances happening at the level of physics as well, which disturb the stoic and sovereign form of the atom, the particle, in a similar fashion, I think. And this gave rise to an understanding subjectively in the form of Marxism-Leninism, and objectively in the form of, these new states, proletarian dictatorships, communist states. The most prominent one that survives today being China, which also has played a very important role in this transformation to the information age, I think. But in any case, there's this objective understanding of Bolshevism and communism and Leninism we have, which is, it's not just a subjective principle. It's not just an ideology. It represents a radical and world historical change in terms of the nature of how states function. And that's a reflection of the breakdown of the classical, at least the classical form of capitalism. Now, Lenin understood that as imperialism, the highest stage. Later, Michael Hudson understands super-imperialism, which is the American era of imperialism, which is a different system. But a shocking provocation we don't repeat very publicly anymore, that we have communicated before as infrared, is the idea that what if this signifies the objective dissolution of the capitalist mode of production? And before the Middle Ages, before feudalism officially announced its destruction to the world, capitalism had already taken hold. It predominated over the feudal mode of production, even while there were kings and there were feudal laws on the books and there were kingdoms and peasants and serfs. This new logic of production started to take hold, right? At the objective level of civil society, at the base. So we thought maybe something like this is happening with respect to the triumph of socialism. It isn't just the Soviet Union that brought socialism to the world. Alexander Kojev, had a very shocking provocation. He said Henry Ford was the truest Marxist of the 20th century. Well, you could see how Fordism is a new logic of production than the classical form of capitalism described by Marx. We may not agree on the terminology of, is that the form of socialism and civil society taking hold? Who knows, right? But That's a thesis or hypothesis we've put out there, but we got a lot of flack for it because people read into it. They were saying, "Oh, so you're saying that the world is socialist? You're saying America is socialist? That means you endorse America?" And it's like, well, we don't mean at the level of the superstructure. We mean at the level of civil society. Some change has happened. In any case, let me skip to the part about digital. This is where I mean to talk about it. The institutions of liberalism, which reflected modern capitalism, are breaking apart at the seams. And they're being replaced at the level of civil society, not necessarily by new institutions, but by a new logic of collective existence and representation. And that is the cybernetic, form of social media and stuff that we're describing.
Right.
And so to ask the question, why Stalin, why Mao, and why Lenin, and so on, well, here's an interesting idea. What if they could be understood in some sense as the forefathers of this new era of civilization that we're entering into, that they represented this triumphant, construction of grand states, which was a great deal of subjective willpower and whatever, and so on. But what if they actually won? What if China won? What if we're actually living in some kind of post-capitalist world objectively, and these things we're seeing at the level of civil society represent the consolidation of that fact? And that is something interesting to think about. And if you understood it in this way, if you understand it in this way, what is the relation between cybernetic populism and Maoism or Leninism? I think the relation is as follows. They represent symptoms within civil society that reflect how the Marxist-Leninist tradition reflect wisdoms that were already in the Marxist-Leninist tradition. As far as, it's not to say Marxism-Leninism will never change or advance in any kind of way, but so far this represents a wisdom of statecraft which seems to be attuned and cognizant of the various contradictions that are now driving society crazy, with the kind of this conflict between a hyper-polarized, battle between cybernetic populists and institutions. And it's like, well, how do we construct a state that can understand these contradictions, can be cognizant and respond to them? That's the word I want to use, respond to these contradictions. And, well, it's not necessarily our thesis. This book here is called The Communist Postscript by Boris Groys. And he proposed the radical idea that, similar to this, that Marxism-Leninism represented this communism, represented, instead of the rule of money, he said it was the rule of language. It is the fulfillment of the Platonic, ideal of the philosopher king and so on. But it's like, if you understand language in the sense of social media or in the sense of the information age, it can yield some interesting ideas and thoughts and reflections, I think. We are now experiencing problems that only a proletarian dictatorship could even make sense of and respond to. A lot of people point to similarities between Mao's Cultural Revolution and the rise of, the student. This was in 2016, and granted, the rise of like the cancellation culture and all this kind of stuff. But it's like, but the difference is Mao's Cultural Revolution was an intentional, ideological kind of thing. It was a phenomena with an idea, but this is not that. This is just an objective symptom. This is a symptom of something objective at the level of civil society. So how does this tie together with Dugin, I think? Well, I've done the impossible by tying it together just now, because it's not easy to do. But I think I can say something that will make sense. A lot of Dugin's his project is oriented toward the rediscovery of how should I put it? Distinct forms of collective and civilizational existence that are not reducible to the Western or European logos. And he has this idea that, of course, there are different logoi. Sorry, I don't know how to say it. The plural of logos.
Right.
Logoi, something like that. I think from a materialist perspective, you can probably interpret the Western logos to be the global institutions of liberalism that were the culmination of, this kind of classical liberal Anglo-Saxon era of world history, right? And what form of collective existence persists and perseveres in the midst of the breakdown of the modern institutions of liberalism, or modern institutions of statehood in general? So the Soviet state collapsed, but did Soviet civilization collapse? Were there irreversible things about the Soviet experience that made that such that it's not possible to go back to, I don't know, some kind of liberal democracy or something? Well, clearly it's not possible if you look at today's Russia. And I think a lot of Dugin's thinking is aimed around addressing this fact. So far from being a kind of fascist adjacent thinker, I think he is probably best understood as a thinker who bears much more proximity to a post-communist era. And when I say post-communist, I don't necessarily mean like anti-communist, but just like, what are the existential implications we can draw from the collapse of liberalism in the 20th century and, the rise of these not necessarily communist, even just illiberal poles around the world, right? And whether they're in the Islamic world or, and Dugin himself is not, right now at least, too interested in Marxism. I think that he is now interested in Hegel, more interested in Hegel. He's writing a book on Hegel. And, I'm someone who will be meeting him soon, I believe. And so the Marxist lobby is here with me. But no, I think he's open to it, though. He is open. The Marxism that he rejects is the official Soviet form. Because, well, you can't blame him because the Soviet Union collapsed, right? So if there's a Marxism today, it needs to somehow acknowledge that fact. It can't just dwell in delusion and say, oh, there's nothing that happened. It needs to take into account how is it that the Soviet state, managed to collapse such that all we're left with now is the Russian people. Like, however imperfect they are, however whatever, this is what you're left with. You cannot wield the authority of Soviet statehood over the world or over the Russian people anymore because it's gone, right? But the old official Marxism only had credibility because it was tied to power, right? Because it was tied to that authority, but now that authority is gone, right? So it's that kind of institutional Marxism, which my interpretation is the legacy of Western social democracy and Kautsky's orthodox Marxism, his project of making Marxism an orthodoxy. Not necessarily that there's something wrong with that, but that specific form of Marxism, which, has this notion of progress where if you're England, you're the most advanced, and if you're Russia, you are, backward and so on.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense that you would have that criticism of Kautsky. It also makes sense then that you would regard the Soviet Union, since it failed, as having had problems in the way in which it developed the theory. What about China? Do you regard China as having the social structures that correspond with the kind of digital populism that you think is the future? Or do you regard China as also in some way having deviated, for instance, by going into the agreement with Nixon in the 70s?
I think that what I like about China in the 70s is not necessarily the geopolitics, which are, I mean, I can't blame them because the Soviets were very aggressive toward China at that time, and they were trying to bully them, and they thought China's isolated. They have no friends. What are they going to do? So I don't blame them, but what I like is the realism. I like this radical and ruthless realism that China began to adopt, which was, it seems like the antipode and the complete antithesis of the Cultural Revolution, which is hyper ideology. But it was actually just the dialectical supplement or complement, I would say, that was developing alongside the radical ideologism of the Cultural Revolution. So too arose this radical and ruthless realism, which I think was there in Marxism from the beginning, but was somehow lost. And China's hyper-realism, whatever we want to call it, where, there is an objective nature of statecraft and of international relations that is irreducible to ideology. And I think there's a common theme you might be discerning here, right? There's an objective, for example, there's an objective triumph of socialism, regardless of whether the institution of the state is gone or collapses. There is a new logic that's objective taking hold, and this is the realism I think China adopted at the time. And realism is not necessarily cynicism. It's also called in Marxism materialism, right? But in any case, I don't blame China for the decisions they made in the 70s and that period. Although China did not, they really China, okay, I don't want to say something offensive. China had some kind of Oedipal relationship to the Soviet Union because the Soviets gave China the logos of communism, so to speak. So all the original foundation of the construction of the Chinese the People's Republic of China, that was constructed with the direct assistance of Moscow, right? They sent engineers, they sent specialists. The Chinese communists were trained in Moscow. The Soviet Union was like it was a holy land for the Chinese communists, right? It was like it was the big invincible power. So when they ended up having grievances with the Soviets, it took on a quite Oedipal form, actually, like a disappointment in a father, kind of. You want to rebel against them and whatever. But the Chinese did not anticipate that the orientation of history was going in a direction such that the actual Soviet state is going to collapse. This is why in the 80s, granted, this was after the fervor of the Cultural Revolution, but in the 80s, Deng Xiaoping, when he was seeing what was going on, he was like, wait a second, we had our differences with the Soviets and we made many moves to protect ourselves from them, but we didn't actually want them. We didn't want, the Warsaw Pact to disappear. We didn't want capitalism to triumph, and we didn't actually want these states to disappear. And so they started sending letters to the heads of the states in the Warsaw. They said, listen, your countries need changes. I mean, we've had differences, but listen, you're going way too far with this reforms you're doing and this liberalism and stuff. And so that was the Chinese view. And then now, no, it's rather interesting because China does have a digital populism which corresponds to the Xi Jinping era of rule. I mean, and people think China is an extremely inorganic, controlled country because of the censorship. The censorship is very superficial. The censorship is overt. It's like, okay, you can say things, you can't say things. But people also underestimate how much Eastern civilizations are self-censorious. They don't necessarily want to say everything. And when they do say things, there's an expectation that it's not just my individual opinion. I am making a partisan statement with respect to the nature of all our collective existence. So there's much more serious weight given to the expression of speech in Eastern societies in general. So censorship in China is not a big controversy in China, from what I can appraise, talking to, you know.
I would just throw in that it's been pretty mixed in my encounters with Chinese people as far as whether it's a big deal or not. And I've gotten the impression that, there's Chinese people who kind of admire something about the American way of life, and so for them, of course, it's not a great thing. And then, but the people for whom it's not a big problem are these more upper middle class people attending conferences saying, well, yeah, you can use a VPN to get around that. It's not a problem. And so I'm very curious to hear Benjamin's follow-up question on China, but I did want to say really quick though that I will want to get into I agree that there are objective situations that, there's a there we can actually talk about, right? Like not everything's postmodern. There are fundamental changes in the structure of class society, and that 1917 was a serious indication of one of those changes. And I want to talk about how I tend to approach this, right? There's something between Ehrenreich and Burnham that I'm interested in here, and that the 1917 is a sign of, but more importantly, there's the ways that the U.S. reacted to 1917 that, to me, is like the last couple of nails in any serious kind of possibility for a Marxism in the 21st century. The 20th century is the story of Marxism being closed off. That there's not a real path forward. I understand this is controversial, especially with your audience, but I'll just say, to me, this contradiction comes down to one between a sort of Western Marxism and a kind of Eastern Marxism. You keep saying Eastern this and Eastern that, and I understand my main sources are Western and not just the Marxist ones. You and I share a love of some kind of a love for Heidegger, right? But for me, it's also Levinas and Baudrillard and Bourdieu and these guys. But all of them in their own ways are getting at something that the traditional Marxist account wasn't thinking or not able to see. And what I've found interesting about your approach is an attempt to reintegrate a lot of that into some kind of a Marxist-Leninism, which is interesting. I want to come back to that whole trajectory, though. And for now, bookmark it. I've been streaming for 10 hours. We officially hit it's been 10 hours and 1 minute. I haven't actually eaten more than like 3 carrots today. This has been an awesome stream. I am following. My laser focus is on everything you're saying. Absolutely. But I realized, Benjamin and Nance really haven't gotten a chance to really say their things. And I was like, you know what? There's a burrito place a block away. I'm going to listen and walk on over and get a burrito and come back and hang out because, but really quick, folks, we're going to run a short little commercial about these EMSTUs, Epic Marathon Streams at Theory Underground. I'm going to run a quick little commercial. We'll talk on the back end. We'll be right back right after this. Don't go anywhere.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the Epic Marathon Streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs.
They bring joy to audiences.
Bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds, getting into theory. the people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working. So there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. We're back. Everybody, I wasn't going to let that PSA play all the way. It's like 6 freaking minutes long. Of course not. But like I said, I'm going to go grab a burrito. I am listening, and I'm very excited because we'll be joined by Michael Downs of The Dangerous Maybe to talk about the fault line theory of the internet, Nick Land versus Slavoj Žižek, the CCRU versus the Ljubljana School, and how Dugan fits into these contradictions. We'll have a lot of fun. Haas just said he will be sticking around for that conversation and to meet Mikey in about 20 minutes here. And so, awesome. But with that, I'll turn it over to you guys. Take it away.
Yeah, so I'm interested to pick up this question of Chinese institutions and how Chinese institutions tap into what you were talking about at the very beginning, which is the stupid, uneducated person. How do Chinese institutions know what's going on with the stupid, uneducated person and act on the basis of that in a way that Western liberal institutions are unable to do? What's the mechanism for that?
Well, I think that China is, I think that it's definitely not just in this form of cybernetic populism. I don't know to what extent rural China is involved. This is just a lot of ignorance on my part. I have seen that their version of TikTok, rural China is very prominent there. But I think that has more to do with Xi Jinping as a political leader. And through classical and more conventional, it seems like, means of driving change and reform, the party has become more receptive to rural China in terms of, the poverty alleviation campaigns, the anti-corruption campaigns of listening to rural people's concerns about corruption and uneven development. And that has all been done at the institutional level of the Communist Party and the people's government. Simultaneously, though, there's this new kind of national sentiment or national feeling, we should rather call it maybe, which is being reflected at the cybernetic level, but which is not necessarily uneducated people, because China, when the average Chinese netizen, I think, is rather educated, just because China is a highly educated country in general. It very much, to be uneducated is not the norm, because education is the way out of an average life. Well, for most places in the world, but also education is tied to reputation. It's tied to your social status. It's tied to your standing. So even the sons and daughters of farmers in China are educated, and I think with respect to that, there is not as much of an acute division between as exists in China and the United States, where people are educated, but the institutions are so heavily polarized and untrustworthy that people would rather rely on their stupidity, so to speak. They trust their stupid instincts. I don't call them stupid because I'm a good Hegelian. I believe that objective intelligence out there in reality is the world spirit has a plan or something. I can elaborate on that if I am at gunpoint, but in China, that I don't think that contentiousness is necessarily there, because Chinese institutions, it's very interesting. On an institutional level, China is less ideological than the U. It's less contentious. It's more unbiased, and in my estimation, it doesn't have this kind of political correctness. It doesn't really have this, this hiding behind your partisan political views on the basis of expert knowledge that's highly contentious. Like, for example, I know we're on YouTube, the big COVID thing that happened in 2019, 2020, they didn't really have an equivalent of that, because I think the nature of China's institutions already is such that people do not feel aggrieved by the expertise of experts. They don't feel like it's secretly disguising this alien, Yeah, I'll give you a prominent example of this, which is in the realm of medicine. Many Chinese people do not trust modern medicine, and they still decide to use traditional medicine. And this is a very widespread social phenomenon. So how do China's institutions respond? They say, you know what, we probably should maybe take traditional medicine a little more seriously than we do, or than the West tells us to. We should have a combination. We should have a dialogue. And there's an extreme level of sensitivity and responsivity to national sentiment, to popular sentiment, that in America, institutions, and this is true of liberalism in general, but institutions are the only form of real collective existence that's acknowledged. Okay, this institution validates that we are collective. This institution, whether through a constitution or through a document or a contract, this is a definite association of individuals. Also elections, right? We're going to literally count the decision of individuals, what their choice is, and that's the institution of democracy. But China doesn't reduce collective existence to institutions. It also recognizes that institutions come from the people. So it's called the People's Republic of China. And what's the difference between a People's Republic and a bourgeois republic, so to speak? A People's Republic has an understanding of that there is a collective existence, there is a popular reality that is not premised by our institutions, and we have to acknowledge it and recognize it, and we all do implicitly. We ask the question, who are the people? What people? That kind of question in China is kind of insane. What do you mean, who are the people? The people is this super individual subject, so subject, object, both kind of, that is the acknowledgement of which and the reference toward which is the beginning of meaningful political communication. There's no meaningful political communication if we're not going to acknowledge that we share this reality that is beyond any one individually. And we don't need to define it. We don't need to reduce it to a definition. It can be referenced as an object, and it works, and it makes sense. And that's China. And that's why a lot of people press me on Heidegger, and they're like, what do you mean Heidegger? Heidegger's, was a Nazi. And I'm like, well, look at the description I just gave China. How but through Heidegger can we make sense of that? How can we make sense of this strange subject-object, syzygy or whatever, which is the premise of existence, but is not itself premised by the products of that existence? Kind of sounds like a Heidegger's Dasein, but don't shoot me. It's just
As I'm listening, I'm thinking about Rousseau and Hegel and the notion of society, right? In a lot of Western political theory, there isn't just the individual, there's the individual in society. And this notion that the state has to in some way correspond with or represent society. And then there's a question of mechanisms for ensuring that there is that correspondence. So I think for a lot of Western thinkers, there is a goal of having the state correspond to something other than individuals, and to not identify the individual straightforwardly with state institutions, but to say that there's some kind of society notion. And maybe neoliberalism has gotten away from this and kind of buried it. But certainly within the French and German liberal traditions, there is this notion of society, which is not reducible to individuals, but also not identical to state institutions. So I guess my thought would be, is there a particular procedural mechanism or some kind of way in which China guarantees that the state reflects the people? And what would that be, and why is that mechanism better than? And I'm perfectly open to the idea that it might be, because I think our elections are rancid in all kinds of ways and dysfunctional in all kinds of ways. Is there a way in which the Chinese state secures that continuing relationship to the people that we can learn from, that is this innovation, that is the thing that is growing and developing amidst this otherwise liberal democratic world order?
No, yeah, that's a really good question. Now, with respect to the European Enlightenment, no, you're right. And I think that was implicit. I think Hegel would look at the liberals of the 20th century and think they're crazy for calling things into question, which they just, Hegel, Rousseau, and even Locke, and the thinkers of classical liberalism did not call into. Of course, there's a society. What are you, crazy? But I think that liberalism, capitalism and liberalism both evolved to a point, a kind of madness, where the question actually became posed, though. Like, okay, but what is society? How can we be certain that society exists? And that's been called into question. And when that was called into question, we get Margaret Thatcher, who came with the brilliant and genius insight that, well, hey, society doesn't actually exist. It's just individuals. And you're right, that was neoliberalism. But that was because they had to call into question that implicit common sense. And because liberal ideology, I don't think, could really give an answer for what tangibly and discreetly that is, the conclusion was basically arrived at that, well, there is no society. It's a superstition. Now, how does China differ from that? How does China avoid that pitfall? Well, I think the difference is the square one of China's state logic, the proletarian dictatorship, is a commitment to the people, commitment to a form of collective existence whose existence is not actually called into question. And so there's a logic there which can be summed in Mao's phrase, which is trust in the people. If you think about it, trust in the people could mean many, many things that came from Mao. It can mean, let's trust the people's wisdom. Let's trust the people's good instincts. But there's also another way you can interpret it, maybe, which is an epistemic proposition. Let's trust in that we can know the existence of the people, that they exist. We don't need to subject it to some kind of definite procedure in which they only exist if they conform to a certain inflexible standard or criterion, such that they're tangible. It's like the people are the premise of our existence. It's the premise of our ability to communicate, to have language. And that is not called into question. Similarly, like the one China policy, not called into question what constitutes China itself, for example. So these non-negotiables, I think, are very important in the logic of proletarian dictatorship, that we're not actually going to do the absurd, which Heidegger identified as absurd. We're not going to treat being as a being, so to speak. We're not going to do the absurd thing and treat our shared collective existence as somehow reducible to the product of our individual activity. So that is a very important distinction. It's also something that boggles people's minds as China's governance system. Why are there two powers? Why is there simultaneously something called the people's democracy, which is the national government, and the party, the Communist Party? But it's only really, it's 8 parties, but only one party leads the nation, right? Why is that? What's the point? Why not just have one government? Why have this recognition of the party on the one hand and the form of the republic, the democracy on the other hand? And I think it's because another advance over liberalism, I think, is the understanding of the inherently partisan nature of state dictatorship. The real dictatorship of the state is a party. It's not just a republic or a neutral institution of some kind. No, it is a party that does have an agenda, that does have goals. Now, what are those goals? Again, the goal is, the official slogan they'll say is the development of the common prosperity and happiness of the Chinese people, and so on, which sounds very vague and meaningless to us. But I think it is meaningful when you consider the fact that in the US, no such goal binds anyone in politically. There's no obligation or responsibility. There's no partisan obligation or responsibility to actually serve the common good in the US, according to the form of our republic. The founders intended our republic to fulfill the common good and so on, but that was never that was never binding expressly, in a partisan way, in a way that's politically contentious and divisive. And where's the divisiveness and contentiousness within China coming from? Well, first, China does have different social interests and formations. If any one of these interests, private interests, gain supremacy over the state, there goes that binding responsibility to serve the common good. So those need to be kept at bay. Billionaires in China need to be put in their place. They need to be highly controlled and monitored, and so on and so on.
That's probably my favorite thing about whenever people are talking about how bad China is, and then they say that they punish their billionaires. I'm always just like, well, I'm not sure there's a problem with that. That might be the good part. I'm not sure, but I'm about to get the burrito and be right back. This segment has we'll go slightly over on this segment. I wanted to make sure that Nance has an opportunity to say something before this segment's over, though. That's why I'm interjecting here from the street. But yeah. Nance, take it away.
Well, just a final thing. Sorry, I don't mean to ramble, but to directly answer your question, how do you have procedures which can ensure that we can be certain that you're reflecting the will of the people? I think we need to evaluate that subject, the people, and that's what we need to think about. Because in some sense, there is no way to have certainty at all, right? But all that is necessary is that people recognize that very super individual and impersonal collective subject, the people, and recognize that its interests are in fact being fulfilled and responded to. Now, of course, there are mechanisms, very sophisticated and elaborate ones within China, which acquire data, which acquire input, which acquire responsivity from people at the most local levels. One of the things I like about China's dictatorship party dictatorship is a structure of democracy that is, they call it the birthday cake structure, right? Where it's several layers of delegation before you get to the very top. So instead of just having, you directly elect the leader from the bottom, because most people are so far removed from leadership at the top that it kind of makes more sense that, okay, well, I know my local community and I know who's doing what there, so we're going to elect him. But then the guy from my local community, one step up, let's say a municipality of multiple villages or something, he's going to meet with other delegates and they're going to make it. So it gradually it's that birthday cake structure, kind of like that kind of hierarchy. And I think that combines the need to have expertise and people who know what they're doing with sensitivity and responsivity to the lowest levels of life and popular sensibility. And I think China does a good job of going full circle, such that this is not guaranteed that there's always going to be a Mao or a Xi Jinping. Sometimes you get a Hu Jintao, not very exciting or particularly groundbreaking, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But a Xi Jinping is somebody who then goes full circle and ensures that at the very top you have a perspective that is so holistic and so far-sighted that you are not thinking about yourself, you're not thinking about your family, you're not thinking about anyone within your personal proximity. You are thinking of the people, the real people, the farmers. You're thinking about what you need to do to ensure their best interests. And these are the people the most alienated from your immediate proximity. There's something very interesting about that. Something very interesting about when you get to the top of the birthday cake, somehow that can be conducive to a perspective, a sagacious Stalinist perspective, where genuine care and concern and consideration can be held for hundreds of millions of people that you will never meet, but you can somehow acquire this radically impersonal, radically, you can even be cold in some sense, perspective, which is thinking about the interests of everybody and not one person and not a group of people, but really the whole people, right? As this radically impersonal subject of politics. People who don't have institutional representation. People, what is the people? Is it the sum total of individuals, or can it also refer to an existence that our political power and state and ideology and consciousness will never have the power to control and define fully? That there's something about them that pre-exists that fact. And to be a wise, sagacious king means, when you're serving the interests of the people, it means mercy toward that, mercy toward this existence. Don't punish people for not living up to the standards of institutions. Humble institutions so that they serve people. And even from the days of ancient Babylonia, Michael Hudson will point out, the kings that acquired power on the basis of forgiving debts. And that is an example of such a mercy. Sorry, go ahead, Nance.
No, I was completing your argument in my head. It was debt and Graeber and this and that. And Haas, thank you for hanging out with us, man. It's been a pleasure to listen to you. And I think you've said a lot that I think I enthusiastically agree with. And the things that I don't enthusiastically agree with are unimportant right now, right? Hopefully this opens a dialogue that we can have some backs and forths. This notion of cybernetic populism, or even like a cybernetic subjectivity. You were just asking, what is the people? I think that's an exciting question. I like to ask, what is a people? And what I mean by that is like, I really want to investigate subjectivity itself and like what is the human. And so you're focused on language groups and language itself and the code. Again, it's very exciting, but I do think I'm maybe less certain of projections that it seems like your project makes. But ultimately, I do think I'm seeing some interesting contradictions. And I think, I don't know, at this point, I guess I'm just less certain of any existing political structures kind of accomplishing any human goals. Like, we want structures and systems to serve human goals, but I don't really know if those exist or if we ourselves would have to innovate them. But again, I do bring it back to this question of kind of language and the code and how we use it and how it uses us, and kind of just trying to situate us as the subject first.
Right. And it's like you mentioned, what is a people in the first place? And it's like, when you inquire on that question, you can't help but draw, apparently at least, radically inhuman conclusions. Like, we are not subjects as individuals. There is this other subject which seems to be almost, using us as puppets to fulfill its goals. And if you look at social media, it's this very, very bizarre feedback loops between, what is social media? Is it individuals all, talking to each other? No, it's all of us participating in talking to something that is radically not an individual, right? It's like, well, when you have 55,000 likes or something on X, is that 55,000 people agreeing with you, or did you awaken? It's almost like a ritual. Like, we are paying tribute and acquiescing to our acknowledgement of that this is true at a level that is not worth one individual, but at least 55,000 of them, right? Which is, what kind of subject is that? What is that addressing? Who is that addressed to? It's like, and then, there's so many different threads that this, you can kind of connect, right? So first of all, obviously there's Heidegger and this idea of Dasein, but you know what? I'm a materialist and a horrible reductionist, and I like to think about the historical context. And Heidegger is not only emerging in the era of consumerism, where feedback loops as far as mass desire and choices are becoming integrated economically, but also the strange syzygy described by Michael Hudson of superimperialism. The United States is simultaneously a debtor, it's in debt, but it's also a creditor. It's the world's biggest creditor. And that seems homologous with what we're talking about here, if we're talking about this kind of cybernetic subjectivity, if we would call it that, right? Subjectivity, the word kind of refers to cybernetic subjectivity is an inherently contradictory term, by the way, because what did the founder of cybernetics say? He said, the purpose of a system is what it does. It's not what it was intended to do. It's not, what it should do. It's what it actually does, right? So cybernetic subjectivity actually just refers to something objective, actually. That's what makes it so paradoxical. But something objective that simultaneously possesses the quality of subjectivity in the strict sense of self-referentiality, right? Or referentiality towards something which it itself participates in or participates within it, right? And, that seems like homologous to this creditor-debtor dynamic that Hudson describes for U.S. superimperialism. It seems awfully proximate not only to Heidegger's idea of Dasein, but there's an element in Dugin, which you see with his notion of different Daseins and logos. What is a logos? Well, people say Dugin is all very mystical and impenetrable, but he's really just describing that contradiction in a lot of ways, right? And then you can also, finally, our favorite is Nick Land, who finally, in his genius, identified capital as this such subject. Right. The MCM process. Also, Lacan was there before Nick Land, because Lacan is the one who said that Marx was the first to discover the symptom. And why is that? Because the symptom, according to Lacan, was this circuit of jouissance that yields the structure, right? That yields surplus jouissance, right? And Marx somehow discovered that in his understanding and reading of political economy, where, capital is MCM. It's this kind of self-perpetuating process, which Lacan identifies with the symptom. Yeah, the loop. So
the churn.
So in many ways, the way I think is, a lot of people are asking, okay, how did Dugin influence you? How did and it's well, the way I think is, it's I'm thinking of all of these things coming together around a shared symptom, if I may. It's there's a shared theme, at least here. They're all trying to refer and give expression to the same thing, but they're not quite doing it comprehensively or clearly and fully. And my goal, the goal of my project, is to do that, right? To really get to the essence of what is driving the development of thought, and the way that it is. I'm not necessarily a Duginist. I'm not dogmatically committed to every position Dugin has, but I just recognize his significance as he is evidence of the fact that these things are coming together for people around the world in very diverse and different ways. And I find that worth engaging with.
Great answer, man. And I think that's a perfect wrap on this segment. And it was actually kind of funny, because it's if you say Lacan and Zizek, Mikey's going to appear on the channel. And then sure enough, here he is. We've summoned him, and we'll be right back, everybody, after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We're about to get into the triangle of essentialism, Mikey's defense of Zizek. And I think probably we'll get to talk a little bit more about Western versus Eastern Marxism, because that necessarily comes up with Mikey's defense of Slavoj. We'll be right back.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs,
They bring joy to audiences.
bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat, and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing, though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much, please.
Are back. Well, everyone but Nance is back. I'll just hit record anyway. Let's get it going. So we're back with Mikey, and we've got Haas here, and we're ready for the second sort of segment of this. Mikey, take it away.
Okay. Yeah, first off, it's great to meet Haas. I'm glad he's here for this and sticking around. I want to get his thoughts on this, as But no, so on this week's episode of Why Left, Benjamin gave a killer presentation on this triad of essentialism. I told him yesterday, like, man, you have no idea how much of your lecture I agreed with. But everybody knows that I'm the resident Zizekian around here. And so I kind of have a rebuttal or a Zizekian response, basically on behalf of Slavoj, to how you are conceptualizing his position, Benjamin. But before I can do that, would you mind giving a summary for everybody of the basic triad you worked out?
Yeah, so the Triangle of Essentialism, it's a piece I wrote on Substack. I make the case that we have kind of developed since the end of the Cold War 3 different essentialized civilizational accounts of the traditions that used to be more universalist in tone and outlook. So the left, the right, and liberalism. Zizek being the figure for the left, Samuel Huntington being the figure for liberalism, and Dugin being the figure for the right. And my basic contention is that each of these points on the triangle has taken a side in the global world system, a world system which really the West, the United States, Europe, Eurocommunism, and the East, Eurasian polity, all are ultimately part of and participatory in. And so in the piece, I try to move our focus of attention from trying to distinguish or differentiate these 3 things and keep them separate and box them off as separate, and to instead think about how they interact through the roles that they play in a world system, which all of them are ultimately part of, since all of them are ultimately interacting all the time.
I'm gonna put it up on the screen actually, so people can see what you're talking about. But basically, I think everybody at this point is we can assume everyone's familiar enough with Dugin and Zizek, and I know that Mikey's about to bring in his defense of Zizek from this analysis. But really quick, those are not the only 2 names on here, are they, Benjamin?
Yeah, no, I also talked about a lot of other things, and some of it is really just on the diagram, but not fully elaborated in the Substack piece. So within the triangle, I have a circle, and the circle includes Platonic universalism, socialist internationalism, liberal institutionalism, and classical republicanism. And that classical republicanism is meant to be understood very widely as inclusive of, say, Roman republicanism, Christian republicanism, and even of, say, Confucianism, and some strands in Confucianism. Being a very wide-ranging and encompassing set of things. But all of these different views that are inside the circle of universalism are views which attempt to make sense of the whole world system as a system, or of the human as a human, rather than bifurcating or balkanizing it into different essentially distinct civilizations or different essentially distinct peoples. And then I have on each of the points of the triangle some lines pointing off to some things that are related to one of the points, that have the essentialist character of the points, but are not precisely the same as the views of the thinkers that I'm identifying, and are often even more particularist than the thinkers' views. So in the case of the top of the triangle, the Huntington part, the more liberal part, we've got the identitarians on the one hand, and then we've got the liberal nationalists on the other hand, right? And then on the 2 sides of Zizek, we've got social democrats and we've got Stalinists. And then on the 2 sides of Dugin, we've got illiberal nationalists and a kind of generalized commitment to the Chinese state, which I also then distinguish from Maoism, which, since it involves the self-critique of the party state, I don't identify straightforwardly with the contemporary position of the PRC. But yeah, those are the different parts. And I'm happy to talk about any or all of it in greater depth or detail. The limits of what I had time to write for Substack constrained to some degree my ability to go into all of the parts.
The part I was fishing for was just a little something about Samuel Huntington, since Slavoj Zizek and Dugin are much more well known. And I'll just say that, from what I understand, he's a big time academic who does believe something kind of like Dugin, in the sense that there's these culturally unique and distinct sort of human blocks that kind of need to be kept separate to some degree, or can't mix too much, or otherwise, you lose some kind of civic integrity, and that would include, oh, we can't have too many Latin Americans coming into the United States or whatever, and that Huntington was a big deal academic at Harvard or something like that. And that's my rough gloss.
Yes, yes. He is the author of the Clash of Civilizations book. And then also in 1992, 1993, he had an article in, I believe, Foreign Affairs based on a talk he gave that inaugurated this model. If you look up on the internet, Clash of Civilizations, you'll see his map of the entire world in which he separated it into the civilizational blocks. And one thing that stands out is that for him, Western civilization includes Western European states, including some that are historically Catholic, like France and Spain. But it does not include Latin America, which he regards as civilizationally distinct and not able ultimately to integrate. This is something he reinforces in the final book he wrote before his death, Who Are We? The Challenges of American National Identity. I believe that's the title. And in that book, he argues kind of straightforwardly against the integration of Latin Americans into the United States. So in his case, he very much takes the side of the United States in his image of this system, whereas I understand Zizek to be more on the side of Eurocommunism, on the side of expressing something that Europe is doing, which is separate and distinct from what the Americans are doing at this stage, and is worthy of defense and articulation in its own right. And then with Dugan, I'm identifying him more with Russia, China, but not one. This notion of a Eurasian empire is, I think, more inclusive than that, and therefore more civilizational in focus than a simple nationalist attachment to Russia or to China. But I'm very interested to hear Mikey's defense of Zizek, because I certainly think that necessarily when you make somebody stand in for a point on a diagram like this, you do have to focus on certain things that they've said and not other things. And there may be a defense of Zizek that's in the offing. So I'd like to hear it.
Okay, so, and again, if I end up, maybe I haven't understood your position on Zizek good enough, but what I was taking away from the graph and the point you're making when you're talking about we all want to consume more, work less, right? Which 100% agree with that. That's a line of thought very much close to my heart. But what I feel like you're saying with the triad of essentialism, we could also call it the triad of particularisms. And here's my issue with this is, one, Zizek and Badiou, this is something they both brought back to continental philosophy, especially in the wake of, like, I hate using the term postmodernism, but in the shadow of this idea of fragmented discourses, right? That there's no, meta narratives are collapsed. This kind of thing is over. And at that point, the concept of universality was discredited. And this comes especially from like the French post-structuralist era. Okay. So Zizek and Badiou, being good, faithful communists, right? They want to resurrect this category of the universal. So Zizek's often accused of being a Eurocentrist. He knows this, he plays with this, but we have to remember that the reason he defends European culture is precisely because he thinks it's the culture that first defends universalism. And that through the concept of human rights, or, this long history, even starting with Christianity, right? Where, you have like a Bible verse, like Galatians 3:28, I'm rusty. There's neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male or female, for ye are all one in Christ Jesus. Okay, rusty. But that idea, right, in Christianity is this idea of like, no, there's a universal dimension to all of us. Sure, we have our particular cultures and we have our particular customs, but there's something that cuts across all of that. And, this is at the heart of Christianity. And I mean, Nietzsche kind of sees communism and socialism as secular Christianity. I think this is part of it, right? That with Marxism, especially, what you get is this idea of a universal emancipation. But the core, of course, is that it's material emancipation, which is something you don't really see in the religions so much. This is the unique contribution of Marx. I mean, there's many, but this is one of them. And but it's this idea of international emancipation, etc. So when Zizek's defending Europe, he's doing this Hegelian dialectical twist on it, whereas defending this particular is actually defending the universal, because it's through European civilization that universalism as such emerges. Now, of course, somebody can go, well, Buddhism, I mean, take the Four Noble Truths, all is suffering because of desire. Okay. Somebody would say, well, Buddha's not saying all is suffering for the people of India or all is suffering for the people of Japan. It's a universal and true. I admit that there's these universal aspects beyond just Christianity and beyond Western or Marxism in general. But nonetheless, European civilization is where you get the first movements for political movements based around economic universal emancipation. And so when Zizek's defending Europe again, it's in a roundabout way or a dialectical way defending the universal. And so, look, I mean, I know people have said, no, he really makes Eurocentric defenses and he's caught up in particularism, maybe, but all I know is whenever he himself goes into this, he always makes it a point to say, no, what I'm defending is a universalism. And he always has said that if there's going to be an answer to our current geopolitical problems, it's some sort of new international cooperation, international solidarity, and retreating into our particularisms is always going to fail us. It's not the way forward. That's why he doesn't go for Dugan, is he doesn't like this dimension of, oh, we need to respect our cultural Dasein and all this. No, there's a universal component to all of us as speaking subjects. This is, I mean, he's getting it from Hegel, he's getting it from Lacan. And so, I mean, you see this, like, he's always talking about the concrete universal or the part of no part, which he gets it from Rancière. But his point is like, no, there's a particular that embodies the universal as a whole. And so this notion of this kind of dialectical identity between particular and universal, it's always something that's at play. So for me, I mean, whenever I hear him doing the defense of Europe, always hearing it, this dialectical twist of, yeah, but he means a defense of a culture that champions universal, not particularist answers. Yeah.
Yeah, this is my thing, right? The defense of a culture that champions universalist. If universalism is true, and I believe it is, then it cannot be that just one culture champions it. It must be something which is accessible to all of us from all of our points of view. And the three theorists that I name here, all of them began in a much more universalist position than they are now today understood to occupy. And they all have within their own thought these moments of universalism that are sometimes more prominent and other times pushed back and to the side by this claim that actually in the real world, only this one particular kind of system or this one particular part is able to defend the universal. So in the case of Huntington, he begins his career very much as a liberal institutionalist who believes if you have liberal institutions, then you'll be able to develop, or if you have centralized institutions, or in any case, some kind of human set of institutions, you'll be able to develop. And therefore, he's able to make a case that the Soviet Union has the kinds of institutions that facilitate development and growth. And on the basis of this, he says what the United States and the Soviet Union both have in common are institutions that facilitate development, right? Now, when the Soviet Union collapses, he is attacked on all sides in the American Academy for having a view which doesn't explain the collapse of the Soviet Union. And he argues that there's actually cultural differences that have caused the Russians to fail to be able to make the most of the institutions, of the institutional forums. And then he starts using this kind of cultural argument to explain all sorts of different growth and developmental gaps. And of course, if you start to push on it, because he started his career as an institutionalist, he'll come back to institutional arguments, and they're still there for him, and he's still able to deploy them. But because he was subjected to stress and his position was subjected to stress, he became a proponent of a side, right? And in the case of Dugin's notion of a Eurasian empire, if you really think about what those Eurasian empires used to be, they made fabulous claims of universalism. The Chinese empires made claims that every kind of civilization is possible ultimately within this kind of state. And the same is also true for the Roman Empire, right? When the Roman Emperor Septimius Severus says he is an all-embracing peace, and the only problem is that there are some barbarians who don't get it and therefore have to be fought, he's claiming, I have a universalism that I have to defend from within this particular standpoint because some people are rejecting universalism. And this is what happens in a real world where universalism is often taken up by people who are occupying a particular position and don't find a way to work with people occupying other particular positions. They'll go, well, I'm the only one who's still really committed to universalism. These other people have become enemies of it. And you get this in terms of religious conflict, right? Between Christians and Muslims, both claim to be interested in a universal notion of God to whom everyone ultimately belongs, right? And yet, oftentimes politically, there's a separation that occurs. And then what will happen is that the Christians say we have to champion the Christian world against the Muslim world to protect the universal, right? And the same thing will be said by Muslims. We have to champion the Muslim world against the Christian to protect the universal. But they're both universalists. It's just that those universals have been particularized differently as a consequence of the way the whole world system is structured and integrated together. And what happens is that as people are subjected to the barbarizing aspects of this competition, the total system becomes more obscure and less focused upon. So certainly Zizek, in his brightest moments, will still be a full-throated universalist. And in his soberest moments, he will articulate a defense of the universal, as we all do when we're good, mentally and in the right kind of space, because the universalism is true. And we are all human and we can't all interface with it, right? But when we're subjected to stress, we become reptilian and we start to think of the people occupying other positions as fundamentally irreconcilable with us. And so when people go through something like the 2024 American election and they're subjected to this language about Trump, it causes them to express themselves badly in ways that don't articulate their best and most interesting thoughts. And so while all of it can retroactively be justified as a twist, right? The same could also be said by a caliph who says we have to fight the Christians. And the same could also be said by a pope who says we have to fight the Muslims. This person is, of course, trying to defend the universal by making war from the standpoint of a particular. The way to stop the warmongering is to insist that that is not an acceptable move, and to insist that there does have to continue to be dialogue and working across. And that's what I'm really trying to get at here. I think there are things that we all can learn from each other and that we can all get by working together that we're not going to be able to do by saying, there are some good guys in the world system and then there are some bad guys and we have to be on the side of the good guys or the bad guys will ruin our universal project.
If I may, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, please do.
I want to briefly share my perspective because I'm not going to be able to stay for too long. But, I think something that should be called into question is rather than a dichotomy between the universalism and the particularism, because I think particularism is actually, I think, I see the strands of this in the postmodern thinking and so on. But I think particularism in the East and in the West is always a form of what Lenin calls Philistinism. It's a corrupt one-sidedness. It's what Plato describes the sophists. It's not necessarily an actual coherent position. It's a position founded upon a neglect of fundamental aspects of the whole because of the division of labor. But I think the real key distinction has to do with the content of the universal. Because let's remember that Zizek is a philosopher, and that is my biggest problem with him, by the way. I was a fanatical Zizek partisan for most of my intellectual journey. But I don't dismiss him. I do recognize he is probably the most profound thinker of the West today. But in any case, the problem is there are different symptoms, let's say, which emerge from the response to the question of the content of the universal. So, for example, I think that the trajectory of European history, beginning in ancient Greece, is not necessarily about universalism. It's a peninsular universalism. And this is a term I made up. And what does it mean? Peninsular universalism is about how should I say, safeguarding a specific conceit of the universal, which, and this is in line with Heidegger's kind of critique of post-Socratic philosophy, which is that it's an unyielding conceit of the universal, whose content is ultimately nothingness. And so whereupon this universalism of the nothing, right, comes into contact with particular forms of existence, those forms of existence, there's a process in which they are suppressed or exterminated or annihilated such that they conform and are uniform with the institution. This is the basest critique of George W. Bush neoconservatism, right? Let's just impose liberal democracy, eliminate all that cultural, whatever, backward stuff, and just flat democracy, right? So, and that's the Plato to NATO kind of idea, right? But it's a peninsular. Why is it peninsular? Because the real universalism, the substantive material universalism, was the Achaemenid Empire of Cyrus the Great. That actually did accomplish a shared universal world. But Greece was a peninsula that decided to have the courage to reflect upon the question of what the content of that is, right? And in reflecting upon that, and through the force of the understanding, right, with Heraclitus, deciding to raise that understanding to the status of a conceit, they arrive at logos, and they arrive at a separate and distinct notion of an identity whose only content is difference. Our identity is that it's an identity of difference. We are not like them because we stand upon our foundation of the form of nothingness. But notice it always in Western philosophy begins with nothingness. Hegel's logic begins with nothingness. Being and nothing are the same in the first moment of the logic. So how does reality acquire determination? It's the response to that fact, right? Well, being and nothing are the same. That itself is being determinate. That is that's becoming, process in which they seamlessly swap places, and that's becoming, right? And that is determinate being. So that's exactly what Benjamin just described, right? That this pretends to the universal, ultimately itself ends up being something particular. Well, it's similar, I would say, with the symptom of European civilization. To be really harsh and one-sided, right? There's also positive aspects, which I'm not going to get into because, as we know, I'm an anti-white racist according to the right. But the negative side, of course, of the symptom of European universalism is it's a symptom defined by exclusion, right? By creating pure, it's what Nick Land describes in Kant Capital, The Prohibition of Incest. Creation of a kind of apartheid in which the other must be stamped out and excluded or assimilated. But simultaneously, that takes the form of an interaction, right? So it ends up being a kind of hypocrisy, like it's just neocolonialism. Okay, freedom and democracy, everyone must be the same, homogenous, and yet we simultaneously rely on brutal African dictators to extract material resources from them. We need the material, we need the particular, but we're just going to hypocritically pretend that we are pure and universal and so on. But that itself is a particularity. I have a crazy idea, I think, that sums up my difference with Zizek. And it's this idea of Mongol universalism and Mongol modernity. I propose that there was an end times, which was the emergence of the Mongol Empire and this notion of fixed indefinite territories and many of the things we attribute to modern states, strict forms of accounting, of revenue, all these kinds of things. This is emerging as a consequence of the Mongol, the last conquest of Eurasia, right? The last nomadic conquest of Eurasia, besides Tamerlane, of course, who is claimed to be the heir of Genghis Khan. But with the Mongols, there is a notion of universality that that becomes defined by the container of particular civilizations. There is not a conceit that this is the form of the universal, and that form is necessarily incompatible with the particular content that, it comes into encounter with it. That we cannot really know the form of the universal outside of its interaction and participation with its basic Hegelian logic, if you think about it. And it's also the logic of what Lacan calls the non-all. The non, in this case, is the negative, the universal, the nihil, and so on. But it's non-all. It can only be, it's not that it's partially in, partially out, but that it's a logic in which it is defined by something, but it is simultaneously not reducible to the form of that something, right? And that is the Mongol universalism, which is, which on the one hand is this high point of petty, parochial, Mongol, tribal, yes, we're just going to directly conquer everyone and impose the rule of Mongols on the world. And it's very crude and barbaric and so on and so on. But behind that is a radical openness to the possibility of what is the empire. It's not based on a conceit. It's based on an inner, yes, we have a non-negotiable supremacy of the rule of Genghis Khan. But what is the content of that? And there's a universality that is opened up in this radical openness. Isn't it strange how I defend Genghis Khan, but then in another way I can kind of be twisted to sound like Habermas or something? But in any case, there's a radical openness toward the possibility of what universality can actually look like and what can participate in it and what it can actually and finally amount to. But the problem is the understanding. Once we understand that universality and raise that to a conceit, we thereby must set it against reality. And paradoxically, it no longer is universal. So that's all I wanted to...
This is where I want to introduce the economic angle. Just real quickly, because the reason that the Mongols are okay with anybody taking whatever form they want to take within the Mongol Empire is that they all pay the tribute, right? If you make money and you give it to the Mongols, it doesn't matter how you make the money or how you arrange your society. Capitalism works the same way.
I need to interject.
At the level of the world system.
I need to briefly interrupt you. That is exactly Deng Xiaoping's, if a cat catches mice, it doesn't matter what color it is, as long as it catches the mice.
Isn't that just capitalism?
Well, no. I think no, because I think capitalism requires what Marx will call the primitive accumulation and the alienation, where we need to radically separate people from their determined and particular substantive ways of life, such that they can be proletarians who are herded into this radically substanceless, identity. What would be the liquefying?
Atomized.
Decoded. Decoded.
Deterritorialized. Yeah.
But capitalism doesn't insist upon that at the level of just culture. Capitalism produces an incentive-laden material field in which that just happens to be the most competitive way you can behave. And the Mongols do the same thing. They
I think it's not necessarily
material field.
I think it's not necessarily capitalism. I think it is trade. I think it's a kind of the nature of trade itself. But where capitalism distinguishes itself is that capital, the symptom of capital, so to speak, is just about surplus value. And in order for society to be and it doesn't matter, you're right, it doesn't matter how the surplus value is produced, but simultaneously the circuits which yield surplus value, which is the form of value, right, ultimately have to be very violently how should I put it, aligned, such that they're conducive to that, what Land would call that cybernetic process. And that is a very destructive and negative process. It only acquires something like Deng Xiaoping, Chinese capitalism, if they call it capitalism. I believe it's socialism, where when you do have a kind of socialistic state, which is in the background of the form of surplus value, and the form of surplus value being produced, that is being given the content of a specific and determinate goal of state planning and building infrastructure and taking on debts and credit to do that. That doesn't necessarily follow a logic of profit. But I see the point. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, part of this, I have to kind of kick into Deleuze-Guattarian mode. I think what we're talking about is the difference between how capital organizes the socius or the center of society, the anchors and structures, and as opposed to an overcode, which is, the way D&G see it is that, in quote savage society, primitive society, you have local codes, they're organized around a certain territory. Okay, with the rise of imperialism or despotism, what you have is a overlord or a despot who imposes his code on local codes and says, okay, you're going to pay me tribute, you're going to do, he puts certain conditions on them. But if they meet those conditions and they allow themselves to be integrated into the empire, he leaves their codes alone. He doesn't care what they do. Have your local culture, have your way of life, so long as you meet my demands. Capital comes along and says, no, you're not going to keep any of this local traditions that are these qualitative value systems that are going to put the brakes on capital accumulation, get in the way, serve as obstacles. And so capital comes in and just deterritorializes all these fixed, stable forms of life.
It's capitalism is based, and this is idealist language I'm using, but I'm just for the sake of simplification. Capitalism begins from the onset with the force and the conceit of the understanding that this is the form of value. So much so that the arrogance leads the capitalist states down a path where they can say, actually, gold isn't actually matter. We can just have fiat currency. And granted, the Mongols did that too, though. It's interesting to think about that. They invented paper currency. Now that we're on that topic, but so you may be onto something. I really think that my notion of Mongol universalism and Mongol modernity is not radically unrelated to the rise of capitalism. My thesis is this, that there was a misplaced understanding of the real Silk Road, world trade, the world market, the Mongol Empire. That understanding bore out with, that's what Europe was. Europe, beginning with Venice and so on, was a kind of, let's say, the subjective response to what was done objectively with the Mongol Empire. And in a sense, that took the form of what we know as capitalism. So the question can be posed, is there a lost understanding? Is that the only understanding possible? Or in that very, because that very understanding of modernity that gives rise to modernity, what we call that, forgot about its origins. And that's the thing that's interesting. Why did it forget the kind of patriarchal lineage of Eurasia? Why did it suppress and annihilate its own history and its own origins? Such that, and it's continuing to do that, even to its own history. For example, today's liberal democratic societies in Europe and America, what notion and attachment to the history of the Enlightenment, the French Revolution, that's a whole lost history now. It's totally forgotten. It's totally modernity itself is this kind of constant forgetting and gaslighting and so on. So Mongol modernity to me is a lost modernity. That makes sense.
This gets us into the post-class fractured mass thesis, which can't really be understood without thinking about gerrymandering, Befindlichkeit, and the changes in the medium and the structural stultification of time energy and all of this stuff that I don't think we have time to really get into right now. But I guess the part that I want to make sure to touch on, because I'd be remiss not to do it, Haas, is just to say time energy is for all of us here the most important thing, which is to say, it's the words time and energy put together. But really what we're trying to signify with this term is large energy infused, repeatable blocks of reliable time between people, right? And that being the definition of freedom, going back 2,500 years here in the West, at least. But of course, I love how Benjamin Studebaker did a guest lecture for us where he takes it back to Confucius as well. And so he's talking about how, time energy before Descartes, this is, he's got his whole approach to that. But of course, I'm coming off of Marx and Heidegger when I'm thinking about time energy. I'm thinking about time energy as an existential, if we're thinking about the existentialia that make up being in the world, right? These transcendental structures of Dasein or what have you. But why don't we have time energy? It's not because surplus value is privatized. It's because all time energy is reduced to labor power in order to run a job-centric society. And so I want to just play the believing game here and say, I hope that, in the post-class fractured mass, new kinds of strategies and new kinds of meme warfare and new kinds of polis might come into existence, and that you might actually be, the Khan of the 21st century. And if that's true, then first of all, I'm not joking. If that's true, then, my main ask is that the society that you have in mind centers time energy, because it is the precondition for families. It is the precondition for discovering one's talents, much less cultivating them. And that's something that has to be defended at the level of the state, the institutions, basically the forces of commerce and trade have to be repressed or kept down. My concern with a sort of tanky approach, you use the term, earlier, so I'll just use it, is usually this sort of like labor. It's the real creator of value. And the only issue is that surplus value is being privatized instead of being put into nice roads and schools. And I'm over here like, I don't care if it's privatized or communized. My issue is the reduction of time energy.
Are you like do you know about Jehu and the whole free time?
Oh my fucking God, man. This is exactly what Nick Land did. He was like, "Oh, you sound like Jehu." And we were like, "No, he's a troll. He's a Twitter guy." It's my whole project.
Some of the movement that I lead, I guess, is very influenced by Jehu. We have differences with him now, obviously. But no, I mean, well, here's the thing. When I guess I have a similar response, though, is basically like free time well, first of all, we forgot about free time as a society. Keynes predicted that there would be, a 1-hour workday by now, and we can have it. It's actually possible. I would just say that in order to have a society where the labor hours that are devoted to institutions, because I think that's what we're talking about here. Because in a sense, everything we do as human beings is work, right? Even when we're thinking and sitting, it's kind of a form of, in some sense, activity at least. But activity that's institutionalized, I think that's what you refer to as labor. And yeah, the goal should be to reduce that to the bare minimum. We have the technology to do it. But in order to do that, you need a huge degree of planning. You need a huge degree of organization and planning of society, such that, people are rotated in all the necessary ways. So I definitely, but I don't know. It's not as metaphysical for me. It's more like this would be like a program for a party that we need to maximize free time. So that, I guess that would be my view on. There's something else I wanted to say, but I forgot really quickly. It was shoot.
Did you
I think, one more thing on the remembrance of the lost modernity. I think it's easy to put two and two together about how that fits for communism with me, because what was the real lost modernity? It was communism. It was Soviet civilization. People say, well, what about China today? And I agree. China is more communist than people give it credit for. They radically underestimate how much the legacy of 20th century communism still defines a lot of aspects of today's China. But there's an alienness to China that's because of that fact to this day. But I think the real like communist modernity was actually the Soviet Union, because that's where China's skeletal backbone came from in the beginning, right? It came from the Soviet Union. And that has been forgotten and lost. We've forgotten communism. And that was my fixation for a long time, but I just took that to such a logical conclusion. What does it mean to remember the lost revolutionary traditions and history? And it took me all the way back to Genghis Khan and Cyrus the Great and a lost history of mankind in general, which brought me into proximity, at least partially, with Eurasianism, actually. And that's where the affinity with Dugin, a lot of it comes from. Dugin is also a writer of and thinker of this kind of very strange and bizarre lost history of Eurasia. It's almost a mysticism about it, because I think that is the type of thinking that is necessary even to just appreciate how strange and bizarre Soviet modernity was compared to Western modernity. It was very different. There was something about it that was just very surreal. And I don't think people appreciated enough that difference. Even Russia today,
Right. Now, I wanted to say, I know we got to let you go here, but just really quick, on the post-class fractured mass thesis, people can go watch the actual lecture on it. But what I didn't say in the lecture, which has become more clear in the class I'm teaching on campus here, it's just the message of the medium, thinking in a sort of McLuhanite sense, that one of the messages of the medium is presentism. So when you're talking about this fact that we don't have a history, we don't have any kind of memory, there's this kind of amnesia culturally, right? Part of the message of the medium is presentism, and the other part of it is accelerationism, right? And so now this, now this, now this, now this, and the leveling of everything, whether it's children being blown to pieces or, pornography, it doesn't matter. It's just all on this continuum, and it's this circuit of this sort of kaleidoscopically bifurcating drive that's just in shards, right? When we're talking about the post-class fractured mass, we're not saying we are post-class. We're saying the class conditions are a lot more complicated. I think a very sort of standard traditional way of saying that in a Marxist register would be something like, mass lumpenization, something like that. But what we're talking about is a condition where the proletariat is not what it was in Charles Dickens' time. That's part of it. But the medium being different is the other part of it. And the medium being all about presentism and acceleration, yes, but also it was built by the CIA, right? Or DARPA at the time, right? It's built by the people who put those last nails into the left's coffin, right? If we're thinking in Western terms. And so the only missing part from this thesis, the PCFM thesis, is the gerrymandering Befindlichkeit, right? I'm not sure if that triggers something in your memory, right? But Befindlichkeit is translated as state of mind and being in time. right? And state of mind is equiprimordial to the understanding, which is a modal thing. It's how you navigate possibility, necessity, contingency, also how you're projecting out ahead of yourself, etc., right? But then it's also equiprimordial to discourse, or we could say the symbolic. But Befindlichkeit is the always already being attuned to having a mood. And I just wanted to use this as my way of bringing it back to something I find interesting in your project, which is with MAGA communism, you're speaking to not just culturally progressive humans. Our big thing with Befindlichkeit gerrymandering is that people at the level of their base orientations via things like mood, if we're talking about being open to change or being more concerned with a parochial kind of security, if we're talking about agreeableness, or if we're talking about these things that often get talked about as basic personality types, those have become gerrymandered themselves, like down at the most deepest level, to the point where it's like, yeah, you understand, everyone gets that. Liberal, kind of in the American colloquial sense, has like this connotation of feminine, and that conservative has this connotation of masculine. Why? Well, it is because the U.S. duopoly has basically said there's two kinds of human being, and obviously they're missing most other kinds of human being, and so I do think part of what's so generative in terms of meme value with taking MAGA and communism together is that communism has, in the West, before we were born, meant uber progressivism, right? It's a university uber progressive discourse. Sorry, you're muted.
Oh, it's like Democrats gone wild,
Yeah.
just extremely pro Kamala Harris, but you're so fanatical about her that it somehow leads you to Chairman Mao. Don't ask how, it's just how, But no, I think, look, I guess as a final note, I'll leave off, but an interesting one, I'll be quick, I won't be too long, is this kind of leads me, what you said has inspired me to kind of give my basic critique of Nick Land and the accelerationist idea. And I'll just leave it off this way, I guess. And this is part of how Nick Land has inspired me greatly, but how I came to kind of move beyond that framing, right? And it's more or less like this process of accelerationism that we are in. It's true, we find ourselves in, where we're constantly subject to this presentism of constant perpetual amnesia, short attention span, TikTok. More or less, I think this is generally a process of the destruction of subjectivity, individual subjectivity in particular, right? We are really decentered as subjects as a consequence of being thrusted in this kind of process of constant and repeated change and transformation and deterritorialization and decoding and so on and so on. But that's not the decisive thing that defines Nick Land's outlook. Just acknowledging that fact is not actually what's decisive for Land, in my interpretation. It's about the teleology. For Nick Land, the reflexive process where this acceleration somehow becomes an object, if not for us, then for something, where its goal or its outcome becomes defined in a certain way. Land makes a jump, to me, where he makes the assumption that this itself just furthers the process of this what did he call it? This black Nietzschean spiral into oblivion, right? Like basically when this acceleration becomes an object for us or for some subject, all that does is speed up and deepen the process. So on the one hand, we have the loop of the basic acceleration we find ourselves in within modernity. And then on the other hand, we have that loop itself becoming an object of reflexivity for a state institution, for us, for something. And the very attempt to, let's say, define that object or respond to it actually ends up just furthering it even more. That is where I think Land makes a mistake. I think at the level of the teleology of the accelerative process, that is actually a kind of becoming toward an apocalypse. And that apocalypse becomes the foundation of meaning and of memory and of all of these things Land attributes to the human, which is being annihilated. All of these things return in a radically super individual way. That is the kind of Hegelian revenge against accelerationism, in my view. And who is the face of this Hegelian revenge? And I think Nick Land maybe would not like hearing it. It's Xi Jinping. Because for so long, for Land, China was the exemplary model of just it's tapped into these forces of accelerationism. It's just going to totally lead the world down this process of infinite deterritorialization and so on and so on. But what happened in 2014 with the rise of Xi Jinping? A responsivity, right? A response toward this apocalypse of reform and opening up. And then somehow all of these horribly boring human things, meaningfulness, ideology, vision, ideas, even in the Platonic sense, that makes a huge revenge and a Hegelian revenge, right? In the form of Xi Jinping. And to me, I like accelerationism because I think it teleologically is anticipating precisely that. Yes, there's no salvaging of individual subjectivity, but qualities we gave too quickly to this individual subject, meaning, purpose, ideas, visions, existence, collective existence, that makes a return in a collective form. And that is one that is the opposite of the acceleration. That is a kind of deeply retro, backward facing subjectivity that is lofty, it's profoundly contemplative, it's slow, it's what is it, the meme? This will be the last thing I say. And an unstoppable force finally met the immovable object. And Xi Jinping is the immovable object. And Land thinks that the unstoppable force will just beget another unstoppable force. But he should have not rejected dialectics, I think. So that's
there
it.
We go. There we go. Thank you, Haas. Great to have you on. Great to meet you.
Yeah, good to meet you, man.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good
man,
to meet
thank
all
you.
of you. It was really a pleasure.
Good to meet you, Haz.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Come back and talk to us again.
Oh, it'd be my
Yeah.
pleasure.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Hell yeah.
See you later, guys.
Later.
Take it
Be right
easy, man.
back
We'll see
after
you.
this, folks. All right.
It's a theoretically correct title.
All right.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs
They bring joy to audiences.
bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people wwho are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much. Please.
Exactly. All right. I the reason I said LOL in the chat there, folks, was because I meant to laugh to them while talking, because I was typing to you all, but I was talking with them all, and then Nance said some funny shit, and then I typed LOL, and it's like, whoa, my brain's wires here at the 11 hour and 32 minute mark on this stream, getting a little cross. But what we're gonna do here for the next probably 12 minutes, we're going to just, we'll start with Benjamin and Mikey's sort of reflections on how that had gone. I want to make sure to kind of bring up stuff that we wish we'd gotten into or stuff we'd like to get into in the near future. And then we'll give our actual closing thoughts. And I do want to hopefully at the end get a chance to plug a couple of courses, seminars, blah, blah, blah coming up here soon. But, you know, what do you guys think? So, Mikey, Benjamin, what do you guys got?
Well, okay, so real quick. One, just like I really enjoyed talking to Hawes, because he's drawn from so many thinkers, you know, that are very important to me. I'll just say, like, what he was talking about at the end, this teleological dimension of how once capital basically infects you, you're just going to help accelerate the process through this sense of basically hopelessness, and you know, these lofty powers are beyond any kind of control or regulation, and so that type of subjective stance towards accelerationism helps accelerationism. All I'll say is that this is where I think Land is too much of an Althusserian, and this is where he should read some more Lacan and Zizek, but I think this is also why he doesn't like that stuff. So on the one hand, okay, what I say is too much of an Althusserian because, and I can't go into it right now, it's too much. But the point is, Althusser just thinks that there's like proto-individuals, and then when you're interpolated, you become a subject proper. And that's all it is. Is like, to be a subject is just to be interpolated by an authority, by an institution, etc. So in this weird Landian kind of way, capital, by infecting us, it in a sense interpolates us. It makes us into the type of beings that help accelerate itself. Problem is, and this is Zizek's great critique of Althusser, yeah, we're interpolated into a symbolic identity, but that interpolation always fails, and there's a real remainder that escapes interpolation in our subjectivity. So we're never perfect little puppets of our interpolated identities. There's always this real remainder of subjectivity that always problematizes the interpolation, undermines it, challenges it. So we're never just interpolated once and for all. That's it. There's always failed interpolation baked into it, and that's a source of freedom that opposes our interpolation. Okay, so that's that. The other thing I'll say, all right, going back to Benjamin, because we were talking about particularism, universalism. I think the way Zizek would defend himself against your response to my response is he'd say, yeah, but the Hegelian thing is that there is no pure universal, that the universal's always being defined or worked out through particular instantiations. So if we want to say, yeah, democracy is great, the question is though, yeah, but what is the ideal is it Greece? Is it America? Is it France? Like, and the way those democracies fail to embody this elusive universal is actually going to refine and influence how we think about the universal. And so this is this dialectical give and take between universal and particular. So I think what he would say is, yeah, of course we want to stand for these universals, but the question is what particulars are going to best embody the abstract, the universal, because we can't, it's Platonism. You can't have a pure embodiment of the ideal form. You have imperfect embodiments of it. So I think he would do something like that. I'll leave it there.
It really comes back to this question of are you taking a side among particulars, or is there a continued effort to come back to the one and then reconceptualize? And for me, dialectics and syncretism is continuously putting these things in dialogue, coming back to the one, and then reconceptualizing. And I think that process is cut off when you take a side, when you adopt a particularism, as opposed to just having a particular. We all have a particular position at any given time. We have to. Everything is always conceptualized and always has some instantiation, right? You can't just have an unconceptualized abstraction that is unlimited. It hasn't been brought into being by limit. But there is a continuous need to put these things in dialogue, return to the one from which they emanate, and then reconceptualize them. And I think that that's what starts to get lost when people become stressed out. They lose the ability to do that, and they start to kind of react and try to defend a fixed notion.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of what was going on with Haas, there were a couple of things that stood out to me. So, one is that there's a notion of the people in Haas that conflicts to some degree with the notion of the post-class fractured mass, right? This idea of a people, right? However, he understands the people in a bit of an apophatic way, which you would have to understand to be able to use it in the way that he does. So the people doesn't have a precise worked out essence, and therefore it can't be perfectly embodied, but some kind of ongoing dialectical process has to occur so that the state can continuously be in dialogue with it. Right? But if you have a notion of, say, post-class fractured mass, it would be quite difficult to even suss out how you would do that on any level, because how would you even have, say, an apophatic and completely understood people? You would have a fractured mass, which would be much more in between the position of society or the people and the individual, right? Post-class fractured mass is neither reduction to the level of the individual, nor is it society or the people as it would have been understood in the 20th or 19th centuries. It is something in between, which mediates between these two different ways of thinking and of framing things. So I think that there's a tension there. And I found it very interesting that for him, as long as there is some variation in terms of how you generate the tribute for the Mongols, it's okay that everybody has to generate tribute for the Mongols. The idea that the Mongol Empire would be the answer, right? And there is something about capitalism. Liberalism frames itself as saying, of course, however it is that you make money, that's fine. However it is that you produce the means of subsistence. Indeed, we want an openness with regard to that so that there's innovation and development, right? But ultimately, at the end of the day, you have to generate this. And this is the logic which ultimately governs you as an individual. And that occurs at the level of states. So in the piece that I did, a lot of what I'm talking about is how all of the states are stuck in this system where they have to generate economic growth or they're going to have political problems. And this confines what they're able to do. So even though in principle they can be extractive or agricultural or producers or consumers, and they can mix and match these things and combine them however they like and focus on rice or focus on oil or focus on producing wheels, I don't know. Whatever it is that they want to do. I mean, you couldn't run a whole country based on producing wheels. But you get what I'm saying? There is this stultifying logic which ultimately heavily constrains the amount of diversity that's really possible there. And I think the best kind of universalism would permit a greater level of instantiations and variety of instantiations than this. And that's the problem with those historical universals. The point that he was making about how a lot of these historical universals have had an arrogance to them. They've claimed that they have the whole thing full and complete when they don't. This is a very good point, but it's something which we see represented throughout the whole of human history and in all traditions. All traditions have a tendency to frame their particular instantiation as complete and not requiring further dialectical engagement. There's always a tendency to do this, especially when people are stressed out, miserable, and upset. And so my thought is that, of course, from the point of view of anybody who is subject to the Mongol Empire, yes, the Mongol Empire allowed for a lot of trade, but my God, was it constraining in terms of the ways in which you could do business, because you had to do business in such a way that you would come up with enough for the tribute.
That was, I think, to me, maybe the major sticking point was just like, so if the Communist Party of China is indeed actually communist, and they actually do have a dictatorship of the proletariat, and they're actually capable of representing the people's interests, because as Easterners, they're just more collectivist in their mindset. And the people of China they're more like that because they're more Eastern. Like, that's where I'm just like, that's a lot of things that I just heard, like, where it's like, that's a whole chain of what would, for me, each step along that chain constitutes a leap of faith. And it's,
You're saying how does
me,
that
it's
stack up in Tribunal Zero?
Yeah. And I want you to explain what that means in a second, but I'll just say that it kind of doesn't matter. My certainty, my questioning, my doubt, it doesn't matter. Like, there's this big part of me that thinks it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. You know, we're just talking here on the internet or whatever, but also that part of me that's like, no, but as a worker with earbuds who's like trying to find a way to actually live his life, getting to the bottom of things, outside of or beyond the mere spectacle, I don't think that those kinds of leaps can just fly. Like, and we live in a post-era PCFM. There's not a chance of that selling either. Most of the world do not want to become Chinese, and the chances are I know, I've already watched videos of Chinese, middle-class Chinese people coming through the border, while here in the US, it's like, there's a long, it's a constant trickle of people like paying all of their life savings so that they can come here. And I don't think it works the other way around outside of Nick Land and, Georg Moeller of Carefree Wandering. Those are the only two people I can think of who are like, let's go to China instead. And the fact is they're smarter than most people on the planet. So maybe they're onto something. I'm not against that, but it's the list of things that are, that you would have to believe to accept that is that's real communism, and that's good, and that's the way forward. Like that whole litany of things. But I'm a peasant. I don't fucking know, man. Benjamin, what do you make of all this? Because I know on Y Left, I'm the one who's like in this more post-left, or like, it's not just the signifier, it's also the signified. Maybe we have the wrong goals, not just the wrong diagnosis or wrong words. Whereas you're like, no, there's something here worth potentially rejuvenating or organizing around. But the thing is for anybody who says that in the United States, especially kind of, if I understand where you're coming from enough, you've got your work cut out for you in trying to build that kind of a movement, because you have to separate it from the semiotic capture of the Chinese or of the Soviets or of the whatever, right? And so that it's almost like, it's like Haas is almost, he comes along. I'm so used to the Doug Lanes and Chris Catrones and Daniel Tutts and all these people who are like, no, that's not real left. Here's what the real left would mean, and all of this. But it's like Haas will come along and be like, no, China is left. So is the Soviets. So was Mao. It's all left. It's the actual communist thing. And it's like, to me, that was like kind of shocking. It's not part of my normal everyday. But what did you think? What did you make of that there, Benjamin?
Well, I noticed that Doug and Haz had something in common, and Nance gestured at this at one point during the break. So I want to give Nance credit for gesturing at this, but that they both think that neoliberalism is over, and therefore there's a possibility of doing something else. So they think because neoliberalism is over, that there's a possibility of reconstituting society or reconstituting a notion of a people, and then doing politics on the basis of that thing that's been reconstituted. And so even though they're very, very different in terms of where they come at, in terms of left-wing theory, notions of socialism, and so on, there is something that they share that I think is actually quite profound and important. And it's something that I think we would disagree with both of them about.
There you have it. All right, let's do some closing thoughts. Yeah.
I'll just say, if neoliberalism is over, my pockets haven't learned about it. Like, yeah. I mean, I understand, like, as far as like a disposition, yeah, sure. But I mean, as far as economic policies, do we feel like we've really left the Reagan paradigm? I don't, I mean, everything still is deregulate and let the capitalists do it. They like, I don't care how Trump talks about it. That's why I'm like, yeah, okay, he's WWE neoliberal. I mean, and maybe I'm just way off base here, but I just don't think that's why I don't freak out because he got elected. I'm like, no, he's social media neoliberal. He's spectacle based neoliberal. Like, I mean, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't know about as much about it as you guys when it comes to like policy. I just don't. I'm skeptical about this idea of declaring the end of neoliberalism. I mean, if you want to talk about a modification of it, sure, but yeah, my pockets haven't gotten the update for good or bad. It just seems economically we're still doing the neoliberal realism.
Yeah, what's neoliberalism? It's that global system that I described in that episode that we talked about. It's
Right.
that thing, right?
Yeah.
So to overcome neoliberalism is to overcome, in some sense, that situation, the situation where you're stuck in this competition with other states to attract capital. So you've got capital mobility. You're trying to optimize your state to some kind of niche so it can grow. You're interlinked with other states in this world system that hasn't been broken down and separated into zones, right? So, you know, if you think that there's going to be major wars that will break the system of international trade and separate these different states from each other in a long-term way, then that would be an end to neoliberalism. If you think that there's going to be enormously tough high trade barriers that are erected such that states don't really meaningfully interact with each other anymore, that's what you think the Trump trade war is, then that would be an end to neoliberalism. But I think if we really push most of the people who talk about this on these questions, I don't think like Haas would say that in the next 5 years, there's going to be great power war that's going to break the system of global trade. And I don't think Doug really thinks that, you know, Trump tariffs are going to shatter the intercourse among the states in such a way that they no longer compete with each other for niches, but are off in their own little worlds doing their own things. So when they say that neoliberalism is over and therefore it's possible to do something else, I think that's the thing that they need to be really questioned about. What does it mean for neoliberalism to be over? And what specific possibilities are unlocked by that? And how is neoliberalism ending connected to the unlocking of those possibilities? Because what I really think is going on is a lot of wishful thinking. People wanting it to be possible that they don't have to tarry with the constraints of the system, and therefore wanting it to be the case that the system is always already breaking up or has broken up, which wouldn't really be an advance on the theory of the 90s, which was Gen X theory about how somehow these particulars are still important, even after the fall of the Second World System. I think we're still doing, you know, Gen X, 90s, oh, but there's difference theory in the face of a capitalist world system that is heavily integrated, and if anything, more heavily integrated than it was 30 years ago.
It just makes me feel like a couple years ago, I heard like Matthew Flissfader, like one of the Lacanian Zizekian guys, he talked about how, and I just in case I'm misattributing this, my bad, but I think it was Matthew who was talking about like we're beyond capitalist realism. And any of this talk, oh, we're post neoliberalism. Oh, we're sorry, Mark Fisher, we're beyond capitalist. Nothing about my life got the update. Like I'm still stuck living in what Mark Fisher was talking about. I'm still living in Reagan's paradigm. I just don't feel like anything has changed. And maybe part of it is like, well, do we just keep saying the same thing? Well, we need to have new content. We need to be talking about different. We can't just talk about Mark Fisher forever. We can't just talk about neoliberal. But I don't know. I feel like I'm stuck in the exact same place that I was 20 years ago, 15 years. Like, I don't know. So, I mean, it's just.
And they did this in 2008, and they did this in 2001. They did this dance about, oh, now the era of globalization is over because now we have the global war on terror, and now we have the world of the terrorists supporting rogue states versus the West. And then in 2008, they did, oh, the global economic crisis. This means neoliberalism has to end. There has to be a new Bretton Woods or some other new kind of system. You know, even heads of government were saying this after 2008. You know, Gordon Brown and you know, some of these guys were saying, oh, there's got to be a new system. It didn't happen. And then there was that book that was written by Colin Crouch. I don't know if you guys remember it, The Strange Non-Death of Neoliberalism. It was about this fact that everybody said it was dead and then it wasn't. You know, and then you know, people, you know, like Andrew Gamble in 2013, 2014 said, well, it looks like the crisis is over because Barack Obama has been reelected. You know, and David Cameron is perhaps on course to be elected to his own term in the UK. And that did happen, but it didn't mean that the crisis was over. It just also, people have expected it to terminate in one way or another. Either we have to go to a period where it's not in crisis, or we have to go to a post-it where we're beyond it. And what people, I think, are, you know, chronic crisis is my thing. And I do think that this is the way it is. We are neither getting out of the crisis, nor are we getting beyond the crisis. We just go deeper and deeper into it.
Well, and it's like, what, like now, like, oh, Trump marks the end of, why? Because he trolls on Twitter, or he cuts WWE promos at his rallies on the libtard. Like, that's what means we're outside of neoliberal.
I will just throw in a quick thing, and that's earlier today. I saw someone earlier today say in the chat something about the dialectic between neoliberalism and SOCDEMism, and I like that a lot because it's how I think about it, which is just that, you know, neoliberalism is just another word for capitalism doing what it does and the government aiding it in that process. Whereas social democracy is a term for, like, well, let's try some humane mitigation, you know, so that capital can do what it does.
Capitalism with a human face.
Yeah, and so the dialectic between those two things, I do see how an alignment or a realignment would be possible. Right, I could see that the Republicans. It seems like at this point that a Trump-like figure is more likely to get us a Medicare for all. Like I even if that's not true, at the basic level, the point is like, yeah, well, Trump's like this pro-choice guy who's always been a Democrat, and now he's like filling up the Republican ranks with, like, you know, trans people and homosexuals, you know, like, just, it's not the Republican Party you would have imagined, whereas the Democrats have become the neoliberal party, like the anti-public, anti-populist party, the actual just like, oh, well, oh, look, the stupid workers, and oh my God, these idiot Latinos, and you know, like this is, or this, oh, see, look, the American people is so white, so male, so this, so it's like, okay, I get it. A lot of Democrats in my life and lovely people, they're not going to agree with any of that, but this at the level of like what it's easier to imagine. Yeah, it's easier to imagine some like Trump just going, oh, people like that? Fuck, I'll do it better than Bernie would have. Like, you can imagine why someone would go there. And you could also imagine ways that MAGA could lead in a direction where they become the side that would be more socially democratic. It's always going to be nationalist. Bernie was a nationalist in practice, maybe not at the level of his utterances, but that's just but I want to bring it back to the dialectic between social democracy and what we call neoliberalism. This is literally just capitalism.
Dave, am I to understand? No, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say, and so really we're talking about middle capitalism versus nostalgia for early, right? Social democracy is nostalgia for early capitalism, nostalgia for the capitalism that you can control by unionizing and then by building a socialist party off the trade union consciousness, right? That's early capitalism. So social democracy, you know, the party that becomes associated with social democracy becomes nostalgic for some period where that kind of world made sense. And then you have the other party that is gesturing at a future which hasn't arrived, that is pretending and LARPing as late capitalist when that hasn't happened yet. But both parties actually will, when push comes to shove, have to govern in the middle capitalist way, because the middle capitalism is the capitalism where the whole world is integrated into one system. And everyone is constrained in the same ways. And there's been a level of technological development and automation, which gets you out of the early capitalist situation, but it hasn't delivered the late yet, right? And we don't have the form of world governance that we would have at the late period. To get to the late period, you need a higher level of automation and you need a global government. And then you can start to actually get beyond it. That's why Kant says it's the middle. The global government is the middle once you get to that. Right? That's the point at which you would then have some ability to control the whole thing from the level of the world system, and then to organize it in such a way that it could actually emancipate people. But as long as you're trapped in the nation state, you're in this one-sided frame that prevents you from actually overcoming it. And the nation state is constantly trying to regress it back into a world that makes sense from the point of view of the nation state. So the nation state constantly wants it to be early capitalism where it can just do social democracy. Right? And then the nation state is always constrained by the reality of middle class capitalism and the global character